Chapter 401, Number 107. Where is number 107? Hansen spitted out some blood in his mouth and asked quietly. You will know when we get there. Ningyu did not talk to Hansen again and hit the road. Ningyu never expected to get much from Hansen's mouth. And there was no way he would let Hansen off the hook at this point. Hansen was curious about the number 107 Ningyu mentioned. However, the group of people did not speak about it at all. All they did was traveling. It seemed that they were in a hurry. Hansen understood the reason. All of them had evolved and could not stay too long in First God's sanctuary, otherwise their bodies would not be able to take it. Under this circumstance, Ningyu still insisted to take him to number 107, which made Hansen even more curious about it. Very soon, Hansen's question was answered. The group of people traveled across Devil Desert on sacred blood mounts and entered an arid mountain. There was only a very narrow path to enter the valley. Only one man could pass at a time. A couple of men took Hansen to enter the valley. When they approached the valley, Hansen saw everything. He could barely see any other creature. White rocks and sand were everywhere. In the middle of the valley, there was a giant blooming red flower that looked like a rose facing upward. Around the flower, there were many vines and leaves covered with thorns. The vines almost covered the entire valley, making it look like a greenhouse for the flower. Hansen looked around. In addition to the red flower and the vines, he did not see anything else, let alone any creatures. Is this number 107? Hansen asked, surprised. That's right. This is number 107, Ningyu answered him, to Hansen's surprise. Ningyu then continued, every time Starry Group finds a creature that is suspected to be something beyond sacred blood creatures, we would give it a number and record it. This is number 107. You mean this giant flower? Hansen checked out the red flower, which looked like a plant in every way. Although it was huge in size, there was no way it could be a creature. You will know that very soon. Enter the valley. Ningyu asked his men to aim their arrows and weapons at Hansen, forcing Hansen to go inside. Go inside. After Lu Lin unchained Hansen's legs, he pushed Hansen hard. What is in there? Hansen almost lost his balance, but he did not pay Lu Lin any mind. Ningyu did not ask for his beast souls. Although there were a lot of vines growing in the valley, as long as he had sacred blood wings, it would be easy for him to fly away. He could not see how the valley could trap him. Give me the dagger now, and you don't need to go inside, Ningyu said calmly. I do not want to give you my dagger, and I don't want to go inside either, Hansen replied. You can try to kill us all and run away, Ningyu said with a smile. Ningyu's words made the evolvers laugh. They all pointed their weapons at Hansen, indicating that they could take Hansen's life anytime. No one believed that Hansen could run away under the siege of 14 evolvers. In addition, Hansen's upper body was chained with the special Z-steel locks on his joints. Even an evolver could not get rid of this kind of locks. Only those strong evolvers with their fitness level around 80 could break free from the locks with their own strength. Young master, why do you have to kill me? If you resent me for killing your doppelganger, I could pay you. Hansen stared at Ningyu. If you have just crossed me, I will never try to kill you. Unfortunately, you gained something you shouldn't have. Give me the dagger or go in the valley, your pick, Ningyu said quietly. I choose to kill. Hansen shook his body and twisted in the weirdest angle. All the locks that were on his joints fell from his body. Hansen had been practicing Jade Skin for a long time and was better and better controlling his own body. Moving his bones and muscles, he felt the locks were completely useless on him. After removing the locks, Hansen quickly summoned the cursed wolf dagger and stabbed it at Ningyu. Ningyu did not look surprised. He summoned a slim sword and wielded it at Hansen. The 13 evolvers also summoned their own weapons and started to attack Hansen. If Hansen insisted to kill Ningyu with his dagger, he would be facing 13 weapons himself. Therefore, he had to go backward and wave his weapon at other people. The fitness level of Hansen was slightly weaker than the Sacred Blood evolvers. Although he could increase his strength and speed using Heresy Mantra and Overload, his original fitness was not improved. When cutting by the evolvers, he would still get hurt, which was why Hansen was still trying to dodge their attacks. This way, however, Hansen felt himself trapped. Even with Heresy Mantra and Overload and the Cursed Wolf Dagger, he still found it difficult to get rid of the evolvers. Hansen could not even hurt an individual or damage a single weapon. 13 different weapons came at Hansen continuously, leaving him at an absolute disadvantage. Hansen had to retreat into the valley. It was not because the 13 evolvers were strong, but because of Ningyu. The sword skills of Ningyu did not seem very impressive. Instead, it was somewhat irrational. Sometimes, the sword did not even come at Hansen, but toward empty space. However, it was exactly the sword skills that connected the attacks from the 13 people together, making it into a trap which Hansen could not run away from. Hansen did not even have an opportunity to fight back. Although he had a sharp weapon, he had to retreat again and again. Chapter 402, I Choose to Kill. The The sword skills called Ke focused on sacrificing oneself to complete other people's attack. The 13 evolvers were from different shelters and did not have much time to practice their collaboration. However, with Ningyu present, they were connected into one killing machine. Even Hansen could not find any cracks. Ningyu looked extremely calm. All his moves looked effortless, but followed some incredible rules. Although his attacks were not aggressive, he managed to turn the moves of the other 13 evolvers into a part of himself, forcing Hansen into the vines. Ningyu did not want to kill Hansen in the first place. He only wanted to see for himself the fights between Hansen and those incredibly strong creatures. Either Hansen killed the creature or got killed, his doubts would be answered. "Young master, do we really need to fight this out?" Hansen asked while retreating as he understood Ningyu's intentions. "If I am alone, I would be glad to be your friend and never hurt you." However, Ningyu said and never stopped his sword, forcing Hansen to touch the vines. "What a shame. I did not want to kill, but..." Hansen sighed and said. He was speaking his mind. Before figuring out the relationship between the Nings and the Hans, Hansen did not want to kill. However, he was left with no choice. Same as Ningyu, Hansen was the kind of person that would leave no mercy when he decided to kill. "Kill? You? You think you are good with that sharp dagger? That doesn't do anything. You are merely a beast trapped in a cage. Your life and death depends on our wish," exclaimed Lulin fiercely. "Is that right?" Hansen curled his lips. Watching the weapons coming at himself, he did not go further back, but pointed at Lulin. "Retreat." Ningyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Although there was no way that Hansen could block so many weapons, for some reason, Ningyu felt danger. As the weapons were about to reach Hansen's body, it was too late for Hansen to run away, and for the evolvers to take back their weapons. Despite Ningyu's command, his men could no longer stop themselves. A giant monster in jade armor that looked like the cross between a scorpion and a beast suddenly appeared next to Hansen, knocking away all the weapons about to hit Hansen. The weapons used by the Sacred Blood Evolvers were top-notch in First God Sanctuary, but none of them could hurt that monster. Instead, the Evolvers were knocked back. A pair of claws that looked like the sickles of the death crossed above Lulin's shoulders, sending his head into the air. Lulin's eyes were stared wide even after death, filled with terror. The fierce Super Golden Rock Worm King killed his way into the group. Its 4 wings buzzing, the Worm King danced with its 8 claws moving up and FD down. It was a true slaughter. Wearing super pet armor, the Super Golden Rock Worm King did not even look like something that belonged to First God Sanctuary. Even the Sacred Blood Evolvers could not hurt it. Instead, anywhere the Worm King went, limbs would fall and blood would jet out. In front of absolute strength, even the Ke sword skills were completely useless. At this point, the Super Golden Rock Worm King was even stronger than the turtle. After all, its speed and strength were the same as the turtle. And what the turtle was best at, defense, was not as strong as the pet armor. Paired with its flying ability and sharp claws, it was as easy as slaughtering a dog for the Golden Rock Worm King to kill the Sacred Blood Evolvers. There was no chance for the Evolvers to retreat as well. The path connecting the valley and outside was so narrow that only one man could pass at a time. In addition, their speed was far worse than the Golden Rock Worm King. As the group of people reached the path, a better half of them had already been killed by the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Only 3 men made it to the past. As tough as Ningyu, he felt shocked when seeing the Sacred Blood Evolvers that Starry Group took a lot of time and effort to cultivate slaughtered like this. What shook him even more was the existence of the Super Golden Rock Worm King. Could it be something beyond a sacred blood pet? Ningyu regarded the Worm King, which was too huge to enter the narrow path with complex emotions as he walked out of the path. Hansen quickly took the pet back and entered the path himself with the Cursed Wolf Dagger. There was no way he could let Ningyu run away like this. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload, Hansen's speed was much better than the 3 survivors. It only took him a moment to catch up with them. The 2 Sacred Blood Evolvers falling behind Ningyu tried to defend themselves, but there was no space for them to dodge in the narrow path. In addition, their weapons were slashed in half by the Cursed Wolf Dagger. Hearing 2 screams and seeing the blood, Ningyu knew that he was all alone, and Hansen was in his face immediately. Ningyu knew there was no way he could get out of here alive. After all his calculation, he did not expect Hansen to have such a frightening pet. Ningyu sighed and gave up, standing still and waiting for death to come. "Ningyu, what's so special in this valley?" Hansen asked, with his dagger on Ningyu's neck. "Just kill me. Don't ask." Ningyu did not move a muscle, not even opening his eyes. "It is not that easy to die either," Hansen said calmly. Suddenly, a beast soul was summoned and rushed to Ningyu. Ningyu's expression suddenly changed after he heard what Hansen said. He quickly opened his eyes and saw an ugly dark purple beast soul that looked like an alligator in his face. The beast soul did not pause and entered Ningyu's body. The giant creature sent itself into Hansen's chest with ease. Ningyu felt his whole body was stabbed and impaled, like someone was slicing his muscle. However, that feeling only lasted for a second. Shortly, the ugly beast soul came out of Ningyu's body and curled up next to Hansen, its spooky eyes fixed on Ningyu. Chapter 403, Nine Life Cat. For some reason. Ningyu started to shiver when watched by the ugly beast soul. It felt like his soul was shaking. Without hesitation, Ningyu turned his sword around and stabbed it at his own chest, trying to kill himself. Roar! The ugly beast soul opened its mouth. Suddenly, Ningyu lost the control of his body. He spread his hands and dropped the sword on the ground. Watching Ningyu, who as pale as a sheet of paper, Hansen said quietly, "I told you that it is not that easy to die. Answer a few questions, then maybe I will let you die." "What beast soul is that?" Ningyu coughed but did not answer Hansen's question. "Aqua Reaper, a parasite beast soul," Hansen said. Hansen had been looking for the information on beast soul parasites on the Skynet, but he failed to find any. After doing a lot of tests, he finally understood how the beast soul parasite is used. The Aqua Reaper could inhabit on any creature or man and share its or his life. At this point, Ningyu's life no longer belonged to himself, as the Aqua Reaper could also control his body. How much control it had depended on how much strength the beast soul and its host had respectively. There was no doubt that the Aqua Reaper as a super beast soul was much stronger than Ningyu. Therefore, the Aqua Reaper naturally had the priority to control Ningyu's body. Ningyu's moves and even thoughts could be sensed by the Aqua Reaper and sent to Hansen. Therefore, Hansen could tell partially what Ningyu was thinking. The beast soul parasite also had its shortcoming. If its strength was weaker than its host, it would be controlled by the host in turn. Of course, if the host was stronger than the parasite or as strong as the beast soul parasite initially, it would be difficult for the beast soul parasites to inhabit on the host if the host resisted it. Once it settled down, the beast soul parasite would start to absorb the strength of the host's body. The stronger Ningyu got, the Aqua Reaper would also grow with him. It would be difficult for Ningyu to ever get rid of the Aqua Reaper. In First God's Sanctuary, Hansen did not think there was any human who could be stronger than a super beast soul, so inhabitation would almost always be successful unless the host was a super evolver. So far, in First God's Sanctuary, there was no such person. Hansen had not even maxed out on super geno points himself. Hansen asked a few more questions, but Ningyu answered none. Using the Aqua Reaper, Hansen only got very limited information. Ningyu's will was too strong. What a man. It is so impressive that he had such strong will. Hansen gazed at Ningyu and met his eyes. "Kill me. It is impossible that you get anything you want from me," Ningyu said calmly. "Ningyu, do you recognize this?" Hansen realized that ordinary questions could not shake Ningyu's will. He pondered, took out the red crystal pendant that looked like a cat or fox, and showed it to Ningyu. The moment Ningyu saw the pendant, his expression suddenly changed. From what the Aqua Reaper had read from Ningyu's mind, Hansen heard crazy exclamation, "Nine Life Cat." How could it be the Nine Life Cat? It is impossible. I have investigated into your background. There is no way that you are the offspring of Instructor Han. Watching the red pendant in Hansen's hand, Ningyu spoke. Why is it impossible? Seeing that Ningyu's guard was down, Hansen asked immediately. Ningyu seemed to be dazed by Hansen's question. A long while later, he suddenly stammered, "Yes, you should be his offspring." "Yes, you are. Otherwise, how could you be so strong?" "And how could you?" Ningyu suddenly looked up at Hansen with a complicated look. "If you showed me the Nine Life Cat earlier, we would never end up this way. Instructor Han is a benefactor of the Nings. If I knew earlier that you are his descendant, I would never dare to disrespect you." Hansen snorted and said, "Even if he had saved the Nings, it was a long time ago. If I don't have the strength to defend myself, I don't think you would mind killing me." Ningyu shook his head and said, "We have a family instruction saying that if we meet any descendant of Instructor Han, we have to treat the person as a benefactor. The Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to you." Hansen was very surprised. He could sense what Ningyu was thinking with the Aqua Reaper. Hansen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. However, Hansen could not ask why the Nings would never dare to be disrespectful to the descendant of Instructor Han. If he had asked that, Ningyu would probably question whether he was really related to Instructor Han. In that case, Hansen would not be able to get more information from him. And Hansen was not so sure that he was actually related to Instructor Han. After all, the whole thing was rather strange. With the Ning's power, there was no way that they never found out the great-grandfather of Hansen was the same Han Jingji as Instructor Han. Hansen was wondering himself whether the two were the same person. After all, they did not seem to be of the same age. As Hansen was wondering what question he should ask, Ningyu smiled wryly and continued to say, "If I knew you were related to Instructor Han, I would never have spent so much effort and lost all the good men the Nings cultivated. It is just so predictable that someone of the Hans could kill those strong creatures." "It seems that you know a lot about what happened in the past," Hansen responded. He wished that Ningyu could continue to speak. When it came to someone like Ningyu, if he did not want to tell you something, you would not be able to get half a word, even if you killed him. The old people in the family were reluctant to talk about what happened in the past. I don't know a lot, but since Instructor Han was a benefactor to my ancestors, we have a family instruction that was passed down from previous generations to never forget about the favor. That's the only reason that I know about it. Ningyu sighed and said, I have heard a lot about Instructor Han's deeds since I was a kid. I have always wanted to become someone like him and repay him. I never expected to antagonize his descendant before I thanked the Hans. Oh, tell me about it. What did the Ning say about him? Hansen asked, trying to learn more about the past. Ningyu did not try to hide anything and started to talk. However, the deeds of Instructor Han Ningyu mentioned made Hansen feel utterly surprised. He could not believe that he had such a person as great-grandfather. Chapter 404, Early Days. The Secret Service were the first men who ever used the teleport technology. The very first who came to God's Sanctuary were not Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings, but ordinary crew members. After they arrived at God's Sanctuary, they found something and had a few accidents. Only 2 persons made it back to the Alliance. Those 2 persons reported what they found on the other end, which made everyone overjoyed. Very soon, the second unit was sent through the same way. This time, the personnel dispatched were no longer ordinary crew members, but a unit made up of elite. There were 11 in total, which included the instructor of the Blue Blood Special Force, Instructor Han. That unit was Unit 7. The unit stayed in God's Sanctuary for less than 7 days. Less than half of them made it to the Alliance, which included Han Jingji and the ancestor of the Nings. After teleporting back, they were investigated respectively. No one knew what was asked and answered. However, since then, the experiments were no longer conducted with human beings. Instead, the teleport device was redesigned. A few years later, the modern teleport device was invented and the news about God's Sanctuary was published. The survivors of Unit 7 all died in a weird way shortly after they returned. Before they died, maybe it was for the surveillance on them, they did not say much about what had happened in God's Sanctuary. However, they still left some messages. For example, the ancestor of the Ning said to his family that Han Jingji had saved the unit from a monster and described Han Jingji as a true Qigong master. In his words, Han Jingji was a superhero. The 9-life cat was Han Jingji's belonging. Han Jingji was always taking it with him, so everyone in Unit 7 knew about the 9-life cat. Because he was under the surveillance of the Alliance, the ancestor of the Nings did not say much in the first place, and less was passed on to the younger generations. After the ancestor died, the Alliance loosened its control on the Nings. At that time, they found the hidden messages left by the ancestor and learned some things. The Nings did not know much, and Ningyu knew even less. That was basically all he could tell. From the Aqua Reaper, Hansen knew that Ningyu was telling the truth. The Nings were indeed thankful to Han Jingji, and to some extent, they feared him. After all, the ancestor of the Nings described Han Jingji as a very strong Qigong master, which made the Nings terrified of the guy. You have looked into my background, so you should know about the acquisition of my family business by Starry Group. Why have you targeted us? Hansen stared at Ningyu and asked. Han Jingji's deeds were ancient history, but he had to know about his father's death. Ningyu paused and said, You are not saying that my family murdered your father? Whether you believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that there is nothing of the sort. To be blunt, Starry Group had too many means to acquire your family business that did not involve killing. In addition, if it was my family that killed your father, my brother would have killed you as soon as he saw you the shelter. No one would let the son of his victim hang around. Hansen frowned slightly. In fact, what Ningyu said was what had always puzzled him. Son of Heaven had looked into his background a long time ago. If Starry Group had murdered his father, there was no way that Son of Heaven would let him live. After all, it was a piece of cake for Son of Heaven to kill him at the time. Why did the Nings acquire my family business? Hansen asked again. I have reviewed the materials carefully. The business decision was made mainly because your factory was producing several types of alloy more efficiently than the Starry Group. All the procedures of the acquisition were in compliance. Although we had some difficulties in the middle, because of your father's accident, everything became smooth. We did not even need to use the agenda that we had prepared. Ningyu continued, however, your father's accident had nothing to do with Starry Group. Even the manager who was in charge of the acquisition felt surprised about your father's accident. However, even without the accident, Starry Group had prepared a lot of financial means to acquire your family business. If Starry Group needed to kill someone for such a small acquisition, then it will have nothing to do all day but murder. Ningyu paused and said, I'm not saying this to beg for my life. It is simply something that we are not responsible for. Hansen frowned at Ningyu for a while, pointed to the vines and flower, and asked, What is that about? The giant flower and its vines are a strong creature. Initially, I wanted to force you fight it. If you manage to kill it, I could take the opportunity and gain its body. However, if you are killed, I would be able to get rid of a huge threat and learn more about the creature, said Ningyu. Hansen looked at the flower and vines again with interest and asked Ningyu with his eyes squinted, "Do you want to live? Do you dare to let me live?" asked Ningyu. "This is number 107. Your family SH. We'll know a lot of places like this. Give me the information and I will let you go," Hansen said. Okay. Ningyu did not even ask whether Hansen would let him go after receiving the information before telling Hansen all the locations. This information was what Hansen needed the most. Only when he maxed out on Super Geno points could he evolve. If he were to rely on himself, it depended a lot on luck whether he could find a super creature. With the information accumulated by the Nings for generations, Hansen could easily locate the super creatures. You can go. Hansen commanded the Aqua Reaper to loosen the control on Ningyu. However, the Aqua Reaper was still inhabiting on Ningyu. Unless Ningyu's strength surpassed the Aqua Reaper, Hansen could still order the Aqua Reaper to control Ningyu to commit suicide from 1,000 miles away. Ningyu was dazed. He did not expect Hansen to let him go for real. Momentarily, Ningyu knew what Hansen was thinking but did not react. All he said was, the offspring of Instructor Han would only be a friend of the Nings and never an enemy. Ningyu turned to leave without explanation. Chapter 405, The Power of Angel. If Starry Group did not do it, how can I explain my father's accident? Hansen felt puzzled. Although Ningyu must still be hiding something and could not be trusted completely, he could not have lied because of the Aqua Reaper. In addition, before the accident, his father did ask them to find the Nings, which meant the Nings were unlikely to be responsible for the accident. It also seemed that Hansen's father already knew something was going to happen. However, under that kind of circumstances, even if the Nings were not behind the accident, would they help us because of a favor that long ago? Is my father such a gambler? Unless... Coldness flashed in Hansen's eyes. Unless the people behind the accident are the enemies of the Nings, and the Nings would antagonize them anyway. Although Hansen had guessed something, it was difficult for him to find out more. The reason he did not kill Ningyu was that he wished he could use this connection to get more clues. With the Aqua Reaper on Ningyu's body, Hansen could decide the life and death of Ningyu. Meanwhile, Hansen could learn a lot of information from him. For Hansen, Ningyu was more valuable living than dead. Hansen turned his eyes to the giant flower and vines in the valley. He did not mean to take the risks himself. Hansen raised his hand and summoned the Holy Angel. He had always been wondering how strong Holy Angel was, and this was the perfect opportunity. At Hansen's command, the Holy Angel quickly transformed. Her armor, hair, and eyes all turned golden. Flapping her golden wings, she flew toward the giant flower. Her speed was not fast. The moment she reached the vines, all the vines in the valley started to shake. Hundreds of vines as thick as arms swept over at her at an incredible speed. Holy Angel suddenly moved. She flapped her wings hard, and the hundreds of vines suddenly looked slow in comparison as the gorgeous figure flashed across. As the Holy Angel brushed by the vines, they broke one by one. The giant flower quickly shrank and made spooky noises. The remaining vines started to shake and came at her again like the chains of death. However, that was completely useless. As the Holy Angel flew by, she waved her hand, and the vines were cut off as if they were grass. Instantaneously, the Holy Angel had made her way to the flower with ease. The flower suddenly turned into the mouth of a beast with fangs bared. It quickly swallowed the Holy Angel that was approaching. Hansen regretted that he did not put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel. After all, this was very likely to be a super creature. If the Holy Angel who had just evolved was swallowed like this, it would be a gigantic loss for Hansen. In addition to being a super pet, such a pretty humanoid pet was extremely valuable itself. As Hansen was regretting, he suddenly saw the flower split from the middle. The gorgeous figure came out of the flower as regal as a queen. Her body was not even colored by the gushing blood. Super creature Purgatory Flower killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Surprisingly, the voice sounded in Hansen's mind, making him feel emotional. Back in the days, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, while now even his pet could kill a super creature like killing an ant, which made Hansen felt unreal. Amazing. Truly amazing. This girl is even more incredible than the Golden Rock Worm King, which is also a super pet. Hansen did not come back to himself until the Holy Angel returned to him. He hugged her in excitement and was about to kiss her on her cheeks. Hansen did not have any lewd thoughts. It was just an unconscious move. However, although the Holy Angel let Hansen hug her, she raised her hand to Hansen's lips, so Hansen only kissed her cold armor. Hansen was dazed and looked at her gorgeous face, which was completely emotionless. Hansen frowned and took back the Holy Angel. Walking deeper into the valley, Hansen saw a basketball-sized green crystal, which was the life essence of the disappeared Purgatory Flower. Hansen took the crystal up and started to lick. The cool liquid turned into a coolness and filled Hansen's body as he drank. Hansen felt like his whole body was cleansed. Life essence of purgatory flower consumed. 1 super Geno point gained. Shortly, Hansen heard the exciting voice, which drove him to lick the life essence harder. After consuming the entire piece of life essence, Hansen had acquired 8 more super Geno points. At this point, he had 68 super Geno points in total. Although Hansen had not been to a test center for a while, he estimated that his fitness index should be approaching 30, which was the same as a Sacred Blood Evolver. Before Hansen even maxed out on the super Geno points, he had already come close to this number. Hansen was really looking forward to gaining his super body in the evolution pool. At that point, his body must become incredibly strong. If you come too late, you would not even be a worthy enemy, let alone friend. Hansen suddenly thought of what Son of Heaven said and smiled. Although Son of Heaven evolved earlier, it was not easy for him to get his fitness index over 100. In comparison, according to the speed at which Hansen was improving, when he maxed out on super Geno points and entered Second God's Sanctuary, all he needed to do was to acquire some random Geno points to be over 100 in fitness index. An evolver with the fitness index over 100 would be considered a top evolver anywhere. And for Hansen, that was already within his reach. Chapter 406, Special Assignment. Hansen summoned the Golden Growler and had an even better same experience than driving a top sports car. As the mount ran, Hansen felt the objects next to him were going back like a blur. In addition, on the Golden Growler's back, Hansen felt absolutely no bumps. Within less than an hour, Hansen had already returned to Steel Armor Shelter. This trip would have taken him 1 or 2 days before, and this was not even the full speed of the Golden Growler. Hansen was overjoyed. With the speed of the Golden Growler and the locations of the super creatures that he learned from Ningyu, he could easily kill a lot of super creatures in a short amount of time, so that he could evolve as fast as possible. Although Hansen wanted to hunt the super creatures on the back of Golden Growler immediately, he held back his urge. Before long, he would have to take a graduation test. There was also a decision to be made on his military rank and position. These all had a tremendous influence on Hansen's future, so Hansen planned to max out on his super Geno points during the break before he served in the military and after graduation. After returning to the shelter, Hansen contacted Lin Beifeng as he had promised to sell Lin Beifeng the Phantom Ant Armor, which he no longer needed. Lin Beifeng was overjoyed getting his hands on the Phantom Ant Armor. It would still be 2 to 3 years before he maxed out on Sacred Blood Geno points, so he could use the armor for a long time. The practical reasons notwithstanding, Lin Beifeng was happy with how it looked anyways. Hansen did not take cash from Lin Beifeng, but asked Lin Beifeng to collect some Sacred Blood meat so that Hansen could fill up his Sacred Blood Geno points, which he now had 85. Currently, Hansen had no time to hunt Sacred Blood creatures, given how much he had on his plate. Lin Beifeng could not collect so much Sacred Blood meat on such short notice. However, Hansen was not in a hurry and asked Lin Beifeng to give him the meat when Lin Beifeng had it. Hansen had to prepare for tea. He graduation test and other procedures, so he would to stay in Steel Armor Shelter for a while. That phoenix-like creature is the closest to Steel Armor Shelter. I will kill it when I have time. If I put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel, she should be able to resist the flames. If I could have a beast soul from that creature, then it will be so good. Hansen thought to himself. When Hansen returned to Blackhawk, his roommates were all in the dormitory. It was rare that none of them was in God's Sanctuary, so they went to the cafeteria to hang out. They had agreed beforehand that none of the guys could bring a +1. Hansen, where do you plan to go after graduation? Shi Jikong asked Hansen with one arm throwing around Hansen's shoulders, tipsy. I will let the AI decide for me, Hansen said helplessly. Although Hansen wanted to serve on the warship where Ji Yanran was, even if he had to be just a soldier, he could not even find out which warship Ji Yanran was on. Hansen did not plan to have a career in the military, so it did not matter where he went if he could not see Ji Yanran, as long as he was not sent to the front to become cannon fodder. Even if he was sent to the front, he was still an elite who graduated from military school, so he would still be an officer instead of a common soldier. In addition, he was the head of the special squad, which would also be taken into consideration by the AI. Of course, he could use connections to decide on the exact position he served. However, that did not mean much to Hansen and would take some effort. The roommates were talking and laughing, chatting about their dreams and ambitions. They didn't return to the dormitory until midnight. Hansen rarely had time to enjoy school life. In these days, he was focused on learning theoretical knowledge as well as the ancient language. To learn the ancient language seemed easy. However, if he were to really understand the meaning of Dongshan Sutra, it would take him a lot of time and energy. Hansen did not feel like it was a tough mission. He was so curious about Dongshan Sutra. A martial art that allowed a human being to break the vacuum with his own body and teleport to God's sanctuary sounded like a fairy tale to him. Even in such an era when martial arts had been highly developed, none of the demigods dared to say they could tear apart the vacuum with their own body. If I could practice Dongshan Sutra, no one in the alliance would be my match. I don't even need to be as good as Dongshan. If I am half as good as him, I would be invincible in the alliance still. Even demigods meant nothing to me. Every time Hansen had such thoughts, his blood would start boiling, which motivated him to learn the archaic characters. Fortunately, as the genes of mankind were highly developed these days, everyone had stronger brains than previous generations. Many unevolved persons with their geno points maxed out had strong memory skills. Andy Hansen was especially outstanding. It did not take him much effort to learn. It took patience to learn the ancient language. But once he mastered the language, he could actually read Dongshan Sutra. Hansen enjoyed a few days without hunting and killing. All he did was teleporting to the shelter to enjoy the sacred blood meat Lin Beifeng sent him and studying at Blackhawk. Soon, it was time for the graduation test. Although Hansen had controlled his strength very well, he was still the absolute #1 in the test and became a major in the military. Each military school only had a few quotas for that kind of honor. However, based on Hansen's grades and his contribution to the school, his rank was well-deserved. In 48 hours, the AI would make a decision about his assignment. Brother Han, I'm sorry. When it was time for Hansen to check where he was assigned, Wang Mengmeng came to him with her head bowed. Hansen felt she did not dare to look at him. Her voice was so low that Hansen could barely tell what she was saying. What's wrong? Hansen smiled and rubbed Wang Mengmeng's head. Although Wang Mengmeng was 20 years old, Hansen felt she was still a little girl. Brother Han, I'm sorry. I used my connections to assign you to the Warframe Force where I'm about to go to without your consent. Brother, I'm so sorry. Wang Mengmeng was basically whispering. Her face was red, and she was avoiding eye contact. That's no big deal. The Warframe Force that you will go to is definitely a good one. I probably should thank you for that, said Hansen, searching for his assignment information. However, the information shown on the display made Hansen pause. Chapter 407, Daphne. Sister, is the Warframe Force you're going to join called Daphne? Hansen looked at the information AI displayed incredulously. Daphne? We're supposed to go to the Royal Warframe Force. Wang Mengmeng looked at the display without doubt and was also shocked by the information. It clearly said that Hansen was assigned to the cookhouse of Warship Daphne. So strange. Did they make a mistake? Wang Mengmeng became anxious and dialed a number with her comlink. Shortly, Wang Mengmeng had an odd look on her face. Who did this? Hansen asked calmly. The information displayed was very weird. It did not tell him about the exact location or even the number of the troops. All he knew was that he was going to serve at the cookhouse of a warship called Daphne. A major who graduated from a military school was assigned to a cookhouse. That was rare but possible. However, it was only possible for the several top warships in the Alliance, which did not include Daphne. Hansen would not believe it if no one had tempered his assignment. I don't know. The connections I used were not able to do anything. Your assignment was decided by the central AI. No one could change it without top authority. Wang Mengmeng suddenly stared her eyes wide and looked at him. Brother, did you ask anyone to do this? If it were me, I would not have asked you who it was. Hansen pondered and asked, is it possible for me to find out who did this? Wang Mengmeng shook her head, looking confused, and said, we do not have enough authority to access that information. However, only a few people would be able to do this. Is it possible that Starry Group was behind it? Hansen asked again. That is unlikely. Although the Nings had some influence in the military, they would not have such high authority. And we would be able to know it if it were them. Wang Mengmeng shook her head and said, then there is no need to think about it. I'm okay with any post. If someone wanted me to go there, I'll go have a look. Hansen had a relaxed attitude about it, since he would not be able to resist someone who could pull this anyway. In addition, the authorities of the Alliance were always law-abiding. He did not worry that anyone would harm him. Even the cookhouse needs a major. I wonder what kind of place Daphne is. Hansen even felt expectant. He still had 3 months before registering at his assigned post. Hansen planned to utilize the period of time to max out his super geno points. It would be ideal if he could evolve before serving in the military. Fortunately, Hansen was only 3 sacred blood geno points away from maxing out, thanks to the meat Lin Beifeng provided him with. During the 3 months, Hansen could choose to stay in Blackhawk or go home. The roommates of 304 had a last supper with Wang Mengmeng and her friends. Everyone was feeling a bit sentimental. In the end, they went to a holographic karaoke. Shi Jikong sang a song called The Brother Who Shared My Bunk Bed, which made the girls wet their eyes. Brothers, our time had just begun. On the way to conquer the universe, we will meet again. When we see each other, I hope you will still remember my face, because everywhere else of my body would be decorated with medals. Zhang Yang jumped on the table and exclaimed in the microphone. All Han Sen remembered was that he had a lot to drink, and so did everyone else. In the end, they hugged each other, shouting and jumping, singing the song called My Future Is Not a Dream. Han Sen did not remember much other than that. Although he was able to stay sober using jade skin, Han Sen chose not to do that. Sometimes he did not need to be sober in life, and this was one of those times. I know my future is not a dream. I care for each minute. My future is not a dream. My heart beats with hope. When Han Sen left Black Hawk, he did not tell any of his friends, but walked out of the gate alone, looking back to the place where he had studied and lived for 4 years. Even Han Sen felt emotional. The sadness of leaving and the eagerness of reuniting with his family made it hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. My life has just begun. Han Sen Tur. Ned and left, walking into the space harbor and boarded the spaceship that was going to take him back home. There was no place like home. Han Sen felt the saying was so true, as the days he spent at home were the most comfortable in years. Eating and chatting with his mother and sister, watching games with Zhang Danfeng, Han Sen felt on top of the world. There were some people in the world that could still be the most intimate ones in his life despite the longest separation. Initially, Han Sen was worried that the Nings would look for trouble, but they did nothing. Han Sen had been using the Aqua Reaper to watch Ningyu and had some ideas about what the Nings were doing. After learning about the relationship between Han Sen and Instructor Han, the entire clan were surprised. They only did some investigation and forbade anyone to mess with the Hans. Han Sen was very curious what Instructor Han did back in the days to make the Nings terrified of him until now. 13 sacred blood evolvers were not easy to cultivate even for a large corporation such as Starry Group. They must have spent a lot of money and effort on it. The disappearance of 13 good fighters did not even make the Nings retaliate. They even asked everyone to avoid conflicts with Han Sen, which made Han Sen feel quite surprised. However, Han Sen also felt more at ease. At least he did not need to worry about the safety of his family when he hunted super creatures in God's sanctuary. The first target was naturally the Firebird on the Snow Mountain. Before leaving, Han Sen still made a lot of preparation. He had to max out his super Geno points as much as possible before registering at Daphne, which would take more than just the Firebird. Little birdie, here I come. Han Sen set out on his way riding the Golden Growler, feeling quite excited. When there was no one around, Han Sen commanded Golden Growler to turn into its largest form and run at full speed. Han Sen could not even begin to describe how fast it was. Each step it took would bring Han Sen 50 feet closer to his destination. Han Sen felt the Golden Growler was some kind of ancient monster. With the Golden Growler, Han Sen was confident that he could hunt a lot of super creatures within 3 months. Otherwise, it would take him a lot of time to just travel. Chapter 408. Iron Fist Demigod. The White Sand Desert looked desolate and dismal under the moonlight. Occasionally, some howling could be heard. The firewood was crackling. Next to the fire, Han Sen was barbecuing some meat with the bony fish Arrow as the skewer. Meowth was lying on Han Sen's legs in its untransformed state, its eyes fixed on the sizzling barbecue, trying to reach out its paw at times. However, it seemed to fear the fire and quickly withdrew its paw. Don't hurry. It will be ready very soon. Han Sen was amused by Meowth. Initially, Han Sen was going to hunt the phoenix-like creature, but he had only been there once. Last time he was here, they went to the carbonized tree first and then found the snow mountain. However, when Han Sen reached the area, he did not see any burned tree or other familiar signs. Then he had to look for the snow mountain according to his vague memory. After an entire day of searching, he did not spot any mountains. He had to rest for the night and continue the next day. When the barbecue was ready, Han Sen gave half of it to Meowth. As the man and the cat were enjoying themselves, messy hoofbeats came from afar and became louder and louder. Han Sen heard people talking as well. Fire. There is fire. It looks like someone is over there. Han Sen looked up and saw 4 mounts coming his way. On the back of the mounts were 2 men and 2 women. Judging from the mounts and their armor, they were not ordinary people. Whoever dares to come to the Devil Desert should be extraordinary anyways. Han Sen took a look and bowed his head, enjoying the barbecue with Meowth. The 4 rides quickly came close to Han's Senator after seeing Han Sen. They looked excited and got off their mounts, walking toward the fire. A young man with thick eyebrows like caterpillars asked, "Friend, can you sell us some of your water?" The other 2 women and 1 man stared at the water bags next to Han Sen, licking their dried-up lips. It was easy to find food with lots of creatures around in the desert. However, water was rare. Although the blood of the creatures could provide some liquid, but it was like seawater. The more you drank, the thirstier you would get. The group of people had been lost in the Devil Desert for a month, and it was the first time they saw someone. The first thing they were asking was not the way out, but water. The 4 knew very well that no ordinary guy dared to enter Devil Desert, so they never thought of robbing Han's Senator. In addition, they still needed to ask the man how to go out, which was why the young man with thick eyebrows named Jia Changfeng was being very polite. Without speaking, Han Sen threw the bag of water at Jia Changfeng and continued to eat. Thanks so much. Jia Changfeng was overjoyed. Initially, he planned to pay a lot for the water. They were in a desert after all, where water meant life. Jia Changfeng did not expect the guy to be so generous. Don't. Jia Changfeng took the water back and was about to share it with the rest. The other guy, who was thin, stopped them. He then took out some test paper and dipped it into the water to see if it was poisoned. When he saw the result, the thin guy named Xiao Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief and let everyone drink. Friend, thank you. How shall I call you? After Xiao Lingfeng drank some water, he asked. Han Sen, replied Han Sen, caressing Meowth on his laps. Xiao Lingfeng searched that name in his memory, and it did not ring a bell. Xiao Lingfeng continued to ask, Friend, do you know how to get out of the desert? If you could take us out, I can paw. Why you will? The payment is unnecessary. I need to hunt here, so I'm not going out. Follow that direction and you could get out of the desert in 3 to 4 days, Han Sen said, pointing at a direction. Friend, if you are willing to lead the way, I can pay you a sacred blood beast soul, Xiao Lingfeng said. Han Sen did not look at Xiao Lingfeng, but fed a piece of barbecued to Meowth. Even without thinking, Han Sen knew that Xiao Lingfeng was afraid Han Sen was giving them a wrong direction. It was okay to be wary, but Xiao Lingfeng seemed to be too nervous and have poor judgment about people. Han Sen did not want to bother to talk to him. A sacred blood beast soul was valuable, but Han Sen did not want to waste his time on a beast soul that would mean nothing to him. Seeing Han Sen was unimpressed, both Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Changfeng were surprised. The two girls also looked to Han Sen, feeling incredulous. A sacred blood beast soul was always a treasure. Even they themselves could not stay so calm in front of a sacred blood beast soul. All Han Sen needed to do for the beast soul was to lead the way, but Han Sen was not considering the option at all. He even seemed to have a look of contempt on his face, which made them regard Han Sen more carefully. The name Han Sen was well known, but only in military schools and steel armor shelter. Among the aristocrats, few people knew about him. Obviously, Xiao Lingfeng and Jia Changfeng were not from steel armor shelter, so they had never heard about Han Sen. The 4 people looked Han Sen up and down for a while, but none recognized Han Sen's origin. Friend, have you heard about Iron Fist Demigod? Jia Changfeng and Xiao Lingfeng exchanged a look, and the latter asked Han Sr. Jia Sadeo? Han Sen looked at Xiao Lingfeng in surprise. Iron Fist Demigod was quite famous as one of the oldest demigods. Rumor has it that the Jias had the heritage of martial arts and was great at fist skills. Iron Fist of the Jias was said to be the best Hyper-Geno art in fist skills. Han Sen did not know if that claim was true, but Jia Sadeo used those skills to gain his demigod status, which made his family and skills known in the entire alliance. Jia Sadeo did not become a politician, but started a business of martial hall to teach students. Different from Ares Martial Hall, which took everyone in, all the students of the martial hall run by the Jias were children of prominent families and politicians. His name is Jia Changfeng, and Jia Sadeo is his grandfather. Lead the way for us and we can make sure you join the Iron Fist Martial Hall. Iron Fist Demigod will instruct you himself, said Xiao Lingfeng, pointing at Jia Changfeng. Chapter 409. Not interested. Being able to be instructed by Jia Sadeo himself was the dream of many among the celebrities and aristocrats. However, Han Sen was not really interested in it. If it was before, Han Sen would consider it. Jia Sadeo was a demigod after all, and Iron Fist was one of the most well-known Hyper-Geno arts. However, since he got his hands on Dongxian Sutra, Han Sen had been studying the ancient language. Although he still did not understand everything, the parts that he understood made him overjoyed. Rather than wasting his time on learning Iron Fist, Han Sen would rather spend his time on the ancient language. If he could understand Dongxian Sutra, it would be very easy for him to become a demigod himself. However strong Iron Fist was, it could never make him tear the vacuum apart, let alone teleport to God's sanctuary using his own body. I thank you for that. But I really have my own thing to do. I think you should leave on your own, Han Sen spread his hands and said. The 4 were even more surprised hearing Han Sen's words. They did not understand someone would turn down the offer to become a student of a demigod. Friend, maybe you don't believe me. That is okay. I will teach you some skills in Iron Fist right now. How about you lead the way after learning? Jia Changfeng thought about it and decided that Han Sen must think they were lying, which was the only explanation for him being dismissive. Han Sen was speechless, as he was really not interested in learning Iron Fist. However, since the group of people did not mean him harm, Han Sen did not want to let them down. He asked Jia Changfeng, on your way here, have you seen a snow mountain? I'm looking for that mountain, and if you could take me to find it, I could take you out after finishing my business. Jia Changfeng was dazed, and then understood that Han Sen was sincerely not interested in learning Iron Fist. He blushed. Snow Mountain, are you talking about that one? Hearing Han Sen's words, one of the girls suddenly looked at him and asked, "Are you talking about a large mountain with only its top covered in snow?" "Yes. Did you see it?" Han Sen was overjoyed. He was only trying his luck, because if they had approached the mountain and ran into the fire bird, it was very unlikely that they could survive. "We did see it, but there were some strong creatures nearby, and we did not dare to approach," said the girl. "That is great. If you take me there, we could go out together after I finish my thing," said Han Sen hastily. "Friend, you're not trying to hunt those evil goblins? I think you should forget about it. There are at least 1,000 of them, among which at least 20 are mutant and 1 is sacred blood. Such a group would take more than just a few people, not to mention you are all alone," said Xiao Lingfeng. Han Sen frowned. Last time he was there he did not see any other creatures. However, according to the 4, there were also a group with a sacred blood king. It was the same for Han Sen either way. He would be happy to see a group of creatures there since he still needed 3 more sacred blood Geno points. "If you're willing to take me there, I will be very gratified. If not, you could show me the direction and I will be equally grateful." Han Sen did not want to go together with the group. Although their mounts were good, compared to the Golden Growler, they would be too slow. It would be a waste of time for him to slow down for these people. "We could take you there, but do you have enough water for all of us to get out of the desert?" After some discussion, Jia Changfeng asked Han Sr. "Water is sufficient." Han Sen patted the water bags piling up next to him. He had brought a lot of water because he planned to go to one of the locations Ning Yu told him directly after killing the firebird. Since Han Sen had enough water, the group of 4 felt relaxed. After resting for a night, they were about to set out on the road the next morning. "Friend, you have so many luggage. It must have taken you several mounts to bring all of this with you, right?" Xiao Lingfeng asked, seeing all the things Han Sen had brought. "Just one," Han Sen said, and summoned the Golden Growler. He did not want to scare the group and used the smallest form of the lion, which was the size of an elephant. What a magnificent mount! They were still surprised by the Golden Growler. Han Sen smiled and did not speak. He lifted everything to the back of the Golden Growler and mounted the lion himself. The 5 of them started to travel. Because the group of 4 only had 1 sacred blood mount and the other 3 were mutant, their speed was not that great. Feeling upset, Han Sen had to control the speed of the Golden Growler to follow the group. Fortunately, the location of the snow mountain was not that far. It only took them 1 day to get there, which was why Han Sen was not too worried about time. Han Sen got to know the group of 4 a little better. Jia Changfeng was the grandson of Jia Sadeo. Xiao Lingfeng was a student of Jia Sadeo. As for the 2 girls, the plump one was named Jia Yan, and the slim one was named Xiao Wei. Jia Yan was Jia Changfeng's younger sister or cousin, and Xiao Wei was Xiao Lingfeng's older sister. "Han Sen, your mount must be a sacred blood beast soul?" Jia Yan rode next to Han Sen on a mutant antelope beast, asking curiously while checking out the Golden Growler. "Yes," replied Han Sen casually. "You must be from a prominent family to have such a mount. How come I have never heard of you before?" Jia Yan asked, blinking. "I am from an ordinary family instead of a famous or aristocratic one. I'm just luckier than others." Han Sen was speaking his mind. Although he was hardworking, his success was largely due to his luck. Hearing that Han Sen was not from a prominent family, Jia Yan was even more curious and asked, "Then why are you not interested in becoming the student of my grandfather? Don't you know what it means to be a student of Iron Fist Demigod?" The other 3 also listened carefully, wanting to know why Han Sen would turn down an offer like that. "I am a free spirit and do not like to go by the rules. If I piss your grandfather off and get my ass kicked, it will do me no good," Han Sen answered with a smile. "You're funny," Ji Yanran grinned, hearing Han Sen's words. Because Han Sen was easygoing and they were all of the same age, they quickly started to chat as they marched toward the destination. "Look, it's right there." After traveling for a day, Jia Yan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a mountain far away. Han Sen had much better eyesight than Jia Yan. In fact, he had seen that mountain a long time ago. However, Han Sen frowned because the mountain looked different from the one he remembered. Chapter 410, Evil Goblins. Although this mountain was also covered with snow on the top, but it was much higher and steeper than the one Han Sen remembered. Where the firebird was seemed to be a volcano, while this one was much rockier. Is it a mistake? Han Sen felt upset because he wasted all day and ended up in a wrong place. "We can't go any farther. It is the habitat of the evil goblins in front of us." Jia Changfeng was leading the way stopped and asked everyone to pause. Han Sen got off the back of the Golden Growler, climbed up a dune with the rest and looked toward the mountain. The mountain was arid. No plants were growing on it. Even in the desert, it was still an uncommon scene. Different from the white sand in the desert, the rocks on the mountain were black. Only the top of the mountain was covered in white snow. On the black mountain walls, there were many thickly dotted holes, which would make a person with trypophobia vomit. There were many red centipedes as thick as arms climbing out of the holes. The centipedes were about 6 feet long and looked extremely ugly, crawling around on the mountain walls. Han Sen took a closer look at them. Although they looked like centipedes, they had a triangular head on each end of their body which was made of red bones. Connecting each bone was a pair of red hands with only 3 fingers. As they moved, the small hands were moving like the feet of centipedes, which was creepy to look at. Some of the holes on the mountain were especially wide, about 3 feet in diameter. Han Sen was staring at a big hole and saw a giant evil goblin slithering out of it. The evil goblin was as thick as a barrel and more than 30 feet long. A part of its body was still in the hole, so Han Sen could not tell how large it actually was. The giant evil goblin twisted its body on the mountain wall as the hands on its body moved, which was sickening. Han Sen, that evil goblin king is very scary. I suggest you think twice before trying anything, Xiao Wei whispered. Han Sen nodded, but his gaze was still lingering on the giant evil goblin. It looked quite strong. Could it be a super creature? Han Sen pondered and summoned the horn bow and bony fish arrow, trying to take a shot at it. If it was just a sacred blood creature, it would not be able to block a sacred blood arrow with the spinning force. What are you doing? Xiao Lingfeng quickly held Han Sen's hand down, seeing what Han Sen was doing. Since I'm already here, of course I am trying to kill the sacred blood evil goblin, said Han Sen matter-of-factly. Xiao Lingfeng became annoyed and said, their bony bodies are as tough as metal. It is difficult for one to hurt them with beast soul weapons on the same level as the creatures. Even if the bow and arrow you're holding are both sacred blood beast souls, the distance is too long for you to hurt the king, not to mention your weapons might not be sacred blood. These creatures are very petty. If you started to attack them, the whole group will come this way. You might be able to run away on your sacred blood mount, but we will die for sure. You're right. Since that's the case, you can leave first. I will join you after I kill them, Han Sen pondered and said. You don't think you can really kill the king alone, do you? Jia Yan stared at Han Sen with her eyes wide. Here's the water. Leave now. If I fail and die here, you will have enough water to go out. Han Sen threw the majority of the water bags to the guys, only saving a few for himself. The group looked at Han Sen in surprise. Han Sen had given the majority of his water to them. If they took the water away, it would be difficult for Han Sen to leave the desert with the remaining water after killing the evil goblins, if he could kill the creatures at all. The 4 persons were all confused, not understanding what Han Sen was thinking. They had no idea about the golden growler's real speed. If the mount went at its full speed, the remaining water was enough for Han Sen to come and go several times. Han Sen, if you really want to kill the evil goblin king, maybe we can work together to do it. Xiao Wei felt reluctant to leave Han Sen alone since he had given them most of his water. There's no need. Go ahead. I could do this alone. Han Sen did not want to waste more time. He would kill this goblin king first and then hurry to find the firebird. Han Sen, think about it. These creatures are very fast in the desert. Even with your sacred blood mount, you might not be able to outrun them, Jia Changfeng also said. If you don't leave now, I will start to shoot. Han Sen aimed his arrow at the evil goblins. Let's go. This guy is crazy. Xiao Lingfeng did not think Han Sen was joking and quickly pulled his sister away. Jia Changfeng also pulled Jia Yan away with him. They did not want to cross the evil goblin king. They had once met an evil goblin in the desert, which was only a mutant one. Even so, the situation was extremely risky, not to mention this one was definitely a sacred blood king. In addition, the sacred blood king was also leading an entire group of 20 mutant creatures and 1,000 primitive creatures. Once trapped in the group, it did not even matter however good a fight one was. All of the creatures were poisonous. Once injured by them, one would die most of the times. Be careful. Even when cut in half, the evil goblins would not die immediately. They could still launch deadly attacks. And try not to touch their blood, which is poisonous, Jia Yan said to Han Sen before she left. Understood. Han Sen's gaze was fixed upon the giant evil goblin king. When the group went far, he pulled the bow to the fullest. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Han Sen shot the arrow at the evil goblin king. Chapter 411, Killing Goblin King. The bony fish arrow flashed across the sky and reached one of the 2 heads of the giant evil goblin king. The evil goblin king quickly stood up like a snake, all the 3-fingered hands under its body facing the incoming arrow. A pair of hands grabbed the bony fish arrow, which continued to spin, making strident noises. However, momentarily, many hands covered the arrow and held it down. Even with a strong spinning force, the arrow was caught by the creature. Cheap! The evil goblin king squeaked with its head facing where Han Sen was standing. The sound was so penetrating that even people miles away would feel a headache. Boom! As the king squeaked, the evil goblins started to crawl out of all the holes in the mountain wall, which looked like a red waterfall, flooding toward where Han Sen was standing. Hearing the sound made by the evil goblin king, the group of 4 covered their ears and turned back to look at the mountain. The guy really did it. Jia Changfeng muttered to himself, looking in the direction of the mountain. He has saved our lives. Should we really leave him alone? Jia Yan was hesitant. What can we do? You all know how strong the evil goblins are. They're so hard to kill and poisonous as well. Even if we could cut them, we would die if we touched their blood, said Xiao Lingfeng. Xiao Wei said helplessly, even if we want to save him, it is too late now. Let's wait right here. He has a sacred blood mount, so maybe he could run this far. And maybe we will be able to help him at that point. Jia Changfeng nodded and did not speak. All four of them were staring at the mountain, hearing the noises getting louder. Han Sen was more happy than surprised to see his arrow held by the evil Goblin King. An ordinary sacred blood creature would not be able to stop his arrow, which meant this evil Goblin King was very likely to be a super creature. Although he was in the wrong spot and failed to see the fire bird, another super creature would be more than welcome. Seeing the evil goblins coming toward him like red flood, Han Sen quickly summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and put the super pet armor on it. The pet quickly flew toward the evil Goblin King. Han Sen did not dare to be careless. There were simply too many of the creatures. It would take him a long time to wipe them out. He jumped on the back of the golden growler, which shook its body and roared, growing into a small hill and rushing at the group of evil goblins. The giant body of the lion stamped on the evil goblins, killing countless creatures as it ran. The group of evil goblins were like a red pond in the eyes of the golden growler. Although the golden growler was a mount and did not have the ability to attack, it was so huge in size and so tough that even the walls of the shelter could not withstand it. In that sense, it was a weapon of mass destruction as well. Han Sen was pleased to see the golden growler crushing the group of evil goblins. Hearing the voice telling him creatures killed, Han Sen occasionally gained a few beast souls. The seemingly impressive evil goblins were even weaker than earthworms under the paws of the golden growler. There was no need for Han Sen to move a muscle. The poisonous blood of the dead evil goblins had no effect on the supermount, and there was no way they could reach Han Sen, who was sitting high. Holding Meowth in his arms, Han Sen looked at the Golden Rock Worm King fighting the evil Goblin King. Circling around the Goblin King in the air, the Golden Rock Worm King attacked it with 8 sharp claws. The evil Goblin King had extended the better half of its body out of the hole, squeaking with its head high. Moving its hands, the evil Goblin King was trying to capture the super pet. However, the Golden Rock Worm King was fast and flexible. Although the evil Goblin King tried a few times, it failed to capture the super pet and lost a few hands to its sharp claws instead. This way, the evil Goblin King became agitated and threw itself at the super pet. Although the super pet hurt the evil Goblin King a couple of times, it did not have the absolute advantage. The two monsters kept fighting each other, squeaking at times. With the super pet armor, the evil Goblin King could only manage to scratch the armor and could not hurt the super pet. If the fight went on, the super pet would win sooner or later. Han Sen was very pleased that the evil Goblin King was the match of the super pet. It was almost certainly a super creature. However, Han Sen did not want to watch the fight anymore, so he summoned the Holy Angel and ordered the Golden Rock Worm King to go harder at its enemy. Although the sharp nails of the evil Goblin King were stabbing at the super pet, it could not hurt the Worm King because of the armor. The gorgeous figure of the Holy Angel flashed on the mountain wall. She waved her hand and cut the evil Goblin King, which was held down by the Golden Rock Worm King, in half. Half of the body of the evil Goblin King quickly fell from the mountain and made a huge pit in the sand. However, when it landed, the half of the body was still moving. With poisonous blood flowing, it threw itself once again at the Golden Rock Worm King, and even the super pet armor was left with some marks. The Holy Angel used her hand like a sword. Momentarily, the half of the body was sliced into pieces and stopped moving. The triangular head was even cut into 4 pieces and exploded. This time, the evil Goblin King was completely quiet. Watching the evil Goblin King killed, Han Sen looked to the hall on the mountain wall, upset. The other half of the evil Goblin King's body had disappeared, and Han Sen did not hear the voice telling him the creature was killed. And the pieces of the body in the sand were corrupting quickly, which seemed abnormal. Without any hesitation, Han Sen took the Golden Growler and the Golden Rock Worm King back and entered the hole with Holy Angel. Chapter 412, Alloy Case in the Cave. Why has it become quiet? Jia Yan looked to the mountain with doubts. It's probably finished, Xiao Wei sighed and said. I'll go back to have a look, Jia Changfeng said and rode toward the mountain. Let's go together. Be careful not to attract the attention of the evil goblins. Xiao Lingfeng followed him. The group of people returned to the area of the mountain. What they saw made them feel so appalled that they could not shut their mouths. The bodies of evil goblins were everywhere. The blood had formed a river and the bodies had become a hill. White sand was colored into burgundy by the poisonous blood. Half of the evil Goblin King's body was lying on the ground. Although corrupted, it still looked shocking. He killed them all. Jia Changfeng did not know what to say. Who is this person? Xiao Lingfeng thought with complex feelings. Someone as strong as this was simply beyond his imagination. Where is Han Sen? Jia Yan and Xiao Wei had come back to themselves. They looked around but did not see Han Sr. The two guys also looked around and did not see Hansen either. They all had a strange feeling. Initially, they thought they just ran into an ordinary guy, yet the guy was so impressive that they could not even begin to describe it. At this point, Hansen had already gone deep into the hole on the mountain wall. Inside the mountain, the channels were interconnected like a labyrinth. Hansen commanded the Holy Angel to scout for him, following the blood of the evil Goblin King. After a while, they were still unable to catch up with the creature. If Hansen did not see the blood, he would wonder if he was in the wrong direction. Quite fast, this guy. Hansen put the super pet armor on the Holy Angel and ordered the Holy Angel to follow the traces of blood. The super pet in super pet armor was almost invincible in First God Sanctuary. There was nothing she would fear. After 3 to 4 hours, Hansen eventually entered a large space, which was a cave shaped like a cylinder. The cave looked like the inside of a church tower. The ceiling was about half a mile high, and the stone walls were dotted with holes of different sizes. The traces of blood had disappeared at this point. Hansen frowned at the countless holes on the stone walls. Without any clue, it was impossible to find the evil Goblin King with so many holes. Hansen lighted a torch and looked around in the cave. He suddenly saw an alloy case in the corner. Someone had been here before. Hansen was surprised. The case looked like it was the advanced product from the Alliance. It was made of top-notch Z-steel that was not only tough but also light in weight, making the case more portable than Z-steel armor and weapons. The case was a bit deformed. It looked like it had been hit hard. The lid was slightly open. Covered in dust and speckles, the case looked quite old and probably had something spilled and tried on it. Hansen checked the style of the case, which looked expensive but old. He did not think it was produced recently. Who could come to this place with the group of evil goblins outside? Or does the mountain have a different entrance elsewhere? Hansen squatted and checked the case carefully. Although the lid was slightly open, Hansen still could not see what was inside. It looked like there was something though. Although modern technology was useless in God's sanctuary, Hansen did not dare to be reckless. He stepped back and asked the Holy Angel to open the case. The Holy Angel was fearless. She reached her hand in the gap and pulled the case open. Nothing weird happened. In the case, there were 3 bottles and a crystal card. Geno Solutions? Hansen looked at the 3 bottles and felt surprised. Hansen had seen a lot of this kind of bottles. They should be the bottles of Geno Solutions paired with Hyper Geno Arts. These bottles were specially made to contain the Geno Solutions, which had been this way for generations. However, although there were 3 bottles, only one of them was filled with purple Geno Solution. One of the bottles was empty and one was broken. Hansen took the full bottle and regarded it. He did not find any notes. Normally speaking, a bottle like this would have a tag to indicate what kind of Hyper Geno Art this solution belonged to. However, this bottle did not have any writing on it. Is it Geno Solution or not? Hansen frowned and examined the crystal card. It was a memory card, which was still intact. However, he could not check it in God's sanctuary. Hansen put the crystal card and bottle away. He looked around and did not see bodies or inscriptions. He wondered why the case ended up here. Hansen walked around in the large cave, but did not find anything else. He felt quite upset to let the evil Goblin King run away. However, there was no way that he could tell where the evil Goblin King was. Even if he wanted to chase after it, he did not know how. As Hansen was hesitating whether he should leave already, he felt the giant cave was shaking and then heard noises like thunder. The rumbles became louder and louder, sounding quite scary. What is it? Hansen listened carefully, trying to tell where the sound came from. However, there were too many caves, so the echo was too loud for Hansen to tell that. He was sure about one thing, something was coming at him, and it was something big. Chapter 413, Weird Woman. Hansen pondered and took back the Holy Angel. He shapeshifted into the color shifter and leaned against the mountain wall, turning into a part of the rocks. No one could tell he was there. The rumbling continued for a while before it softened. Very soon, Hansen saw the evil Goblin King came from a wide hole. The huge body slithered out, which was still more than 60 feet long. The injury on the end of its body was still there but had already healed. What a large creature. It is still this long when cut in half. It must be at least 100 feet long originally. Hansen regarded the creature, not understanding why it still dared to come out. As Hansen was suspicious, he did not move but watched the creature moving in the cave. The creature did nothing special, but Hansen felt something must be wrong, so he stayed still and watched. Suddenly, he saw something else coming from the same hole where the evil Goblin King was. It was a creature that looked like a white rhinoceros with 3 pairs of legs, looking magnificent. On the back of the white rhinoceros sat a person. Hansen was shocked to see someone else riding a creature in this place, who was also getting along with the evil Goblin King. Everything seemed so odd. Hansen could tell that the white rhinoceros was definitely a creature instead of a beast soul pet. A creature had a murderous scent which the pet did not have. He looked carefully at the person sitting on the back of the white rhinoceros. It should be a woman. However, she was wearing a black cloak with a hood, so Hansen could not tell what she looked like. How come there is no human? The woman looked around and muttered to herself before she rode the white rhinoceros back into the hole. Hansen was dazed. The woman sounded like she was not a human herself, but Hansen had never heard a creature would look exactly like a human and could talk. The evil Goblin King, which only had half its body left, followed the woman into the hole. Hansen had now understood that the goblin was a bait the woman sent. Who is that woman? She is so strange. I have never heard that human could control a creature, which is also a super creature. How is that even possible? Hansen felt confused. A long while after the evil Goblin King disappeared, he slowly moved his body toward that hole. Hansen carefully entered the hole, which was rather wide. When he walked deeper inside, there was a fork. Hansen observed the surroundings and followed one path. The evil Goblin King barely left any traces as its three-fingered hands were quite small. However, the white rhinoceros left some footprints, and he could even hear the hoof beats. Deep inside the mountain, Hansen carefully walked in the labyrinth. After an hour, the hoof beats could no longer be heard. Hansen became alarmed and slowed down. He pondered and shape-shifted again into the color shifter. Very soon, he saw the evil Goblin King again when he entered another big cave. Although it was still inside the mountain, there was a crack on the ceiling where the sky could be seen and light could come through. In the big cave, there was even a stream of water. Hansen saw the woman and the white rhinoceros again. In addition to the woman and the white rhinoceros, many man-made tools were laid around, such as tents, walks, and bowls. It seemed like the woman had spent quite some time in the cave. Hansen stopped breathing and integrated himself with the stone wall, observing the woman, someone who could command a super creature. Even Hansen felt surprised by his discovery. It was hard to believe that such a person even existed. If she had been around for a while, then super creatures should have been known to human a while back. How come there was absolutely no news about it? Even the Nings were merely guessing and had never killed a super creature. The woman set up the wok and started to burn a kind of vines underneath. It looks like she was cooking. Then she opened an alloy case filled with bottles and cans. When she started to pour the content of a bottle into the wok, Hansen realized it must be spice. Very soon, Hansen smiled food. He wondered what meat she was cooking, which was making him drool. Seeing the meat was about ready, the woman took off her back cloak and got up to fill her bowl. Hansen was eventually able to see what her face, which made him stare his eyes wide and almost scream out loud. There was a white mask made of bones on the woman's face, and a pair of purple horns were standing in her long hair like crescents. Shura royalty. How can this be? Hansen was so shocked that he was speechless, unable to believe what he had seen. As the biggest enemy of human in the universe, Shura almost looked the same as men except for the horns. The purple horns were the characteristics of Shura royalty. A royal Shura man had single horn, and a royal Shura woman had double horns. None of these mattered though. What shocked Hansen was the fact that a Shura had made her way into God's sanctuary, which was not supposed to happen. It was not to say that Shura did not have teleport devices. Even if they had none, it would be easy for them to grab one from human in the wars. However, Shura was rejected by God's sanctuary itself. Even with a teleport device, no Shura would choose to enter this space. Human had conducted an experiment to teleport Shura prisoners into God's sanctuary, who immediately got sick with the symptoms of flu. As their immune system went down, they all died in God's sanctuary within 3 days, adults and children alike, no matter how strong they were. However, this Shura royalty seemed to have lived in God's sanctuary for a long time already. Chapter 414. Lunatic? Hansen was scared by the idea that Shura might be able to survive in God's sanctuary. Shura's physique W. As much better than human in the first place. If they were able to survive in God's sanctuary and gain Geno points, the consequences would be dire. Shura had always been conducting research in this aspect, but they had not made much progress. Meanwhile, the Alliance was doing its best to prevent Shura from entering God's sanctuary. Because of the damages Shura would suffer from entering God's sanctuary and human occupation of most of the shelters, Shura had almost no chance at it. Some Shura had risked their lives and tried to enter God's sanctuary, but they were doomed once spotted by human. After all, Shura almost had no ability to fight was entering God's sanctuary. The moment they were seen, they would be killed. Even if they were not found, they would die of sickness in a couple days. Maybe Shura had overcome the issue of surviving God's sanctuary? Hansen felt a chill. If that was true, then a disaster would fall on human. An ordinary Shura adult had the same physique as a human evolver. And a strong Shura fighter would be the same as a human surpasser. With such physique, it would be easy for Shura to kill all creatures and leave none for human. Among black, white, golden, and purple horns were the Shura royalties who had the strongest physique. Once older than 10, they could be over 100 in fitness index. Although Hansen did not know how old the Shura woman was, she must be more than 10 years old, which meant she definitely had a fitness index beyond 100. Once Shura like her entered in First God's sanctuary and started a fight with human, Hansen could imagine what would happen. Even Hansen, who only had a fitness index below 30, could already become invincible in First God's sanctuary. Ordinary super creatures only had a fitness index over 40. If the number became over 100, Hansen was covered in cold sweat on the thought as unspeakable fear filled his heart. It was beyond his personal interests. If Shura were able to survive in First God's sanctuary, it would be the nightmare for the entire mankind. Hansen could not bear to think of that kind of tragedy. He was a man with his family, friends, and loved ones in God's sanctuary, so he had to think of the worst possibility. The Shura woman got herself a bowl of meat with soup and realized that she still had her mask on when she tried to eat. She took the mask off and put it away. Hansen then saw her face and was dazed. Although judging from her small purple horns, Hansen knew she was probably young, he did not realize how young she was. She was about 14 or 15 years old, her face round and skin so fair that it was almost transparent. The look in her eyes was quite innocent. Because Shura girls developed early in general, she had a curvaceous body, which made Hansen feel she was older. Her waist-length black hair was tied back. If it was not for her purple horns, she would just be considered a pretty girl. However, because of the age horns, Hansen did not dare to consider her as a girl. Even though she was just around 15 years old, her fitness index was definitely over 100 as a Shura royalty. This sweet girl was actually as fierce as Queen, more destructive than super creatures in First God's sanctuary. As Hansen was checking her out, she sat down on something covered by a piece of cloth and started to gobble from the bowl in her hand as fast as the holy angel did. In a short while, she finished all the food in the bowl. When she got up to get more, the piece of cloth was moved, unveiling what was underneath. Hansen was shocked with just a sneak peek. Under the cloth was a shining yellow crystal the size of a boulder. Hansen was very familiar with this kind of crystal. He had seen many of these recently, which were the life essence of super creatures. Although Hansen only caught a glimpse, he was certain that it must be life essence. Judging by the shape of the cloth, there were at least 2 pieces of life essence underneath. Hansen stared at them without a blink. Although he now had the ability to kill a super creature, it took him a lot of time to find one. He wanted life essence bad. Looking at the Shura girl, Hansen gave up the thought. Hansen could not understand why the Shura girl did not eat the life essence. However, there was no way Hansen could beat her. Not even with the Holy Angel and the Golden Rock Worm King helping him. A fitness level of over 100 was simply matchless in First God's sanctuary. Hansen was always decisive. Although the temptation was huge, he merely hesitated for a moment before he decided to leave quietly. He had to report the existence of Shura to the Alliance, making sure that the Alliance was prepared. Hansen alone could not stop something as big as this. If Shura was really able to overcome the damages they suffered from God's sanctuary, then the entire Alliance must be rallied up against them. In addition, this Shura girl was even able to control a super creature, which was shocking. As Hansen was trying to leave, to his surprise, the Shura girl suddenly let out a scream. He turned to look at her and saw her kneeling on the floor, moaning in pain. Her body kept shaking as she huddled up. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros seemed to be so scared that they each ran away into a stone channel like rabbits. However, they did not dare to go far, but stayed in their own place shivering, checking on the Shura girl from time to time. Bang! Hansen heard a loud noise. The Shura girl, who was holding her head and moaning in pain, suddenly started to bang her head against the floor, smashing the rock into pieces. Although the rock was broken, her head was not even red, but only got dirty with some dust on it. Bang, bang, bang. Hansen watched the girl hitting her head against the rock repeatedly and was shocked. Is Shura girl a lunatic? Watching the Shura girl banging her head on the floor, Hansen could not help feeling an urge to kill her. She looked like she was having a reoccurrence of some disease. Maybe he could take the opportunity to kill her. Chapter 415, Human? On another thought, Hansen was not even sure if he could hurt her with the cursed wolf dagger, given how strong she was. The gap between himself and someone with a fitness level over 100 was simply too big. Hansen watched the Shura girl banging her head against the floor in pain with a complex look. He suddenly found that the cave seemed to be very well lit. As he took a closer look, he saw the full moon was shining through the cave from the crack above. With another hard bang, a large pit was formed as all the rocks within a range of a dozen feet were crushed. After that, the Shura girl did not move anymore, but fell in the pit and fainted. The evil goblin and the white rhinoceros then came out of the stone channels. The evil goblin approached the unconscious Shura girl, hesitated, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit at her. Hansen was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on. A moment ago, the evil goblin was following the Shura girl like a puppy dog, while all of a sudden, it was about to eat her. Maybe this creature was extremely intelligent and knew how strong she was, so it pretended to be enslaved by her until it could find an opportunity to eat her alive. The evil goblin snapped at her body and threw her into the air, using its thousands of hands to tear her apart. Although Hansen was happy to see that, he was shocked when his gaze fell upon the Shura girl. The evil goblin caught half of the Shura girl's body, so her hair was falling in the air. Hansen saw clearly that the pair of purple horns were gone. Hansen could not believe it and rubbed his eyes. As he looked at her one more time, he still did not see the purple horns that represented Shura royalty. What has happened? Did I make a mistake earlier? Hansen was filled with doubts, but the evil goblin was already ready to swallow the girl like a snake. If she was Shura, Hansen would hope this to happen. However, the girl now looked like a completely normal human girl, which made him hesitate. Seeing that the evil goblin king was about to eat the girl, Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the holy angel and the cursed wolf dagger, dashing at the evil goblin king. The evil goblin king knew how strong the holy angel was and dodged her attack immediately. However, Hansen was already in its face. He wielded the cursed wolf dagger and made several cuts on the head of the evil goblin king, making it seethe in pain. The girl fell from its mouth. Hansen caught her in the air and flew away, dodging the splashing poisonous blood. The white rhinoceros roared and quickly threw itself at Hansen, running with its 6 hooves. As Hansen pointed at the rhinoceros, the golden rock worm king flew at it. Taking this opportunity, Hansen stepped aside and touched the head of the fainted girl, trying to maa. 'Cause sure whether she was Shura. Hansen felt nothing. The pair of purple horns simply disappeared without leaving any trace. Hansen felt her head again and again. He could not believe what had happened. He was sure that he did see a pair of purple horns shaped like crescents. However, they were gone just like that. Shura's horns could not be retracted. Otherwise, there would be 1,000,000 for Shura spies among human. The horns of Shura were connected to their brain. Even if they cut the horns off, there would still be scars where the horns used to be. It was easy to tell when touched. In addition, no hair would grow where the horns were broken, so it was easy to tell. However, this girl was different. Her scalp was smooth and her hair was thick. There were no proof of previous horns, so it was impossible that the horns were knocked off by herself. What could this possibly be? Were the horns just some decoration she was wearing and were smashed just now? Hansen had never heard of such a thing and could not decide what to do with her. I'll leave her alone for the moment, Hansen decided, thinking of the evil goblin, white rhinoceros, and the life essence covered by the cloth. He wanted to leave the girl alone, but there was no safe space in the cave given 4 monsters were fighting inside. Hansen had to hold her in his arms for the moment. The evil goblin was almost beaten by Holy Angel. Lots of its hands were cut off. Although they were both super creatures, the Holy Angel was obviously the top of the top, even comparable to the adult Golden Growler. The evil goblin, however, was more or less on the same level as the Aqua Reaper. In addition, the evil goblin was hurt in the first place, so it was no match of the Holy Angel. On the other side, the Golden Rock Worm King was against the White Rhinoceros. To Hansen's surprise, the Rock Worm King was at a disadvantage. In terms of both speed and fitness, the Rhinoceros was stronger. Hansen put the Super Pat armor on the Rock Worm and enhanced its defense. This way, it could compete against the White Rhinoceros. Hansen rushed over to fight the evil goblin with the cursed wolf dagger in his hand and his wings flapping. He decided to take the weakest link out first and leave the tough ones for later. The evil goblin was dodging here and there from the Holy Angel's attack. Hansen took his opportunity, used the both Heresy Mantra and Overload, appeared behind the evil goblin, and cut off its triangular head. The giant body of the evil goblin suddenly became limp. It fell to the bottom, making the entire space shake. Super creature, evil goblin killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. The voice suddenly sounded in Hansen's mind, but Hansen had no time to lament the lack of beast soul. He commanded the Holy Angel to take care of the 6-legged white rhinoceros. On the other hand, Hansen went to the disappearing body of the evil goblin and seized a red crystal the size of a football. Chapter 416, A Fortune. Hansen glanced at the girl in his arms who was still unconscious. Her clothes were a bit ragged, while she did not get injured at all, and only had some red marks. Hansen frowned and checked on the white rhinoceros under the siege of both the Holy Angel and Golden Rock Worm King. It seemed there was no need for Hansen to do anything. Holding the girl under one arm and the life essence of the evil goblin in the other, Hansen dashed to the tent, which was already damaged by fallen stones. He found a quilt in the tent, took it out, and placed the girl on it. He then ran toward the life essence covered under the piece of cloth. As the piece of cloth was lifted, Hansen was bedazzled by the splendid view. 3 crystals were placed together. One was yellow and the other 2 were blue. The yellow one was the biggest piece, about the size of a boulder. One of the blue ones was the size of a drum, and the other the size of a basketball. Fortune. Such a fortune. Hansen almost jumped up, unable to believe his own eyes. Hansen bent over and looked at the yellow crystal, trying to make sure that it was life essence. As the yellow liquid was swallowed by Hansen, he suddenly heard the voice. Life essence of super creature Earth Dragon Beast consumed. Hansen was overjoyed. He was finally relaxed as these were truly life essence. Mine, they're all mine. Hansen summoned Meowth in its transformed state, put a bag around neck, and started to fill it with life essence. The golden growler was too big in size, so it would be inconvenient for it to leave the cave. Hansen had to put the burden on Meowth. 3 life essence crystals, in addition to the ones from the evil goblin and the white rhinoceros, which was about to be killed. Hansen was almost certain that he would be able to gain 5 crystals of life essence at once. These 5 crystals might even make him max out on Super Geno points. It was such a huge pie in the sky, which fell right into Hansen's mouth. La-dee-da, la-dee-da. I love moving. Hansen paused as he suddenly felt something was wrong when moving the crystals into the bag. Hansen turned around and was suddenly dumbstruck. The girl had already sat up. She tilted her head and regarded Hansen with her wide eyes blinking. Hansen was so happy that he had forgotten about the girl. Seeing she had woken up, Hansen suddenly remembered that she was possibly a Shura royalty and was then covered in cold sweat. Hello. Hansen forced a smile and said hi to the girl, thinking, I should not have such bad luck. She does not look like a Shura royalty either. The girl did not respond, still staring at Hansen with her eyes wide as if she had never seen human before. Hansen's heart sank. He wondered what she was thinking. At this point, Hansen was holding a blue crystal of life essence in his hand. He was not sure whether he should put it into his bag or put it where it used to be. However, Hansen had already put away the other 2 pieces. It was too late for him to do anything. Anyone could tell he was stealing. This thing. You have no use of it. So, I will take it away. Hansen said to the girl, holding the blue life essence high. This time, to Hansen's joy, the girl unexpectedly nodded. He put the life essence away and said, You were unconscious just now. That creature tried to eat you and I saved you. The girl was so strange that Hansen did not know where she came from. It would not hurt if he started to sweet talk. As the saying goes, no one would slap a smiling face. At the very least, Hansen had saved her, although she probably did not need to be saved. The hard snap from the evil goblin did not even break her skin as fair as milk, but only left some red marks on it, which was about what would happen if she scratched it with her nails. The girl blinked and said nothing, watching Hansen transferring the life essence to his bag. Roar! The white rhinoceros suddenly screamed. Hansen saw the head of the white rhinoceros sent into the air by the holy angel. The golden rock worm king was still clinging to the body of the white rhinoceros, its tail digging into the rhino's meat and its claws holding the rhino's stomach. Super creature white jade 6-legged rhinoceros killed. No beast soul gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. Hansen heard the voice again. It was the first time that he had killed 2 super creatures in one day, which no one could believe even if he were to tell someone. The next moment Hansen became pale because the girl suddenly moved. She was so incredibly fast that, even with Hansen's eyesight, he almost lost track of her moves. As the girl stepped forward, she almost appeared in front of the golden rock worm king instantaneously, throwing a punch at the pet. She was so swift that the golden rock worm king had no time to dodge, and Hansen did not even manage to take back his pet in time. The tender fist of the girl hit the golden rock worm king hard. The hole was left on both the super pet armor and the worm king. It was so easy that it looked like the creature and the pet armor were made of paper. Hansen took the golden rock worm king, holy angel, and Meowth back in his mind and ran away immediately, letting the life essence drop on the floor. At this point, Hansen still did not know whether the teenage girl was a Shura royalty. However, there was no doubt that her fitness index was over 100. Since she had made a move, Hansen did not have any thought other than running for his life. Unless an evolver like Queen came here, it did not matter how many people came to his rescue. However, in First God's Sanctuary, it was impossible that an advanced evolver could appear. There would be at most some rookies who had just evolved. Hansen just started running when the girl stood in front of him in the blink of an eye. Her face almost hitting his. Chapter 417, A Mentally Troubled Girl. Hansen was shocked and quickly stepped back. He was about to summon the Holy Angel and the Golden Rock Worm King, which was severely injured. Hansen decided to buy himself some time. After all, nothing mattered more than his own life. As Hansen stepped back, the girl did not attack him, but stared at him with her big eyes. There was no hostility on her face. Hansen suddenly had a thought and did not summon the Worm King and Holy Angel. If this girl was trying to attack him, she should have done that a long time ago. However, she did not attack Hansen, who was the closest to her, but hit Golden Rock Worm King. That probably meant she had no intention to hit Hansen. Therefore, if Hansen were to antagonize her with the Worm King and Holy Angel, he would definitely be doomed. Although Hansen was having a thought like that, his eyes were fixed on the girl, still alarmed. Although the girl did not look hostile, it was just the look. One could never predict another person's thought, not to mention how weird this girl was. The girl did not lay a hand on Hansen, but stared at him. It seemed that she was curious. "Sister, my name is Han Senator, how shall I call you?" Hansen asked with a forced smile as he felt awkward but did not know what to say. "Zero." Hansen did not have much hope, but to his surprise, the girl answered him. The voice of the girl had a pleasant tone. Hansen was not sure if she was answering his question. "Zero?" Hansen asked her with doubt. "Zero," the girl said and squatted down, writing "zero" on the floor with her finger, which turned out to be Standard Alliance language. Seeing the word written by the girl, Hansen felt more relaxed. The Alliance had fought Shura for many years, which was why human would learn Shura language and Shura culture. Shura had also learned human language, but even ordinary Shura did not deign to use the language of human, let alone a Shura royalty. The girl naturally used Standard Alliance language, which made her more likely to be a human. "Zero, this is your first name, right? What is your last name?" Hansen asked. "Just Zero," the girl said without explaining further. She was still staring at Hansen as if there was something on his face. Hansen thought Zero did not seem to be too intelligent. He licked his lips and said with a fake smile, "We are friends, not enemies, right?" "Friends, not enemies," Zero nodded and said. Hansen was overjoyed, spread his hands and said, "We are good friends, so we don't fight, right? Good friends, no fight." Zero nodded again, agreeing with Hans Sr. Hansen was even more pleased as he felt Zero was indeed a bit dumb, like a 3-year-old. Did she hurt her brain when she bangs her head on the floor? Hansen was secretly happy. He walked 2 steps and pointed at the life essence on the floor, asking, "Tell me, can I take these?" This time. Zero did not speak but nodded. Obviously, she had agreed. Hansen was on top of the world. Originally, he thought there would be no gain this time as both Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were severely damaged, and it was still questionable whether he could survive. Life Essence was out of the question. However, things suddenly took a turn. He still had a chance to take away all the crystals of Life Essence, which was a great surprise to him. "Can I really take these away?" Hansen pointed at the Life Essence and then himself, confirming it with Zero again. "Yes." Zero nodded heavily. She seemed to be quite serious. "Thank you. You're such a good person." Hansen was eventually able to make sure that Zero was out of her mind. She must have hurt her brain just now. Otherwise, who would give Life Essence away? Hansen still felt a bit anxious. He tried to walk to a crystal of Life Essence, lifted it up and checked on Zero, who had sat down on the boulder nearby, resting her chin in her hands and watching Hansen with great interest. It seemed that she did not want to fight at all. "Since you gave it to me, I will eat it?" Hansen reached out his tongue, pretending to be licking at the Life Essence. Zero regarded him without speaking, her eyes smiling. "I will begin then?" Hansen licked the crystal. Zero was still smiling at him. It seemed that she was very happy. Hansen saw that Zero meant him no harm and was okay with him eating the Life Essence and started to lick faster. Zero was still just watching, making Hansen completely relaxed. It seems that she's really hurt her brain. That's much easier. Hansen no longer held back and started to lick away. Life Essence of Super Creature Crystal Spirit Beast consumed. 1 Super Geno point gained. Very soon, the better half of the smaller piece of blue Life Essence was swallowed by Hans Senator. To Hansen's excitement, the voice kept telling him how many Super Geno points he had gained. At this point, Hansen was certain that Zero, who seemed to be troubled mentally, did not mean him any harm. In fact, with her ability, if she were to fight him, Hansen could not think of a single way he could save himself from her. The difference in their fitness levels was too big. Even among evolvers, a fitness index of over 100 was the absolute top, not to mention Hansen was still unevolved. This was what was confusing Hansen as well. If Zero was human, with her Super Geno points maxed out, it will still be impossible for her to have a fitness index over 100. Hansen knew that very well, because according to his estimate, even after he finished evolution in the evolution pool and became an evolver, he would still just be around 60 to 70 in fitness index, which was still much less than 100. Although Hansen did not understand, he had no trouble taking advantage of the situation. Zero seemed to have a troubled mind and meant him no harm, so he could just take the life essence for himself. Hansen summoned Meowth again and picked up the life essence of the white jade six-legged rhinoceros. He put all the crystals of life essence on Meowth's back. Thank you, beauty. So long and I will buy you dinner next time. Hansen waved at Zero, walking out with Meowth. Although Zero meant him no harm, Hansen did not know where she came from, and she was troubled mentally. Who knows if she would become mad again? Hansen decided to be as far away from her as possible. However, when Hansen arrived at the channel where he came from, he found Zero right behind him. It seemed that she was following him silently. Chapter 418, Tattoo. In his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen felt a strong headache as he looked at Zero, who was sitting opposite him. Back to the day when they were in the cave, Zero insisted on following him in silence. She would walk as Hansen did and stop when he stopped. When Hansen could something, she would eat it without apologies. When Hansen asked her something, she would just nod or shake her head. Hansen fished no information out of her and had to accept this tale. Hansen even tried to run away on the back of the Golden Growler during the middle of the night while she was sleeping. However, after riding the Golden Growler nonstop for more than half a day, as he started to cook lunch, Zero was already waiting next to his pot with her eyes wide. Hansen had thought of all kinds of methods, trying to get rid of her. In his eyes, she was a huge time bomb, which he could not keep around himself. However, after using all he got, he failed to lose her. The only possible way to get rid of her must be violence. However, thinking of the way she left a hole in the Super Pet Armor and Golden Rock Worm King, Hansen dismissed the idea immediately. Hansen took Zero back to the shelter. His original thought was to export the crisis. There were so many people in Steel Armor Shelter, so Zero might focus her attention on someone else and follow that person instead. He could maybe call the police for that person and let the Alliance step in. However, Zero did not follow anyone else other than him. She would go wherever Hansen went like a tag-along. She did not seem to be completely dumb. At least when Hansen went to the bathroom, Zero would not follow him. In the end, Hansen had to take her back to his room in Steel Armor Shelter and watch her with a headache. He had found out nothing about her. Before leaving the cave, he had checked on Zero's belongings, which were just ordinary man-made products. There was no way he could tell where she came from and why she would follow himself by examining those things. We are already in the shelter, so you can teleport back home yourself, Hansen said to Zero helplessly. Zero looked back at Hansen and blinked her dark eyes. I'm hungry. Hansen couldn't help holding his forehead, feeling like he had found himself a lot of trouble. Little sister, I'm telling you, I will evolve and leave First God's Sanctuary very soon. Even if you stay here, it will not make a difference. Hansen was telling the truth. He was eating the life essence he picked up on the way back to the shelter. At this point, he had 82 Super Geno points and still had 2.5 crystals left. Once he finished everything, he should be maxing out on his Super Geno points. Zero remained silent. Her eyes were as clear as spring water with no impurity. She gazed at Hansen like that and repeated, I'm hungry. Hansen felt like he was about to go mad, but he had to start cooking. As they were eating, Hansen asked Zero, who was filling her mouth with food, so, why did you choose to follow me? Surprisingly, Zero put down the bowl in her hand and stood up. Then Hansen saw her unbutton her blouse and pull it down. Don't. I'm not that kind of person. You think you can tempt me with your beauty? I'm telling you there is no way you could achieve that. I am a. Hansen covered his eyes with both hands and said, while peeking through his fingers. Zero had already pulled her blouse down. She was wearing nothing underneath. However, she had already turned her back to Hans. Senator Hansen suddenly widened his eyes. On the gorgeous and flawless back of Zero, Hansen saw a tattoo, a red tattoo. The tattoo was the shape of a beast which looked like a cat or fox. As red as fire, the head and tail of the beast were connected into a circle. Hansen was naturally familiar with this print. The red pendant Hansen had was exactly the same. Hansen told him that the beast was called Nine Life Cat. The pendant used to belong to Han Jingji, who never went anywhere without it. On the body of this weird girl, Hansen saw this beast once again, which made him feel surprised. Zero pulled her blouse back to cover her nude body up, walked to Hansen, and reached her hand toward Hansen's chest. What are you doing? Hansen was startled, trying to jump back. However, Zero was too fast. She immediately reached into Hansen's collar and pulled the Nine Life Cat pendant Hansen was wearing. She then released it and stepped back, pointing at the pendant. You're saying you followed me because of this pendant? What do you have to do with it? Hansen looked at Zero incredulously. Zero did not talk to Hansen again, but sat back to eat, as if he had heard nothing. Hansen strongly suspected that Zero was not dumb at all. Hansen had never managed to get any information that she did not want to share. Seeing Zero's face, Hansen did not even want to ask again. What is this about? Why would there be a 9-life cat on the back of Zero? Is that related to this pendant? What's the relationship between her and Han Jingji? Hansen looked at the 9-life cat dependent with complex emotions. However, Hansen felt like there was no way for Zero to be connected to Han Jingji. Han Jingji was someone who lived centuries ago, WHI. Zero was so young. The connection was simply impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. 9-life cat should not be anything unique to Han Jingji. Hansen had to comfort himself. I'm leaving now. You can stay here or teleport back yourself. Hansen used the teleport device in his room and teleported back to the teleport station. He still had the memory card he gained from the cave in his pocket. Maybe he would know something after seeing what was inside. Hansen believed it would not be a coincidence for that alloy case to appear in the cave. Maybe there were some clues about Zero stored in the memory card. Just when Hansen walked out of the teleport device and tried to access the memory card with his comlink, he was suddenly appalled. From the same teleport device, a beautiful girl who had a gorgeous face and long black hair walked out in ragged clothes. It was no other than Zero. Something is definitely wrong. Hansen gazed at Zero, feeling like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 419, Firebird Again. The rule about teleport was that you would go out through the same teleport device used to enter God's sanctuary, no matter where you had been in God's sanctuary. If the teleport device was damaged, then the person would be teleported to a device nearby. The rule never changed. Hansen did not believe there would be such a coincidence that Zero teleported into God's sanctuary via the exact same device as he did. It was simply unbelievable. Hansen thought he was able to get rid of her once he left God's sanctuary, but it seemed that she could follow him out as well, which made Hansen frown. This girl was a super time bomb, so Hansen did not dare to take her home. However, if he claimed that she was Shura and turned her to the Alliance, judging by her look which was 100% human, the Alliance would only think Hansen was mad or was trying to frame Zero. Hansen was dazed, staring at Zero. Then he suddenly had an idea and decided to turn back to the teleport station, going back to God's sanctuary. Standing in his room at Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen closely watched the teleport device in his room. Then, what he worried about the most happened. With a whirl, Zero quickly appeared in the teleport device and came out as her beautiful self. The teleport device in the room of a shelter normally could only be used by the owner of the room. If one did not have a room, one had to use the public teleport device on the plaza. However, Zero was able to use the teleport device in Hansen's room and ended up in the same spot as he did. When he came back, she was still able to follow him back to his room. Damn it! Why is this happening? Hansen cursed inwardly. But there was nothing he could do about Zero. Hansen teleported once again to the Alliance and was followed by Zero as expected. Although Hansen knew this would happen, he still felt quite upset. It seems that I could only get rid of her as I evolved to second God Sanctua. RY. Hansen entered a lounge, trying to read the memory card via comlink to get some useful information. Very soon, Hansen was disappointed. Although there was a lot of information stored in the memory card, it was mostly about how to manufacture Geno solutions. There was hardly anything else than technological information. Hansen was not really interested in Geno solutions. It was not his specialty, so he did not understand much of it. He found no information on Zero and could not take her home, so Hansen had to return to Steel Armor Shelter. Hansen decided to take Zero to hunt some creatures, since he still needed 3 more sacred Geno points. With 3 more sacred Geno points and the remaining crystals of life essence, Hansen could probably evolve and become an evolver. Hansen wondered whether he had run out of his luck, or maybe it was because Zero was following him and brought him bad luck. For several days, Hansen wandered around in Devil Desert, but found no sacred blood creature at all. After he finished eating the life essence, he eventually had 99 super Geno points, 1 point from maxing out. What bad luck! However, Zero was following him quietly like a shadow. She did not speak or get in trouble at all. Even if Hansen wanted to unscold her, he had nowhere to start. In addition, with Zero's physique, Hansen did not dare to piss her off. Once she got mad, God knows what she would do. Hansen had to wander around in Devil Desert. It might be that his luck was finally here. Hansen saw a mountain from afar which looked like a volcano covered with white snow on top. It was exactly the mountain where he had seen the phoenix-like creature. Hansen became overjoyed. As long as he killed the creature, he would be able to gain the last super Geno point that he was missing and evolve. At that time, he could get rid of the horrendous time bomb, Zero. The Golden Rock Worm King and Super Pet Armor were almost destroyed by Zero. Currently, they were restoring in Hansen's mind and could not be used in a short amount of time. Hansen quickly summoned the Holy Angel and sent her to probe on the mountain. Hansen still had a lot of reservations about the Firebird and did not want to take the risks himself. The Holy Angel flapped her wings and went to the top of that mountain. She suddenly heard a shrill birdsong from the mountaintop as she approached. The strange bird, burning with golden and red flames, came down from the mountain at the holy angel like a phoenix. The long wavy hair of the holy angel was flowing in the wind. There was a grim look in her golden eyes. She flapped her wings and moved away from the incoming firebird. The firebird tweeted and came after the holy angel. The girl and the bird started to fight in the air. The holy angel kept dodging the attacks from the firebird, unwilling to catch on the flames. On the other hand, the firebird was also being very cautious, unwilling to show any weakness in front of the holy angel. Although the fight seemed to be rather fierce, the two did not exchange too many movements. Hansen saw that even the holy angel was afraid of the flames of the firebird and did not dare to take the risks himself. Hansen had a fitness level even lower than a super creature. Since even the holy angel did not want to catch the flames, it would be even more dangerous for Hansen, so even if he were willing to go, he might not be of much help. However, Hansen was anxious, seeing the holy angel and the firebird were pretty even. It seemed that it was hard for them to fight it out. They were both quite conservative and could not beat the opponent quickly. However, Hansen had no solutions to that. If the super pet armor had not been damaged by Zero, the holy angel could simply put on that armor, which might defend her from the flames of the firebird. The firebird might have been killed already if that was the case. Such bad luck. Hansen shot a glance at Zero, who was standing next to him, and felt quite upset. After seeing Zero, Hansen's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, I wonder if he would help me if I ask her to kill the firebird. She is not interested in the life essence anyway, so I don't need to worry about her keeping the life essence for herself. Ahem, Zero. Can you do me a favor? Hansen cleared his throat and asked. Zero did not even look at Hansen. She suddenly jumped up and reached the mountain in just a few moves. With a long jump, she reached out a hand and grabbed at the firebird that was fighting the holy angel. Chapter 420, Preparation Before Evolution. After Zero threw herself at the firebird like a cannonball, she went through the burning body of the firebird and appeared on the other side, landing heavily on the mountain's feet and even broke a part of the mountain. In Zero's hand, there was a red and golden spirit wiggling like flames. The firebird quickly issued a scream, as its body made up of flames simply exploded and turned into fireworks. Zero jumped back to Hansen and threw the spirit at him without saying anything. She then stood next to Hansen like she always did. Ahem. Thank you so much. Hansen flushed. He never treated Zero well, while Zero finished what he was trying to accomplish for a long time, which embarrassed him a bit. Zero did not reply and gave Hansen a sweet smile, her teeth glistening through her soft lips. Hansen did not have any time to speak, because the red and golden spirit in his hands was scorching, almost turning his hands into barbecue. Hansen quickly summoned the cursed wolf daggers and slashed it at the spirit. Super creature desert bird killed. Beast soul of desert bird gained. Life essence available. Meat inedible. As the voice sounded in Hansen's mind, he almost screamed out of excitement. Another super beast soul. How lucky. He caught a red and gold crystal the size of a bullet in his hand and threw it in his mouth without hesitation. Although it was kind of a waste, he had no use of the life essence even if he saved it for later. There was no way he could sell it to someone else either. Therefore, Hansen simply ate the whole thing. Life essence of desert bird consumed. 1 super geno point gained. Super Geno points maxed out. Hansen realized that he had finally maxed out on his Super Geno points, even earlier than he maxed out on Sacred Geno points. Hansen looked to his mind with joy and saw his newly gained Super Beast Soul. Type of Beast Soul of Super Creature Desert Bird, Aura. Hansen almost laughed out loud. It was a Beast Soul aura, which was very rare. Hansen had felt the effect of Flame Lieutenant was somewhat lacking. Having gained a Super Beast Soul aura, he had something to replace it with. Although he was about to be ready to evolve, Hansen did not rush. After all, he still had more than 2 months left before he had to report to Daphne. He could still do a lot of things during this period of time. Hansen summoned the Golden Growler and took Zero to those locations indicated by Nina. Then he indeed found a lot of super creatures. 90% of the creatures found by Starry Group were super creatures, which was surprising. Only a few were special sacred blood creatures. Although super creatures were rare, they could still be spotted. The only reason that no one had discovered their existence was that nobody was able to kill them. The reason Hansen went to seek those creatures out was not to kill them. Hansen, who had already maxed out on his Super Geno points, did not need to hunt super creatures anymore. The biggest benefit would be superb beast souls. However, even with super beast souls, he would not be invincible in Second God's Sanctuary. Even if he killed those creatures, he might necessarily gain their beast souls. However, Hansen still looked for all the creatures one by one. He found all the super creatures he could find and defeated them one after another. Hansen had 2 purposes. First, he would like to practice his fighting skills. Second, he would like to lay a good foundation for Han Yen. Haley was so young that she would not come to God's sanctuary for years. It would be impossible for Han Sen to wait for her, so he had no chance to transfer the super beast souls to her. In the future, she had to kill super creatures on her own. Han Sen had already learned the strengths and weaknesses of the super creatures, so he could teach Han Yen all about them in the future if she had that kind of ability to hunt them down. If Han Yen did not have that kind of ability, there was no need to expect her to max out on super Geno points. If I am here, I will never let Han Yen suffer. If she could max out on super Geno points, that would be the best. If not, that's quite okay as well. Although Han Sen thought that, he would still do everything he could for Han Yen. In the central office of the special squad, Zhong Zhenho, Ing was handling some urgent files when he heard a knock on the door. Jiang Sheng, if it is not important, don't disturb me today, Zhong Jinhong said after seeing it was his assistant Jiang Sheng. It was not easy to be the director of special squad. Not only did he have to manage his crew well, but he also needed to handle some stupid business, which made him so impatient that he almost wanted to scold someone. Director, the head of a special squad submitted a beast soul trade application, Jiang Sheng said with a complex expression. Don't bother me with this kind of thing. Ask him to do it on the internal platform by the rules. Do I need to teach you that? Zhong Jinhong was quite upset that Jiang Sheng would bother him with such trivial matter and said harshly. The head of that special squad wanted to trade for a quota of protection for his family member. Jiang Sheng knew Zhong Jinhong's temper quite well and understood he was under a lot of pressure, so Jiang Sheng was not upset, but maintained the complex look on his face. Everyone needs protection. Do they think the action team of the special squad all have 6 arms? The matter troubling Zhong Jinhong initially was about protection as well, which made him even more angry when hearing Jiang Sheng. However, Zhong Jinhong had nothing against Jiang Sheng, so he calmed down and said, because he is one of us, we should give him priority. However, recently we are short of good men since we lost a few brothers in order to protect those bastards. Ask him to wait. We will figure it out later. Jiang Sheng continued with an even more odd look. Director, that person did not want protection at the moment, but a few years later. Nonsense. Why would he apply for something coming into effect in a few years? Is he trying to add to our workload? Zhong Jinhong thumped the desk in madness. Director, I think you should probably first look at the list of beast souls he submitted. Jiang Sheng placed a document in front of Zhong Jinhong. What is there to look at? Initially, Zhong Jinhong was quite annoyed. However, after glancing at the list, he swallowed his words back and widened his eyes. Chapter 421. Biggest Problem. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Aura. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Add-on. Sacred Blood Shape-Shifting Beast Soul. Sacred Blood Beast Soul Weapon. Sacred Blood Wings. Zhong Jinhong could not help reading the Beast Soul list out loud. His voice became more grim every time he finished reading one. Even his hand holding the document was shaking. He knew very well what these beast souls meant. Although humans had developed in God's sanctuary for almost 2 decades, and there were more and more who could kill a sacred blood creature, it did not mean it was an easy thing to hunt sacred blood creatures. More than 90% of humans could never hunt a sacred blood creature, let alone gain a sacred blood beast soul. However, the beast souls Ist in this document were almost all the most outstanding sacred blood beast souls. Especially the sacred blood beast soul aura, which was the blessing of any team. Other beast souls were also highly coveted. Although all Zhong Jinhong saw were names on the list, they were enough to make him feel shocked. So many top-notch sacred blood beast souls all belonged to the same person. He could not imagine who this person must be. Even if he was the descendant of some impressive figure, it was still very hard to collect all these beast souls. If these sacred blood beast souls were used on a special squad, Zhong Jinhong could imagine how awesome this special squad would become. It would be much easier for them to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. In Zhong Jinhong's eyes, these top-notch sacred blood beast souls could be used to make an elite team. If Zhong Jinhong were to learn that all he had seen was only a part of the beast souls Han Sen owned, while the rest were sold to Lin Beifeng and Su Xiaoqiao, his chin might even fall to the floor. Zhong Jinhong quickly turned the document to the last page, because he could not wait to see who it was to own all these sacred blood beast souls. He could not believe that someone like this was in the special squad, and he could not put a finger on someone immediately. Normally speaking, those who worked for the special squad would not be the descendant of a celebrity. People with prominent backgrounds would more likely be those who enjoyed the protection from the special squad and never needed to protect anyone else. Therefore, Zhong Jinhong could not imagine who would have such impressive collection in the special squad. Han Sen. Seeing this name, Zhong Jinhong couldn't help feeling dazed. Director, do you want to speak to him? He is still waiting for a reply. Seeing that Zhong Jinhong had finished reading, Jiang Sheng followed up. Of course. These beast souls are crucial to us, and we must have them. What are his requests? Zhong Jinhong said seriously. He is asking for a quota for his sister to be protected starting from the moment she entered God's sanctuary. In addition, he had asked us to send sacred blood beast souls of 4 specific types to his sister as soon as possible after she entered God's sanctuary. Jiang Sheng explained Han Sen's request in details. After hearing that, Zhong Jinhong pondered and then said, with Han Sen's background, I am surprised that he is able to earn such a fortune. Contact him and agree to what he asked. Prepare a contract and sign it as soon as possible. Because of Qin Xian, Zhong Jinhong had paid attention to Han Sen before. However, previously he was still doubtful about Han Sen's ability, especially when Han Sen disappeared in God's sanctuary for a long while, which made Zhong Jinhong quite disappointed in him. However, after seeing the beast souls of Han Sen, Zhong Jinhong found that he had given Han Sen too little credit. The man discovered by Lady Qin was indeed extraordinary. It seems that Han Sen is indeed a rare talent. I wonder where he would end up after entering Second God's sanctuary. I hope that he could return to the special squad as soon as possible, because it would be such a waste for a talent like this to be wandering around. Zhong Jinhong made a note in his comm link and wrote down Han Sen's name, which meant he would pay special attention to Han Sr. Han Sen did not sell most of his beast souls, but used them to purchase an insurance for his sister, helping her grow fast. In Han Sen's eyes, there was nothing in the world more important than the safety of his family, so the beast souls were quite well spent. In addition, the 4 types of beast souls he requested for his sister would be immensely helpful when she was about to kill a super creature, so it was a good deal after all. However, Han Sen did not know where he would be assigned in Second God's sanctuary, so it was impossible for him to trade his beast souls for some beast souls of Second God's sanctuary. He had to arrange for that after she evolved. But Han Sen had no use of mediocre beast souls. Although he traded away most of his sacred blood beast souls, he still had all the super beast souls and the sacred blood beast souls that were indispensable to him. Currently, Han Sen had 7 super beast souls in total. They were Water Reaper, Cursed Wolf, Bloody Slayer, Golden Growler, Golden Rockworm King, Holy Angel, and Desert Bird. The sacred blood beast souls would not be that useful in Second God's sanctuary, so Han Sen traded most of them away, only keeping Beetle Knight, Fairy Queen, and Meowth. Initially, Han Sen also wanted to keep Purple Feathered Dragon and Color Shifter. However, after looking through the information about Second God's Sanctuary, Han Sen found that there were a lot of flying creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, many of which had much higher speed than the wings he had currently. Therefore, the Sacred Blood wings were not that valuable anymore. In addition, he had 2 super pets which could both fly. He could totally do without the Beast Soul wings. Color Shifter was not that useful in Second God's Sanctuary either. If he was to hide himself, changing the color alone was no longer enough in Second God's Sanctuary, where there were many creatures that had very strong sense of smell and perception. They could probably sense his body temperature. In the end, Han Sen gave up the Color Shifter as well. Keeping Meowth was simply for sentimental reasons. He had really considered Meowth as his own pet. The doppelganger that the Beetle Knight could turn into would still be very useful in Second God's Sanctuary, so he decided to keep it as well. As for the Fairy Queen, it was not easy to find a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul like that, not even in Second God's Sanctuary. In addition, it was Han Sen's reward of the contest, so he kept it as well. At this point, Han Sen was still faced with one difficult problem. Without solving that problem, he could not evolve with a peaceful mind. The problem was not Zero, of course. Although Zero was also a problem, Han Sen believed he should be able to get rid of her after he evolved to Second God's Sanctuary, which was why he was not that worried about it. The thing worried Han Sen the most was the Black Crystal. It could even feed and help creatures evolve. If he could continue to use such a treasure in Second God's Sanctuary, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. If he was able to farm a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary, or even just a few of Sacred Blood creatures, he would become strong much faster. If he was able to get some beast souls out of it, it would be even better. The only issue was that Han Sen was not able to take back Crystal out of God's Sanctuary. It was part of the rules of God's Sanctuary. Except for beast souls, nothing in God's Sanctuary could be brought out. Han Sen had tried for a lot of times, and unfortunately, the same rule applied to the Black Crystal. Chapter 422, Evolution. If Han Sen could not take the Black Crystal out, then the Black Crystal could only be kept in his room in Steel Armor Shelter. However, after Han Sen evolved, once he teleported out of God's Sanctuary, he would appear in Second God's Sanctuary the next time he teleported back. In other words, First God's Sanctuary would have nothing to do with him, and the room at Steel Armor Shelter would no longer belong to him. There was no way Han Sen would let go of such a treasure. Watching the Archer Crow that had just become a Sacred Blood creature, Han Sen kept thinking. If he were to take away the Black Crystal, Han Sen could only think of one possibility, which was to swallow it, like eating the meat or life essence. Although he might not succeed, that was the only way left. However, Hansen was not sure whether the black crystal would harm his body after he swallowed it. Although it was beneficial to creatures, it did not mean it was the same case for humans. The plants in God's sanctuary were the same way. Eating those plants might be helpful to super creatures like the turtle, but it might have strong side effects on humans. If one were to try the plants out, one would very likely die from them. Even if something was not harmful in the first place, there could be too much of a good thing. The black crystal could make a super creature easily, which meant it had immense energy inside. Hansen's body was not strong enough at the moment, so if the energy of the black crystal exploded after he swallowed it, maybe he would die as well. It was impossible for him to give it up, while the only possible method was very risky. Even Hansen was usually quite decisive. He became hesitant this time. Hansen looked at the archer crow. There was no need for him to wait for the bird to evolve into a super creature anymore. It would be pointless for him to do that, and he did not have time for waiting either. Hansen killed the sacred blood archer crow and cooked it. After eating the creature, he had filled up the last 3 sacred geno points, maxing out on his sacred geno points as well. Ordinary, primitive, mutant, sacred blood, super, all 5 types of geno points were eventually maxed out. He might be the first person in human history who had maxed out on all the geno points for real. Hansen could clearly feel the immense power in his body. He was certain that all aspects of his fitness were over 30. Once he evolved in the evolution pool, his fitness would have another leap. Should I eat it or not? Hansen took the black crystal in his hand, unable to decide. After a long while, Hansen still put the black crystal away. Even if he were to eat it, he would do that after he evolved. At least he would be much stronger and more capable to cope with any accident. There was a detailed description of evolution process on the Skynet. The process itself was basically risk-free, so Hansen was not really worried. He wanted to finish evolution before registering at Daphne so that he could become a sacred blood aristocrat in the Alliance immediately, which would give him a lot of benefits the commoners did not have. These days, Hansen had been searching for more information about Shura on the Skynet. According to the research in the Alliance, it was not only difficult for Shura to survive in God's sanctuary, they could not gain geno points like human either. Even after eating the meat of creatures, their bodies would not become stronger like human. In addition, Shura could not use a beast soul either. If Shura wanted to enhance their fitness, they could only do so by practicing Shura martial art, and there was no other way. However, human could use God's sanctuary to improve their genes. In that aspect, Zero was similar to Shura because she had no interest in life essence. However, judging by Zero's appearance, she was 100% human. Hansen regarded her and could not see Shura in her. Forget about it. After I enter second God's sanctuary, I will no longer see her, so whatever. Hansen walked out of his room and entered the Evolution Palace in steel armor shelter. In the Evolution Palace that looked like an ancient temple, there was a deep rectangular pond located in the center of the palace. A mysterious statue of Beast Head was guarding the pool from each corner, spouting liquid that was almost transparent from their mouths. Without hesitation, Hansen took off all of his clothes and walked into the pool, immersing his body in the lukewarm liquid in the evolution pool. In the liquid, Hansen felt he had become an embryo. He felt like an unborn baby, all of his body cells developing joyfully, bringing him to a rebirth. The feeling was hard to describe. There was no heat or coldness and no stimulations. The growth was so natural that it felt a part of his own Routh. It felt like puberty again, but it was not a real puberty. The growth was inside out. In the liquid, he did not feel suffocated at all, but extremely comfortable. The newborn strength grew in his muscles, bones, veins, and cells, making him feel like he could destroy the whole world with just one punch. Hansen understood that it was a hallucination brought by the rapid growth of strength. However, the feeling was fascinating. All of his spores were open. The waste and dirt seemed to have left his body, making Hansen feel more and more light and relaxed. The impurities of his body fell deep down the pool. Hansen felt like he was a sacred soul that had reborn with all his sins purified. The feeling was so wonderful that Hansen almost moaned out loud. No wonder so many people are pursuing evolution of the body. The feeling of evolution is magnificent. It is almost like a rebirth, making the old body shine with youth again, Hansen thought. However, he knew it was not finished yet. He had to wait until he heard the voice, which would tell him this evolution was successful. In addition, Hansen wanted to enjoy this fantastic feeling for a while longer. It was as good as having sex with the woman he loved, but it was a completely different feeling. It was more like a person who had been sick for a long time was suddenly cured. All the pains and sickness went away in a moment. The cleanse was so thorough that one might even cry. Hansen did not cry, but he totally enjoyed it. Evolution successful. Status of Evolver gained. 100 years added to lifespan. Super Body King Spirit gained. Hansen. Super Body King Spirit. Status, Evolver. Lifespan, 300. Requirement for next revolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points gained, 0. Chapter 423, Black Crystal. Hansen was dumbstruck by the two words King Spirit. There were many evolvers among humans. In fact, the majority of humans were evolvers. Unevolved persons were usually between 16 and 30 years old, while the majority of humans between 20 to 300 years old were evolvers. Most people would stay in the status their whole life, and only a few could become surpasser. It was not because average evolvers could not gain 100 Geno points, but because Third God Sanctuary was too dangerous. If one's fitness index was too low, it was very likely for one to die in Third God Sanctuary. There had been so many lessons that most people would rather stay in Second God Sanctuary all their life, which made evolvers the majority among human. There were hundreds or even thousands of billions of evolvers. However, among all of them, including those who had evolved with their sacred Geno points maxed out, Hansen had never heard their gained body had a name. An evolver with mutant Geno points maxed out would gain a mutant body, while an evolver with sacred Geno points maxed out would gain a sacred body. There was no other name to it. However, after Hansen's super body, there was a name, which was King Spirit. The two words made Hansen feel surprised and excited, not knowing what it meant. He checked the introduction of super body, King Spirit, which was so concise that it was just one sentence. King Spirit, King rules the world, all spirits shall bow. The simple sentence suddenly made Hansen change his look, because he thought of many things all of a sudden. Second God Sanctuary was vastly different from the first. There were no natural human shelters for humans to rest inside. There was nothing around the teleport devices. Other than that, humans needed to fight on their own for everything. Creatures in Second God Sanctuary were more organized than in the first. And there were many spirit shelters ruled by spirits. Spirits were different from creatures. Most of them looked similar to humans. They could be male or female, but their body was not made of flesh. Unless their spirit stones were destroyed, they were basically immortal. As long as the spirit stones were there, a spirit could always be reborn in the spirit stone, even if he or she was killed. In addition, spirits had the ability to control creatures. As long as there was a spirit shelter, most of the creatures in the region would be attached to the spirit and form a creature troop. Of course, advanced creatures would not be controlled by less advanced spirits. The status and ability of spirits determined their ability to control creatures. Under the control of spirits, there had been many incidents of creatures attacking human shelters. If humans were not strong enough, it was normal for them to be killed in Second God Sanctuary. One must truly kill a spirit by going into the spirit shelter and crushing the spirit stone. Of course, one could also take ownership of the spirit stone and gain the allegiance of spirits. However, spirits rarely showed obedience to humans. The more advanced the spirits were, the harder it would be for humans to gain their allegiance. Most of the spirits would rather detonate their own spirit stones before they bowed to humans. Therefore, not a lot of people had spirits in Second God Sanctuary. Spirits were different from beast souls. Beast souls were merely tools that needed to be controlled by humans. However, spirits had their own thoughts and intelligence and could fulfill tasks on their own. In addition, the spirits that had shown allegiance to humans would lose the ability to control creatures while gain the ability to use beast souls like humans. In addition, once the spirits swore allegiance, their life and death would be determined by their masters. Many humans thought of the ownership of spirits something to brag about and something to symbolize their social status. If the spirit in King Spirit referred to the same spirit, did it mean Hansen could ask any spirit to give him allegiance? That would be an incredible ability. However, it was just Hansen's own guess. He still had no idea whether it was true. He had to find out when he went to Second God Sanctuary and saw a spirit. Although Hansen was happy, he was not too excited because he was still worried about the Black Crystal. Hansen wanted to teleport to the Alliance right away to test his current fitness. However, before solving the issue of the Black Crystal, he could not go out yet. After leaving the evolution pool, Hansen felt the air seemed to have become heavy. The impurities started to enter his body like dusts. Hansen suddenly understood why evolvers could not stay in First God Sanctuary for long. After the evolution, one's body became so pure like spring water. The longer an evolver stayed in First God Sanctuary, the more impurities would enter his body, making his body more and more dirty. If the impurities were a small amount, his body could reject them. However, if an evolver stayed too long, his pure body could never be recovered. Hansen was unwilling to stay in First God Sanctuary for too long. He had finished all the business he should attend to. At this point, he had only one last thing to do. After returning to his room, Hansen held the Black Crystal in his hand. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and put the Black Crystal into his mouth. Hansen was standing in the teleport device. Once anything happened, he would teleport immediately back to the Alliance. Since Qin Shen was the station master of the teleport station, he would seek her help immediately. There was a medical team in the teleport station who might be able to save him. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Even if someone found out about the Black Crystal, it would still be better than death. However, the scenarios Han Sen was imagining did not happen. He swallowed the Black Crystal as if he had swallowed an ordinary stone, feeding nothing. There was no heat or coolness or swelling. It was almost like the Black Crystal had no use at all. Han Sen did not dare to be careless. There were many radioactive minerals in the universe that might affect the functions of one's body in the long run. One might get severely sick or even die. Han Sen took a deep breath and looked around in the room. Making sure that he had nothing left except for Zero, Han Sen smiled to Zero, who was regarding him with wide eyes, and teleported out of steel armor shelter. Zero followed Han Sen out, but Han Sen paid her no mind. He ran to the self-service scanner at the teleport station, swiped the card for a scan, and then scanned his own body. After seeing the holographic image in the scanner, Han Sen was dazed. He scanned a couple times more, and the result was the same. There was no Black Crystal in his body. Maybe I still failed to bring the Black Crystal with me? Han Sen became extremely disappointed. In the past, many people teleported immediately after swallowing the meat of an entire creature, wishing to bring the meat to the Alliance. However, although they were teleported back to the Alliance, the undigested meat was still left in the shelter. Han Sen thought the Black Crystal was also left in his own room at steel armor shelter. However, Han Sen immediately felt something was wrong. He had been paying attention to his own body and did not look at his mind. Feeling disappointed, he no longer paid special attention to his body and felt something unusual in his mind. Chapter 424, Unsettling in the Mind. Han Sen looked to his mind and saw the Cursed Wolf, Golden Growler, Holy Angel, and other super beast souls were sitting in a circle, staring at one thing greedily with fierce looks. Meowth and Beetle Knight were standing afar, clearly coveting the item as well. However, they were afraid of the 7 super beast souls and did not dare to come any closer. Han Sen's eyes fell on the item in the center of the super beast souls and became overjoyed. The Black Crystal, which he failed to find in his own body, had somehow entered his mind and hovering there. What the beast souls were eyeing was exactly the Black Crystal. How did this end up in my mind? Can I still take it out? Han Sen focused his mind on the Black Crystal, but it did not move at all. Obviously, it was not like a beast soul which would respond to Han Sen's thought. Han Sen frowned slightly. Since the Black Crystal could not be moved at his thought, it would be difficult to get it out. Glancing at the beast souls that were trying to take the Black Crystal for themselves, Han Sen suddenly thought, maybe this Black Crystal could be fed to not only creatures, but also beast souls? Han Sen looked around and found that he had sold most of his beast souls, except for the super beast souls, Meowth, and Beetle Knight, as well as a few primitive beast souls that he did not manage to sell. Those primitive beast souls were shivering far away from the crystal, unable to bear the horrendous aura of the super beast souls. If they could, they probably would have wet themselves already. Han Sen controlled a primitive copper-toothed beast to walk toward the Black Crystal. The primitive beast soul looked incredulous and surprised. However, it was quivering under the glare of the super beast souls. Even the super beast souls could not disobey Han Sen's order. They had to watch the primitive beast walking toward the Black Crystal. Han Sen was simply testing on the copper-toothed beast to see if the Black Crystal could be fed to beast souls the same way it was fed to creatures. Once Han Sen made sure there was no risks, he would then feed the Black Crystal to the advanced beast souls. As the copper beast was walking toward the Black Crystal in fear, a figure suddenly moved on its own, grabbing the Black Crystal before the primitive beast. It was the Holy Angel. Han Sen frowned. Ever since the Holy Angel swallowed the meat of the Golden Growler, she became somewhat different. Sometimes she would act voluntarily, although it was still within certain boundaries. Han Sen initially wanted to order the Holy Angel to let go of the Black Crystal, but hesitated as the Holy Angel looked at him expectantly with puppy eyes, yearning for the Black Crystal. Thinking of the fact that the Holy Angel could further evolve, Han Sen decided to let her have it. Since she wanted it so much, it should not be harmful to her. With Han Sen's order, Holy Angel became overjoyed and swallowed the Black Crystal in her hand. Han Sen was dazed. If he knew this was an option, there was no need for him to take the risks and swallow the Black Crystal. He could have fed it to one of his beast souls. Indeed, I am still too young. In the future, I must think twice before I act. Han Sen criticized himself inwardly. Luckily, nothing went wrong this time. After the Holy Angel swallowed the Black Crystal, she suddenly huddled up, her body glistening with holy aura as if she were in heaven. The aura quickly turned into a gigantic cocoon of light, hugging the Holy Angel. And then everything became calm again. The cocoon of light was hovering in Han Sen's mind, throbbing with a special rhythm of life. All the other beast souls became disappointed and scattered. The most disappointed among them was the copper-toothed beast. Hansen looked at the cocoon of light, which did not seem to be changing anymore. Hansen decided not to pay attention to his mind for a while. I wonder what the Holy Angel would become after another evolution? Hansen felt expectant and excited. The black crystal could be fed only to the creatures, but also the beast souls. If the black crystal could make primitive beast souls turn into sacred blood beast souls, and even super beast souls, then its ability was simply appalling. Although Hansen was strong in fitness, it will still take him some time before he could kill a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. It was certain that the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary all had a fitness level above 100. As for the super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, since no one had ever killed one so far, Hansen had no idea how strong they were. If the black crystal could be fed to beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary and turn them into super beast souls, then Hansen would not suffer as much on his way to hunt super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. However, it was just Hansen's own wish. He did not know how effective the black crystal was yet. After going out of the scanning device, Hansen looked at Zero, who was waiting for him outside, and thought, "This time I enter God's Sanctuary again, I will appear in Second God's Sanctuary, so there would be no way for you to follow me anymore." In order to get rid of Zero, Hansen directly walked toward the teleport device, took a deep breath, and chose to teleport. This was his first time to enter Second God's Sanctuary, so the location he would be teleported to was random. Hansen was praying that he would be sent to somewhere ruled by humans, which would be much more conducive to his cultivation. If unfortunately, he was sent to a place where there were all creatures with no human, or where there was a large spirit shelter, it would be difficult for him to even survive. Whichever god is listening, please give me blessings to end up in a nice spot. Hansen was praying to all the gods in the world before he started the teleport device. After a temporary lightheadedness, Hansen was no longer in the teleport device. What he saw was a huge ice cave. The ice around him was as tough as glass, probably having been frozen for centuries. Ice cones and columns were hanging from the ceiling of the ice cave. There was nothing but coldness, except for the teleport device under Hansen's feet. What is this damned place? Hansen looked around and only saw one hole leading to the outside. He wondered what was outside. It was impossible for human to build a shelter in such a place. Even if there were humans, it was highly unlikely they would live in this cave. Hansen still had hope and wanted to crawl out of the hole to have a look. Before Hansen acted, he suddenly saw a blur in the teleport device, and someone else appeared there. Chapter 425, Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen looked at the person and became surprised. The gorgeous figure of Zero appeared in the teleport device. No, it is impossible that she's an evolver. How can she end up here? Even if she was an evolver, it is highly unlikely for her to end up at the same spot as me. The chance is so slim and there must be something wrong. Hansen was lost, gazing at Zero. Hansen believed there were only two possibilities. One was that Zero was abnormal. The other was that his 9-life cat pendant was problematic. Otherwise, how could Zero end up here? Zero still acted the same way, standing next to Hansen like a shadow, her eyes blinking from time to time. "Okay, you win," Hansen said with a wry smile, knowing that his beautiful wish to get rid of Zero was wasted. In fact, Hansen did not really dislike Zero after spending some time with her. She was someone hard to hate. With a sweet face, she rarely spoke or did anything annoying despite being a tag-along. Hansen even felt accustomed to her existence. It was just her weird background that made Hansen feel reluctant to accept her. However, when he thought about it, Zero had never harmed him. In addition, Zero would probably be a huge help to Hansen. With her ability, she could probably even fight sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary. Such a strong and obedient fighter was definitely a great assistance to Hansen, who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary. I have a fitness around 60 or 70, so it would be easy for me to break 100 if I gain some Geno points. At that time, I would be able to match Zero's ability, and then it would no longer be an issue for me to keep her around. Hansen thought about it, decided to let it go, and crawled out of T. Hole. The hole led to a path that was quite twisted. Hansen and Zero walked for a long while before they saw the light. The moment he saw what was outside, Hansen was dazed. All he could see was icebergs and peaks covered in snow. It was also snowing heavily. The world was all white. On the top of the largest mountain, he could see a white fairy tale-like castle vaguely through the flying snowflakes. Because the snow was too heavy, he could barely see the details of the architecture. However, he could still feel how dedicated and beautiful it was in the silver storm. Hansen's face suddenly became grim. Although he could not see any details, it was not a building made by man. Otherwise, there would be some modern materials and practical designs, which the castle did not have. Spirit shelter. Hansen suddenly had an idea, which was not good news to him. Since Hansen had not spotted a human building but saw a spirit shelter, it was unlikely for him to meet any fellow man. Judging from the looks of the castle, it was probably owned by advanced spirits. If the spirits were too strong and had a large troop of creatures, Hansen believed he would suffer in his early development. Why are you standing there? A hasty but low voice sounded from Hansen's back. Hansen turned to look and saw a man with his full body covered in Arctic suit waving at them from the depths of the hole. Hansen suddenly felt a bit pleased to finally see a human. He took Zero to walk over to the guy. When he was ready to speak, the guy suddenly pulled them inside the ice channel. Before Hansen even said anything, the guy looked them up and down and said, "You must be new here." "We just teleported over today," Hansen answered and checked the guy out. The guy was over 20, this should be less than 30. He looked quite handsome, but there was a deep exhaustion and helplessness on his face. "Then you have terrible luck. It would be very hard for you in the future," the guy smiled wryly and said. "Let's go. Let's talk inside so that we don't alarm the ice-armored beasts. They have sensitive ears and could hear a voice 1,000 feet away in snowstorm. My name is Suyu, and I came here more than a year ago, so I have more experience than you. Here's a piece of advice. Do not wander around." The guy was quite easygoing, talking to Hansen and Zero as he walked. "Brother, what is this place? Is there a human shelter?" Hansen asked. Suyu curled his lips and said, "A human shelter can never be built under such circumstances. Even one could be built, it would be useless because of the spirit shelter in the mountains. It is a shelter of an aristocrat spirit. In addition to aristocrat spirit, there were a dozen mutant creatures and hundreds of primitive ice-armored beasts. Let me put it this way, all the humans here combined would not be an adequate meal for those guys. Is there no evolver with fitness index above 100? Hansen asked. Like creatures, there were 4 levels of spirits, squire, knight, aristocrats, and royalty, which could be king or queen. The 4 levels corresponded to ordinary, primitive, mutant, and sacred blood creatures. An aristocrat spirit was about as strong as a mutant creature. However, because spirits had higher intelligence and the ability to control creatures, they were greater than mutant creatures. How could we ever reach 100 in such a shithole? Only 7 or 8 guys would be assigned here randomly all year round. Because we are so close to the spirit shelter, we have to travel far to hunt any creatures so that we don't rattle those guys in the spirit shelter. In addition, the creatures nearby were extremely lacking, so we might not even be able to find a creature that falls behind in days. It is difficult to kill even an ordinary creature, so how could we have enough Geno points to strengthen our fitness? Suyu whined. Apparently, even the strongest evolver among us only had a fitness level of a little more than 60. The good thing is that we stick together. Because we help each other, we are able to hunt some creatures. However, it is not likely that we can make any significant achievements. This damn place is hell. Whoever sent here are just down in luck. Haven't you thought about leaving here? Hansen asked. How do you propose to leave? This place faces the ocean in 3 directions. Only the direction of the spirit shelter leads to land. Besides, we don't even know where we are. Even if we bypass the spirit shelter, it would be hard for us to locate a human shelter. We would be more than likely to die on the way. Suyu paused and said, "Don't get ahead of yourself and don't rush anything. Wait here for a couple of days. When more people arrived, we would be able to go farther to hunt. People here are nice, so as long as you do your part, the meat would be shared to you. So stay and gain some Geno points, know this place better, and then consider hunting on your own." Thank you so much for the instructions, friend. Hansen thanked Suyu for being so straightforward. Call me Suyu, Suyu smiled and said. After going back to the ice cave, Hansen chatted some more with Suyu and got the basic idea about the place. Then he teleported back to the Alliance together with Zero. Hansen decided to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat. In addition to all the benefits he could get, he would be able to let his sister continue her study at the posh school with confidence. Chapter 426, Hiding Away the Beauty. Before getting certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, Hansen first needed to make arrangements for Zero. It was almost impossible for him to get rid of her at this point, so he must consider how to deal with the issue. Because Zero did not have any legal status, it would be hard for him to put her in the hotel. Hansen hesitated and decided he had to take her home. It was impossible for him to avoir going home forever. After spending more time with her, Hansen was certain that Zero had no trouble in intelligence, nor was she a lunatic or idiot. In addition, she seemed to be quite smart, just did not know much about how to interact with people, which made her look odd. Before taking Zero home, Hansen took her to the testing hall. He planned to do a simple strength test himself and ask Zero to take the test to determine how strong she was. It was easy to do a strength test. If one punched at the device as hard as one could for 3 to 5 times, the device would come up with an accurate average of one's strength score. Hansen picked an empty room, pointed at the device and said to Zero, "Hit it with all you got." Zero followed instructions as always, walked to the device, raised her tender fist, and hit the target hard. Hansen quickly looked to the numbers, 97.0472, which was lower than what Hansen had thought. He thought Zero's fitness should be over 100, while it was less than 100. Hansen asked Zero to give it a few more shots, and the number was lower than the first one. The second shot showed 96.8964, and the rest were between the two numbers. It seemed Zero's strength was a bit lower than 100. However, that was still very impressive. Hansen walked to the device himself and hit it hard. When he looked at the number, it kept go up and the stayed 70.0006, which made Hansen quite pleased. This was his maximum estimate. He then made a few more punches and found that there was almost no variation between the numbers, with the largest difference being 0.0002. A fitness level of 70. What a great super body. The sacred bodies would be 30 plus at best. Hansen felt exhilarated. With such a fitness, his cultivation would become much easier. Hansen hesitated and summoned the Fairy Queen to shapeshift. Then he used Heresy Mantra and Overload to hit the target with all he got. With a huge sound, the number kept flipping up and ended at 81.6735, which made Hansen overjoyed. Hansen's number was not that far from Zero's. Although there was still a difference of a dozen points, Hansen had already got the ability to fight her. Even if she suddenly went mad, Hansen still could handle it to some extent. Furthermore, he had become an evolver, which meant not only his fitness was enhanced greatly, his potentials were also increased. He believed he could make Overload work even better. In addition, the third phase of Heresy Mantra, Longevity, was almost completed. If he could make progress in these two aspects, maybe Hansen could approach Zero's level even without gaining any Geno points. Also, he could start to practice Hyper Geno arts on the Evolver's level. Thinking of the Hyper Geno arts that could change the structure of his body cells, Hansen almost wanted to trade for one at the St. Hall immediately. Those kinds of Hyper Geno arts could increase his strength significantly. Evolvers who had practiced those Hyper Geno arts are significantly different from those who had not. Hansen was very happy with this test result and became more familiar with his own fitness level, which would be very helpful in his future hunting endeavors. According to the investigation conducted by the Alliance in Second God's Sanctuary, an ordinary creature had a physique between 0 to 20, a primitive creature had a physique between 20 to 50, a mutant creature had a physique between 50 to 80, while a sacred blood creature had a physique between 80 to 100 plus. Spirits had about the same level of physique as creatures, which meant an aristocrat spirit should have a strength between 50 to 80. Although the numbers could be off, it would not be too much off. The most unstable were the sacred blood creatures, since many were so strong that their strength was off the charts. Hansen suspected that those might be super creatures of Second God's Sanctuary. With Hansen's ability so far, he could totally fight a mutant creature or aristocrat spirit alone. Of course, it would be even better if he could practice a few Hyper Geno arts designed for evolvers beforehand. In addition, he also had Zero who was approaching 100 in her fitness, so Hansen could totally wipe out the aristocrat spirit shelter. The restrictions in the growth of Suyu's group was no big deal to Hansen. However, Hansen did not have enough time to do that. He took Zero back to his home, which was not the old house of his family, but a 3-bedroom penthouse Hansen bought himself. Originally, he planned to use it with his girlfriend, but it turned out to be vacant. A few days back, Hansen regretted that he had bought this penthouse. Currently, it became handy to accommodate Zero. Hansen would not feel safe for Zero to live in the old house. Looking at the ragged clothes Zero was wearing, Hansen felt he was being inhumane. The girl was following him anyway, so she deserved some decent clothing. Dressing like a refugee was a pity for such a beauty. Hansen bought something to wear and a comlink for Zero on the Skynet and asked her to take a shower and change into the new clothes. Zero suddenly turned into a modern sweetheart and fashionista. Can you stay here alone? Call me with comlink if you need anything. Hansen taught her how to use the comlink and regarded her, fearing that she might insist on following him. He was about to report to Daphne, and she could not appear in the military. Okay, Zero replied and nodded. Hansen suddenly felt reassured. Eventually, he was able to accommodate this mysterious girl and get down to his own business. Hansen taught Zero some more common sense and how to search information on the Skynet, asking her to search whatever she did not understand. Zero was indeed very smart. She almost understood everything after watching Hansen do it, which made Hansen feel more assured. This way, she will not create any trouble staying here. Does it count as keeping a mistress? Hansen touched his chin and thought to himself. Considering that Zero looked only about 15 years old, not even an adult yet, Hansen felt his thought was too evil. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. The next morning, Hansen left to get certified as a sacred blood aristocrat, which was the last important matter he needed to tend to before serving. Chapter 427, Certification as Aristocrat. It was very crowded in the certification bureau. All the service windows had long lines in front of them, but the majority of the people were there for the certification as mutant evolvers and primitive evolvers. Although the mutant evolvers also had the status of aristocrat, their status was significantly lower than sacred blood aristocrats. Men were doing better and better in First God Sanctuary, and more people were able to kill a super creature. However, those who could max out on sacred geno points were still quite limited. Seeing how crowded it was, Hansen joined a shorter line and waited there. The line was moving rather slow, and there was nothing Hansen could do other than keep waiting. Because some tests must be run, there was no way for him to apply online. Hansen had to come in person and wait. Brother, you are so young to become an evolver. You must be less than 23? Someone in front of Hansen, who looked around 30 years old, was quite talkative and started to chat with Hansen, seeing that the line was not moving. Almost. Hansen smiled. In fact, he had not even had his 21st birthday yet. You must have maxed out on your primitive geno points already? The guy asked again. My primitive geno points are maxed out, yes. Hansen nodded. The young people nowadays are so great. Maxing out on primitive geno points at such a young age. Back when we started, there were very few master fighters. Every time we killed a primitive creature, we had to work together, and a few of us would always get hurt. The guy felt nostalgic. Brother, you must have maxed out on mutant geno points? Hansen quickly asked. The guy straightened up his back and said contently, after so many years, I have eventually maxed out. Brother, you should stay there for a few years more. There is a huge difference between maxing out on mutant geno points and primitive geno points. The status of mutant aristocrat could make your life much easier. A lot of people near them started to cast envious glance at the guy. Maxing out on mutant geno points and becoming an evolver around 30 years old was something heavenly for ordinary people. After all, for modern humans, 30 years old was just a beginning, with a bright future ahead. For mutant evolvers, 30 years old was young. There were many patient people who would wait to max out mutant geno points when they were 40 or 50 years old. Since evolvers had a lifespan of 300 years old, it was okay for someone to become a mutant evolver when the why were 50 or 60? Of course, there were many young people who could not wait. And many of them would choose to evolve with just primitive geno points maxed out. People had different strategies and plans about life, and there was no right or wrong about it. What is to brag about? Isn't it shameful to evolve on mutant geno points when you're already 30 years old? If I were you, I would not even show face in public for the shame, snorted a young man waiting in line, annoyed at the guy's words. The guy suddenly flushed and exclaimed madly, What's wrong with 30 years old? I am a mutant evolver after all, which is much better than a primitive evolver like you. Who told you I'm a primitive evolver? You think everyone is as dumb as you and evolved so late? Have you ever seen a 20-year-old guy who had already maxed out on mutant geno points? I am a decade faster than you are, said the young man with his nose in the air. The guy suddenly became silent, his face flushed and fists clenched. However, he felt powerless to argue. Other evolvers in line all felt envious about the young man, hearing he had already maxed out on his mutant geno points. A few girls even started to wink at him. A mutant evolver as young as 20 years old had a bright future ahead of him. Successful men like this were very popular among girls. Friend, you can't put it that way. If there were no previous generations that had fought and learned about the creatures in God's sanctuary, if it were not for the meat and beast souls that they brought back, how would we have meat to eat, beast souls to depend on, and experience to learn from? And how could you have maxed out on mutant geno points so soon? We are only making these achievements on the shoulders of them. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't disrespect them, Hansen couldn't help saying. Thanks to the previous generations, humans were able to make today's achievements. The earlier people entered God's sanctuary, the more they had suffered. People in First God's sanctuary these days were already very blessed. Brother, well said the guy. The older people all felt touched by Hansen's words. 2 or 3 decades ago, the environment of First God's sanctuary was much worse than it was at this point. At that time, not to mention sacred blood creatures, people would even need to take tremendous risks when hunting mutant creatures. Circumstances had been much different. As long as one was patient, it would be easy for someone to max out on mutant geno points at 30 to 40 years old. The weak or the weak. Cut the crap. What's the point of acting nice when you are just a primitive evolver? The young man gave Hansen a stare and said, disdained. No matter strong or weak, you must have basic politeness. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and those creatures? Hansen said quietly. The young man's expression changed. He felt embarrassed and said with his eyes fie. XCD on Hansen, scums always have all the excuses in the world. If you're capable, we should argue this out with fists. If you can beat me, you can say whatever you want. Otherwise, shut up. Hansen shrugged and said nothing. He had been through so much that he was no longer interested in such meaningless argument. Not interested in wasting a single minute on this young man, Han Sen would never fight him physically. Seeing that Han Sen had not responded, the young man felt Han Sen must be scared of himself. He made some sarcastic remarks, and Han Sen ignored them. The guy could not stand watching any longer and wanted to argue with the young men. However, Han Sen pulled him aside and said, "Brother, it is almost your turn. Just focus on the business and did not get serious with a kid." "Scums are full of excuses," the young man said sourly. Han Sen did not pay him any mind. People like this young man only dared to be so arrogant in the alliance, was put on the gladiator, he would definitely have some punching coming. If he acted this way in the God Sanctuary, he would probably have died already. The young man seemed to feel uncomfortable under such public attention and did not say anything more. Everyone went back to waiting. After a long while, the guy in front of Han Sen had finished his certification as a mutant evolver, and it was Han Sen's turn. Chapter 428, Killer Kicks. It so happened that the young man in the line next to them had also come to the window. He walked up, raised his voice on, and said to the staff, "I am here to be certified as a mutant evolver." After that, the young man glanced at Han Sen provocatively, as if he were saying, "I am a mutant evolver and what are you?" Han Sen did not even bother to say anything. He simply walked to the window, handed in his identification card, and whispered to the staff, "Would you please handle my request to be certified as a Sacred Blood Evolver?" Although Han Sen's voice was low, the young man quickly changed his expression. People around them also looked to Han Sen in surprise. The staff member who had been working long hours also raised his eyes and checked Han Sen out. Seeing Han Sen was so young, the staff member repeated incredulously, "Are you applying to be certified as a Sacred Blood Evolver?" A Sacred Blood Evolver was still quite rare at this point. On a small planet such as Raqqa, 3 to 5 Sacred Blood Evolvers per year would be considered a significant number already. In addition, Han Sen was way too young. He seemed to be around 20 or even younger, so it was hard for anyone to believe he was a Sacred Blood Evolver. "Yes," Han Sen nodded. The staff member quickly retrieved Han Sen's identification card. After scanning it, the AI showed Han Sen's information. The staff member gasped and said, 20 years old. Graduate of Blackhawk Military Academy and a major. As he said that, the young man and others were in doubt looked at Han Sen in a different way. Blackhawk Military Academy was a top school in the eyes of ordinary people. A graduate of Blackhawk was undoubtedly the elite among the elite. And those who could graduate with the rank of major were so few that they could be called the dragon of a man. People like this were beyond the level of ordinary people, with a wide gap in between. The face of the young man turned purple. He wished he could hide in a hole somewhere. Everyone else looked at Han Sen with admiration, and girls and women even started to wink at Han Sen. A Sacred Blood aristocrat of such a young age, an elite who graduated from the top school, and on top of that, a good-looking guy with skin so smooth that all women coveted. Even the widows were swallowing. "Major, this way. We need to do a procedural test." The staff member called Han Sen by his rank directly with a lot of respect. Han Sen entered the testing device under everyone's watch. All the items were quite regular. As long as he could reach the minimum of a Sacred Blood Evolver, he could finish the certification. That was of course not difficult for Han Sen at all. He even needed to control his power intentionally to keep his numbers under 30, otherwise it would be too abnormal. After Han Sen finished the test, everyone else was watching him as if he were a star. Many people were filled with admiration, while the young man had left secretly at some point. This is the true elite of the Alliance. A Sacred Blood aristocrat of 20 years old. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I wish to marry him. I don't mind if I only have one night with him. I wonder how much it would cost to sleep with him for a night. A few days later, in a spaceship, Han Sen was reading materials of ancient languages using his comlink. He should report to Daphne, but the location for reporting was in a remote galaxy called Dongyin. It was already the periphery of the Alliance. If people went beyond Dongyin, there was no Shura, but many undeveloped galaxies. Han Sen did not know what Daphne's mission was to be located so far away. However, Han Sen had smelled trouble. If the warships were serving in some special regions, the traffic would become an obstacle for him to return home. Many people serving special missions would not even return home once during the entire service. Although Han Sen did not care where he served, he would feel terrible about not being able to see his mother and sister for several years. However, there was nothing for him to do at this point. He had to report. Because Galaxy Dongyin was located on the border of the Alliance, which was very far away, it would take him a long time to arrive there. Han Sen was sore in his eyes after reading the ancient language for a long time and got up to the holographic hull of the spaceship, ready to move around on the Gladiator platform. It had been a long time since he last logged in Gladiator. Han Sen first checked Hi's friend list, wishing to see Queen there. He had improved significantly in fitness, so maybe he would last longer with her. Unfortunately, Queen's name was grayed out. His only friend online was QHC. Hansen used to be very interested in fighting QHC, but he started to feel bored at this point. The fitness level of QHC was around 40. Even if he had grown as well, it was hard for him to reach Hansen's level. Beating QHC would mean nothing to Hansen because they were not similar in strength anymore. In front of the absolute strength, techniques could make very little difference. It was like however good the sniper was, he could not resist an atomic bomb. When Hansen was ready to close the friend list and request a random match, QHC sent him an invite. Hansen hesitated and clicked yes. Some time ago, QHC did not refuse Hansen because he was too weak and practiced with him for a long time, so Hansen felt he should return the favor. Qian Hejin was talking to a middle-aged man at this point. The man was named Lu Bin, a prominent figure in Ares Martial Hall and even the entire martial hall industry. Although Lu Bin was just an evolver, he had great talent in leg skills. Killer kicks invented by him was masterful and had been designated as one of the routine skills in the Alliance military. The reason the leg skills were impressive was that Lu Bin himself was a veteran who had been through a lot of combats against Shura and suffered numerous injuries. The killer kicks was a set of leg skills refined in blood and fire. It was not just great skills, but also experience gained from risking one's life. Because Lu Bin did not have a good background, he only evolved with mutant geno points maxed out. Until he retired, he was only a colonel. However, his honor and glory had earned him great reputation among many veterans who gave him both thumbs up not only for his leg skills, but also for his bravery. Chapter 429, Someone Like Me. After retiring, Lu Bin was hired by Ares Martial Hall as an instructor to teach leg skills, since killer kicks was one of the top leg skills for unevolved persons. However, because most students had never been through life and death situations like Lu Bin, it was very hard for them to understand the essence of killer kicks. Even Qian Hejin, who was very talented and instructed by Lu Bin personally, was not able to grasp what killer kicks truly meant. The skills were meant to kill in a war, so it could only be practiced at life and death moments. Since Qian Hejin had not experienced that, it was not easy for him to have the epiphany. Seeing Hansen logging in the platform, Qian Hejin, who was a bit depressed that he did not get the skills right, suggested a break to Lu Bin. With Lu Bin's consent, Qian Hejin invited Hansen to fight. Lu Bin was watching on the stands. Initially, he did not really want to teach someone like Qian Hejin. Qian Hejin was so well protected that killer kicks was not the right skills for him. Killer kicks was more designed for a veteran on the battlefield, with many daring moves that put the user's life at stake. It was something only the battlefield could produce. The brave one always wins the fight. On the battlefield, even hesitation of a millisecond could get one killed. Cowardice and hesitation meant death. Therefore, the essence of killer kicks was only one word, which was bravery, the bravery that made one kill enemies fearlessly while putting one's own life at stake. Qian Hejin did not acquire the essence of killer kicks, so he was still using the hyper-geno arts that he was used to when fighting Hansen. Hansen controlled his strength at the same level as Qian Hejin, but he still felt awkward when fighting the guy. It was not because Hansen had lowered his power. With Hansen's ability to control his own body, he could use his strength well no matter which level his strength was. However, fighting Qian Hejin like this made Hansen feel awkward. Although he had lowered his fitness level, Hansen still had his judgment. In Hansen's eyes, Qian Hejin had too many weaknesses, which made Hansen lose the desire to win. Even if he lowered his strengths, Hansen could still see too many opportunities to beat his opponent. It was simply too easy to win. Hansen could not reduce his judgment, so a fight like this made him feel bored. Hansen did not hesitate to end the fight immediately. Initially, Qian Hejin wanted to relax himself by fighting Hansen, but his fight against Hansen was surprisingly depressing. In other words, Hansen was giving him too much pressure. Although Hansen had always been strong, he was never able to bring such pressure to the room, which made Qian Hejin feel alarmed. The next moment, however, Hansen quickly moved his fists around, punching at Qian Hejin as fast as lightning bolts. It turned out Qian Hejin was not even able to dodge the attacks, but had to block them. Although Hansen had reduced his strength, the fists were still carrying endless fierceness, hitting at Qian Hejin. From the first punch to the last, Hansen directly eliminated Qian Hejin, who was not even able to return one punch in between. Qian Hejin was forced to the corner from the middle of the stage, and then a storm of fists made his body explode, costing his virtual life. Qian Hejin was dumbstruck for a while, unable to believe he had lost the fight like this. When he used to fight Hansen, he had almost never lost. But after this short period of time, he was beaten easily by Han. Senator Qian Hejin could not accept such result and was ready to invite Hansen again. However, Lu Bin stopped him and said, "No need to continue. You are not his match." Qian Hejin was not persuaded. As he was about to argue, Lu Bin continued to say, his fitness was too much greater than yours. Haven't you noticed that he had intentionally suppressed his strength to fight you? That is impossible. Chia. En Hijin suddenly paused. Reflecting on what had happened just now, he felt like what Lu Bin said did make sense. Otherwise, he would not have that kind of pressure. I'll show you. Lu Bin did not explain anymore but sent Han Sen an invite. In fact, after watching the fight between Han Sen and Qian Hijin, Lu Bin felt an urge to fight. He was a veteran who had survived 1,000 deaths, so he had very sharp senses. The only did he see that Han Sen was suppressing his own strength, he also saw that Han Sen was not an ordinary person. All his skills must have been practiced between life and death. For someone like him who had seen so many deaths in his life, he was not even able to tell Han Sen's murderous intent when the two young men were fighting, which was shocking to him. In order to kill someone, you must be determined. With that kind of determination, the murderous intent would be natural. If you tried to hide your intention to kill, your determination must be hindered. And if you did not have the determination, your moves would not be as swift. However, Han Sen's moves weirdly combine the self-contradicting elements perfectly together. Although he was very swift, he did not leak any intention to kill. That kind of ability was impressive. Even Lu Bin, who had been through a million fights, had only seen that kind quality in two persons. One of the two was himself, and the other was a Shura fighter who was black-horned. Although the Shura was only a black-horned fighter, that was the worst fight Lu Bin had ever been through. In the end, although Lu Bin was able to survive, he suffered too bad an injury to keep serving, which was why he left his favorite place, the military. Suddenly seeing someone else with the same kind of ability, Lu Bin was reminded of the bloody fight and felt an itch. Invited by a stranger, Han Sen did not think that much. Since he would have chosen random match anyway, he simply accepted the invite. Han Sen entered the Colosseum, looked to the opposite direction, and saw his opponent smiling at him. Han Sen couldn't help feeling nervous, because he also smelled someone like himself. Chapter 430, Fierce. Seeing Lu Bin enter to fight himself, his friends and students were all quite surprised. Many people chose to observe the fight, and the stands were soon filled. Although Lu Bin would log in Gladiator from time to time, he seldom fought. Most of the time, he was just instructing his students. It was not because Lu Bin felt he was invincible, but because the simulated fights could not give him enough thrill. That was why Lu Bin was not at all interested in fights like this. In reality, however, he was even less likely to use killer kicks. Therefore, Lu Bin's students rarely saw him in the fight. Many of his old comrades had not seen him using his best skills in a long while. Who is so good that even Lu went up himself? Wang Daqing was surprised to see Lu Bin in the fight himself. No idea. His opponent. T was using the face blur function, so we can't tell who he is. But I bet he is quite somebody, otherwise Captain Lu Bin would not go up himself, another person said in surprise as well. Haven't seen killer kicks in so long. I wonder if I had the luck to see it today. You know how Lu is. Since he is in a fight, he will do his best. Then we should all thank the soldier on warship. I hope he lasts longer so that we could enjoy the fight better. I will bet $1,000 to say the guy would not last 7 kicks. You give him too much credit. I'll bet you 20,000 for 4 kicks. 1,500. Count me. I will bet 2,000 as well. Shit. No way you're doing this. Everyone is betting on Lu Bin. There is no way this will work. Lu Bin's friends were all quite excited, and his students were more curious. It was a fresh experience for them to see Lu Bin using killer kicks. Only Qian Hijin was looking at Han Sen with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Friend, which troop were you at? Before the fight started, Lu Bin did not rush to begin, but smiled and asked. He thought Han Sen should also be a veteran, otherwise it was unlikely he would have this kind of ability. In fact, that was why Lu Bin felt close to Han Sen in the first place. Military secret, Han Sen said calmly. He was not being arrogant, but it was really a military secret. At least that was what it said on his assignment paper. He also signed a non-disclosure agreement. If Han Sen told anyone about it, he would be sent to a military court. Leaking military secrets could be a misdemeanor or a felony. Han Sen did not want to have any offense in this regard. Hearing Han Sen's words, Lu Bin smiled and said, "Do not show any mercy later." Of course, Han Sen nodded and said, "Then let's begin." Lu Bin suddenly became very calm and made a side kick as sharp as a blade at Han Senator. He was so fast and fierce that it was nerve-wracking. The scarier part was that the kick was so sudden that no one saw it coming. That's what killer kicks look like. Many students who had been instructed by Lu Bin could not help but doubt whether they had learned the skills correctly after watching Lu Bin do it. They could not reach Lu Bin's level at all. When they made the kicks themselves, it was not as sudden or fierce. Lu is serious this time. I don't believe the boy could even take this one kick, Wang Daqing said with his eyes wide. He did not realize that Lu Bin would be so serious as if he was treating his opponent as a Shura in the battlefield. After Wang Daqing said that, a soldier on warship suddenly raised his arm to block Lu Bin's kick. Although he took 2 steps back, he only lost 2 points in health. Quite an opponent. He was able to block Lu Bin's kick in time. I wonder who he is. Lu Bin's comrades all felt unexpected. However, no one could answer this question. Even Qian Hezhen did not know a soldier on warship was. Lu Bin suddenly looked exhilarated, as if the blood in his body was brought to a boil. He roared and kicked at Han Sen repeatedly, every kick faster and fiercer than the last. Lu Bin's leg skills were not flamboyant, but every kick he made was life-threatening with no additional moves. Many moves he made were practical yet unexpected, which was very inspiring. Han Sen was forced back by the kicks and had to take defensive positions with his arms and legs moving. Although he was able to block Lu Bin's attacks, he was at an absolute disadvantage, like a small boat in surging waves, likely to sink anytime. This is the true killer kicks. So fierce. Coach Lu is absolutely amazing. What kicks? 5 kicks in a row. So strong. How did he achieve that leg whipping? The angle was simply impossible. Captain Lu did not forget any of his kung fu. Every move is a killer move. This is the leg skills of a true man. I've decided. I will sign up to learn this after I go back. The audience were all dazed by Lu Bin's moves. They wished they were Lu Bin himself to make those kicks. However, the true Evolver masters among them couldn't help frowning. The leg skills of Lu Bin were indeed very impressive to the point that it was shocking. Even if they were competing against Lu Bin themselves, they did not dare to say they could block his life-threatening attacks for sure. However, his opponent was able to block all Lu Bin's attacks, though in an awkward way. Until this very point, Lu Bin was not able to break his defense. The points his opponent lost in health were mostly the automatic defense loss generated by the system, which were merely 1 to 2 points each time. Who is Lu Bin's opponent? He is able to take so many kicks from Lu Bin. Those who knew Lu Bin well started to become dumbstruck. They knew everything about Lu Bin's leg skills, which were the skills to kill enemies in battles. Most of the time, the 2 persons at the fight had to fight with life when Lu Bin used the skills. If the opponent was able to beat Lu Bin, his friends would not be as surprised. However, the fact that the opponent was capable of blocking so many kicks was quite alarming. Han Sen also felt very excited. He did not expect the stranger who sent him an invite was an expert killer with excellent leg skills. Even Han Sen felt it was hard to predict Lu Bin's kicks in the beginning, which was why he was having a hard time defending himself. Chapter 431. One more time. Gradually, Han Sen felt that it was not because Lu Bin did not have the intention to kill, but because Lu Bin's intention to kill was too strong. If there was one lamp in a room, then it would be easy to tell where the light was from. However, if the room was filled with lamps, there was little point in figuring out the source of the light. Because Lu Bin's intention to kill was off the chart, his opponent could no longer discern his intention because it was everywhere. Initially, Han Sen was trying to figure out the source of Lu Bin's intention to kill, but he soon gave up. Under such scorching murderous intent, there was no point to figure out anything because it would not make a difference. When fighting someone like this, there was only one way to win, may the brave one live. Han Sen no longer stepped back, but made a kick himself, his leg hitting Lu Bin's and making a loud sound. Lu Bin's leg skills were practical, which meant the skills not that unusual. Having learned Panorama, which was an encyclopedia of all kinds of commonly seen skills, Han Sen felt it was easy to mimic Lu Bin's killer kicks. In fact, many people could easily imitate the skills, but the true difficulty was how to use it well. Depending on one's capability and mentality, the same leg skills were different when used by different people. It was especially true when it came to these kicks that were designed for life and death battles. Small difference could realize in completely different result. Han Sen was someone who knew the intention to kill very well. In fact, it was what he started out with. The only thing he needed to do different was that unlike the past when he needed to hide his inventions, he should fill himself with such intentions in this fight. Boom, boom, boom. Han Sen and Lu Bin became almost the same person standing opposite each other. Kicking at each other in madness, they were making sounds that gave people goosebumps. Although the audience knew it was a simulated fight, they were still afraid that the 2 fighters' bones might be broken. This is it. Hiding back is not a soldier's way, Lu Bin yelled in excitement, his legs kicking again as swiftly as wind. Han Sen was also extremely excited. Lu Bin's style was so aggressive that Han Sen also wanted to get it all out under his influence. Killer kicks against killer kicks. Although only 2 persons were fighting, the audience felt there were 2 troops present, making them thrilled and terrified at the same time. A few faint-hearted girls could not help yelping, forgetting it was a simulated fight. Kill, 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 kill. The long legs went up and down like blades, making sounds like metal. Every exchange made the heart of the audience tremble. It was hard to imagine that it was just a simulated fight. Killer kicks. He is also using killer kicks. Wang Daqing finally realized that and could not help exclaiming. Others suddenly realized Wang Daqing was right. A soldier on warship was also using killer kicks. He was able to use killer kicks in front of Lu Bin and did not seem to fall short. Everyone suddenly had a weird expression on their faces, watching the two going at each other like lunatics. Who is a soldier on warship? Is he also a veteran? Everyone suddenly had such a doubt. They could not imagine what kind of person you must be to use killer kicks as well as Lu Bin. If he was not a veteran, how could he use killer kicks that well? Qian Hejin was dumbfounded. He just understood that Lu Bin was right. A soldier on warship was much stronger than him in fitness. Just now when they were fighting, a soldier on warship did not use all he got at all, but was trying to suppress his strength. How is that possible? How long has it been? How could he have improved his fitness by so much? Qian Hejin looked at Han Sen, feeling complicated. Kill! Lu Bin suddenly roared and jumped up, his leg hitting at Han Sen like an axe. 7 kill. Wang Daqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The majority of killer kicks was common skills, so the focus was on mentality rather than techniques. Only 7 kicks of killer kicks were exceptions, which were called 7 kill by Lu Bin. The 7 kicks were like the last moves in killer kicks. One must jump in the air to make 7 consecutive high kicks from above. It was so difficult that it was even rare among leg skills designed for evolvers. It was difficult for anyone to make 7 kicks in one jump, let alone make all 7 kicks fierce and swift. Even many top evolvers could not master 7 kill. The 7 kicks were almost finished in one moment without any pause. One should manage to kick 7 times in one breath. It was extremely pleasing to look at, like a battle axe splitting the earth. For the viewers, it was even hard to imagine that 7 kicks had been made when the fighter had already landed. It was so smooth that it looked like one hard kick. Han Sen was unable to block 7 kill and fell back immediately. His health went down significantly, almost reaching the bottom instantaneously. Victory! Wang Daqing was excited, and others started to cheer already. However, the cheers only lasted a second. A soldier on warship was already on the ground suddenly stood up. His health bar was almost empty, with only a hair left. The number was down to 2%. Great leg skills. What's the name of it? Han Sen asked Lu Bin seriously. 7 kill. Lu Bin laughed and said, "This is my very best work. It is impressive that you could block 6 kicks. 7 kill, noted." Han Sen repeated the name of the skill and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Staring at Lu Bin, he said slowly, "Let's do this one more time." "As you wish." Lu Bin could no longer resist the murderous urge. He dashed and jumped up with no hesitation, kicking at Han Sen as if his leg was the battle axe that split heaven and earth. Han Sen did not move, his eyes fixed on Lu Bin. When the kick was about to fall on his head, Han Sen suddenly moved. A magnificent step. Using Sparticle, Han Sen made an incredibly fast step. In the meantime, his body was also moving subtly, making him swing like a lotus leaf in the autumn wind. Swoosh! Lu Bin's leg came down and turned into 7 kicks. However, all of them hit the air, while none hit Han Sen who was swinging. Lu Bin landed with his eyes fixed on Han Sen incredulously. 7 kill. Han Sen exclaimed, jumping up like Lu Bin did and kicked at his opponent. Chapter 432, The Impossible 8th Kick. Lu Bin also roared, his kicks going up from the ground, meeting Han Sen's kicks in the air, making sonic booms. The strength of the kicks from above was too strong for even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill. After taking 5 takes, Lu Bin could hardly lift his legs. The stubbornness of the veteran made him raise his arms, trying to block the 2 last kicks with his teeth gritted. Boom boom. With 2 loud sounds, Han Sen's last 2 kicks were also blocked by Lu Bin. However, Lu Bin's arms were broken in the process and fell limp. At this point, Han Sen was about to land. Lu Bin, who knew everything about 7 kill, knew it was the perfect moment for a comeback. Han Sen had used up all his force and had not prepared a new move. In addition, he was in the air, so there was no way he could fight back. Disregarding his broken arms, Lu Bin and used the other one to kick at Han Sen as hard as possible. However, before Lu Bin's kick was made, Han Sen, who was in the air, made another kick, hitting right at Lu Bin's chest, making Lu Bin fall back immediately with an incredulous look on his face. "The 8th kick!" gasped Wang Daqing. The reason 7 kill was called that was because after 7 kicks, one's force would be used up and there would be nothing left to make the 8th kick. However, a soldier on warship kicked the 8th times in the air, which was unbelievable. Not only Wang Daqing, but all those who had seen and learned 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, because there was no way for one to leverage on anything in the air. However, a soldier on warship accomplished that, which was beyond imagination. Han Sen landed and kicked at Lu Bin, who had already lost balance, without pause. Side kick, high kick, crossing kick, leg whipping. Han Sen's leg skills were dazzling, with killer kicks fully integrated in his moves. Lu Bin did not have any chance to fight back until he was eliminated. Although Lu Bin was trying his best to find an opportunity, Han Sen was a master in holding back, so he did not give Lu Bin any chance to make a comeback. The stands were silent. No one could believe that Lu Bin was beaten with killer kicks and that the 8th kick was possible. Who is he? Everyone was staring at a soldier on warship who gradually faded away and left the gladiator platform. The audience could hardly contain themselves. They were either Lu Bin's friends or his students, so they all knew how hard 7 kill were. Many people could not even accomplish 7 kill, let alone the unbelievable 8th kill. Captain, who is that person? Is he one of your students? Wang Daqing ran to Lu Bin and asked. He could not imagine someone could use 7 kill like that unless he was taught by Lu Bin himself. I can only even make 7 kicks myself, so how can I possibly teach that kind of student? Lu said and asked, did you record the fight, Ju? SD now. Yes, Wang Daqing nodded and said quickly. It was rare that Lu Bin would participate in a fight himself, so his friends got the video down. Many students of Ares Martial Hall also recorded the fight. Initially, they intended to learn from it and did not expect to be able to record such a mind-shattering fight. Play it. The 8th kick after 7 kill. I wonder myself how he achieved that, Lu Bin said. Everyone was dazed. Even Lu Bin, the inventor of 7 kill, did not understand how a soldier on warship made the 8th kick. The video was played again and again. They found that after the 7th kick, the soldier indeed had used up his force. However, after that, he had leveraged on the air and made another kick, which was unbelievable to watch. Lu Bin himself watched repeatedly, but still failed to understand how the soldier leveraged on the air. Some attention-seeking audience uploaded the video to the Skynet and named it Killer Kicks, 8 kill against 7 kill, attracting a lot of people who had practiced killer kicks. Initially, they all thought it was some kind of a bluff, because everyone who had practiced 7 kill knew it was impossible to make the 8th kick, which was why 8 kill was out of the question. However, after watching the video of the fight, many people became shocked as someone had really made the 8th kick, beating the inventor of 7 kill, Lu Bin. The video soon became popular, especially in the military. The soldiers and officers who had practiced 7 kill were all in awe. Many had tried to make the 7th kick as well, but they all failed with no exception. 7 kill was the limit, and after finishing that, it was impossible to make the 8th kick. Unless one had already become a surpasser and could ignore the limits of human body, it was simply impossible for one to make the 8th kick no matter how strong one's fitness was. In fact, it was normal to fail at the 8th kick, but abnormal to succeed. The reason that Han Sen could make the 8th kick was not that he was better at 7 kill than Lu Bin. In fact, in terms of 7 kill, Han Sen was still weaker. The reason was simply that Han Sen had studied 7 twists of the Chens, which allowed one to leverage on the air for 7 times if one practiced it well. Han Sen had seen 7 twists used by Chen Zichen and Zhu Ting and was very interested in that martial arts. However, Han Sen did not find anything similar after a lot of research. In the end, he found a way to leverage on the air briefly. However, that cannot be compared to 7 twists at all. Han Sen was only able to accomplish that based on his understanding of 7 twists, which was his limit already. In fact, Han Sen really wanted to learn 7 twists, but the family secret like this was so hard to get his hands on. Plus, Han Sen had never had the opportunity. At the same time, on a warship, a few soldiers in the cookhouse were watching the video of Lu Bin's fight together. A fat soldier saw the 8th kick from a soldier on warship and exclaimed, "That is impossible. How could this be?" Chapter 433, Crystallizer. After traveling through half of the Alliance in spaceship, Han Sen arrived at Galaxy Dongyin. When he saw Daphne at a space harbor, Han Sen was dazed. Initially, Han Sen believed that since even a soldier of its cookhouse was a major, Daphne should at least be an advanced warship, if not the best in the Alliance. However, the Daphne he saw was more like a small as courtship. Although it looks advanced, it did not look like the main ship shows you call the loop on all lump the shabby no matter what. In addition, Han Sen had never heard that a warship would be docked at a civil harbor. In conclusion, Daphne was a weird spaceship. However, Han Sen did not have any choice but to report to Daphne. The interior space of Daphne was indeed luxurious, equipped with lots of device that Han Sen did not recognize. Only by the warframes assigned to the soldiers on board, Han Sen knew the place was unusual. All ordinary soldiers were equipped with military super-biological warframes made by the renowned Dagon. The military line was much better than the civil line. These warframes were on the same level as Silver Killer, and the performance of SKTS not even be compared with them. And these warframes were already the worst on board. The procedures for the report was very complicated. Han Sen went through a lot of tests before he got his clearance. It seemed the security level of displaced was indeed very high. After almost a day, Han Sen eventually went to the cookhouse. New soldier Han Sen is here to report to the cookhouse. Han Sen saluted to the squad leader of the cookhouse. The squad leader was around 30 years old and quite fat. He was almost as wide as he was tall. Han Sen felt that was the perfect expression to describe him. So rare that we have someone new in the cookhouse. The fat squad leader looked Hansen up and down and smiled. Have you learned to cook before? I have only learned how to deal with the meat of creatures briefly at school, sir, answered Hans Sr. The cookhouse is not like other places, so you could relax a little bit. Since you are new here and have not learned how to cook, just try to make yourself useful, the fat squad leader said as he cooked. Just like that, Hansen settled down in the cookhouse. In addition to Hansen, there were 5 people there: Fat Squad Leader Luo Sanxin, Vice Leader Lu Mingliang, Dessert Cook Su Ge, Assistant Cook Li Jin, and a handyman same as Hansen named Xiao Cheng, who was there 1 year earlier than Hansen. The entire staff of the cookhouse were easygoing. Because of what they did, they were not as uptight as other soldiers and had less training as well. However, after Hansen reported, Daphne left the harbor and went directly to the remote galaxies, which made him quite disappointed. Almost all soldiers would be equipped with nutrition solutions that were easy to carry and store. The role of the cookhouse was more like nutritionist in this day and age. Hansen did not have much to do every day because most of his job was computerized. If he had the time, Hansen could even use the teleport device on the warship to enter God's sanctuary. However, since Hansen just got there were many things he needed to learn, so he had not the time yet. After a few days of learning, Hansen had already learned the main responsibility of Daphne. Daphne was an exploration ship. Its main job was to look for habitable planets in remote galaxies and the rulings of other species. The universe was almost infinite. The space occupied by Shura and humans were just part of the world known to people. There remained to be many unexplored galaxies. In addition, there were various species in the universe. Although at this point, humans and Shura were the 2 most prominent species, before them, there used to be other glorious civilizations. The mission of Daphne this time was to look for a remnant of crystallizer civilization. Before humans even entered the interstellar era, the crystallizers had built an empire in the universe. They used to be the master of a dozen galaxies, but they eventually became extinct for some reasons no one knew. People could only feel how great they were from the relics they left behind. When humans entered the interstellar age, crystallizers had already become a legend. Unlike humans and Shura, crystallizers were a different life form. Their whole bodies were made up of crystals, looking like giant diamonds without any limbs. However, crystallizers all had strong mental power. The superpowers often depicted in human movies, such as moving something with one's mind, that were simply a piece of cake for crystallizers. Of course, this was only the conclusion humans had arrived at after consulting the information left behind by crystallizers. Because no one had ever seen a living and breathing crystallizer, no one was certain if that kind of mental power was real. In addition to the legend about the mental power, crystallizers had a lot of treasures. For example, in their record, strong crystallizers could even control a planet and change its orbit to turn it into their warship. Of course, these were just legends. However, one thing was for sure. The memory crystal technology humor was using currently was largely generated from the study of crystallizer science. The Alliance had spared no effort in developing crystallizer ruins. Their research results were always highly confidential. For commoners, they had merely heard of the name of crystallizer. Because interstellar travel took large amounts of time, soldiers could enter God's sanctuary freely if there was no specific mission, as long as they returned on time. Especially the cookhouse, except for some special days, they actually had a quite flexible schedule and more time to enter God's sanctuary than other soldiers. Hansen had just come back, so he should not leave immediately, given there was a lot of things that he was not familiar with. What are you looking at? After a couple of days, Hansen had become friends with the soldiers of the cookhouse. When he was taking a break, he saw the fat squad leader holding his comlink watching a video and felt curious. What else other than the video of 8 kill? Our fatty has a grand vision. He would love to become a fatty who could fly, Vice Squad Leader Lu Mingliang joked. What 8 kill? Hansen glanced at the video and couldn't help opening his mouth, because the video the fat squad leader was watching was exactly the fight between Lu Bin and himself. Fuck off. I just want to learn killer kicks, grunted the fat squad leader. Seeing his round body and short legs, Hansen could not imagine what it would look like if fat squad leader jumped in the air to make 7 kicks. Chapter 434, Seeing My Loved One Again. Hansen had not been to the warship for long, so he had not met the captain yet. Taking the document to the captain's cabin, Hansen had been wondering who it was. In order to become a captain of such a high-level warship, one had to be at least a general, even though this warship was not that big. This is the nutrition plan for next month, and we need the captain's signature. Hansen came to the sanctuary's desk and showed her the document. Sure, the captain had told me about it. She's busy right now, so you can just go ahead and put the file there. The secretary checked the document and said to Hans Sr. Okay, Hansen replied, turned around and walked to the captain's cabin with the document in his hand. He knocked on the door, but there was no one answering. Since the secretary told him to put it inside, Hansen pushed the door open and entered the room. However, after the door was pushed open, Hansen saw someone leaning against the desk opposite the door smiling at him. Hansen was suddenly dumbstruck and then became overjoyed. He shut the door close, threw the document away, dashed to the person, and held her tightly in his arms. Oh my god. I am not dreaming, right? How? Why are you here? Hansen was so excited that he did not even know what he was talking about. He did not imagine that he would meet Ji Yanran at this place. Ji Yanran, who was wearing white captain suit, was standing right there, gorgeous as always, but more handsome than when she was a student. I'm sorry. I brought you here without your consent, and I could only arrange for you to become a soldier in the cookhouse. However, this is everything I could do. Although I know it's not fair to you, I could not stand another day without you being close to me. I am selfish and wanton, but would you forgive me? Ji Yanran threw her arms around Hansen's neck and hung herself on him like a koala bear, her tone full of guilt and love. I love that you are selfish and wanton. Hansen quickly kissed her on the lips and spanked her ass a little. Ji Yanran's face became pink. Embarrassed, she said, don't mess around. There's a surveillance camera here. No way, there is a surveillance camera in the captain's cabin? Hansen said incredulously. Ji Yanran blinked and said, Daphne is warship that carries out exploration missions. Even as the captain, I do not have the absolute power. In fact, I am only in a supportive role. Those who are really in charge are the experts and scholars on crystallizer civilization. So, you're just a driver of a flying bus? Hansen said, not letting Ji Yanran go. She did not mind people watching. He did not care because it was more than natural for him to kiss and hug his wife. Ji Yanran curled her lips and said, that's one way to put it. My main mission is to send the scholars and experts to their destination, provide them with staff members and help. When it comes to excavation and fieldwork, it is completely up to the experts. Ji Yanran paused and said apologetically, I know it is not fair for you to be just a cookhouse soldier, but the exploration of crystallizer ruins is crucial to the Alliance and the clearance level is very high. I did everything I could to put you here. What's so important about the crystallizer ruins that the Alliance put so much effort on them? Hansen asked curiously. You should have heard that the mental power of crystallizers is so powerful that they could control objects with their mind. Ji Yanran thought about it and said, I've heard something about it. Hansen asked curiously again, is that all true? Maybe, I don't know for sure. But one thing was certain, crystallizers have many crystal technologies. The most commonly seen is a sort of memory crystal. Humans with strong mental power could put their memory inside the memory crystal and read from it. That is much more advanced than our AI, Ji Yanran explained. That is very impressive. What else is there? Hansen was very interested. There are many things like that, but most of them require mental power to operate. Human had much weaker mental power compared to crystallizer. Even we get our hands on some memory crystals, we could only read some fragments from it. Even so, we have already been able to improve our memory chips significantly. If we could figure out the majority of the crystallizer civilization, our science and technology would very likely to have another huge leap. Ji Yan and then picked up a crystal the size of a fist and shoved it in Hansen's hand. Put this on your forehead. See if you could feel anything. This is from the crystallizers? Hansen took the crystal and looked at it carefully. It was like a purple gemstone of a random shape. There did not seem to be anything special about it. Yes! Ji Yanran smiled and nodded. Hansen knew that Ji Yanran would never harm him. LF, so he put the crystal on his forehead, ready to perceive anything. The next second, Hansen suddenly felt electricity was generated from the crystal and penetrated his scope, making his brain a bit numb, which scared him into taking the crystal away from his forehead. What is that? Hansen stared at the crystal and asked. Ji Yanran smiled and said, feel it. Is there anything different? What would be different? Hansen did not know what Ji Yanran meant. In addition to the shock, he did not feel much different, nor was he injured. Ji Yanran took a file from her desk and placed it in front of Hansen. She turned the pages over quickly and asked Hansen to look at the contents. After going through the entire file, she closed the file and put it back, asking, what is the sixth word on the third line of page 13? You were so fast. How could I possibly? As Hansen was about to say how could he possibly remember, he suddenly had the memory of that page in his mind. He remembered clearly that the sixth word of the third line was black. How is that possible? Is it the crystal? Hansen looked at the purple crystal in surprise. After the evolution, although his memory was enhanced, it was not this good. However, when Hansen looked at the purple crystal again, it was already full of cracks. Hansen moved his fingers and the purple crystal was suddenly shattered. The fragments of the crystal fell on the floor. This kind of crystals excavated from crystallizer ruins had a special power that could enhance the functions of human brain. The effect was the best in the beginning, and then it gets weaker and weaker. However, a small part of the enhancement was permanent, which was great for the development of human brain, Ji Yanran explained. Chapter 435, Only a Woman. Hansen looked at the shattered crystal on the floor, shocked. When humans were still living on planet Earth only, scientists at that time believed that human brains were only developed 10%, with lots potentials to tap into. However, with the development of science and technology, the theory had been proven absurd. Each part of human brain had its unique function, so there was no underdeveloped area at all. In order to enhance the ability of the brain must further evolve. The evolution human went through in God's sanctuary could make one's brain evolve as well. Therefore, in this day and age, people with higher degree of evolution would have a stronger brain, which made them smarter. However, compared to the evolution of the body, the evolution of the brain was significantly slower. The fact that the crystal from crystallizer civilization could accelerate the evolution of the brain was amazing. At least until this point, human had not been able to manufacture any medicine or device that could directly stimulate the brain to evolve. This technology alone showed how magnificent crystallizer civilization was. What was more puzzling was what mad. Such an ingenious species had disappeared in history. There are many great things like this in crystallizer technologies. However, the crystallizer ruins were too dangerous, so we have not been able to get a lot from it. In addition, there are some objects from their civilization that we do not understand yet. Ji Yanran then told Hansen more about crystallizers. These must be highly confidential. Is it okay you're telling me? Hansen asked Ji Yanran. These are indeed confidential. And you do not have the clearance yet. However, you're my boyfriend and I am no selfless captain, just a woman. But don't tell anyone about these, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ji Yanran spit out her little tongue. Didn't you say there is a surveillance camera? Huh, how dare you play me? You're so done. Hansen suddenly understood that he was played by Ji Yanran, grabbed her, held her down to the desk and spanked her hard. I did not lie to you. There is really a surveillance camera. It's just I turned it off temporarily. I know you would be so promiscuous. Trying to ignore the sensation on her ass, Ji Yanran whispered. All right, I will show you how promiscuous I could be. Hansen suddenly pulled Ji Yanran's white captain pants down. No. When Hansen left the captain's cabin, he felt very refreshed and relaxed. The thought of the captain's suit and tender skin of Ji Yanran gave Hansen an urge to return to captain's cabin and stay there forever. However, that was quite unlikely. Ji Yanran had already told Hansen some information about Daphne. Although Ji Yanran was the captain, she was too young and inexperienced. If it were not for her family, she would not even be recognized as the captain because she was just a rookie evolver. In addition, Daphne was a special warship. There was a professor that had the same power as Ji Yanran, so she had to obey him at times, since the main mission was to explore and research the ruins. Almost all members of the expert panel had high social status, so they always had a say in the operation of the ship. There were many things that Ji Yanran could not decide on her own. Therefore, as much as Hansen would like to sleep until he woke up naturally every day with his girlfriend in his arm, it was not realistic. In addition, if others knew Hansen was Ji Yanran's lover and that he was on the ship because of her, they would probably think even less of Ji Yanran, making it harder for her to stay in the management role. Hansen knew it was not easy for Ji Yanran to get him on board, so he was unwilling to see her getting in trouble because of him. So, for the moment, he had to keep his relationship with her a secret and perform his duty as a cookhouse soldier with his head down. Fortunately, the two of them were both on Daphne. When there was no one around, they could call each other using this special comlink on board. Occasionally, they could even meet each other in secret, too. Which Hansen was looking forward. Feels like a clandestine love affair. Hansen thought to himself contentedly and started to hum a little song. Hansen was still thinking about the romance just now. Because it was on the warship, he let his guard down completely and wasn't paying attention. As he turned around the corner, he bumped into someone immediately. Hansen had just been through some strenuous exercise, so his legs were still limp. Not paying attention, he stepped backward immediately. Fortunately, Hansen reacted fast, steadied himself, and did not fall on the floor. Which department do you belong to? Why are you walking around here and humming? It was a man in uniform between 20 and 30 years old. Judging from his badge, he should be a colonel. The fat squad leader was also a colonel, so this guy was likely to be some squad leader as well. However, since Hansen did not work for him, there was no need for Hansen to explain anything. Without even looking at the man, Hansen simply walked over, as if he did not exist. You're lucky that I'm in a great mood, so I will just let you off the hook for the time being. Hansen continued to walk forward joyfully. What's wrong with you? I was talking to you. Did you not hear me? Which department are you from? The man became mad and quickly grabbed Hans Sr. What does it have to do with you? Hansen frowned and said. Although he was being careless, he was not walking fast. There was no way he would bump into someone directly. The main reason that the guy bumped into him was that the guy did not change his course at all after seeing him. Otherwise, with Hansen's reflex, there was no way they would bump into each other so hard. That guy was doing it on purpose. You don't even look like a soldier. Stand straight. The man snorted. Whether the cookhouse soldiers look like soldiers, it is up to me instead of the Warframe department. Colonel Wang, please mind your own department's business. The fat squad leader suddenly appeared and said to the guy coldly. Colonel Luo, I can't even point it out when your soldier is bumping into people and humming songs. Is that what you're saying? Wang Ho stared at fat squad leader coldly. Yes, that's our hobby. Bite me. The fat squad leader's reply even surprised Han Senator Wang Ho's face suddenly turned purple as he was rendered speechless. Why are you staying here? The fat squad leader said to Han Sen and took him away. Wang Ho bristled. When the fat squad leader and Han Sen walked far, Wang Ho murmured to himself, why did Ji Yanran keep a cookhouse soldier in her office for so long? If it were not for the stupid fatty, I should have fished more information. Chapter 436. First Hunting. Great job, Colonel. After returning to the cookhouse, Han Sen gave the fat squad leader a thumbs up. Great my ass. I asked you to send a nutrition plan. What took you so long? The fat squad leader said, upset. After the captain reviewed the plan, she asked me a few questions. Since I'm new here, I know nothing and gave her all the wrong answers, which was why it took so long. She even scolded me a little. After that I bumped into Colonel Wang. You are such a saver to be there on time. Han Sen had thought his excuse out for a while. Do not cross Wang Ho in the future, said the fat squad leader. Thank you, Colonel. Although Han Sen was not afraid of Wang Ho, it was a troublesome situation. He was very grateful that the fat squad leader took him away. Ji Yanran had told him that everyone on Daphne had a complicated background, so he should not take anyone lightly. You are one of mine, so I will not let anyone else touch you. If you need to be disciplined, I'll be the one to do so. The fat squad leader hit Han Sen on the back and said, go do your job. Because it was about 3 months until they could reach the planet where the ruins were, Han Sen swapped a few shifts and applied to enter God's sanctuary. This time he teleported to God's sanctuary. He was still in the ice cave. This time, however, there were 7 to 8 people in the ice cave, chatting with each other. Siyu was also there. Han Sen, what took you so long? Here, I will introduce everyone to you. Siyu introduced Han Sen to the rest of the group with enthusiasm. Maybe it was because of the difficult living conditions, everyone knew the benefit of help each other. The majority of the group were very easygoing and easy to talk to. Genius, you're here as well? The young man suddenly exclaimed at Han Sr. You are. Han Sen regarded the young man and found his face did not ring a bell. My name is Lu Feng. I also graduated from Black Hawk 1 year before you did. But my grades were just average, so it makes sense that you don't know me. Lu Feng smiled and said. What genius. Lu Feng, Han Sen is your schoolmate. Siyu asked in surprise. Lu Feng told the group about Han Sen's needs at Black Hawk. He seemed to have paid a lot of attention to Han Sen and even knew he graduated with the rank of major. The rest of the group looked at Han Sen in surprise. After a long while, Siyu lamented, I did not realize that you are a graduate of a top school and even graduated as a major. You should have a much brighter future than this. This place would make it so difficult for you to go any further. Not necessarily. As long as we occupy that spirit shelter, we will have everything, Han Sen smiled and said. There was teleport device in the spirit shelter, so if they could occupy the place, they could turn that into a human shelter. All they needed to do was to withstand the attacks from creatures nearby. Young man, this is much more difficult than that. This is second God's sanctuary, not a military school where kids hang. You can really die here. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s curled his lips, squatting in the corner. He then said, don't think that you're going to conquer everything because you are somebody in a military school. I will give it to you if you hunt any creature back. You don't even need to take the spirit shelter down. Genius, don't pay him any mind. He used to be quite talented and evolved with sacred Geno points maxed out, but ended up here and was trapped for nearly 20 years. He did not even have many mutant Geno points, so he had lost the will to fight, said Siyu. Han Sen looked to the middle-aged man, surprised. A sacred evolver 20 years ago that was much harder to achieve than a sacred evolver today, and he must be truly something. Even that kind of person became this way, which made Han Sen feel sad. The middle-aged man kept silent squatting in the corner, taking one puff after another from the cigarette in his hand. With so many people here, why don't we go hunting? Han Sen asked. We are waiting for Uncle Qing. I told you last time, he was the strongest among us. If we go together with him, it will be safer. Uncle Qing looks after the young. I will introduce you later. You can hunt with us today. Right, how come I never saw the girl from the other day? Did she give up? I'm not so sure. Han Sen knew he was talking about Zero. After Han Sen boarded Daphne, he could no longer use his private comlink to contact anyone, so Han Sen had told Zero to enter God's sanctuary in 2 months to meet him. Hansen did not expect to be able to enter God's sanctuary so soon, and he had no way to tell her to come. So he will have to wait until the agreed time. I will walk around myself to get familiar with the environment first. Hansen walked outside directly, not planning to hunt together with the rest of the group. If he made no efforts, he would not be shared the gains. If he made efforts, it would be very suspicious for someone who just evolved to have his fitness. Therefore, Hansen decided to hunt on his own, not following the rest of the group. Haven't I told you already? You are not familiar with this place, and it's too dangerous outside. Even if you want to hunt yourself, you should follow us for a few times and go along later. Otherwise, it is truly too dangerous, said Suyu. Yes, genius. This place is very dangerous, Lu Feng also said. Hansen knew they meant well, but he had his own concerns and did not want to waste time on meaningless stuff. I have already looked it up on the Skynet and learned something about this place. I will just take a walk and be back in a minute. There will be no dangers, Hansen explained casually. When Suyu was about to say something, the middle-aged man sneered. He is looking forward to being killed. Why are you stopping him? For someone so arrogant, it serves him right to be killed. Hansen did not pay him any mind, waved to the rest of the group and walked out of the ice cave. The weather was no good this day as well. A snowstorm welcomed Hansen as he walked out of the sea. Avenue Hansen walked toward the spirit shelter in the storm. With his ability, it should be easy for him to beat mutant creatures and aristocrat spirits. Even if he could not occupy the spirit shelter for now, it would be nice to experience the creatures and spirits in Second God Sanctuary. When Hansen was far from the ice cave, he summoned Meowth to run to the mountain. Before long, he suddenly heard a beast roar. A white creature with ice-like armor covering its back was growling at Hansen and Meowth. Is this the ice-armored beast Suyu was talking about? Hansen gazed at the creature, which looked a lot like what Suyu had described. As Hansen was thinking, the ice-armored beast rushed toward Hansen, growling. Its speed was even faster than the sacred blood beast creatures in First God Sanctuary. Chapter 437, Berserk. Hansen stepped back, while Meowth had already thrown itself at the ice-armored beast. The two beasts started to fight in ice and snow. Meowth only had a slight advantage, and it would take a while for Meowth to beat its opponent. Hansen frowned secretly. The ice-armored beast was just a primitive creature, but it already had the same strength as Meowth, which was a sacred blood beast from First God Sanctuary. Indeed, Second God Sanctuary was not the same thing as the first. Wherever covered by the ice armor on the ice-armored beast, Meowth's claws and teeth could not penetrate. Meowth could only choose the places covered by white fur to attack, making the ice-armored beast all bloody and miserable. Meowth itself also suffered some scratches, which were not serious. Hansen had a brief understanding about the ability of the ice-armored beast and was ready to kill it himself. However, the ice-armored beast suddenly roared, and all its injuries started to heal quickly. In the meantime, the ice armor also spread to cover all its body. It turned into a crystal statue, even its claws became transparent. Although it looked the same, the ice-armored beast had a completely different aura. It suddenly turned from an average beast to a super boss. Berserk. Hansen was both surprised and overjoyed. Unlike First God Sanctuary, some creatures could enter a berserk state in Second God Sanctuary. The state was like the hyper-geno arts that could change the structure of body cells. In the berserk state, the structure of creatures' body cells would change significantly, enhancing the creature's strengths and ability to fight. Of course, if one were able to hunt a creature at the berserk state, the beast's soul gained would also be at the berserk state, which would be much stronger than an average beast of the same level. Hansen did not expect that the first creature he met in Second God Sanctuary was a creature that could switch to berserk state. Obviously, the berserk state of the ice-armored beast strengthened its defense significantly. After its whole body was covered with ice armor, even the claws of Meowth could only leave a few shallow marks. The ice-armored beast suddenly became fearless, ignoring Meowth's attacks, going crazy and trying to devour the pet. Hansen took Meowth back, because it was no longer the match of the berserk ice-armored beast. In addition, Hansen wanted to try for himself how strong the berserk beast was. After losing its target Meowth, the ice-armored beast fixed its eyes on Hansen with a growl. It quickly ran toward Hansen on all four hooves. When it was 50 feet from Hansen, it suddenly jumped at him. Careful, Hansen. A yelp came from somewhere close. A woman wearing Arctic suit started to run to Hansen while exclaiming. Hansen turned to look at the woman and was suddenly dazed, unable to believe his eyes. It turned out that Yang Monli was here as well. After she evolved, she was also randomly sent to this place. Idiot, what are you looking at? Just run. Yang Monli saw that Hansen turned to look at herself at such a critical moment and became shocked and anxious. If her shout did not save him, but harmed him, then it would be the worst thing ever. Watching the berserk ice-armored beast almost at his face, with its claws reflecting cold light, Hansen was still staring at Yang Monli, which made her scared and mad. However, she could not even make it in time if she wanted to save him. At this point, Yang Manli regretted that she came out directly after hearing Han Sen was here as well. If she did not do that, Han Sen might be able to dodge these attacks. However, he was now doomed. She came much earlier than Han Sen did and knew how strong ice-armored beasts were. In addition, this one was a berserk beast. Even a sacred evolver could not take one blow from a berserk ice-armored beast before having his neck snapped. Watching the ice-armored beast making the attack, Yang Manli almost wanted to close her eyes. However, the next second, she stared her eyes wide. Han Sen was staring at her blankly but punched at the incoming berserk beast without even looking at it. The punch ended right in the beast's face. The berserk ice-armored beast that looked very fierce was blown away like it was a puppet, crushing a huge chunk of iceberg and then sliding on the ice for a dozen feet, plowing deeply in the snow. Blood was everywhere, and the beast stopped moving. Yang Manli froze up, staring at Han Sen as if she was looking at the ghost. She did not move for a long while in the storm. Killing a berserk ice-armored beast with one blow, Yang Manli could not believe that this person was Han Sen who had just become an evolver. Berserk ice-armored beast killed. Beast soul of berserk ice-armored beast gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Han Sen smiled. A beast soul gained from the first creature he killed in Second God's Sanctuary. This was definitely a good sign. Yang Manli, I did not expect you would be here as well. Is there a special squad here? Han Sen did not mind the body of the beast and asked Yang Manli. Yang Manli had just come to herself, looking at Han Sen and the body of the beast, and said, "Before you come, I am the only special squad member. When I just heard you are here, I did not believe it. It turns out you are really in the shithole as well. You know where this is? What is the closest human shelter?" Han Sen asked. That was what he really wanted to know. I don't know. I don't even know where in Second God Sanctuary we are. At least so far, no one was able to walk out of here to find other people. Yang Manli shook her head and said, "This place is all right. If there are not a lot of people, no one could steal creatures from us." Han Sen shrugged and walked to the body of the berserk ice-armored beast. But first you need to. Yang Manli was trying to say that you first need to kill the creature, but thinking of Han Sen's punch, she swallowed the rest of her sentence back. Chapter 438, Cruel Reality. Han Sen summoned the golden growler, put the body of the ice-armored beast on its back, and then rode on it himself. He waved to Yang Manli and asked, "Is there any place nearby that we could hide from the storm? Let's take a break and eat some meat." Yang Manli hesitated, but jumped on the golden growler's back, guiding Han Sen to a cave nearby. Han Sen dissected the ice-armored beast's body with the cursed wolf dagger, took out the tools to make fire, and started to barbecue some meat with a beast soul arrow as the skewer. He used a pot for making soup as well. Did he really just evolve? Yang Manli was still thinking of the punch Han Sen used to kill the berserk ice-armored beast. As a sacred evolver, she could not achieve that at all. Even she punched the beast 100 times, there was no way she could kill a berserk ice-armored beast, let alone one punch. For an ordinary ice-armored beast, maybe she could kill it. However, she could never break the armor of a berserk beast. In comparison, Han Sen's punch directly broke the armor together with the skull of the ice-armored beast, which did not look like the strength that belonged to an evolver who had just evolved. Have you heard of the name Han Jingji? Han Sen looked at Yang Manli and asked casually. Hearing the name, Yang Manli's expression suddenly changed. Although she quickly came back to normal, Han Sen still noticed it. Which Han Jingji? Yang Manli frowned and asked. Instructor Han Jingji of Blue Blood Special Force, the Qigong Master, Han Sen replied. You know about Han Jingji? Yang Manli's expression changed again. She was surprised that Han Sen knew the name Han Jingji. So, she knows about Han Jingji as well. Han Sen thought and said quietly, my great-grandfather is also named Han Jingji. What? Instructor Han is your great-grandfather? That is impossible. Yang Manli exclaimed. What's with the reaction? I only said my great-grandfather's name is Han Jingji, but I did not say he is that instructor of Blue Blood Special Force. Han Sen smiled at Yang Manli. Yang Manli suddenly became silent, watching Han Sen while biting her lips. If Han Sen was really the descendant of Han Jingji, it was not strange that he had that kind of power. However, in Yang Manli's eyes, it was simply impossible, given that Han Jingji did not have any children to begin with. It was just that the fact that Han Sen knew Han Jingji's name and his amazing power made Yang Manli confused. Initially, Yang Manli thought Han Sen was just an ordinary guy with some talent and luck, but she did not think that anymore. Which family are you from? After a long silence, Yang Manli could not resist asking. Which do you think? Han Sen looked at Yang Manli, smiling. Yang Manli suddenly shut her mouth. Silence fell again. Han Sen handed a meat skewer to Yang Manli, but Yang Manli did not reach out her hand. She bit her lip and said, I did not make any contribution, so this is not mine. Hansen smiled, put the arrow in her hand and said, "You used to be my subordinate and I expect you to keep following me. I can't guarantee anything else but food." Young Monli looked at the skewer, wanting to give it back to Hansen in a dignified way, but her hand did not move. She was looking down on Hansen in the first place. After Qin Xian left, she gave the position of the head of the special squad to Hansen instead of Yang, which made Yang Monli even more upset about Hansen. Although later on, Yang Monli realized Hansen's abilities. As an arrogant lady, she was not willing to bow her head to him. If it was before, Yang Monli would have thrown the meat back to Hansen's face on hearing his words, because there was no way that Yang Monli would willingly take orders from Hansen. However, after a long time spent in Second God's Sanctuary, Yang Monli had suffered a lot and came to understand how hard it was to hunt anything in this place. If she kept going like this, Yang Monli could see no hope, and maybe one day, she would give up on herself. Although Yang Monli did not want to be ordered around by Hansen, Hansen's performance made her understand very well how large the gap was between the two of them, which also made her see hope. Yang Monli stared at the meat in her hand for a long while and suddenly took a bite. While she was gobbling on the meat, her eyes became wet. Hansen smiled at Yang Monli without speaking. When she finished, he handed her another piece of meat. Yang Monli did not even look, took the meat and started to eat. After eating 4 pieces meat and drinking a bowl of soup, she then stopped, gritted her teeth, and asked Hansen, "Tell me, what do you want? Don't act as if I am going to rape you. I just want you to become my subordinate and do some things for me." Hansen looked at Yang Monli, not knowing what to say. The look on the woman's face was like some heroine who was going to sacrifice herself for her country. "What can I do?" Yang Monli paused. Such an arrogant person like her had lost all her confidence under the harsh reality. "There are many things you can do. For example, you could manage the spirit shelter after I conquer it, collect some protection fee, sell some meat, and recruit a couple of people." Hansen pointed at the spirit shelter on the big mountain. Yang Monli could not help saying coldly, "You're ahead of yourself. Don't expect to conquer the spirit shelter just because you could kill a berserk beast. There are at least a dozen mutant creatures and an aristocrat spirit inside the shelter. Do you have any idea what kind of beings they are? Any mutant creature has a fitness level of at least 50, and the stronger ones among them would be 70 or 80. A dozen mutant creatures, coupled with a highly intelligent aristocrat spirit with an equally strong physique. Even if you have already maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points, there is no way that you will conquer that spirit shelter. Is that right?" Hansen did not argue with her, but said lightly. However, anyone would be able to tell his contempt from his expression, which was what troubled Yang Monli the most. "A bit worked up," she said. "I admit that you are strong, much stronger than I am. However, the comparison of the power is right there. You could not conquer that spirit shelter alone. The best thing to do is to use your ability to kill as many primitive creatures as possible to sell them to others. This way, you could make money and strengthen everyone's ability at the same time. When all of us have maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points, we can work together to conquer that spirit shelter, which is the only way to go." Chapter 439, Snow Spider. "You are right and thinking in the right direction. However, I don't have so much time to waste. That's why I want to conquer that spirit shelter in 1 month, Hansen said calmly. 1 month? Yang Monli stared at Hansen, as if he was a lunatic. Yes, 1 month, Hansen nodded and repeated. In fact, he was already being quite conservative. With his current strength, he could totally attack the spirit shelter on his own. Because he had a fitness level of 80-something, no mutant creature could be stronger than him. However, there were a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter. In case there was a berserk mutant creature, it would be quite complicated. In addition, Hansen had never fought a spirit before, so he did not want to take much risk. Currently, he could scrape by. However, after a month, when Zero was here, it would be a piece of cake to conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. However, for Yang Monli, it was unbelievable. In her eyes, Hansen's words were simply naive, which should not come from a rational adult. Yang Monli kept silent. She started to regret the choice she made. Following someone who act like this made her feel unsafe. Hansen did not say anything more. He had never tried to persuade Yang Monli anyway. Nor did he plan to take Yang Monli together with him to conquer the spirit shelter, which would expose his real abilities. Hansen only planned to ask Yang Monli to take care of the shelter after he took it down. After all, he knew her very well and sort of trusted her. In addition, there was no one for him to rely on at this point. Take the remaining meat and go back first. Hansen ate some barbecued meat, but because the ice-armored beast was too big in size, the meat he ate did not even bring him a single primitive Geno points, so he simply decided to stop eating. Hansen wanted to kill some smaller creatures, which would give him more thrill of the increase of Geno points. Other creatures might be a stretch, but primitive creatures were very easy to kill for Hansen. Me, bring this back alone? Yang Manli looked at Han Sen incredulously. Initially, she thought Han Sen would ask something in return for giving her such benefit. Otherwise, should I ask you to join me to conquer the spirit shelter? Han Sen looked at her with a smile. Yang Manli became flushed, squeezing her fists tight without saying a word. Although Han Sen did not say it, she found that she had become a burden, a useless burden. Moreover, it was in front of someone she used to despise, which made Yang Manli so ashamed that she wished she could disappear in a hole. Wait for me to come back. Han Sen naturally did not understand what she was thinking. In his view, Yang Manli was someone trustworthy in the shelter, so he simply wanted to get her assistance. He did not have any other thoughts. Han Sen had long forgotten about those things in the past, because Yang Manli did not really do anything to him. To the contrary, she even taught him archery. Han Sen packed his stuff and waved goodbye to Yang Manli, walking out of the cave and disappearing in the storm. Watching Han Sen leave, Yang Manli's expression became complicated. She did not realize until this very moment that each time she saw Han Sen, he was changing. At this point, she could only look up to him. At one time, she used to tell Han Sen to come to Second God's Sanctuary earlier, because this was the true stage. However, she just realized that she was nothing in front of Han Sen despite the fact that she had entered Second God's Sanctuary a lot earlier than he did. All she could be was his subordinate. Han Sen marched toward the big snow mountain where the spirit shelter was located. It would be the best if he could take it down himself. If he was not lucky, he could at least do some hunting and wait for Zero to come. Although the path to the mountain looked straightforward, it actually took a lot of time to reach. When Han Sen had rode on the Golden Growler for more than half a day, he had not reached the mountain yet. In front of him, there was suddenly a huge ice sea. Lift more than 1,000 feet wide in front of him. Looking down the cliff, Han Sen couldn't see the bottom of it. The deeper it got, the narrower it was. Gradually, it became a black line that looked like the entrance to hell. When Han Sen was about to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him over in the air, he suddenly heard a weird noise from deep down the cliff. Crack, crack. The noise was consistent and rapid, as if someone was chiseling the ice repeatedly. Han Sen looked down the cliff, and the noise became more and more clear. Before long, Han Sen saw what was making the noise. On the ice wall of the cliff, a huge furry white spider quickly climbed up the ice cliff, waving its sickle-like claws. It seemed that it had noticed Han Sen and thought of him as its prey. You could have survived, yet you have to commit suicide here. Let me get rid of you first. Han Sen backed off a little, waiting for the huge spider to climb out from the cliff. Momentarily, the spider had already climbed up. Its body was like a snowball, and its 8 legs were very sharp with white barbs, looking quite scary. Han Sen looked at it carefully and thought it looked like a king crab. He wondered if its meat was as delicious as the crab. Not knowing how strong the spider was, Han Sen summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and commanded it to charge the spider. Although it seemed impressive, the white spider should be just a primitive creature. After a few blows, the Golden Rock Worm King cut the white spider into pieces. Primitive creature Snow Spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points. Han Sen was pleased. Although the snow spider was huge as a spider, it was just slightly larger than a basketball. Although its legs were long, Han Sen did not think there was much meat in them, so it was very easy to eat. Looking at the cuts made by the Golden Rock Worm King, Han Sen saw jelly-like transparent meat and couldn't help swallowing. Based on his years of experience, this was the best kind of meat, tasty and sweet. As Han Sen was about to collect the body of the spider, he quickly felt something was wrong, because the crackling sounds did not disappear, but became more rapid. Han Sen looked up and saw that waves of snow spiders were coming out of the ice cliff like an avalanche. Han Sen was not afraid of these snow spiders at all. No matter how many they were, they could only make his meal better. However, when Han Sen was about to take action, he suddenly saw a white leg as thick as a utility pole dotted with foot-long barbs reaching above, followed by a few spider legs equally huge. Chapter 440, Fighting a Sacred Blood Creature. Han Sen almost jumped on the back of Golden Rock Worm King without thinking, rising in the air on the back of his pet. Looking down, he saw a giant snow spider coming out of the ice cliff. It was so big in size that it could probably swallow a man with one bite. Han Sen did not know whether the huge spider was a mutant creature or a sacred blood creature. He would not be afraid of a mutant creature, but a sacred blood creature might pose a challenge. When Han Sen was observing the giant snow spider, it suddenly opened its mouth. A white rope as thick as a baby's arm flew at Han Sen and the Golden Rock Worm King. Damn it! Run! Han Sen wanted to order the Golden Rock Worm King to fly higher, but it was too late already. The white rope had already caught one of the Golden Rock Worm King's claws. The Golden Rock Worm King quickly tried to cut the rope with its other claws. However, its sharp claws turned out to be glued together by the white rope. The snow spider tugged on the white rope hard. Although it was quickly flapping its four wings, the Golden Rock Worm King could not resist the strength of the spider and was pulled down toward the spider by the white robe. Sacred blood creature. Hansen was shocked. He did not have the ability to kill a sacred blood creature yet. It was unnecessary to risk his life. Seeing that he was about to be dragged toward the spider together with the Golden Rock Worm King, Hansen no longer dared to hesitate and summoned the Desert Bird and Cursed Wolf Dagger. The Desert Bird flapped its wings and turned into a red and golden fire bird, hovering over Hansen's head, giving the Cursed Wolf Dagger and Golden Rock Worm King a golden red glow. With the effect of the aura from the Desert Bird, the Golden Rock Worm King's wings became stronger. Flapping its wings hard, it was trying to get rid of the spider's tugging. However, strength like that was obviously not enough. The Golden Rock Worm King was still dragged toward the mouth of the spider, only at a lower speed. Hansen was standing on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King and quickly shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen. Using Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time, his entire body was filled with incredible strength all of a sudden, his muscles shaking and heart pounding. Cut! Hansen slashed the Cursed Wolf Dagger at the white rope. He felt that the dagger was stuck in something stiff and sticky, but he could not let go at this point. So, he had to make the slash even harder. The white rope was deformed significantly and broke eventually. The broken rope bounced back to the mouth of the giant snow spider. Hansen quickly took back the Golden Rock Worm King that had just regained its freedom, landed on the snow, and quickly ran away. Sacred blood creatures should have a fitness index at least above 80. Many sacred blood creatures even had a fitness level above 100. This giant snow spider clearly had surpassed 80. Hansen did not want to take the risks himself. Even if he wanted to kill it, he should wait for Zero to come. Seeing Hansen was running away, the giant snow spider opened its mouth again, and another white shadow came at Hansen. Hansen was nimble enough to dodge the white rope and cue. Yukli ran forward. Snow spiders chased after him like an avalanche. The giant snow spider was especially fast, coming forward 100 feet with each move. Hansen could not outrun it with all he got. In addition, the giant snow spider was constantly spitting spider silk at him, which Hansen had to dodge as well. When stuck, he would be in trouble. Gradually, the primitive snow spiders could no longer catch up with them. Only the giant snow spider was still chasing after Hansen. Didn't they say there were only an aristocrat spirit and a dozen mutant creatures in the spirit shelter? How come there is a sacred blood spider? Hansen felt quite upset. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The aristocrat spirit couldn't not control a sacred blood creature, so it was only natural that the giant snow spider was running wild. Hansen could not get rid of the giant snow spider. After running for a while, there was no way to go anymore. Cliffs were everywhere. Hansen wanted to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him over, but he suddenly heard a shrill bird song from under the cliff. With sounds of flapping, a giant black-feathered bird as dark as ink flew up from the cliff, its wings 100 feet across. Shit. God, you don't need to play with me like this. Can we be friends or not? Birds were the type of creatures that Hansen feared the most. Back in the days, he was almost killed by a silver bird and had to escape by jumping into a river. Running into a huge bird again, Hansen felt ominous. Indeed, the black bird immediately threw itself at Hansen after coming up. Its speed was like a black tornado, fast and fierce and scary. Even if he were thinking with his butts, Hansen would know this was a sacred blood creature, given the bird dared to snatch food from the giant snow spider. Judging by the speed of the blackbirds, Hansen knew it must be something extraordinary. Lamenting his bad luck, Hansen had no way to go with the giant snow spider chasing him in the back and the blackbird blocking the road in the front. If he were to summon the Golden Rock Worm King to carry him into the air at this point, he would be feeding himself to the blackbird. No matter how fast the Golden Rock Worm King was, there was no way it could be faster than this sacred blood creature. Hansen decided not to escape. After shapeshifting into the Fairy Queen, his golden pupils started to sparkle, taking in every move of the giant snow spider and blackbird. The moment when the blackbird dashed down, Hansen quickly moved away from its claws. As the spider silk was thrown at Hansen, he managed to dodge it as well. Hansen did not go back but moved forward at the giant snow spider. The 8 sickle-like spider legs quickly crisscrossed, trying to split Hansen, who was under the spider's belly, apart. Hansen was calm, his heart pounding and legs unleashing unbelievable strength, moving up and down the 8 spider legs, dodging all the attacks. The blackbird tweeted and clawed at Hansen again. With the spider and bird hunting Hansen together, he had no way to escape. Chapter 441, Under the Ice Cliff. Hansen did not want to run away anyway. When he used all he got, his fitness index was also more than 80. Even if the 2 sacred blood creatures were both equipped with physique more than 100, they did not have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, the situation was too risky, so Hansen did not dare to summon the desert bird, afraid that it might be killed by the two sacred blood creatures. Otherwise, his fitness level should be even higher. Even so, under the siege of two sacred blood creatures, Hansen moved left and right, but did not seem to be too awkward. He managed to dodge all the attacks from the two sacred blood creatures without getting hurt. If Yang Monli was there to witness that, she would probably stare her eyes out. Among evolvers, maybe only those who had a fitness index above 100 could achieve that. Although Hansen did not have the physique as strong as the creatures, he was a human equipped with intelligence and techniques. As long as the difference was not too huge, it was not hard for him to face these creatures. Hansen had used Spartacle to its extreme. More importantly, the kiting skills he learned from Queen turned him into a Go player, leading the two stronger sacred blood creatures into his traps. Ever since he had learned kiting skills from Queen, Hansen had been studying it in depth. Although his skills were not as good as Queen, he had achieved something and become more and more skilled at it. Every step, every turn, and every pause were made with a strong sense of purpose. Although it might be too early to tell, the benefits were becoming more and more obvious. The spider silk did not touch Hansen, but caught the claws of the blackbird. Flapping desperately with its wings, the blackbird did not manage to hit Hansen, but hit the giant snow spider which was led there by Hansen instead. There had been more and more coincidences like this. The two sacred blood creatures did not manage to hurt Hansen, but injured each other quite a lot. Gradually, the two sacred blood creatures became mad at each other and ignored Hans Senator as they were fighting themselves. Hansen took the opportunity to run away, watching the two creatures fighting from afar, while thinking contently, if Queen could see my kiting skills, she would probably compliment me on that. At this point, Hansen was in no rush to run, but observed the two creatures fighting it out. Their fitness levels were definitely both over 100. With their fierce movements, the ice walls and rocks were smashed as they went, with crackling and booming everywhere. The blackbird was entangled with the spider silk everywhere and became slower and slower. The giant snow spider was also pierced in several places by the blackbird, its transparent blood flowing nonstop. Gee. Oh, go on. You better kill each other so that I can have some free Geno points. Although you two are big in size, I don't mind have some extra meals. As Hansen was cheering for the two creatures, he thought, the meat won't get bad in such low temperature, right? I can even store it up for a couple of days. Initially, Hansen thought the blackbird would be more fierce, while the spider silk was so tough that the blackbird gradually lost its ability to move around when it was covered in the spider silk. Very soon, it was about to be devoured by the giant snow spider. As Hansen was hesitating whether he should give the blackbird a blow, the blackbird quickly plunged into the ice cliff. Because the snow spider had expended too much spider's silk on the bird, it was dragged along down the cliff. Hansen was dazed and quickly ran toward the edge of the cliff. It was foggy down the cliff, so Hansen could not see what was happening there. Nor did he know what had happened to the two sacred blood creatures. He waited for a while but did not hear anything fall. There was no screaming either. The fog was not moving. What is happening? Hansen could not decide what to do, looking at the cold fog. The two sacred blood creatures should have all been injured seriously, so there was an opportunity for him. However, Hansen was not sure whether they were alive or dead, nor did he know what was underneath, which was why he did not dare to go down. However, some God-sent fortune would be lost if he did not go. That's it. One needs to be daring to survive. These are two sacred blood creatures, so there is no way I should miss this. In addition, I am quite capable myself. Even if there was still a sacred blood creature remaining, I could at least escape even if I could not kill it. Hansen gritted his teeth and summoned the Golden Rock Worm King, flying down the ice cliff on the back of his pet into the cold fog. Even Hansen, who had practiced jade skin, could not help shivering. The fog was chilling and moist, even worse than ice. If he were an average guy, he would probably need to lie down for a couple of days after traveling through the fog. Luckily, jade skin had special effects when it came to resist the cold. Hansen sat still on the back of the Golden Rock Worm King with his eyes fixed on the bottom of the cliff. However, the fog was so thick that Hansen could not see what was underneath. After a while, the thick fog began to disperse. Hansen could vaguely see something was down there, but he was not sure whether it was the giant snow spider or the blackbird. Hansen ordered the Golden Rock Worm King to fly down 100 feet more, and he was eventually able to tell what was underneath. Hansen stared his eyes wide. Both the snow spider and blackbird were almost dying, but it was not because their previous opponent. Under the huge ice cliff, there was a pond of iced water, from which emerged a monster that looked like a squid. Lots of tentacles. Both the snow spider and blackbird were caught by the tentacles. Although they were struggling, because of their previous injuries or the fact that they were weaker than the monster, they were not able to get rid of the tentacles. Instead, the tentacles were getting tighter and tighter. Very soon, the creatures were about to be killed. Fortunately, the monster did not seem to have any other means to attack other than tightening its tentacles. It could not strangle the two sacred blood creatures immediately. However, it was still just a matter of time. Han-sen was dumbstruck by the fact that there were 3 sacred blood creatures, each scarier than the last. It seemed that this area of ice and snow was far more dangerous than Han-sen had thought. Initially, Han-sen thought if he could take down the aristocrat spirit shelter, he could do whatever he wanted to this area. However, it seemed that he had been too naive. Chapter 442, Aristocrat Spirit. Han-sen stared at the black bird and the giant snow spider that were about to be strangled to death. If he gave them a blow at the right moment, he might be able to get himself a sacred blood beast soul. However, before Han-sen found the perfect opportunity, there was a beast roar from the other end of the ice valley followed by loud hoofbeat. Is there another sacred blood creature? Han-sen was shocked. Very soon, Han-sen found he made a mistake. There were no sacred blood creatures, but arrays of ice-armored beasts running his way like trained soldiers. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. The ice-armored beasts threw themselves at the monster with tentacles, biting the tentacles. The monster swept its tentacles across and got rid of a few ice-armored beasts, but more came up to attack it. After the ice-armored beasts, Han-sen saw giant polar bears, unicorn wolves, and wendigos. Each creature looked very strong and fierce. At the end of the force was a red-striped white tiger on the back of which sat an elegant woman in glamorous priest robe. The woman had purple eyes and hair, holding a short staff that seemed to be made of crystal, her eyes fixed on the monster, black bird, and snow spider. The priest lady pointed her staff at the monster. The polar bears, wolves, and wendigos roared loudly and threw themselves at the monster. By nature, creatures of lower levels had fear toward creatures of higher level than them, so they would not dare to fight a more advanced creature. However, those polar bears, ice-armored beasts, and wendigos that seemed like mutant creatures had no fear toward the sacred blood monster of tentacles. Under the command of the priest lady, they took death calmly and fought the monster together. Spirit. Han-sen was hiding behind an ice wall, watching the priest lady in surprise. The spirit had almost transparent skin. Her eyes were like cats and her ears were pointy. There was no way she would be mistaken for human. Han-sen only knew there was an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter on the mountain, which should be her. The creatures also looked similar to what Han-sen had heard. However, Han-sen had no idea what she wanted to do. Judging by the number of the creatures, she should have used all the force of her shelter. Although there were a lot of creatures on her side, they were not the monster's match. The ice-armored beasts could not even break the skin of the monster. The attacks from the mutant creatures only left some shadow marks on the tentacles, which did not seem too effective. To the contrary, once the monster swept its tentacles across, a few ice-armored beasts would be blown away and injured seriously if they were not killed already. As Han-sen was wondering why the aristocrat spirit did this, she suddenly raised her crystal staff. The crystal staff issued ripples which gradually wrapped her body. Momentarily, all of the runes on her robe were brought to life and started to glow, surrounding her with light. As the light gradually became dim, Han-sen saw what she looked like and stared his eyes wide. At this point, the aristocrat spirit was covered in a suit of crystal armor imprinted with red patterns. The armor looked mysterious and glamorous, making her look even more divine. The crystal staff had now turned into a crystal spear with red stripes. The aristocrat spirit held the spear backward on the side of her body, her eyes fixed on the monster of tentacles. Kill! The aristocrat spirit shouted coldly. Her mount, the red-striped white tiger, quickly ran toward the monster of tentacles and reached it immediately. Holding onto the 2 sacred blood creatures and under the siege of so many mutant creatures, the monster of tentacles could not focus, although it was not injured. It failed to see that the red-striped white tiger had already come at its head. Riding on the tiger in the air, the aristocrat spirit gazed at the monster's head coldly. The moment when the tiger brushed by the monster, the spear in the spirit's hand eventually moved. Like a cold lightning bolt, the crystal spear was stabbed into a squinted eye of the monster. With a growl, the monster suddenly waved a dozen huge tentacles madly, whipping the 2 sacred blood creatures and the mutant creatures away. However, the aristocrat spirit stayed still. Her tiger leveraged on the monster and charged the monster again. This time, nothing was distracting the monster, so it noticed the tiger in time. A tentacle suddenly blew the red-striped white tiger away. The moment the tiger was hit, the glamorous aristocrat spirit moved her long legs covered in armor. She stepped on the back of the tiger and sent her curvaceous figure in the air. Seizing the red-striped crystal spear, she stabbed at the other eye of the monster. The other eye of the monster was stabbed as well, so it issued another painful scream. This time, instead of using its tentacles, it quickly shrank into the ice water pond, carrying the aristocrat spirit with it, making a huge splash. Han-sen was dumbfounded. The aristocrat spirit was even stronger than he thought. She should have a fitness level around 80, which made her a top aristocrat spirit. More importantly, the aristocrat spirit was extremely skilled at martial arts. When she was fighting, she had top-notch footwork and spear skills, comparable to any human evolver. Shortly, the pond became calm. With another splash, the aristocrat spirit emerged from the cold pond, dripping all over. Her purple hair was soaked, stuck to the crystal armor, making her look attractive in a different way. Hansen saw very clearly that the aristocrat spirit had only hurt the weakness of the monster, which is its eyes. The monster was only forced back into the pond. She did not have the ability to kill it. Chapter 443. 2 quarrel and a third profits by it. The snow spider and the blackbird, which were severely injured, tried to escape in the chaos. However, the creatures from the spirit shelter threw themselves at the 2 sacred blood creatures, preventing them from leaving. If it were under any other circumstances, either the snow spider or the blackbird could easily fight or even kill these creatures. However, they had just been severely injured and almost killed by the monster, which made it hard for them to even breach the siege of the creatures. The aristocrat spirit did not pause at all, attacking the snow spider with a spear in her hands. Hansen suddenly understood that the aristocrat spirit had the same plan as he did. She wanted to get rid of the monster in order to pick up some easy gains. Go ahead. I wonder who the real winner would be. Hansen watched the fight from behind the ice wall and chuckled inwardly. Although both the snow spider and blackbird were dying, they were, after all, sacred blood creatures. With her primitive and mutant creatures, the aristocrat spirit still suffered a great loss trying to kill them. Bodies of ice-armored beasts were lying everywhere. More than half of the ice-armored beasts had been injured or died. Several mutant creatures were also killed and injured. The aristocrat's spirit did not change her expression, as if she did not care about the death of the creatures at all. She was focused on looking for the weaknesses of the 2 sacred blood creatures. It was easy to tell that the aristocrat spirit's purpose was not to kill these 2 sacred blood creatures, otherwise she would have done so already. The snow spider and blackbird were injured too seriously. Wrapped by the spider silk, the blackbird could hardly move. If the aristocrat spirit meant to kill it, she had had the opportunity a long while ago. Obviously, it was not what she wanted. It seemed that she wanted to enslave the 2 sacred blood creatures, which was why she did not want to kill them. The 2 sacred blood creatures had been injured really bad. It looked like they were about to die. The snow spider had a weaker physique, so it could barely stand at this point. Bleeding all over, it was about to die at any minute. Squeak! The snow spider suddenly made a weird sound at the aristocrat spirit, taking back all 8 spider legs and lay on its stomach. Seeing the behavior of the snow spider, the aristocrat spirit immediately brandished her spear to signal the creatures to stop their attacks on the snow spider and turn to the blackbird instead. The aristocrat spirit walked up to the snow spider and held the spear horizontally. With ripples passing her body, her armor turned into the priest rope again, and the red stripes disappeared from the crystal spear, which then turned to a staff. She held the sparkling crystal staff high and touched the head of the snow spider with the gemstone sitting on top of the staff. The snow spider shivered, wanting to get away from the sparkling staff, but in the end, it only squeaked softly and accepted. Seeing her staff was about to touch the head of the spider, the female spirit could not help smiling. However, at this very moment, she quickly changed her expression. Moving quickly to the right, she was already too late. A figure suddenly flashed past the aristocrat spirit, holding a dagger that looked like a wolf tooth backward and slashing it at her neck. The aristocrat spirit stepped back, her staff falling to the ground. She covered her snow-white neck with both hands, staring at the grinning man with the dagger in his hand. Blood was welling between her fingers. Thank you so much for your help. I will never forget you. I will go to your place another time to thank you by asking for your service, Hansen said to the female spirit with a smile. Without any pause, he jumped to the kneeling snow spider and stabbed his dagger into its face. Squeak! The snow spider squeaked painfully, trying to stand up, but it was too late. Hansen moved the dagger to slice the spider's head open, and blood and brains squirted from the injury. The snow spider fell to the ground. Sacred blood creature snow spider killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Hansen lamented the fact that he did not gain a beast soul when hearing the voice. Seeing that Hansen killed the sacred blood snow spider, the aristocrat spirit bristled and tried to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, blood jetted out, and she turned into scattering sparkles with no words left. Rest in peace, Hansen said quietly, running toward the other sacred blood creature, the blackbird. The creatures that followed the aristocrat's spirit scattered, and they ran away after she was killed. Hansen did not have time to pay them any mind. Both primitive and mutant creatures were always abundant, which he had plenty of opportunities to kill. However, it was very hard to find a sacred blood creature, so he could not let this chance go. The black bird was no stronger than the snow spider. T did not cost Hansen any efforts to behead it. Young sacred blood creature, evil-blooded condor killed. Beast soul of evil-blooded condor gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred blood geno points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Hansen was so thrilled that he almost jumped. A sacred blood creature beast soul. That was his first sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary. A sacred blood beast soul in Second God's Sanctuary was much stronger than a super beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Without the ability to kill super creatures in Second God's Sanctuary yet, this was already the best beast soul Hansen could get his hands on at this point. The other creatures had all run away, and Hansen was in no mood to chase after them. He could not wait to see what type of beast soul his newly gained one was. Hansen was looking forward to having a shapeshifting beast soul the most, or a beast soul armor would do as well. The former could enhance his ability to fight to a great extent, while the latter could increase his survival rates significantly. They were both great options. Type of beast soul of evil-blooded condor, glyph. Seeing the introduction to the newly gained beast soul, Hansen was dazed. What kind of beast soul is a beast soul glyph? Because there were too many types of beast souls, all they learned in school was some common types. As human became stronger and stronger in God's sanctuary, more creatures had been killed and more types of beast souls were known. There were many newly discovered beast souls that one had to explore oneself. Of course, if one reported the discovery of a new type of beast soul to the Alliance, some rewards could be claimed after the type was verified. Chapter 444, Evolution of Angel finished. Hansen did not have any recollection about a beast soul glyph, so he had no idea what it was used for. He tried to summon the beast soul glyph of evil-blooded condor, and the condor suddenly appeared as a black shadow. The shadow then issued a scream before it disappeared in Hansen's body. Hansen looked at his body carefully and saw that he had a new tattoo of black condor, which was spreading its wings and ready to attack. The condor looked so fierce and gloomy that he almost felt like it was real and would claw out someone's heart at any minute. The tattoo stretched from the back of Hansen to his chest, taking up the better half of his upper body, making him look like a badass fighter. Hansen tried to make a punch, but did not feel any enhancement in his strength. Nor did he feel anything odd about his body. The glyph did not have any burden on his body like shape-shifting beast souls either. What is this glyph for? Hansen frowned slightly, unable to figure it out at the moment. He had to look something up when he was back on the warship Daphne. Checking the bodies of the snow spider and evil-blooded condor, Hansen was ready to summon the golden growler and take the meat back in CA. As the monster with tentacles came back. However, he suddenly heard a crackling sound in his mind, as if something was broken. Hansen was dazed and suddenly remembered something. He looked to his mind and saw the cocoon of light that the holy angel turned into had been broken. The cute Lolita walked out with the black crystal in her hand, looking exactly the same, without any change. That was fast. Hansen was quite surprised, wanting to check on the holy angel. However, she suddenly left the black crystal and flew out of Hansen's mind on her own, throwing herself at the body of the snow spider. Hey, what are you trying to do? Hansen quickly stopped her. The holy angel held onto the leg of the snow spider, pleading with her eyes full of tear. Although she could not speak, her vulnerable look made Hansen soften his attitude. All right, you go ahead. Hansen thought that the snow spider was so big in size that it would take him several days to gain a sacred geno point, so it was much easier for her to eat it. After all, it was just a sacred blood creature instead of a super creature. He will have plenty of such opportunities in the future. In addition, there was also the body of the evil-blooded condor, which would take him at least 2 or 3 months to eat as well. The Lolita gained Hansen's permission and became so excited that she immediately opened her mouth and bit at the leg of the snow spider. Hansen was in no mood to watch her eating and quickly checked her current status. Super Beast Soul Archangel, pet, can further evolve. Seeing such a simple introduction, Hansen felt completely dumbstruck. Archangel sounded a lot more impressive than Holy Angel, and there was no problem with the Super Beast Soul status, or pet, or the note, can further evolve. However, the problem was that the pet no longer had her transformed state. So, has she now returned to her original state and could no longer be transformed? Must I feed her all over again until the transformation happens? Hansen was dazed. If that was true, Hansen would probably cry out loud. It took him so much effort for the pet to transform, while she had now returned to her initial state. Was it all a waste? Hansen thought about it and felt something was wrong. There was no way for the Holy Angel to return to her original state, and her name was also changed to Archangel, which was completely different from what it was. Maybe she had turned into a Super Beast Soul of Second God Sanctuary? Thinking of that possibility, Hansen's heart started to race. If that was true, it was to say that he already owned a Super Beast Soul of Second God Sanctuary. As long as he made her transform, he would have the ability to kill a super creature in Second God's Sanctuary. There were many horrendous beings that had fitness levels above 100 among the sacred blood creatures in Second God's Sanctuary, so there was no telling how strong a super creature he could be. Hansen was not sure himself when he could kill a super creature. The Archangel was undoubtedly a guarantee that he could hunt super creatures one day. Of course, it was not easy to feed her until she transformed. With his experience of raising pets in First God's Sanctuary, Hansen was in no rush. Little girl, don't let me down. Hansen turned to look at the Lolita and found her already eating the meat of the condor. The gigantic evil-blooded condor was devoured almost completely, with only a leg left. The snow spider was long gone. Stop it! Hansen quickly exclaimed. He was only lost in his thought for a little while, yet the Lolita had already almost finished 2 sacred blood creatures. How efficient! Luckily, Hansen stopped her in time and saved himself a bird leg, which probably weighed a few hundred pounds. He did not need to worry about food in a long while. The little girl stood next to Hansen looking upset and dissatisfied, her eyes glancing at the bird leg from time to time, licking her pink lips. You foodie. This bird leg is mine and you don't get to take another bite. Hansen squeezed her tender cheeks and sent her back to his mind. At the same time, he summoned the golden growler in its biggest form, putting the bodies of the ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures on its back. Hansen then took the piles of trophies back to the teleport device. There was so much meat that Hansen could not finish it himself. The bird leg alone would provide food for him in months. It would be nice if he could sell the meat to Suyu and others for some nice stuff in the Alliance. Like Yang Monli had said, it would only benefit him if humans got stronger in general. As for the spirit, Hansen had already learned how strong she was. He estimated that she was more or less as strong as himself. However, Hansen did not know how many mutant creatures there were in the spirit shelter, so it would be a bit risky for him to go there alone. Spirits were different from creatures in that they were intelligent. Hansen made a sneak attack to kill the spirit just now, but a real fight would not be that simple. In addition, Hansen needed to sell the meat at this point and search the information on the beast soul glyph in the Alliance, so he was in no hurry to go to the spirit shelter. As Hansen walked to the ice cave where the teleport device was, he was wondering which beast soul he should feed the black crystal to next. He was not so sure about the function of the black crystal at this point, so he was not able to make up his mind. Since the Holy Angel became Archangel and returned to its untransformed state, did it mean that a beast soul that was not a pet would simply evolve? Chapter 445, Mountains of Meat. Hansen looked at all the beast souls he owned and finally had his eyes on the blood snail beast soul. It was a super pet armor, but it was no longer that effective in front of a sacred blood creature in Second God's Sanctuary. Hansen decided to try the black crystal on it as an experiment. The super beast souls were all surrounding the black crystal, while the Archangel had lost her interest in it. Hansen could not tell whether it was because the black crystal was no longer useful to her, or that she had not transformed yet. With Hansen's command, the blood snail quickly moved to the black crystal with joy, swallowing it entirely. Similar to the angel, light started to form a cocoon that wrapped the blood snail up. Hansen was in no hurry. It was obvious that feeding a beast soul was much faster than feeding a creature. In the case of the angel, it did not take long. For the blood snail, it should take probably a month. Hansen had significant expectation. If what he thought was real, that would be fantastic. In the ice cave, the berserk ice-armored beast that Yang Monli took back made quite a splash among the old-timers. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary was able to kill a berserk ice-armored beast, which was simply unbelievable. Some people were saying how impressive the young people nowadays were, while others thought it was just good luck. Yang Monli did not explain anything. Even if she said that Hansen killed the berserk beast with one punch, these people would not believe it. Actually, no one would believe a fresh evolver could kill a berserk ice-armored beast with just one punch. Even a sacred evolver could not achieve that. As people were still talking about Hansen and the berserk ice-armored beast, they heard loud noises that sounded like an earthquake. Did the creatures find this place and come here to attack us? Many people were shocked, going close to the teleport device, ready to leave God's sanctuary in case of any danger. After a while, the rumble stopped. They heard a voice shouting, "Monli, give me a hand." Yang Monli clearly could tell that it was Hansen's voice. She quickly walked outside the ice cave. Others were also wondering what was happening, so some of them also followed out. When they came out of the ice cave, all of them stared their eyes wide. They could not believe what they were seeing and their jaws almost dropped to the floor. A golden lion that looked like a small hill was carrying piles of bodies of ice-armored beasts and other mutant creatures such as giant snow wolf and ice bear. On top of the bodies stood a young figure. It was Hansen who disregarded people's advice and went hunting alone. Hansen. Brother. These are all yours. Suyu asked with his voice trembling. This was so hard to believe that he could not register the fact even though he had rubbed his eyes hard. Everyone else had almost the same reaction. Many of them had been here for more than a decade, but none of them had witnessed so many gains. In addition, there were even bodies of mutant creatures. Many of them felt unreal like Suyu, feeling they were in a dream. Otherwise, how could there be so many bodies of creatures? And how could there be such a gigantic amount? Yang Monli looked at Hansen with a weird look, feeling complicated inside. She just said that Hansen couldn't take down the spirit shelter, but he returned with so many bodies of even mutant creatures in such a short amount of time. Maybe he really conquered the spirit shelter? Young Monli looked at Hansen and did not know what to think. The young man who she used to despise had grown so fast that he had fully exceeded her expectation and even comprehension. You can say that. Hansen told them about how he encountered the sacred blood snow spider, evil-blooded condor, monster of tentacles, and aristocrat's spirit. However, he was telling them the adapted version, in which he only witnessed a fight between the four and grabbed some gains when they were all seriously injured. Look, this is the bird leg of that blackbird bitten off by another creature. Unfortunately, it still ran away, so I only have this leg. Hansen raised the bird leg that was the leftover of the archangel, as if he was showing off. Everyone looked to Hansen admiringly, saying that Hansen was so lucky that he collected so many bodies of ice-armored beasts and mutant creatures, and even a sacred blood bird leg. Lady Luck was really looking after him. No one suspected what Hansen said. Some people had been here for decades, and many of them had seen the snow spider and the blackbird. Some people had even seen the aristocrat's spirit. For someone who just came here to know these details, Hansen must have seen them with his own eyes, otherwise how could he possibly know? Brother, such luck. Sue looked at the piles of bodies lustfully. What do you plan to do with these? You can't eat all of them make yourself. How about you sell some of them to us? And we can give you a good price. As Suyu said it, everyone's eyes were focused on Han Senator. These people had a lot more desire toward the meat of creatures than ordinary guys, especially for those mutant creatures. Many people had been so excited that their eyes turned red, wanting to take a bite right away. Yes, of course they're for sale, Hansen said assertively. I'll give you 100,000 for an ice-armored beast. 150,000. As Hansen just gave his answer, many people were starting to shout price already. The scene looked like a bunch of rich people who did not know how to spend their money, waving their checks at Hansen. I am going to sell these creatures, but only to the insiders. If anyone else wanted to buy them, they have to double the price. Also, I only accept St. Hall licenses and Geno solutions beyond A-class, said Hansen quietly. He did not bring all the meat back just to gain some money. Brother, would you mean? Everyone was dazed, and Suyu asked eventually. I am going to set up a gang. Whoever in the gang could purchase meat with the insider price, and they can also use their points, Hansen said casually. In the future, he would definitely conquer the spirit shelter. It would take more than just himself to rule the spirit shelter, because he could not stay there all the time. He would rather recruit every master fighter at this place to follow him and guard the spirit shelter for him. This way, in the future, no matter how many people were teleported to this place, they had to follow his order. Chapter 446. Shocked. If we do not join your gang, how much do we need to pay for an ice-armored beast? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s asked Hans Sr. An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Hansen said determinedly. What? An A-class St. Hall license of the Evolver level for an ice-armored beast? Why don't you go rob someone instead? The man shouted madly immediately. Many people also accused Hansen of being shameless. Some even tried to snatch a body on the back of the golden growler. This was just human nature. Many people could go through hardship with you together, but could not share your wealth, let alone watch you become fortunate. Ouch! Hansen made a sudden move, and the cursed wolf dagger suddenly cut off the hand of someone who had touched the golden growler to snatch a body. The shrill scream made everyone feel dumbstruck. They all stopped moving and looked to Hansen, and the man with the broken arm was rolling around on the floor. Without my permission, I dare you touch my properties. If your hands touched it, you would lose your hands. If your feet moved, you would lose your feet. If your head came close, you would lose your head, Hansen said coldly with the cursed wolf dagger. Damn it. He got some nerve to use violence. Let us kill the bastard. You injured our friend. Are you even a human being? Kill this animal. Son of a bitch. Hansen suddenly became the person whom everyone hated, as if he was so guilty that everyone would kill him the first chance they got. Suyu and a few others tried to stop the rest of the group, because they were so few. 4 or 5 persons had already thrown themselves at Hansen, who were all old-timers who had been in this place for more than 2 decades. Of course, they were not trying to avenge the person who had lost his hand, but to take all the bodies for themselves after getting rid of Hansen. In their eyes, Hansen was no more than a brat who got lucky. Since he had just entered Second God Sanctuary, there was no way that he was their match. It would be a piece of cake to kill Hansen. Those people summoned their beast souls and tried to kill him with each move, ready to take Han Sen's life. These bodies were so attractive, especially to those who had not seen so much mutant meat in decades. On top of that, there was even a sacred blood bird leg. Lust had gone to their heads. Han Sen did not change his expression at all. Smiling coldly, he had thought of this possibility. Why when he brought back the meat and did not feel surprised at all? It was not even necessary to get angry. Yang Monli's face became stern. She summoned a bow and arrow, ready to help Han Senator. These people were the ones she despised the most. Because most people could potentially gain some benefits, they became self-righteous in grabbing what belonged to others. These people were nothing different from robbers, and even worse than robbers. At least robbers got the bad name that they deserved, while these people tried to justify their behaviors. However, before Yang Monli could even shoot an arrow, Han Sen suddenly moved. Instantaneously, he dashed between the first 5 people who made their attacks. Ouch! 5 screams were made at the same time, so they sounded like it came from the same person. The first 5 people who threw themselves at Han Sen all lost their right hands, which were holding their weapons. Blood jetted out, and the 5 persons were rolling around on the ground with their left hands covering their broken arms, pleading and crying. Everyone was dumbstruck by Han Sen, who had a straight face, and the 5 screaming persons, shocked at what had happened. Those 5 people had been in Second God Sanctuary for more than a decade. They were all quite experienced. Although it was hard to get some meat in this place, their fitness level must be over 40 after so many years. However, after one move, all of them lost their right hands, which made everyone shocked. Who else want to take my life? The cold gaze of Han Sen swept across everyone's face. Those who were trying to kill Han Sen or snatch some meat all felt a chill and stepped back involuntarily. Yang Monli looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression, as she had not expected that Han Sen would be so aggressive. Uncle Qing is here. Uncle Qing, you must help us. This bastard hurt his own kind. Uncle Qing, we have always helped each other, and he is cruel even to one of us. He's just an animal. A middle-aged man in his 70s or 80s came from the ice cave. For an evolver who had a lifespan of 300 years old, 80 years old was indeed just middle-aged. Seeing the man called Uncle Qing, Yang Monli became nervous, put down her bow and arrow and said hastily, Uncle Qing, don't listen to them, they were trying to steal Han Sen's. Before Yang Monli even finished her words, Uncle Qing gestured her to stop. Seeing Uncle Qing's behavior, the rest of the group became excited and blamed Han Sen for everything with exaggeration, as if it was a felony for Han Sen not to share his gains with them for free. Their behavior of stealing was also beautified as a move for justice. Yang Monli looked upset. Uncle Qing should be the first person who was teleported to this place. He had been here for a few decades and had the most Geno points among the group. He was also the only person who had killed a mutant creature. According to Uncle Qing himself, S fitness level was around 60, but Yang Monli believed it should be more than that. In addition, Uncle Qing had also practiced strong hyper-geno arts designed for evolvers, so he was not any average evolver. It was fair to say that Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group. Although Han Sen was strong, he had just entered Second God's Sanctuary. If Uncle Qing was trying to harm Han Sen might be killed. Uncle Qing, this is not all Han Sen's fault. Siu gritted his teeth and said in Han Sen's favor. However, Uncle Qing gestured him to silence as well and walked to Han Sen. Yang Monli's face became even more grim. She quickly walked to Han Sen, showing her attitude. The rest of the group were celebrating Han Sen's mishap with expectation and greed. As long as Uncle Qing got rid of Han Sen, they should be able to split the meat. Uncle Qing had always been generous, so they should all be able to get some. Seeing Uncle Qing walking straight to Han Sen, many people were shouting inwardly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Although Han Sen had some extraordinary performance and an impressive dagger, no one believed he could beat Uncle Qing, who was absolutely stronger than him. When Uncle Qing was less than 6 feet from Han Sen, under everyone's watch and expectation, he drew a Z-steel knife that looked ancient. With the surprising, suspicious, puzzled, confused, uneasy, and frightened looks from different people, Uncle Qing wielded the weapon and cut off the heads of the 5 people who were rolling around and screaming. Then, Uncle Qing bowed to Han Sen reverently. "Young Master Han, Ning Qing has come too late. I deserve any punishment from you." Everyone was shocked at the moment. Uncle Qing was the strongest person in the group, the only one who had killed a mutant creature, acted as if he was Han Sen's servant. Everyone felt they needed more brain power to understand that. Chapter 447, Reward. The Nings of the Starry Group? Han Sen frowned slightly. That was the only Nings he knew of. Uncle Qing said respectively, "Yes, I am the eldest among the 6 sons of the Nings, also the most useless one. My 2 nephews did not know who you were and had acted inappropriately. My father wanted to apologize in person, but was afraid that you did not like to be disturbed, so he did not go. However, he told us that no matter which one of us in the family had the luck to meet you, we must treat you as our patron. Whatever you need, we would support you no matter how much it costs. As Uncle Qing said that, the rest of the group were completely shocked. Everyone had heard about Starry Group, which was one of the largest corporations in the alliance. No one had thought that Uncle Qing was one of the Nings. What was even more unexpected was that even the Nings had to treat Hansen this way. Everyone was wondering what was Hansen's background. Many people got scared and became pale at this point. They wanted to rob someone whom even the Nings needed to be reverent to. If Hansen wanted to get his revenge, it would be so easy not only in God's sanctuary, but also in the alliance. Everyone was covered in cold sweat and felt their legs were limp. You did not know that before, so it was okay. We will talk about the future later, Hansen commented neutrally. He knew that the reason for Uncle Qing to treat himself like that was not because of who he was, but the potential relationship between him and Han Jingji. Hansen could not tell whether Uncle Qing meant what he said, so he did not feel happy at all. In the future, whatever young Master Han needs, please let us know. The Nings will not disappoint you. Uncle Qing did not say anything more but showed his loyalty. Hansen nodded and turned to Yang Monli. Yang Monli, I will give this much meat to you. Organize our gang as soon as possible, but it will not be necessary to recruit some of these people. Hansen had no doubt in Yang Monli's ability. She used to manage a big gang like Steel Armor Gang really well. There were not a lot of people present, so even if they all joined the gang, it would be still a piece of cake for Yang Monli. Okay. Yang Monli counted all the bodies and felt puzzled. Since the Nings treated him like this, maybe he was really related to Han Jingji. However, thinking about it, Yang Monli felt it was unlikely. Everyone knew that Han Jingji did not have a wife or kids. Hansen did not mind what Yang Monli was thinking. After giving everything to her, he teleported back to the Alliance, wanting to figure out what was the use of a beast soul glyph as soon as possible. Hansen, when did you come back? Xiao Cheng said hi to Hansen while heading out the moment Hansen went back to the dormitory. I've just come back. Where are you heading? Hansen asked casually. Where else than the drill? It is the end of the month, and at this time there is always a drill going on for everyone to join. Whoever gets the first place will be rewarded by Vice Captain Chen. I'm just going to check it out. Your timing is perfect. Let's go together. Xiao Cheng dragged Hansen out. Initially, Hansen did not want to go. However, since everyone was getting along pretty well in the cookhouse, he did not want to turn Xiao Cheng down and followed him to the training hall of the warship. Hansen had heard about Vice Captain Chen from Ji Yanran. He was a strong surpasser. Initially, the captain of a warship like Daphne must be an advanced surpasser who was also a general. However, because of the special background of Ji Yanran, she became the captain of Daphne. And the vice captain was selected based on the standards of an official captain. Chen Shoshan, a strong surpasser. Ji Yanran said he was close to the JIS, but even if she did not say that, Hansen would know that he was, because if he was not working for the JIS would not let Ji Yanran work on Daphne. In addition to the vice captain, there were two more surpassers on Daphne, Director Lin Haifeng and Quartermaster Zhao Ping. These were the people who worked for Daphne. As for the expert panel, there should also be some surpassers. However, they were beyond Ji Yanran's power. Even in Ji Yanran's team, because of the complicated relationships, it was hard for Ji Yanran to make arrangements from time to time. Many things she did would be potentially challenged. Hansen and Xiao Cheng came to the training hall, which was almost full of soldiers already. It seemed that many people were interested in the drill. Since everyone in the cookhouse was present, Xiao Cheng and Hansen sat next to them. Hansen took a look at the training hall and found the training field was a closed one. Also, he found the training item familiar. Isn't this the device called Sprint that Professor Yen designed? Hansen saw the metal walls in the training field and felt surprised that the device was put into use so soon. A soldier was quickly jumping and running on the metal walls, but he did not even make it halfway before he got shocked and fell, rolling out of the device. Who else wants to give it a try? If you can pass this test at level 10, I will reward you with an S-Class St. Hall license of the Evolver level, Chen Shoshan said with a smile, sitting at the rostrum of the training hall. The reward was a lot, but none of the soldiers moved, looking at each other. Sprint at level X with a gravity of 40 added was simply too difficult. Many soldiers had already tried, and many among them were great evolvers. However, none of them was able to make it to even half the way. It was not only because of the gravity, but also because of the failure of the soldiers with a fitness more than 70 that no soldier dared to try again. Hansen knew Sprint very well naturally. It was not something that could be achieved with strength alone. Strength, reflex, flexibility, and the ability to make judgments about the terrain all had huge bearings on the result. If one step was wrong, there was no way for one to make it no matter how strong one was. Warframe department, warship crew, coast guard, and medical team had all sent someone to try. Now only the cookhouse has not tried yet. I think we should give them a chance, someone suddenly said. Hansen thought the voice was familiar, looked to that direction, and found he was Wang Ho, the head of the Warframe department who he met last time. Chapter 448, A New Recruit Trying Sprint. The Fat Squad leader became slightly pale. There had been many great soldiers who had tried the device and failed, so Wang Ho was clearly bringing the cookhouse up to set them up. However, there was no way the Fat Squad leader could argue with that. After hearing Wang Ho's words, Chen Shoshan looked at the Fat Squad leader and said with a smile, "That is right. Luo, you are having a lot of fun just now, so it's time for you to move around." "I think you have. EA great team, so you will definitely do well." "Yes, Captain." The Fat Squad leader stood up and saluted, cursing Wang Ho inwardly. Although everyone in the cookhouse was an evolver with high ranks, they were not the best fighters, because that's not what they did. They were only there to see other people train but did not expect to be set up by Wang Ho. Although the Fat Squad leader wanted to go himself, the rule regulated that no team leads shall participate. In addition, with his round figure, he would probably lose, even worse if he were to participate. The Fat Squad leader looked to his team members and received pleading looks, meaning they were not confident at all. "Fatty, isn't there a new recruit in your cookhouse? Let him make an appearance. It doesn't matter what the result is. We just want to meet him." As the Fat Squad leader was hesitating whom to pick, Wang Ho spoke again. After that day, Wang Ho looked through Han Sen's profile. He did not see anything special about Han's senator. The greatest strength about this guy was probably the fact that he graduated with the rank of major. However, that rank was nothing special on Daphne. Many soldiers had that rank, and they were all more experienced than this new recruit, since a new recruit was unlikely to be assigned to this post. A mission like this required veterans. For Han Sen, who had just graduated from the military school, it was abnormal for him to be assigned to this place. Wang Ho looked into Han Sen's background a bit further and found he graduated from the same school as Ji Yanran. The two must have known each other. Naturally, Han Sen was counted as Ji Yanran's fervent by Wang Ho. He wondered how strong a fighter Han Sen was. Wang Ho had always thought he should take every chance to know his enemy better. The Fat Squad leader frowned and wanted to say something. However, Han Sen said calmly, "It's okay. I can try. I want it anyway." "Okay." The Fat Squad leader did not stop Han Senator after all. This was not a real drill. Since no one had succeeded, it was simply normal for Han Sen to fail as well. And worst case he would get shocked, which was nothing to a soldier. Han Sen got up, shot a glance at Wang Ho, and entered the training field. Although Daphne only had one Warframe department, it was an advanced department comprised of 15 Warframe soldiers, who were all carefully selected veterans. Basically, except for the cookhouse, every other department was elite units. For example, the warship crew had a lot of groups such as the repair group and others. Han Sen entered the training field, and the gravity trainer was turned up. He suddenly felt a lot more burden. Everyone's eyes were suddenly on Han Senator. Although they all knew this new recruit would fail, it was fun to predict when he would fail. In addition to Wang Ho, some other people were also observing Han Sen with scrutiny. Ji Yanran did not manage to hide the fact that she was the one who got Han Sen on the warship from Chen Shoshan. The fact that Chen Shoshan was helping Wang Ho get Han Sen up the stage was because he was also wondering what Han Sen could do to make Ji Yanran spend so much effort. Han Sen took a deep breath and walked to the first metal wall. Han Sen had asked Ji Yanran about Wang Ho in private, because as sensitive as he was, he could feel the hostility Wang Ho held against himself. That was abnormal. Han Sen was merely a new recruit and had not offended Wang Ho ever. He had not even met Wang Ho before. Han Sen did not feel that the hostility simply came from the bump. What Ji Yanran told Han Sen corroborated Han Sen's assumption. Wang Ho was connected to the expert panel. Although he was the head of the Warframe department, he was elected because of the suggestion of the expert panel. Wang Ho himself had selected all the soldiers in his department. It was fair to say that the Warframe department worked for the expert panel. There were many scholars and experts pissed at Ji Yanran, which was a known fact. After all, Ji Yanran had just become an evolver. Although she came from a prominent family, that did not help the fieldwork, which was why the expert panel did not like her very much. In addition, the old captain whom Ji Yanran had replaced was very close to the expert panel, so that had also added to the prejudice the expert panel held against Ji Yanran. Because of Ji Yanran's family, no one dared to say anything. However, if Ji Yanran herself made some serious mistakes, it would be natural for her to be removed from Daphne. Initially, Han Sen did not want any drama and only want to finish his tasks while improving himself. However, since he was here because of Ji Yanran, many people would know that. If he acted poorly, Ji Yanran would be humiliated. It was not an option for his girlfriend to be humiliated. Not just that, he needed to make her proud. Otherwise, he would not call himself her boyfriend. Hansen knew very well what Wang Ho was trying to do, but he did not care. You wanna watch? I'll let you watch. Hansen made the first step on the metal wall, dashing on the white zone which was only 1 foot wide. Hansen was very fast, unlike the previous soldiers who were trying to control their speed so that they had more time to observe and decide how to go ahead. Hansen did the opposite thing. He was fast from the beginning, going forward on the randomly laid metal walls. A newbie is just a newbie. Going like this, he would fall in seconds. Many people were thinking in their head. Watching Hansen going as fast as this, Wang Ho could not help but feel surprised, wondering if Hansen was a true idiot or trying to fall as fast as possible. Even Chen Shoshan frowned slightly. If this was all he could do, it would be a waste of Ji Yanran's energy. Chen Shoshan was quite disappointed. Chapter 449. Like the tutorial. Just a dozen seconds later, almost every soldier widened their eyes. Hansen was jumping up and down on the carefully placed metal walls, fast and steady. He managed to fulfill many actions that looked extremely scary flawlessly with a sense of rhythm. As he stepped on the leaning or reverse metal walls, he was so smooth that people almost forgot that it was sprint at level 10. When the difficulty and speed reached a certain level, it was credible to watch someone go like this. Going through one challenge after another at such high speed made people's blood boil. Everyone wished they were in the moment with Hansen. Very well done, Hansen. The fat squad leader was so happy that he could not close his mouth. With such performance, even if Hansen could not follow through, the cookhouse had already been honored. No one would dare to call the cookhouse a troop of the dinner table again. Wang Ho's eyes became cold and he chuckled inwardly. This guy is indeed something. However, he is just too naive to show everything at this moment. Go ahead and tell us who you are, so that in the future we could get rid of you much easier. As a surpasser, Chen Shoshan could see even more than Wang Ho. Hansen's performance was surprising to him as well, not just because of his physique. Physique was just a part of what it took to go through sprint. What was more important was the ability to see the big picture, make judgments, and act in emergency. Hansen's performance in all aspects was beyond Chen Shoshan's expectation. Hansen had not made a single mistake from the beginning to the end. He was simply acting like the tutorial the AI simulated. This new recruit is great. Being someone close to the JIS, Chen Shoshan was happy to see Hansen's performance and smiled. Quartermaster Zhao Ping also nodded and said, "Great indeed." Director Lin Haifeng said, "What a great newbie. It is such a shame that he was sent to the cookhouse. With his talent, it is just a waste." Momentarily, Hansen had already gone through half of sprint without even lowering his speed. He kept running forward as if he could not stop himself. All the soldiers had become extremely excited. With the fat squad leader leading them, they started to clapping to cheer him up. As they were clapping, Hansen's moves felt even more arithmetic. Each of the step was on the beat, which was great to watch. Shit. This is no drill, but a performance. Chiu Chung was so excited that he shouted. Many soldiers felt the same as Chiu Chung. Before Hansen, all the soldiers seemed to be at training, but when it was Hansen's turn, it was like an acrobatic performance and even better. When Hansen finished sprint on the last metal wall, the clapping became applause. Many soldiers even stood up. Even Chen Shoshan, Lin Haifeng and Zhao Ping stood up to applaud, for Han Senator soldiers were straightforward like this. Seeing someone capable, soldiers would not hold back their emotions or their compliments. Amazing. Very nicely done. You'd deserve the reward. Here's the S-Class St. Hall license. Chen Shoshan walked to Hansen and gave him the license. Thank you, Captain. Hansen took the license and saluted. No need. You deserve it. Chen Shoshan patted Hansen on the shoulder and smiled. You have very nice moves. Have you practiced this before? Sir, this system called Sprint is one of the products developed by Professor Yen from Blackhawk Military Academy. I am his student and one of the testers of the system, Hansen said truthfully. That is why. So you came from a famous teacher. Then tell us about the system, Chen Shoshan said with approval. Chen Shoshan himself was the student of a famous professor, so he liked someone with Hansen's background. Moreover, Hansen was someone discovered by Ji Yanran. However, if Hansen himself was not that good, Chen Shoshan would not do him any favor. Hansen's performance was beyond Chen Shoshan's expectation, which made him feel a lot better about Han Senator. Therefore, Chen Shoshan cared less about the fact that Ji Yanran used her power to get Hansen on board. Hansen introduced the system Sprint to the soldiers as he was told to. He was someone who had used the system since it was developed, so he knew every detail about the system. After his introduction, the soldiers had a more profound understanding about the system and was less fearful of the challenge. After Hansen's explanation, several soldiers felt excited to try again. Chen Shoshan asked them to feel free to try and indeed saw great progresses. In the first 5 people who had tried, one almost went through. Hansen's reaction, which was quite decent, made Chen Shoshan feel even better about him. He nodded and said, indeed, he graduated from a good school. Wang Ho gazed at Hansen, who was content among the crowds with a cold look, curled his lips, and said contentedly, dumbass, show off as much as you could. The more you show, the faster you will die. Wang thought he had seen through Hansen's strength, so he felt quite content. In the eyes of Wang Ho, who had passed 80 in his fitness, Hansen, whose fitness should be only around 40 or 50, was nothing. Because of the good education he had received and good habits, Wang Ho was still observing Hansen carefully, trying to find his weaknesses. Although Hansen had not glanced at Wang Ho, it was easy for him to predict what Wang Ho was thinking. However, Hansen did not care at all. Maybe in Wang Ho's eyes, this was all Hansen got. However, for Hansen, this was just the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was far beyond Wang Ho's imagination. If Wang Ho was really trying to do something to Hansen, then Hansen would feel really excited. At that time, Wang Ho's expression must be very interesting to watch. Fitness over 100. This is quite troublesome. It seems that I need to speed up gaining Geno points. I should at least fill up ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points first. By that time, I would definitely be over 100 in fitness. Hansen was thinking to himself, I need to conquer the spirit shelter as soon as possible. With my own shelter, I could gather more people to hunt. If I could gain the allegiance from the aristocrat spirit, that would be even better. I wonder if King's spirit is really what it says. Chapter 450, Choosing a Hyper Geno Art. Hansen did not purchase any Hyper Geno art on the Evolver level before he reported to Daphne, because he had no idea he would end up in such remote areas and lose the access to the Saint Hall. Although on Daphne there were also Hyper Geno arts provided to soldiers for free, Hansen was not interested in the ordinary stuff. This S-Class Saint Hall license was different from an ordinary license in that he was able to use it on Daphne to trade for the Hyper Geno arts and Geno solutions stored on the warship. Hansen did not hesitate and chose Hyper Geno art. When he was picking, he had a slight trouble. Because Daphne was not the Saint Hall, only 3 to 4 types of S-Class Hyper Geno arts were stored on board, so Hansen had not too many options. Normally speaking, Hyper Geno arts on the Evolver level were all focused on changing the structure of one's body cells. Alloy fist, alloy leg, alloy body, and other Hyper Geno arts were all in this category. Some focused on enhancing a certain body part, while others enhanced the whole body. It was easier to practice Hyper Geno arts that were focused on a certain body part. However, aside from that body part, other parts of the body would be weaker. Although it was balanced to strengthen the entire body, it took longer to practice. Many Hyper Geno arts would take 3 to 5 years to practice, or even longer. Moreover, the body of the Evolvers could not stand the long-term change of body cells. When using the Hyper Geno arts, Evolvers must make a pause once in a while in case their whole body turned to metal. The better one's fitness, the longer one could stand the change. Hansen had learned about the limitations quite well. There were 4 types of S-Class Hyper Geno arts designed for Evolvers stored on Daphne. Hansen was considering 3 of the 4 because one of them was simply focused on the back. Jade Fist, Metal Kick, and Micro Crystal all had their own features, which made Hansen hesitate. Jade Fist was a Hyper Geno art that focused on one's fists. It could turn the muscle and bones of the fist into jade so tough that it could destroy anything. One would be able to break a Z-steel metal sheet with bare hands after practicing Jade Fist, so it was an amazing Hyper Geno art. In addition, it was rather fast for one to practice this Geno art. It would probably take 1 to 2 months for one to get somewhere and put it into use. Metal Kick was focused on the legs of the user. It could turn the 2 legs into heavy metal. When used well, the legs could function as 2 weapons to kick every T-ing into pieces. However, it took much longer for one to practice Metal Kick. If one were to make the legs entirely metal, it would take one at least 6 months. As for the third option, Micro Crystal, it was a Hyper Geno art that could change the entire body. It could turn human body cells into Micro Crystal. When practiced well, the user's entire body would be turned into crystal. No weapon could injure the user, not even laser guns. In fact, most modern weapons would be useless in front of someone who practiced Micro Crystal. Of course, was very difficult to practice Micro Crystal. Without 3 to 5 years, one could not even get started with the Hyper Geno art. Normally speaking, it took 1 to 2 decades to achieve anything. The reason that Daphne was carrying Micro Crystal and many crew members were practicing it was that Micro Crystal also gave its users some resistance against the destructive weapons in Crystallizer rulings. That was why it was specially selected to be placed on Daphne. Many people who had been studying Crystallizer ruins would practice Micro Crystal. However, because it took too long to practice it, only a few people had made some achievements with the Hyper Geno art. Although there were not a lot of people who could go far with Micro Crystal, many experts and scholars in the expert panel were better at Micro Crystal, since they had practiced 2 or 3 decades, or even longer. From a practical perspective, Jade Fist was definitely the obvious choice, because it could be put into use in 1 to 2 months. However, after some thoughts, Hansen used his license on microcrystal. The exploitation of a single crystallizer ruins often took years or even decades. Hansen did not know if he would spend his entire service excavating crystallizer ruins, so it would not hurt to practice microcrystal. After all, it was something the Alliance prepared for missions related to crystallizer ruins, and he might not be able to get this hyper-geno art elsewhere. In addition, Hansen had always tried to practice something that could change the structure of his body cells of all parts, which was why he always had a thing for microcrystal. As for other hyper-geno arts, he believed he could always trade for them later. Since he had many AST-class licenses, he could always trade with someone in God's Sanctuary, which was troublesome but feasible. After Hansen chose microcrystal, Wang Ho got the news very soon. But he only snorted contentedly. What's the use of microcrystal at this point? He will not get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. There is no way he could use it. Wang Ho felt Hansen's choice was too stupid. People who made choice like this were often perfectionists or obsessive. Although the future seemed to be bright, the practical value was so little that it was basically useless. Microcrystal was far less useful than Jade Fist. Hansen had no idea of what Wang Ho was thinking. After he got his hands on the microcrystal, he started to study it and saw the tutorial for 3 times. After having a brief idea about what it was, Hansen drank a bottle of Geno solutions designed for microcrystal and started to practice it. Feeling his body cells motivated under the effect of microcrystal, Hansen felt quite surprised. It was clearly stated in the tutorial that if he could feel something in the beginning, it meant the hyper-geno art was fit for him. However, even so, without 1 to 2 years, he would not see any effects. It was a hyper-geno art that took a long time to practice. If the progress was too great, the body would not be able to undertake the sudden change of the body cells, which would lead his health to collapse. Hansen watched every single detail according to the tutorial and ran the hyper-geno art through his body entirely. When he was ready to do it for the 2nd time, something suddenly happened. Jadeskin that Hansen had always been practicing suddenly became active at this point and joined microcrystal. More precisely, it swallowed microcrystal, making microcrystal a part of the coolness it was creating. Chapter 451. First Breakthrough. When Hansen started to practice Jadeskin, he was too old in age. Since the foundation was not laid when he was a boy and he had practiced the hyper-geno art for a short time, Hansen was not able to make a big progress with it. Without the help of Geno solutions until this day, he still was not able to make the first breakthrough with Jadeskin. Hansen was stuck in a bottleneck and failed to make the breakthrough. However, when he drank the Geno solutions to practice microcrystal, Jadeskin was activated unexpectedly and was pushed to the first breakthrough. Hansen only had one feeling at this point. Cold. Piercing and thrilling cold. The cold did not come from the outside, but seemed to come from within. It was as if every single inch of his body was giving off the coldness, making Hansen feel like he was going to turn into an ice statue. He wanted to stop activation of Jadeskin, otherwise, wondered if he would be frozen to death. However, Jadeskin was like a wild horse that did not follow his control at all. The cold got worse and worse, making Hansen become unconscious. I can't sleep. If I fall asleep, I'm afraid I will not wake up ever. Hansen knew very well what would happen to someone who fell asleep in the snow, so he was striving to be lucid. However, it did not help a lot. At this point, he could not even move his fingers. His entire body was incredibly cold, and even the temperature in the room fell. The thermostats did not seem to sense the drop in the room temperature, so it was not working. Damn it. How come the thermostats is broken at this point? Is God trying to kill me? Hansen wanted to smash the damned machine, but unfortunately, he could not even move. Suddenly, an idea crossed Hansen's mind, which made him widen his eyes. No way. There is no such a coincidence. The Ease in the thermostats did not change only meant the room temperature did not actually drop. The cold I am feeling is very likely just a hallucination rather than a reality. Thinking of that, Hansen quickly gritted his teeth and told himself, I'm not cold. I'm not cold. Everything is fake. It's just my hallucination. Damn it, it's really cold. Hansen felt like the psychological suggestion did not really work because he was actually frozen to death. It felt like his heart was frozen and blood had stopped flowing and became ice. The coldness went to his heart. Gradually, the cold left him and Hansen started to feel warm. It was like sunshine in winter, making his trembling body feel better. Although it was not hot, it made him feel so comfortable that he almost moaned. However, Hansen did not feel happy about it. He became even more worried. He knew that the cold did not go away. The warmth meant he was not far from death. As soon he was fooled by the heat and fell asleep, he would never wake up. When he was discovered by others, he would be a dead body. He tried his best not to fall asleep, but he felt more and more fuzzy. In the end, he could not help but fall asleep. Hansen did not know how long he had been sleeping. When he woke up again, he felt so comfortable as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. What? I did not die. Hansen raised his hands incredulously and pinched his cheeks. Feeling the pain, he yelped. Indeed, I did not die. This is not a dream. Hansen was overjoyed. Before he fell asleep, he thought he was doomed. However, nothing had really happened. It was as if he had just gone to bed. However, Hansen felt his body was somewhat different. Although he could not tell what was different, the feeling could not be mistaken. Hansen could not wait to run jade skin in his body, trying to figure out what had happened. The moment he started, he saw his 2 hands had become transparent like ice or jade. These hands reminded Hansen of Shuo Longten's hands the only time he met Shuo Longten. However, Hansen's hands were even more fine than Shuo Longten's. It was hard to believe they were human hands. First breakthrough. I made the first breakthrough in jade skin. Hansen practiced jade skin in excitement, turning his entire body into jade. Jade skin. This is what jade skin truly meant. I made it. Hansen could not resist his excitement. Watching his translucent body, he almost laughed out loud. After insisting on practicing jade skin for so long, Hansen eventually made the first breakthrough, which laid the most important foundation. Although Hansen was still a bit too old to start, the fact that he had made the first breakthrough with the Hyper Geno art made his progress fall into the normal range. Feeling endless power inside his body, Hansen squeezed his fists. Although the muscles and bones looked translucent, they were as flexible as beef tendons. He did not feel hard to overround, but felt his senses were heightened. Hansen stopped the running of jade skin and turned his body back to normal. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw his skin became more tender and smooth. However, there was not much of a difference between now and then. His eyes were more watery like gemstones, which made him look quite charming. If I continue this way, I will be more and more like a gigolo. Feeling upset, Hansen hoped he could look more masculine. However, that was no big deal. There was no need to care about the appearance. Hansen ran microcrystal again, wanting to make sure that he was still able to practice this Hyper Geno art. Very soon, Hansen opened his mouth wide. After practicing microcrystal, he found that microcrystal was just a small part of jade skin. When he used microcrystal, Hansen felt his body was toughened because the body cells were crystallized, making him look like a statue carved out of crystal. Microcrystal, I achieved it. Although Hansen felt incredulous, the fact was the fact. He indeed succeeded in practicing microcrystal. HEW Hansen looked was exactly what was described in the microcrystal tutorial. The Hyper Geno art that took others 2 to 3 decades to practice was easily achieved by Hansen. Even Hansen himself could not believe that was happening. Shortly, Hansen found that it was not really a fact worth celebrating. The effect of microcrystal was far worse than jade skin after he made the first breakthrough. The only good thing about microcrystal was that now he had an excuse to cover the fact that he had been practicing jade skin. Chapter 452, Goddess Gang. After finishing his task on the warship, Hansen had some free time again to enter God's sanctuary. Yang Manli had finished recruiting. 80 to 90% of the people living in that area joined Goddess Gang that Hansen had formed and signed formal contracts. Although Hansen needed to provide some meat at low costs, it was nothing compared to what he had gained. When he was ready to conquer the spirit shelter, all these people needed to play a part. Yang Manli told Hansen that the recruitment did not go well initially. Because Uncle Qing was the first to join the gang, everyone else followed. Hansen nodded and did not speak. The Nings were expressing kindness to him, but Hansen did not dare to treat them as friends. He still knew too little about things in the past, so he could not decide whether the Nings were friends or enemies. Now that Goddess Gang is formed, what's your next move? Yang Manli asked Hansen. She was quite reluctant to call the gang Goddess Gang because there were less than 10 women in the entire gang, and none of them could be called a goddess. However, Hansen insisted on the name. Since it was just a name, Yang Manli did not care. She did not know that in Hansen's eyes, the gang members recruited at this point were all just the help. The Goddess Gang he was going to formulate was a group of spirit beauties. Wherever he appeared in the future, 3,000 spirit beauties would clear the way for him, which would be a dream coming true. Of course, the condition was that his super body king spirit could make spirits give their allegiance to him. Otherwise, his dream would just be a dream. Not to mention a group, he would not even be able to get a few spirits working for him. Let them gobble up the meat first, and then we will train them and select the best of them to form the backbone of Goddess Gang. Then, we'll go conquer the spirit shelter. Hansen was waiting for Zero to come and take her to smash the spirit shelter, so he would spend the time to train these people. These people did not really take much training, because those who had entered Second God's Sanctuary were either veterans who had gone through the military service or current soldiers who were still serving. With some light training, they could cooperate pretty well. Hansen asked Yang Monli to pick a team which he will lead to hunt, so that he could check out if there were any talented people among them. "Young master, if you want to hunt, I know exactly the place that suits the team," suggested Uncle Qing when he heard Hansen was going to do that. Hansen heeded his advice and asked him to lead the way. The team marched toward the glaciers Uncle Qing was talking about. Although it was an area of glaciers, avalanche or accidents rarely happened. Hansen did not worry about that. All they had run into on the way was a few ice-armored beasts, so Hansen did not bother to move. Riding on the back of the golden growler, Hansen was reading as he ate the jerked bird leg of the evil-blooded condor while watching the team hunt. Hansen looked through the database on Daphne for information about beast soul glyphs and indeed found something. No one had ever discovered beast soul glyphs in First God's Sanctuary, but the beast soul type started to come up in Second God's Sanctuary and above. In addition, only mutant or sacred blood creatures would produce beast soul glyphs. The functions of beast soul glyphs were very complicated. Each one had its own unique function. In conclusion, a beast soul glyph would give its user a certain ability. For example, there was a kind of bear glyph that could enhance one's strength, and there was a wind beast glyph that would increase the user's speed. Since no one had hunted an evil-blooded condor before, Hansen was not sure what kind of ability he would get. He had been observing for days and did not discover anything different when using the beast soul. So, what is the function of the evil-blooded condor glyph? Hansen could not figure it out and had to put it aside. At this point, Hansen finally understood how great it was to be a gang leader. Watching his subordinates killing creatures bravely, Hansen knew that he would eventually gain the better half of their labor. There were not a lot of members in the gang at the moment. In the future, if the goddess gang had thousands or tens of thousands of members, he would be able to receive a significant amount of income from his cut of everyday hunting. It was equally beneficial to the gang members. Compared to hunting alone, it was much easier to hunt in a gang. At the same time, the income was equally good or even better. Their safety was also enhanced. Of course, because it was a tough area and most places were unknown to man, it was still dangerous to hunt even in the group. Without a master fighter in the gang, everyone would die once they encountered strong mutant creatures or sacred blood creatures. They were not used to hunting blatantly like this for fear that there might be a group of creatures attacking them. Following Hansen, however, they could quit sneaking around. Although they felt anxious, they felt much better than before. "Young master, let's stay in this area. If we move further, there might be mutant creatures." Uncle Qing stopped and said to Han Sr., "Let's continue." Mutant creatures are even better. Hansen commanded the team to go forward, because he was not that interested in hunting primitive creatures. Although they were following Hansen's order, many people started to feel worried, looking left and right for fear that there might really be mutant creatures. The only person able to fight a mutant creature in this place was Uncle Qing. If others encountered mutant creatures, they were likely to become a meal of the creatures. Although Yang Monli wanted to talk Hansen out of it, she knew it would not serve any purpose, because Hansen would not listen to her at all. Yang Monli ended up saying nothing. Uncle Qing did not argue either, continuing to lead the way. It was as long as Hansen gave his words, Uncle Qing would do anything for Hansen. Hansen continued to read his ancient language textbook. As long as he had time, Hansen would still learn the ancient language, hoping to understand Dongxian Sutra as soon as possible. However, Dongxian Sutra was so archaic that Hansen was only able to understand a small part of it at this point, and that was not even the important part. All of a sudden, they heard loud hoof beat and beast roar. A giant elephant with white fur rushed toward them from afar, leaving one huge footprint after another. All the glaciers seemed to be shaking. Snowflakes were flowing everywhere. "White mammoth!" someone suddenly exclaimed. The entire group scattered like a mob. Chapter 453, Killing a Mutant Creature. Hansen saw most people were running and only Yang Monli, Uncle Qing, and a few gang members stayed next to him, summoning beast souls and ready to fight. It was easy to tell that the gang members were all frightened, their hands on their weapons shaking. All other people were running fast, about which Hansen was not surprised. These people had lost their confidence a long while ago, so it was natural that the Y reacted this way facing danger. Hansen had considered them no good in his heart. In the future, he would not waste his time cultivating these people. To the contrary, Siyu and other young people did not escape and remained on Hansen's side although they were frightened. Hansen thought they could be further cultivated to become leaders, commanding the future forces in Goddess Gang. Although they were all quite young and probably had worse physique than the older people who had run away, these were no big deal. Hansen could easily use large amounts of meat to give them better geno point counts. There was always a way to enhance one's physique and martial arts skills. However, one's character was not something could be cultivated. In Han Sen's eyes, Siyu and other young people were all valuable assets. Clear. Han Sen yelled, commanding the gang members to step back. He rolled on the back of the golden growler and charged the white mammoth. All the young gang members looked at Han Sen in surprise. As a mutant creature, the white mammoth was a top one. Even someone like Uncle Qing did not dare to face a white mammoth head-on, but Han Sen simply threw himself at the creature. Watching Han Sen with a grim face, Uncle Qing murmured to himself in a low voice, "Is he really the descendant of Instructor Han?" Yang Monli drew her bowstring and aimed her arrow at an eye of the white mammoth, ready to support Han Sen when necessary. However, the bow and arrow she was using at the moment were still sacred blood beast souls of First God's Sanctuary, which almost did not work at all on a mutant creature in Second God's Sanctuary like the white mammoth. The golden growler was going fast. In terms of size, the golden growler was no smaller than the white mammoth. As the golden growler ran, its body was quickly growing. The moment it was about to clash with the white mammoth, the golden growler was already as large as a hill, even bigger than the mammoth. Compared to the golden growler, the white mammoth suddenly looked mini, like a baby elephant in front of an adult elephant. Boom! The two beasts clashed together. Although the golden growler was bigger than the white mammoth, it was not at any disadvantage, but stepped back as well as the white mammoth. Roar! The golden growler growled reluctantly. It was the absolute king in First God's Sanctuary. No creature could fight it at all. However, it was forced back by a white mammoth, which made the lion very mad. The white mammoth also roared and ran toward the golden growler. The two huge animals were fighting it out again, making all sorts of horrendous noises. The surrounding glaciers were broken into pieces and there was snow everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The golden growler and the white mammoth became extremely mad at each other, so neither of them intended to step back. They ran into each other hard like two oxen fighting for a cow. The gang members were dumbstruck. They had SE and many mounts before, but had never seen a mount that was able to fight the creature. It was simply beyond imagination. Normal mount would not attack at all. However, this giant golden lion mount was somewhat different. The people that had run away saw what was happening and slowed down, looking at the golden growler throwing itself at the white mammoth incredulously. That is a mutant creature. What's the deal of the mount? It's so strong that it could fight the white mammoth. Is that a mutant mount? Even if it is still just a mount and should not be able to fight a creature like this. Everyone had complicated emotions as they watched the golden growler. Indeed, like they were thinking, if it were any other mount, even a mutant mount from Second God's Sanctuary, it would not be able to fight white mammoth like this. A mount is a mount. Once the creature became a beast soul mount, no matter how fierce it was initially, it would become tame. It was like a lion turning into a herbivore. Except for its strong physique, it no longer had the instinct to kill. However, the golden growler was different. Although it was just a beast soul mount, it still kept part of its nature. In addition, he had great physique, which was why it could still defend itself with its instinct lost. It could not be compared to other mounts. Han Sen sighed inwardly. After all, the golden growler was just a super creature from First God's Sanctuary. Although it was special, because it was limited to its level, it was not as strong as the white mammoth. Watching the golden growler falling farther behind under the impact from the white mammoth and growling helplessly, Han Sen could not help becoming silent. He was reminded of the large golden growler's fierceness. Between the heaven and earth, no one could stand one blow from its paw. This beast's soul golden growler was indeed too sullen. If the black crystal could really turn the beast souls of First God's Sanctuary into the beast souls of Second God's Sanctuary, I would definitely choose the golden growler to evolve next. Han Sen thought. He did not want to see a great king being a loser. Although he was thinking that, Han Sen decided to make a move. The moment the golden growler clashed with the white mammoth again, Han Sen jumped up from the head of the golden growler and dashed at the white mammoth like a meteor. The physique of the white mammoth was even better than that of golden growler. However, it still had to step back when the golden growler threw itself at him. At this very moment, Han Sen had already reached the mammoth. Holding the cursed wolf dagger in his hand, Han Sen sent himself into the wheel-sized eye of the mammoth. Roar! The white mammoth lifted its front legs. Blood ran into rivers flowing from its eyes. The beast screamed loud. The next moment, the stomach of the white mammoth was suddenly slashed open. A bloody figure came out of it. The white mammoth quickly fell, splashing ice and snow everywhere. Without looking at the body of the white mammoth, the bloody figure walked to the rest of the team when cleaning the dagger casually. Almost no one was able to forget this moment. The gigantic dead creature and the bloody figure were written into their memory internally. Chapter 454. Take me with you. After killing the white mammoth, Han Sen had established his prestige in Goddess Gang. People had officially recognized him as the leader. Many young people even saw him as an idol. The Goddess Gang had become more and more organized. Han Sen was very generous to the members that worked hard, awarding them with lots of meat. Han Sen asked Yang Monli to specifically cultivate the young men like Suyu who dared to risk their lives. Han Sen's arrival brought a revolution to the place. Although they still did not dare to hunt in remote areas or approach the spirit shelter, with Han Sen leading the team, they were able to kill lots of ordinary and primitive creatures at once in the mountains nearby. This gave some hope to the evolvers in this place. They no longer needed to hold their breath and count the days. Many people who had not entered God's sanctuary in a long time and lost hope returned to the place after hearing the news, wanting to see if the legend was real. It turned out they were ecstatic. The world of ice and snow was no longer silent like before. People were active everywhere. Although it could not be compared to large human shelters, the situation was not that desperate. More and more people had their hold back and joined Goddess Gang. More and more people told each other about the news, making those who had lost hope enter God's sanctuary again. Therefore, Goddess Gang became stronger and stronger. With lots of meat to trade, the rich had also started to appear. Trade became more and more frequent and there had been a lot of transactions. Because Han Sen rarely showed up, few people knew what he looked like. Most people only knew the name Han Sen. More people thought of Han Sen as a legend, a living legend. An evolver who had just entered Second God's Sanctuary for a few months revived a place on his own and inspired lots of desperate people, which could only exist in a legend. Obviously, more people recognized Yang Monli, the right-hand woman. Many people assumed that Yang Monli was the goddess in Goddess Gang and thought she was Han Sen's lady, the mistress of Goddess Gang. Of course, Yang Monli had also heard such assumption. In the beginning, she was shy and angry. However, it was impossible for her to clarify every time. After a while, she was tired of correcting others. Brother, it really is you. I finally found the organization. On this day, when Han Sen just teleported into God's sanctuary from the Alliance, someone suddenly ran at him and hugged his thigh full of tears. Zhu Ting. As Han Sen saw who it was, he could not help feeling dazed. He had no idea that he would argue. Into Zhu Ting here. How do you show your face? You really think I will not kill you, don't you? Han Sen's face became stern. Brother, it is meaningless to live in such a spot. Can I follow you? If I can't, I would rather die. Just kill me. Zhu Ting would not let go of Han Sen's leg. Han Sen chuckled inwardly and thought to himself, this guy is quite unlucky to be assigned here. He must have gone through many hardships. It looks like he's going mad. When did you arrive here? How come I never saw you? Han Sen brought Zhu Ting to a quiet place and asked. After I ran away, I came to Second God's Sanctuary directly. God knows I would be sent to this damned place. Every time I tried to kill a primitive creature, I would be risking my life. After such a long time, I have not even maxed out on ordinary Geno points. This is no way to live. 2 months ago, I went out to hunt and was almost killed by a mutant creature. I ran so far away that I only came back the day before yesterday. Since hearing about Brother Yu, I have always been waiting for you near the teleport device. Zhu Ting complained tearfully. Naturally, Han Sen would not take Zhu Ting's words too seriously. This guy was quite sly and full of ideas. He could also use poison well. Shameless and murderous, Zhu Ting was definitely a dangerous person. However, Han Sen did not want to kill Zhu Ting yet. Although this guy was dangerous, Han Sen did not think of him as a risk. In addition, Zhu Ting knew a lot of things that Han Sen was dying to know about, such as things about Han Jingji. Zhu Ting was a bastard son of the Chens. It seemed that the Chens also knew about what happened in the past. Han Sen wondered what role they had played. Han Sen suspected that someone of the Chens was also a member of Unit 7 of Secret Service. So, you want to follow me. But why should I agree to that? Han Sen looked at Zhu Ting with half a smile. No matter what Zhu Ting wanted, Han Sen would like to collect something from him first. Brother, no matter what, I should be much more useful than those ordinary people, right? Zhu Ting blinked and answered. And much more dangerous, Han Sen replied quietly. Zhu Ting said with a wry smile, young master, big brother, you are the descendant of Instructor Han. How do I dare to harm you? If I really did something to harm you, even my father would beat me to death. The Chens is quite well informed. However, I don't remember any relationship between the Hans and the Chens. Han Sen was not moved at all. Everyone claimed to be a friend of Han Jingji. He could not tell who was telling the truth, so he decided to ignore all of them. Didn't Instructor Han mention that my ancestor was also a member of the Secret Service, a colleague of his? Zhu Ting quickly said. I don't know. Han Sen did not want to comment. He thought to himself, indeed, the Chens was also a part of the mission. It's useless for you to say anything. Give me something solid. If you want to follow me, you must pay up front first, Han Sen said. Zhu Ting said with a sad face, after I came to this damned place, I have gained nothing and lost almost all the beast souls I brought from First God's Sanctuary. Now I am so poor that all I have is money. Do you want money? Name a number, and I'll pay you no matter how much. Don't you still have 7 twists? Hansen said abruptly. Hansen had always coveted 7 twists from the Chens. Although he could fly with beast soul wings, the speed would be determined by the strength of the beast soul instead of his strength. Therefore, Hansen was very interested in this technique that could send him in the air using what he got. However, 7 twists was the family secret of the Chens. No outsiders could be taught. With such an opportunity, Hansen wanted to test if Zhu Ting could teach him 7 twists. Chapter 455, Treading Cloud. Although 7 twists is the family secret of the Chens, there is a way for you to learn. However, since it runs in the family, there is a rule that the secret could not be leaked. If you want to learn, you will have to become a student of my family, said Zhu Ting. Although Zhu Ting did not say no, there was no way that Hansen would agree to become a student of the Chens, which meant he could not learn the hyper-geno art. So, there is no way around that? Hansen turned around and was ready to leave. Stop, listen to me. Even if I was willing to ignore the rules and teach you 7 twists, all I knew was the first 3 twists anyway. Without the special Geno solutions, there was no way you could succeed in practicing it either. Zhu Ting saw Hansen was still leaving and said quickly, brother, hear me out. When I was chased around by the mutant creature a while back, I found a great place which you would definitely be interested in. How about I show you the place? If you think it is interesting, just let me join Goddess Gang. If you think the place is no good, I will no longer bother you. What kind of a good place? Hansen asked. A nest. Zhu Ting lowered his voice and said to Han. Senator Hansen looked at him surprised. The fact that Zhu Ting found a nest meant he had found a sacred blood beast soul. What a lucky guy. Take me there first, Hansen thought about it and said. He was not worried that Zhu Ting might have any tricks up his sleeve. Even if there was a sacred blood creature, Hansen could protect himself. However, in the case that there was a sacred blood creature or even a super creature in the nest, it would be terribly difficult for him to break the egg. Zhu Ting took Hansen out of the ice cave and entered the mountains. Hansen felt they were going too slow and summoned the golden growler, asking Zhu Ting to sit with him. Brother, what a nice ride. Do you want to sell this mount? I could accept any price, Zhu Ting said admiringly, looking at the golden growler. I will not sell this one, but if you want to purchase a beast soul, I do have one. Hansen suddenly had an idea. The berserk ice-armored beast soul that he gained the last time was useless to him. If Zhu Ting was willing to pay a high price, Hansen would like to sell it to him. What beast soul? A mutant one or a sacred blood one? Zhu Ting looked at Hansen in excitement. He had been suffering too much. It was so difficult to get a beast soul in such a place, and he had lost all the beast souls he brought here. Without a nice beast soul, Zhu Ting felt insecure. A primitive beast soul of ice-armored beast, replied Han Sr. Zhu Ting was slightly disappointed, but he still said, well, that is nice as well. It is beast soul armor, relatively strong among primitive beast souls. 1 million, what do you think? 1 million for a primitive beast soul was a lot, even though the beast soul was from Second God Sanctuary. It was only because beast souls were very rare in this place. In a large human shelter, primitive beast souls would be worth about 1/10 the price. It is a berserk one, Hansen added. Zhu Ting suddenly widened his eyes and said, brother, you got a berserk ice-armored beast soul? Among primitive creatures, only one in several dozen could become berserk. And it was even harder to gain the beast soul, which was why a berserk beast soul was much more expensive than the beast soul on the same level. Of course, a berserk beast soul was also much better than others. In the case of this beast soul armor, a normal beast soul could only cover 30% to 40% of the body, while a berserk one could cover more than 95% of the body. The defense was also enhanced in the berserk one, even comparable to a weak mutant armor, which made the value of a berserk beast soul much higher. What do you think? Hansen summoned the berserk ice-armored beast soul, and his whole body was suddenly covered in a thick layer of ice. However, armor like this was not that useful to Han Senator. It was not even as strong as Hansen's body, especially after he had practiced microcrystal. If the armor was a top mutant beast soul or a sacred blood one, Hansen would probably keep it. Unfortunately, he had not gained one yet. Brother, name your price. Zhu Ting felt excited. I won't force you to teach me 7 twists since you are not allowed to. But your family must have an S-class footwork design for evolvers. Hansen looked at Zhu Ting and said. Zhu Ting suddenly became hesitant and said, well, forget about it. I don't really need a beast soul. Hansen knew what he meant. A berserk beast soul of ice-armored beast was worth $10 million tops after taking into consideration of the scarcity of the beast souls. However, that was too little to trade for an S-class secret footwork. No one would make such a trade. Relax, I'm not trying to trade the berserk beast soul for your footwork. I will pay you an S-class NT Hall license of evolver level for the footwork. The berserk beast soul could be considered your service fee, Hansen said with a smile. The Chens had phenomenal footwork hyper-geno arts, which were hard to purchase even in St. Hall. Since 7 twists was out of the question, Hansen did not mind learning something else. If that is the case, I could think of something. Zhu Ting looked at the Berserk Beast's soul armor Hansen was wearing, gritted his teeth and said, "The Chens have an Evolver footwork treading cloud. If you're interested, I could give up my dignity and get it for you." "Tell me about it. What kind of footwork is treading cloud?" Hansen squinted and asked. Zhu Ting demonstrated what it was like, which made Hansen's eyes light up. Treading cloud was a footwork that emphasized leg skills. After it was practiced successfully, the body cells of one's legs could be enhanced. Treading cloud meant it was so easy to reach the sky after practicing this footwork. Although it was an exaggeration, it showed that the footwork emphasized explosive leg strength. To Hansen's satisfaction, after practicing treading cloud, although he would not be able to leverage on the air 7 times, he would be able to leverage on the air once. Unlike what Hansen had invented, this was a perfect leverage. Last time, when Hansen leveraged in the air, he was only able to make 1 extra kick, which was because the leverage was not perfect. After practicing treading cloud, he would be able to leverage on the air perfectly and make another 7 kicks. Chapter 456, Gargoyle. Hansen was very satisfied with treading cloud, which was a secret hyper-geno art that he could not even learn at St. Hall. It was worth it to pay an S-Class St. Hall license and a Berserk Beast soul. Just like that, Hansen and Zhu Ting agreed on the time of the trade. Zhu Ting could teach Hansen the footwork himself, but he had to obtain the special Geno solutions from the Chens. Zhu Ting took Hansen to find the nest. With the speed of the Golden Growler, it took them more than half a day to spot layering mountains formulating a life lotus, which was the entrance to the nest. Luckily, there was no creatures nearby. They climbed over the mountains and went down the entrance until they reached the green gold wall. The green gold wall was still intact. No one had entered. Although Zhu Ting found the place, he did not dare to enter. Zhu Ting was smart in that he knew what was within his ability and what was beyond, which was not something everyone knew. After all, men are animals of emotions, so it was hard for them to keep rational all the time. "Wait outside. I'll go check it out," Hansen said to Zhu Ting and broke the green gold wall to enter. The omniscient green light made the large nest a scary space. Oddly shaped cells were everywhere, all intact. There was no way to tell which one had nurtured a creature. Hansen slowly approached the cells, but because there were too many cells, they were all crammed together. There was no way to go through other than climbing over the cells. Hansen did not dare to jump onto a cell. Staring at a 20 feet tall oval cell, he slowly walked ahead, feeling uncomfortable as if something was about to get wrong. Roar! When Hansen was about 30 feet from the cell, it suddenly exploded. A black creature with 2 silver horns and bat wings that looked like a gargoyle suddenly rushed out from the broken cell. Hansen only glanced at it before he started to run as fast as his legs could carry him. Although he had not fought the creature yet, judging by its speed, Hansen was sure that the gargoyle was a sacred blood creature with a physique over 100. Hansen was glad that it was the first thing that caught his eyes. If Hansen ran into this creature when he had gone deep already, it would be much harder for him to run away. Hansen only ran a few steps when the gargoyle caught up with him. Its arm as strong as a marble column quickly swung at Hansen's back. On its claw, each of the nails was more than half a foot long, as sharp as a tungsten dagger. Even a body made of Z-steel would be broken by such nails. Without turning back, Hansen moved his body like a snake away from the blow of the gargoyle, as if he had eyes on his back. Then Hansen continued to run in a twisted route. Flapping its wings, the gargoyle was behind Hansen immediately. However, its blow was useless again. Hansen was as slippery as an eel, slipping through the gargoyle's arms again and again. Hansen looked to the direction of the entrance and saw that Zhu Ting had left, faster than a rabbit. Having failed several times, the gargoyle quickly howled as Hansen was about to run to the narrow path. The silver horns of the gargoyle suddenly glowed, and the silver color started to bleed toward the gargoyle's black body. All of a sudden, the gargoyle became a silver statue, which looked strangely glamorous. "Damn it! A berserk sacred blood creature!" Hansen exclaimed. The silver gargoyle almost instantaneously appeared behind Hansen, clawing at Hansen's head. The speed of the silver gargoyle was so fast that Hansen had no time to dodge the blow. Although he was trying to use kiting skills as much as possible, in front of the absolute speed, all his efforts were useless. Hansen gritted his teeth and used jade skin. Reaching a hand at the thick arm of the berserk beast, Hansen was not trying to beat the creature with his force. As the 2 arms clashed, Hansen entangled the thick arm of the silver gargoyle like a snake and slid onto its body. Perfectly combining Ghost Haunt and Diversion, Hansen also used the flexibility he gained from practicing jade skin to reach this effect. The silver gargoyle tried to catch Hansen, who was hanging on its back, while Hansen had slid down to the gargoyle's crotch and hitting the part hard. Hansen's jade-like fist hit the gargoyle eel's crotch hard, making it scream madly. The gargoyle quickly used both hands to claw at Hansen. Hansen turned his body around on the gargoyle's thigh and moved back to its back. Grabbing the gargoyle's wings, Hansen quickly chopped his hand at its neck. Moving around on the gargoyle's body, the gargoyle tried to catch Hansen in madness but kept failing. However, the physique of the berserk silver gargoyle was so strong that even after Hansen used jade skin, he could only make its silver body swell a little. Hansen did not dare to use the cursed wolf dagger because it was not strong enough to break this body and because holding the dagger would affect Hansen's movements. Hansen even tried to claw at the gargoyle's eyes, but it was equally useless. Its eyes were as tough as its body, made of silver metal. Hansen felt the time, which was less than a minute, was as long as hours. It was not an easy thing to fight the gargoyle this way. Hansen had used his physical and mental power to his limit. Every slight movement was carefully calculated. Both his physical and mental strength was depleted. Even so, Hansen was still facing worse risks. The berserk gargoyle became faster and faster. A few times, its nails had scratched Hansen, making him bleed immediately. Hansen was not shaken at all. He continued to slither on the gargoyle's body like a snake, but his moving range was smaller and smaller. Eventually, the berserk gargoyle pushed Hansen so hard that he had nowhere to go. The gargoyle quickly clawed at Hansen was right on its body. As the sharp silver nails were about to stab into Hansen's body, Hansen quickly pushed the gargoyle's head and jumped in the air, avoiding its claw. The silver gargoyle had used up its energy with this move. After Hansen dodged the blow, its claw did not stop and continued to hit its own face. The 5 nails as sharp as silver daggers stabbed into silver face, and silver blood suddenly jetted out. Chapter 457, Expert Panel. Hansen took the opportunity to run out of the nest. He could still vaguely hear the roaring of the raging silver gargoyle. The physique of the silver gargoyle was so good that Hansen could not kill it at the moment. However, since he had already learned that there was a sacred blood creature in this place, he could always come back when he had enough Geno points. "Brother, you are here. Are you okay?" Zhu Ting was waiting at the entrance, looking down from time to time. "Luckily, I ran out, but I could not kill that thing," Hansen said and started to walk away. "How about me joining Goddess Gang?" Zhu Ting came up to Hansen and asked. "If you want to, I'll permit it," Hansen said casually. He would keep Zhu Ting around for the moment because he was still thinking about 7 twists of the Chens. After leaving the nest, Hansen went back to the Alliance and urged Zhu Ting to get the Geno solutions as soon as possible. It was almost time for Zero to ret. Earn to the God's Sanctuary, so Hansen thought it was time to conquer the Spirit Shelter. However, he would like for everyone of Goddess Gang to join the war against the Spirit Shelter. Otherwise, if he went himself, the gang members would not appreciate the gains they did not fight for that much. Of course, Hansen was going to make sure he will get the Spirit Stone in the shelter. He did not care about anything else that much. After Hansen returned to Daphne, he finished his own task and looked at his future schedule. In 2 days, he would join the cooking team to prepare food. Soldiers could only have food for 5 days out of a month. Normally, they would just take nutrition solutions. However, the expert panel was different. They ate every day, so the existence of the cookhouse was mainly meant for the expert panel. After resting for 2 days, reading and training, it was Hansen's turn to work. Hansen finally understood that the work of the cookhouse was difficult sometimes. Those experts and scholars were very picky about what they ate. According to the rules, each of them shall have 3 dishes and 1 soup per meal, and there must be meat. In addition, several professors in the expert panel could even order their own food, which was a privilege that even Ji Yanran and Chen Shoshan did not enjoy. Because of the emphasis the Alliance had placed on crystallizer ruins, these experts and professors enjoyed very high status. Among them, several professors were indeed quite knowledgeable about crystallizer civilization. Hansen was not a great cook, so all he could do was to prepare the raw materials and transfer the food to the plates. "You must be the new cookhouse recruit, Hansen? I heard you passed sprint at level 10. A young researcher of the expert panel asked Hansen while he was getting his food. "It was because I have seen it before." "It's no big deal," Hansen said casually. "You graduated from Blackhawk?" the young researcher asked. "Yes," Hansen slightly frowned and replied. He glanced at the young researcher who was about 30 years old and quite good-looking. His lips were thin, which gave him a feminine look. "Not bad. When I was in Alliance Central Military Academy, Blackhawk ranked about 100. I wonder how it's doing now," the young researcher said quietly. Hansen felt the guy's tone was a bit off, squinted, and said, "I'm not sure. I did not have many opportunities to see people from Alliance Central Military Academy. I was in an archery tournament against that school, though." "Oh, did you come out of it okay?" the young researcher said contentedly. Speaking of tournaments, Alliance Central Military Academy was always the top-notch school. Almost in every single item, the school would get at least top 3, while Blackhawk was not that impressive among the famous academies. The two could not even be compared. Naturally, the young researcher felt Blackhawk would lose tragically. It was okay. Alliance Central Military Academy was quite impressive, so it took me some effort to get rid of them and gain the championship, Hansen said casually. He did not want to be nice to people like this. Haha, if you want to brag, there's still a limit. In what kind of tournament can Blackhawk beat Alliance Central Military Academy? Is it a bragging contest? The reply of the researcher made everyone in the expert panel laugh. These researchers mainly came from Alliance Central Military Academy because there were not many academies that had the major of crystallizer ruins research. Most of the professors that focused on crystallizer culture taught at Alliance Central Military Academy, so the experts and professors in the expert panel were also mostly affiliated to Alliance Central Military Academy. As the graduates of the best military school in the Alliance, they were of course arrogant. Several researchers from the expert panel had also tried Sprint, but none of them passed level X. They all felt quite content when hearing a cookhouse soldier pass level X because they knew Hansen was familiar with the system. There was no way Hansen was as strong as them. This researcher named Tang Xian was very pissed about this, which was why he provoked Hansen. I'm so sorry. I have no idea Alliance Central Military Academy is such a big deal. Unfortunately, I have already graduated and could no longer participate in the games. Otherwise, I would be easier on them and make them look better, Hansen shrugged and said with a smile. As Hansen said that, many researchers looked to him. Even several professors couldn't help glancing at him. Okay, so you say you beat Alliance Central Military Academy. So, tell me, where and when did you do that? Tang Xian snorted and said, because he did not believe Hansen at all. I don't remember which game, since it's such a trivial matter for me. You could go search my name, and you will probably see it. Hansen knocked the spatula on the edge of the plate. If you don't have anything else to say, please give way to others. They have to eat as well. Tang Xian was a bit upset. He had always been very proud of the fact that he graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy. Hansen's treating his alma mater lightly irritated him. However, on this warship he could not do anything out of the line. Tang Xian gritted his teeth and walked to Professor Li Mingtang, pleading, Professor, could you look it up for me to see if he was telling the truth? On Daphne, ordinary people did not have the access to the Skynet. All they had was an internal database, which was why Tang Xian asked Professor Li Mingtang to look it up for him. Chapter 458, Attacking Spirit Shelter. Li Mingtang thought about it and said, we are all co-workers, so there's no need to get to the bottom of this. We can just laugh it out. Tang Xian did not want to let it go and said, Professor, as a graduate from Ali and Central Military Academy, I could not stand vicious words against my alma mater. I must clear it up. After he said that, Tang Xian stared at Hansen fiercely, obviously upset. Researcher Tang Xian, that is not right. You have your alma mater, but don't we all have ours? You slandered Hansen's alma mater first. The fat squad leader could no longer watch this and said, I was just stating a fact, not trying to slander anything. Tang Xian sneered. If we ask Professor Li Mingtang to look it up, we will naturally know who is stating the fact and who is slandering. The fat squad leader simply said, look it up. I believe that Hansen would not lie. Professor, please look it up for us so we could clear Hansen's name. Since the fat squad leader said that, Li Mingtang had to connect to the Skynet, looking for the military school contests that Hansen had participated in. Shortly, many entries appeared. All the researchers and cookhouse soldiers looked to the screen. Before long, his face became stern. At that time, almost every media reported the archery tournament between the Emperor and the Monster. It was fair to say that the match was a historic one. The game ended Jing Jiwu and Alliance Central Military Academy's rule in the league. The nickname of Hansen, Emperor, was broadcasted in the league by all kinds of media. Any report would reflect how the game went down and how Hansen performed. The media almost described Hansen as a godsend archer. Although it was exaggerated, there was no doubt that Hansen did lead Blackhawk to beat Alliance Central Military Academy, which was the ruler at the time. As Hansen had said, in that game, Blackhawk was the winner. The researchers suddenly changed their attitude about Han Senator, a cookhouse soldier, even one on Daphne should not be too good a fighter. Otherwise, he would not end up as a cookhouse soldier. However, no one had expected for Hansen, the new recruit, to have such a successful past. Being able to be called the strongest person in the entire league was an honor that none of the researchers who graduated from Alliance Central Military Academy had enjoyed, including Tang Xian. After all, when they were at school, they were not the strongest person on campus. Hansen, I did not realize you were so good when you were at school. The fat squad leader was so happy that he patted Hansen on the shoulder with his meaty hand. Some researchers had always looked down on ordinary soldiers, and Tang Xian was the worst of them. The fat squad leader was very happy to see his face slapped by Hansen. I was not that good. It's just the opponent was too weak. Hansen was not a pushover. Since Tang Xian had tried to bully him, he would punch back as well. Tang Xian's face became purple, the corner of his mouth twitching without making a single sound. He quit lunch and left immediately. Well done, Han Senator. That Tang Xian is such a snob, mean and picky as if he was better than all of us. The guy annoyed the hell out of me. I did not realize how great you were at the military school. When Han Sen returned to the kitchen, the vice squad leader also complimented him. All right, stop that. The fat squad leader closed the door of the kitchen and said to Han Sen solemnly, Han Sen, be careful in the future. That Tang Xian is a petty person. You're probably already on his enemy list. I am a cookhouse soldier, and he is a researcher in the expert panel. What could he possibly do to me? Han Sen said with a smile. There is nothing he could do to you on the warship, but it is hard to say when we arrived at the crystallizer ruin. There are many weird stuff inside the ruin. We don't really know how they work. If he set you up, then it will be very hard for you to protect yourself. After arriving at the ruin, remember not to walk around alone. Just stay on the warship so that he could do nothing to you, the fat squad leader warned Han Sr. Others also gave Han Sen some advice. Since Han Sen did not want to worry them, he nodded. But then again, since you were so great in military school and got the rank of major, how come you came here to be a cookhouse soldier? Li Mingliang couldn't help asking. In fact, my dream is to be a soldier on the warship, even as a cookhouse soldier, which is why I'm here. Han Sen was telling the truth. However, he did not tell the whole truth. He wanted to be a soldier on the warship of Ji Yanran, that is. When Han Sen entered God's sanctuary again, he eventually saw the pretty face of Zero. It seems it's time to conquer the spirit shelter. Han Sen found Yang Monli to summon everyone in God as again. Everyone, I decided to set out to conquer the spirit shelter tomorrow and use that shelter as the base of Goddess Gang. If anyone wants to quit, now is the time. I do not want to force you, so I will let you go with no strings attached. Han Sen's gaze swept across people's faces. Captain, is it too early for us to conquer the spirit shelter? There is an aristocrat spirit in the spirit shelter and many mutant creatures. We do not have quite the strength yet to do that. How about we develop our strength a bit further and do that when we have all maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points? In that case, we would have a much better chance. Yes, Captain. We should focus on cultivation now. We have no idea how many mutant creatures there are in the spirit shelter. Is it too big a challenge for us to go now? We have enough strength to kill primitive creatures in batches. How about we spend more time doing that and when? Han Sen glanced at the mob he was leading and said coldly, today I am gathering you to tell you my decision. So, all you need to do is to execute it or quit. I do not need your advice. However, there is one thing I must state clearly right now. If you quit at this point, Goddess Gang will never welcome you back, not now and definitely not when we have conquered the spirit shelter. It's your own choice to stay or go. Han Sen's words brought silence to the scene. Very soon, someone stood out, gritted his teeth and told Han Sen, sorry, Captain, we do not have enough resources to take down the spirit shelter. I can't risk it with my life. Bring me his contract. Han Sen did not answer, but asked Yang Monli to bring the guy's contract and voided it. Chapter 459, Abnormal Shelter. With someone being the first, many more stood out to break off their contract and leave the Goddess Gang. Not many people believed that Han Sen could really conquer the spirit shelter. There were so many mutant creatures in the spirit shelter, and an aristocrat spirit who was basically immortal. Those were all huge troubles. Before destroying their spirit stones, the spirits were almost immortal in their own shelters. In addition, no one had any idea how many mutant creatures and primitive creatures there were. Goddess Gang had a total of 200 people, and many of them were still lacking in their primitive Geno point count. They could not even fight primitive creatures one-on-one. Spirit Shelter was simply too big a goal. Goddess Gang, which had 200 people, lost the better half of its members soon. Only about 36 of people remained. Han Sen was fully prepared in advance. However, he still did not expect to lose so many members. At first glance, most people who stayed were young people like Suyu. Only a few of them were older. To Han Sen's surprise, the middle-aged person who used to throw sarcastic comments at him was still in the team and did not choose to leave. Han Sen still remembered that his name was Zhang Guoxiong. He came to Second God's Sanctuary 20 years ago as a sacred evolver. However, he did not expect to end up in such shitty place. For 2 decades, he did nothing. When Han Sen established Goddess Gang, he joined the gang but did not show too much impressive performance. Brother, are we still going to conquer the spirit shelter? Zhu Ting did not leave either. He glanced at the remaining people and whispered to Han Sr. Of course, I said that we are going to set out tomorrow. That will not change. Go back and prepare. Gather here tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Han Sen asked everyone to go. The reason he would like to wait until tomorrow and did not leave immediately was that he wanted to test the rest of these people. Maybe they were excited and motivated at this point. However, after considering for an entire night, if they still dared to go, then it would mean they were truly rough diamonds. There was no way these people knew that Hansen did not care how many people followed. As long as he and Zero were there, they could take down the spirit shelter themselves. The reason he was bringing people over was to select potential talents. After all, there must be someone to operate the shelter after they took it down. Are you really taking these people to conquer the spirit shelter? After everyone was gone, Yang Monli asked Hansen seriously. What now? You also don't believe I could take down the spirit shelter? Hansen looked at Yang Monli with a smile. Judging from pure strength, it is tough indeed. Yang Monli was not a woman who would be misled by others, and her answer was honest. So, will you go or not? Hansen continued to ask. Yes. Yang Monli gave him an assertive answer. Then go back and prepare. We'll leave tomorrow morning, Hansen smiled and said. The next morning, they were missing several people. In the end, including Yang Monli, Uncle Qing, and Zhu Ting, they were 20 people in total. Let's go. Hansen did not waste his words and commanded everyone to march toward the big mountain where the spirit shelter was located. When the group of people left, many people were watching them. They all felt that Hansen must be crazy. How is it different from committing suicide, taking such a small number of people to conquer the spirit shelter? Although Uncle Qing, who was the strongest fighter on Hansen's team, he was only good against one mutant creature no matter how strong he was. Even if Hansen was able to cope with 1 or 2 mutant creatures, what could the rest of them do? Most of them were young people who had not been to Second God's Sanctuary for long. Also, most of them were just mutant evolvers. Only 1 or 2 were sacred blood evolvers. There were even 3 young people who were primitive evolvers. No one would believe that 20 people like these could conquer an aristocrat spirit shelter. Everybody believed they were mad. Watching the young men following Hansen, many people even showed pity. Of course, more people were delighted to witness their departure. They even thought, coming from a prominent family with the respect from Starry Group, Hansen became arrogant. He deserves to die in the spirit shelter. It's a pity though that we are going to lose a good man like Uncle Qing and those young people. People of worst characters even wished for Hansen to die there, and for Yang Monli and Zero to return safely, so that they would have a chance at the ladies. The 20 people marched toward the spirit shelter in heavy snow and soon disappeared on the vast snowfield. Many people thought it was very likely that they were gone forever. Even many of the young people in the group felt pessimistic about the fight. However, because of their passion, they wanted to roll the dice and maybe there was a future for them. However, even so, they felt worried. After all, it was an aristocrat spirit shelter. They had never been to a squire shelter or a knight shelter before. It was their first expedition, and their target was an aristocrat shelter. It was absolutely normal that they were nervous. The closer they got to the snow mountain, the more nervous they became. Even Uncle Qing put on a solemn look. Uncle Qing knew for sure that Hansen was not a stupid man. However, in his eyes, they did not have enough to take down the spirit shelter. If Hansen did not have any backup, they would be taking a huge risk. It would be hard for them to escape death. However, because of the blind trust in the name Han Jingji, Uncle Qing did not want to quit. Are you cold? In the fluttering snowflakes, Hansen held Zero's hands and warmed them up with his breath. No. Zero shook her head quietly. Hansen then remembered that Zero had even better physique than he did. There was no way she would fear such weather. This is the spirit shelter. Are we really going up? Zhu Ting looked at the big mountain ahead of them and asked again. Certainly. Hansen urged the golden growler to step on the big mountain first. The rest of them looked at each other, and then all followed Hansen uphill. Many of them were walking stiffly with no expression on their face, staring at the spirit shelter that looked like an old castle. The spirit shelter was quiet. Except for the sound of snow falling, there was absolutely no sound. The shelter looked like a lifeless castle with no residents. Uncle Qing, Zhu Ting, and Yang Monli could not help frowning. This was obviously quite abnormal. Creatures and the spirit should have noticed them a long while ago. However, there was no noise at all. The gates of the shelter were open, but no creatures came out of it, which was simply odd. Chapter 460, Spirit Stone. Wait a second. Hansen commanded the group to stop, summoned the Golden Rock Worm King, and commanded it to fly into the gates of the shelter. Very soon, the Golden Rock Worm King returned. The message brought back to Hansen was that there was nothing in the spirit shelter, not a single creature. Nothing. Hansen frowned slightly. The situation was clearly out of his expectation. The group marched toward the architecture and looked around vigilantly. However, they found nothing. It was as if the entire spirit shelter was empty. Having reached the destination smoothly, Hansen pushed open the gates and walked into the hall that looked like a palace. Indeed, there was a spirit stone with an alluring glow set between the eyebrows of a huge statue of deity. Spirit stone. Suyu and other young men became excited. As long as the spirit stone was destroyed, the spirit would be dead no matter where it was. However, before they even walked to the spirit stone, a figure suddenly appeared from the side of the room. It was an elegant woman dressed like a priest, holding an ice staff in her hand. It was the same aristocrat spirit that Han Sen had seen. "Attention!" yelled Uncle Qing and summoned his beast souls. Actually, even without Uncle Qing's wearing, everyone had already summoned their beast souls and looked around vigilantly. The spirit looked at the group of people, smiled coldly, and raised the staff in her hand. Light suddenly covered her body, turning her into an aristocrat fighter in ice armor with red patterns. The staff turned into an ice spear. Roar! Almost immediately, all sorts of creatures came to the empty castle. Hundreds and thousands of ice-armored beasts and other creatures besieged the hall, throwing themselves at the intruders. "Go deeper and destroy the spirit stone," Uncle Qing exclaimed and charged the statue of deity. However, before he made a move, a dozen creatures suddenly appeared from behind the statue, each of them a mutant creature. There were huge snow wolf and bears, as well as dark bats and all sorts of birds. Those mutant creatures completely blocked the path toward the statue. Also, they were led by the aristocrat spirit. Even Uncle Qing was shocked and stopped, finding it impossible to destroy the spirit stone directly. Groups of creatures had flooded into the hall from outside. Although they were all primitive creatures, they were so huge in number that even if the group of people wanted to kill their way out, it would take them a long time. In addition, they were in the spirit shelter and the gates had been closed. There was no way for them to go back even if they wanted to. "Human, you will regret that you stole my pet." The cold face of the spirits was emotionless. She pointed at Han Sen with her ice spear. After that sentence, the ice-armored beasts flooded into the hall and threw themselves at the group of people with no fear for death. However, the mutant creatures did not seem to be attacking. All they were doing was to protect the statue of deity. Clearly, they were trying to weaken the group using endless primitive creatures first. The spirit herself walked to Han Sen with her ice spear in hand, wanting to kill Han Sen with her own hands to get her revenge. Everyone else looked pale. They were trapped in this place. They could not run away or destroy the spirit stone. It seemed that they were in a dead end, and there was no hope of survival. "Let's rush out. Maybe there is still a chance," Zhu Ting said loudly. "You guard the door, and I will go for the spirit stone," Han Sen said and walked to the spirit. Everyone else lost their calm. With a dozen mutant creatures guarding the statue of deity, they could not approach it with all the people available, let alone Han Sen himself. However, Han Sen had already gone toward the statue of deity. Other people had to block the door to the hall first, fighting the endless ice-armored beasts. However, there were so many creatures out there that there was no way they could hold up for a long time. Even if the creatures were willing to be killed by them, their hands would still get tired. Han Sen did not seem to be worried about the situation at all. He walked to the spirit and said, "You're very smart. I could even call you sly. You have successfully lured us into the trap you have set up." The spirit curled her lips and looked content. She said coldly, "The moment you decided to go against me, your death has been certain." "Unfortunately, there is one thing you did wrong," Han Sen continued to say as he walked. "What is it?" Unexpectedly, the spirit asked with her brows knitted. "You should not let me come this far. Your favorite trap is your biggest mistake." Han Sen quickly rushed to the huge statue of deity with the spirit stone like a tornado. The spirit sneered and swept her ice spear at Han Sen, trying to stop him. However, Han Sen did not lower his speed at all. He used great strength with his legs yet put his upper body horizontal. Running forward but almost lying on the ground, Han Sen dodged the attack from the spirit in a weird pose and continued toward the statue at a high speed. The mutant creatures roared loud and threw themselves at Han Sen like demons from hell. Chapter 461. The Spirit Showing Fealty. Zhang Guoxiang watched Han Sen going in the middle of the mutant creatures with a complicated expression. 20 years ago, he was as brave as Han Sen. At that day and age when it was still difficult to hunt a sacred blood creature, he used his diligence, talent, and special privileges coming from his family to max out his sacred geno points and evolved as a sacred blood evolver in First God's Sanctuary. However, after he entered Second God's Sanctuary, when he was about to realize all his dreams, he found out what a terrible place he ended up at. There was no strong teammates or available beast souls. He needed to risk his life even when trying to kill a primitive creature. At the same time, he must avoid the spirit shelter and large groups of creatures at all times. In the beginning, Zhang Guoxiang still fought with some hope. Shortly, he discovered that it was almost impossible to max out on ordinary geno points in this place, let alone primitive geno points. It did not mean that Zhang Guoxiang was not strong enough to kill an ordinary creature. He was capable of that, but there were only so many types of ordinary creatures. As he ate many of a type, that type no longer provided ordinary geno points for him. If he wanted to look for other ordinary creatures, he needed to go beyond the spirit shelter, which was something he could not achieve. It was the same case for primitive creatures, which made Zhang Guoxiang feel desperate. There was no way he could continue to increase the ordinary and mutant geno points. And he was not able to kill a mutant creature. Zhang Guoxiang gave up hope completely. As he lost hope, he spent his days on nothing for 20 years. When Han Sen appeared, Zhang Guoxiang felt like he had seen himself 20 years ago, so confident, proud, and arrogant. Subconsciously, Zhang Guoxiang tried to say no to Han Sen, like he did to his younger self. However, after Han Sen created one miracle after another, Zhang Guoxiang suddenly realized that he wished Han Sen success strongly in his heart, because he saw Han Sen as his younger self. He did not really want to lose or continue to be a loser. He wanted to see someone succeed. That was why Zhang Guoxiang joined Goddess Gang. When a lot of people told him to leave, he still followed Han Sen to the spirit shelter. He only wanted to give Han Sen a chance. Maybe he wanted to give himself a chance. Maybe there was a miracle in this world. And maybe he could start over again. He was 40 years old. Maybe he was no longer young, but he was not old either. Zhang Guoxiang wanted to stand up again, to feel the urge to pursue something with all he got, and to go after his own dream. I am not old yet, Zhang Guoxiang told himself. Watching Han Sen throwing himself at the mutant creatures, Zhang Guoxiang felt he had gone back to the hot-blooded era, when he was still fearless. At that moment, Zhang Guoxiang deeply felt that his blood had not gone cold yet. His heart was still warm. He still wanted to go to the top of all mountains like a man. Kill! Zhang Guoxiang roared and wielded his broadsword at an incoming ice-armored beast, beheading the beast immediately. With the roar from Zhang Guoxiang, Han Sen also charged the mutant creatures. A red and golden fire bird spread its beautiful wings in the hall and brought a pretty aura to everyone's beast souls. People found that the abilities of their beast souls were significantly enhanced, which made it much easier for them to cope with the creatures. Beast soul aura. Is it a sacred blood beast soul aura? Zhu Ting looked to Han Sen in the middle of the mutant creatures in surprise. Unfortunately, Han Sen did not have time to answer him. He threw a sharp gaze at the mutant creatures and aristocrat spirit. Every single object and living creature in the hall was imprinted in his mind. Using his brain power, Han Sen was quickly calculating every single possibility. Shapeshifting into Fairy Queen made his eyesight sharper and made his enemies look slower, giving him enough time to think. Han Sen made a step and turned his entire body into jade. If someone could see his body under his armor, they would certainly appreciate how gorgeous and dedicated it looked. Crack! When Han Sen brushed by a snow wolf, a foot-long cut was made on the shoulder of the snow wolf. Blood jetted out, but the jade-like palm was not even colored by the blood. Han Sen's performance just began. Under the attack of a dozen mutant creatures and the aristocrat spirit, Han Sen was not in a hurry. He looked so calm that it seemed that nothing could affect him. However, if Han Sen's moves were to be observed closely, each and every one of his moves had a strong sense of purpose. No extra movements were made. His entire body was like a highly efficient machine, generating all the power he got. The aristocrat spirit wielded the ice spear, trying to kill Han Sen. A dozen mutant creatures tried to circle him, but Han Sen found the slim chance of survival in a seemingly impossible way, breaking through the block of the mutant creatures and rushing to Ard, the gigantic statue of deity. At this point, Uncle Qing and others were dumbstruck. They could hardly believe that Han Sen was still human. A dozen mutant creatures could not stop his footsteps at all. The aristocrat spirit was both astonished and mad. Unexpectedly, she could not even catch up with Han Sen and had to watch him beating one mutant creature after another. In just a dozen seconds, Han Sen broke the blockage of the mutant creatures and jumped on the shoulder of the statue. The aristocrat spirit could not even catch up with Han Sen, staring blankly at him. Han Sen stood on the shoulder of the statue and took out the spirit stone from the deity's forehead. It all happened so fast that the aristocrat spirit and the gang members had no time to react. When Han Sen got his hands on the spirit stone, he suddenly felt a strange force from his palm, making the spirit stone light up. Ice aristocrat Snow Charmer gives you her absolute loyalty and hopes to be your servant. The elegant female spirit suddenly bowed her head and kneeled in front of Han Sr. Han Sen placed the spirit stone on top of the head of the spirit. The stone suddenly became even more bright, whose light almost blinded everyone. When the lights disappeared, both the stone and Snow Charmer were gone. The spirit swore fealty. The rest people watched it happen, astonished. After a long while, they realized what had happened and looked incredulous. God knows how difficult it was to make a spirit swear allegiance. It was not something that could be achieved by violence. It basically all depended on luck. Chapter 462, Snow Charmer. In Han Sen's mind, a spirit stone that looked like a piece of ice decorated with lots of mysterious patterns was floating. In the middle, two strange words, Snow Charmer, were imprinted. Although Han Sen did not know the language, he somehow knew what it meant. Hansen summoned the spirit, and the stone suddenly flew out of his mind, turning into her figure. Snow Charmer, kill those mutant creatures, Hansen thought. Snow Charmer immediately raised her ice spear and moved toward the mutant creatures. Initially, the creatures inside the spirit shelter were following Snow Charmer's command, fearless and regulated. However, when they lost her control, they suddenly became a mob. They lost their cooperation between each other immediately. Although they were still great in number, they no longer had the threat they just did. Snow Charmer wielded her spear and entered the group of mutant creatures. Her fitness was better than normal mutant creatures initially. With her great intelligence and spear skills, she killed her way into the mutant creatures and slaughtered a snow wolf very soon. Snow Charmer killed a mutant creature, Snow-Toothed Wolf. Beast Soul of Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Do you want to withdraw the Beast Soul? A voice sounded in Hansen's mind as Snow Charmer killed the Snow-Toothed Wolf. Withdraw. Hansen did not feel surprised by that. He had studied how to use a spirit before. According to other people's experience, after he gained the fealty of a spirit, he could withdraw the beast souls that the spirit gained from killing creatures anytime. Equally, he could transfer his beast souls to the spirit. Spirits were loyal subordinates. However, after giving their allegiance to humans, spirits would become integrated with their spirit stones. They would thus lose the ability to come back from death infinitely. If they were killed after they became servants, they would die for real. When the spirits were killed, the beast souls they carried would also disappear. Therefore, one must be careful when giving beast souls to a spirit. Although there were many limitations, the intelligence, skills, and ability to make judgment of spirits made them much better than ordinary beast souls. Especially, spirits had the ability to use beast souls, which meant they could be used like human partners, while beast souls were more like tools. Withdrawal successful. Beast Soul Snow-Toothed Wolf gained. Very soon, a voice sounded in Hansen's mind and a new beast soul appeared. Hansen had no time to check his newly gained beast soul and continued to hunt mutant creatures with Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer had great spear skills. She even injured the sacred blood monster of tentacles before. Although many mutant creatures helped her at the time, she still needed impeccable spear skills to achieve that. The spear was wielded like a tornado. The lean body of Snow Charmer gave off incredible strength. A snow bear was hunted soon. Snow Charmer killed mutant creature Snow Polar Bear. No beast soul gained. The creatures outside the hall became a mess. They either ran away or defended themselves only, no longer fierce as before. The gang members chased the creatures in the excitement, looking back at Snow Charmer, who looked like Athena admiringly from time to time. She was an aristocrat spirit and so elegant and gorgeous. She was even a great fighter. Witchman could see her and say they don't envy Hansen. Later on, Hansen no longer needed to move a finger. Snow Charmer took care of the mutant creatures that did not have time to run away with her dazzling spear skills. She was so fierce that it was incredible to watch. Hansen was full of joy. An aristocrat spirit was so strong already, so if he gained a royal spirit, it would be even better. Since a royal spirit would correspond with a sacred blood creature, Hansen suspected that there was another type of spirit that would correspond with super creatures. No matter what, Hansen was more than satisfied that he gained Snow Charmer. At least, it proved that his super body king spirit did work. Whether or not others could gain the loyalty of a spirit depended on luck, and the chance was quite low. However, as long as Hansen had the spirit stone, he could gain the allegiance of a spirit for sure, which was Mo. Wreath and incredible. Hansen had already been envisioning the future when he will take a troop formed of all kinds of spirits and rule Second God's sanctuary. Whoever standing in his way would be killed. No one would ever dare to challenge him. The battle only lasted a little over an hour. Lots of creatures ran out of the spirit shelter and many were killed by the humans. Snow Charmer alone killed 4 mutant creatures. Hansen himself killed 2. However, he did not gain other beast souls other than the wolf. More than 100 primitive creatures were killed. Bodies of creatures were everywhere inside the shelter. Every human was excited. We conquered the aristocrat spirit shelter. Siyu and other young people still thought it was hard to believe, as if they were in a dream. We made it. Many people hugged each other, shouting and jumping up and down. Many among the people who followed Hansen here almost had a death wish. When they were trapped, they became almost desperate. However, who knows that they would have such an ending? Most of the people were only slightly injured. None was killed. They took down an aristocrat spirit shelter just like that, which must be a miracle. The person who created a miracle was undoubtedly the man who broke the blockage of a dozen mutant creatures and a spirit and took the spirit stone. Brother, will you sell me this spirit? You can ask for any price. Zhu Ting regarded Snow Charmer with his mouth watering. No way. Hansen turned Zhu Ting down. Of course, Hansen would keep a spirit like Snow Charmer for himself. Although a spirit was no human and there was no way she could warm his bed, he would feel happy every time she served him a drink or something. In addition, Snow Charmer was a great help to Han Sen at this point. Zhu Ting did not want to let it go and insisted, "How about I give up the S-Class St. Hall license and you trade her for Treading Cloud?" No. Han Sen turned him down without even thinking. He had lots of S-Class St. Hall licenses, while needed a spirit like Snow Charmer terribly. The broadsword in Zhang Guoxiang's hand was still dripping blood. He looked to Han Sen with a complex look, not sure what he was feeling. For 20 years, he had never been as relaxed as this moment. Yang Monli's eyes were focused on Snow Charmer. She envied Han Sen so much. The guy had very good luck as always. It was the first spirit shelter he conquered, and he already gained the fealty of the spirit. Uncle Qing was squinting. No one knew what he was thinking. However, his look was also quite complicated. Chapter 463, Crystallizer Ruin. Han Sen and the rest took down the aristocrat spirit shelter. Is it true? Of course it's true. Someone had already been there. People of Goddess Gang had already stationed there and carved the words Goddess Gang on the gate. Damn it. 20 people took down the aristocrat shelter? That is so fake. How did they achieve that? No idea. However, there must be many people regretting to death. Would you mean? Regretting what? So many people used to be the members of Goddess Gang. In the end, when Han Sen said they were going to conquer the spirit shelter, most people quit. Now that the spirit was taken down, each current member could have a room to themselves and live there for free forever. In addition, they were also given large amount of meat. Do you think those who had left would regret? They must feel so bad. However, Han Sen would still recruit people. Goddess Gang only had 20 people at this point, so that it must be hard for them to keep the entire shelter. They will definitely be recruiting. Han Sen said that he will admit no one that had left already. It doesn't matter who talks to him. The way he's doing things. Many people will be offended. He does not need to be afraid of offending anyone. People of Starry Group had to be respectful to him. He said he would conquer the spirit shelter, and he just did. With such a background and ability, he needs to fear no one. I'll bet all those who had left are regretting to death now. If they want to go to the shelter, they must pay a big protection fee. If they want a room, they must pay very high rent. All of the things they could have enjoyed for free. Haha, no one could predict the future. It was too risky to attack an aristocrat shelter anyway. How's there any risk? What kind of people is Han Sen? He took 20 people to attack the spirit shelter and no one was dead. The most they suffered was some slight injuries. What kind of risk is there? This Han Sen is such a genius. How did he do it? Fresh Evolver, who just came months ago, easily took down the aristocrat shelter with 20 people with him. It is so incredible. Otherwise, why did someone like Uncle Qing obey all his order? He was no ordinary guy. The news that Han Sen conquered the spirit shelter was soon spread. Many people went to the shelter. However, if they wanted to be protected in the shelter or rent a room, they must pay a high price, which was the income of Goddess Gang. Of course, most of the money would fall into Han Sen's pocket, otherwise he would not be so interested in conquering the shelter in the first place. After the gates of the shelter were shut, even a mutant creature could hardly enter. Of course, it was much safer to live in the shelter than to live outside. In addition, there was space inside the shelter for trade purposes. There was also a teleport device in each room. Merchants and rich people would easily pay the price. Han Sen did some calculation. The place was so sparsely populated, and he had only seen 300 to 400 people. However, even so, it was easy for him to make several million from collecting rents and protection fee. If he were to do some business, he would be able to earn even more money. However, Han Sen was not interested in that and did not want to waste too much time. So he asked Yang Monli to take care of everything. The gains were great this time. 6 mutant creatures and more than 100 primitive creatures. Han Sen did not sell any of them but shared everything with people who had followed him. After all, they risked their lives which deserved to be rewarded. Han Sen saved a mutant creature for himself. Together with the evil-blooded condor, he had enough food for 2 to 3 months. Because it took less effort than he thought it would, Han Sen did not put Zero into action at all. In addition, he was in no hurry to expose Zero's true strength. After all, she looked too young. The fact she was in Second God's Sanctuary already was quite a surprise for everyone. It was no good for her to show too much strength. It would be safer to be conservative. After Han Sen took care of everything in the shelter, he traveled beyond the shelter, wanting to find out if there were any humans on the other side of the mountain. However, after climbing over several mountains and marching hundreds of miles, all he saw was glaciers and snow field, with no human in sight. Han Sen saw a giant serpentine at least 300 feet long slithering on glaciers from afar and immediately turned back. He had seen a lot of creatures on the way and did not dare to go anywhere strange with his current strength. Even if he ran into some strong sacred blood creatures, Hansen did not have confidence in winning the fight, not to mention super creatures. Meat of evil-blooded condor eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. After eating evil-blooded condor for days, Hansen eventually gained 1 sacred Geno point. However, it was so slow that Hansen simply threw the rest to the Archangel since he was no longer willing to eat the same thing. A huge benefit of having his own gang was that Hansen did not need to fight himself to gain different types of ordinary and primitive creatures. Hansen picked some smaller ordinary and primitive creatures to eat, gaining several ordinary or primitive Geno points every day, which gave him a much faster progress than the bird leg. I will first fill up my ordinary and primitive Geno points. The progress I make in my fitness is quite great. Hansen did not go out for adventures at the time being. He went to God's sanctuary to eat ordinary and primitive meat to gain some Geno points every day and read his books on Daphne the rest of the time. When Daphne finally arrived at the destination, Hansen had already gained 84 ordinary Geno points, 35 primitive Geno points, and 1 sacred Geno point. His basic fitness was already 80+. With all kinds of assistance, he could achieve 90+ for a short amount of time. At this time, Daphne had already arrived at the Crystallizer Ruin. Initially, Hansen thought the so-called Crystallizer Ruin should be an ancient city or base. However, when he saw a real Crystallizer Ruin, he understood how naive he had been. Watching the gigantic planet that looked like a brilliant diamond, Hansen felt more shocked than he could describe. This planet, more than 10 times the size of Planet Roca, was the Crystallizer Ruin they were going to explore. All kinds of crystallizer architectures were spread around on the planet. Different from human architects, colorful crystallizer architectures were connected to each other, covering almost the entire planet. Only one glance made people gasp. As Hansen was astonished by the glamour and grandeur of the Crystallizer Ruin, he suddenly sensed heat from his chest. Feeling shocked, Hansen quickly reached inside his clothes and grabbed the 9-life cat pendant. Suddenly, he felt like he had grabbed a boiled egg. The 9-life cat was giving off incredible heat. The closer he got to the Crystallizer Ruin, the hotter the pendant became. When Hansen entered the atmosphere of the planet, the pendant was almost scorching. Chapter 464, Simulating Crystal. Hansen did not know what was wrong with the 9-life cat or why it would suddenly react so strangely. However, undoubtedly, the change was definitely related to the Crystallizer Ruin. However, Hansen did not know what the connection between the 9-life cat and the Crystallizer Ruin was. Daphne landed on the Crystallizer Ruin and made a comprehensive scan and analysis of the planet. Same to other Crystallizer Ruins, only the surface of the planet could be scanned by human equipment. The inner space of the Crystallizer architectures was unknown to people. The analysis of air and water showed the planet was normal, habitable according to human standards. Other Crystallizer Ruins were mostly the same, so nothing was special about this one. After some preparation, the expert panel, Warframe Department, Explosion Department, and Marines took their equipment and left the warship, beginning their exploration. When the work began, everyone was banned from entering God's sanctuary again. Since the cookhouse did not need to go to the field, Hansen felt quite bored every day. However, since most people on the warship had already landed on the planet, he and Ji Yanran could see each other secretly quite often. Qin Shoshan went to the field together with the expert panel, while Ji Yanran was responsible for staying on Daphne. She actually had nothing to do other than receiving reports sent by Chen Shoshan and the expert panel. Such a huge planet. We have only these people. How long would it take for us to finish the work if we look into one architecture after another? I don't think we could finish it in a century. Hansen felt quite upset when watching the field recordings in Ji Yanran's office. If this went on forever, he would probably stay here for his entire service. Ji Yanran smiled and said, "Who would be so dumb to discover one after another? That way, with these people, it would take us 500 to 1,000 years to finish 1% of the work." Ji Yanran paused and then continued, "Crystallizers, huh? D different ranks. Their architectures follow a certain rule. As long as we find one entrance, we could access their treasure. All we are looking for is their crystals." "It sounds easy enough," Hansen said. "It is not easy at all. Since the device could not scan the internal structure of the architectures, we must rely on the experts specialized in crystallizer civilization to find the right entrance." "Can't we just blast it away?" Hansen asked. The crystal material of their architectures is very unique. Not only is it tough, but it will also expand once blasted. At that time, the internal space would be completely blocked, which would make the excavation work even harder. Ji Yanran drank some water and continued, "This is not the real problem, though. Since the experts and professors are here, the entrance could always be located sooner or later. However, if the Crystallizer Ruin is still working, that will truly be challenging." As Hansen was about to ask what kind of challenge there could be, he suddenly heard an explosion. Looking at the live recordings of the field, Hansen saw a red crystal the size of a fist floating next to a crystal wall. The crystal blinked with red light twice, and something weird happened. The red crystal quickly expanded and changed its form, turning into the same vehicle as the multifunction excavator that was doing the fieldwork. It quickly rushed toward the original excavator. Bang bang! It only took 2 blows for the crystal excavator to smash the one it imitated. The crystal vehicle headed toward the excavation team. The soldiers in Warframe department quickly turned on their warframes and charged the crystal excavator. Because they did not want to damage the architectures, they refrained from using massive weapons, with only laser guns and swords in their hands. Luckily, the red crystal only imitated a multifunction excavator, so it was soon shot down into pieces, turning into a pool of red liquid that then evaporated. It seems that we are out of luck. This crystallizer ruin is still operating. I'm afraid this task would not be completed that easily, Ji Yanran said with a wry smile. What is that? Hansen was shocked. It is a defense crystal of crystallizers. The Alliance calls it a simulating crystal. Once scanned by it, it could imitate the shape of anything including mechanics and creatures. However, its texture will still be the same red crystal, so the simulation was not complete, explained Ji Yanran. What an amazing civilization, Hansen complimented. Very amazing and very dangerous. There are many deadly crystallizer technologies that we don't even know about. We found it. We found the entrance. A surprised voice suddenly came from the live recordings. Hansen and Ji Yanran quickly looked at the footage and saw Chen Shoshan and several professors standing in front of an excavated architecture, looking inside, full of surprise. It seems everything is going smooth. I hope we could locate the treasure soon. Ji Yanran felt slightly relieved. However, in the next moment, the holographic image suddenly broke off. Ji Yanran quickly contacted Chen Shoshan and the rest using Comlink, but there was no answer. Something's wrong. Ji Yanran suddenly became pale and summoned all the officers on the warship. The communications team was trying to reach people in the field. However, they were completely out of touch as if they had disappeared. There were not a lot of people stationing on Daphne to begin with, so even the cookhouse was summoned. Including the medical team, the repair team, and the cookhouse, there were only less than 40 people. No communications were available, and people could see some equipment left on the surface through radar. All the humans were gone, and nothing could be seen inside. Captain, shall we go back and call for reinforcement? An officer hesitated and asked. We must figure out what's happening first, Ji Yanran said with her brows knitted. Several top experts and scholars specialized in crystallizer civilization were in the field. If they were gone for no reasons, Ji Yanran would be facing harsh sanction if she returned without figuring out why. She might even be sent to the military court. In addition, many officers and soldiers including Chen Shoshan were also on the planet, so Ji Yanran should not go back before taking a look. However, people who were staying on the warship were mostly non-combatants including officers in charge of ship operation, medicine, and cooking. There were very few people that could be deployed. Ji Yanran reviewed all the talents she got on hand and gritted her teeth. I asked for 5 soldiers who is good at Warframe operation to follow me to the field, figuring out what is happening. I'm rather good at Warframe. Let me follow you, Hansen said quickly. Naturally, he could not stay on the ship while letting Ji Yanran risk her life. In addition, he wanted to figure out why the 9-life cat pendant would react to the crystallizer ruin. Chapter 465, Crazy Simulating Crystals. Captain, let the guards follow you. The leader of the guards, Li Lu, stood up and saluted. The guards were all the combatants that remained on Daphne. Captain, let me lead the team, the only surpasser on the warship, Zhao Ping said. Quartermaster, you should stay on Daphne. This is our base. If anything goes wrong on the ship, it would be meaningless even if we bring back everyone. At that point, we would all be faced with death. In addition, I am only going to investigate and will not go deep. Ji Yanran looked to the guards, thought about it, and said, Li, you pick 4 soldiers good at Warframe to come with me, and you shall come as well. The rest of the team stay on the ship. Yes, Captain. Li Lu named 4 soldiers and asked them to report to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran told everyone to prepare their own Warframe and looked at Han Senator. She hesitated and said, you go prepare as well. Yes, Captain, Hansen answered and went to take his warframe. The 7 of them quickly left the warship and got on a field truck to go to the excavation site. Because it was not far from the warship, it only took them half an hour to get to the destination. Looking out of the field truck, all sorts of equipment were intact. Nothing was damaged, and there was no evidence of a fight. The only thing broken was the multifunction excavator. Seeing no blood, everyone felt relieved. At least those people were not under attack. The field truck could no longer go deeper into the site. Ji Yanran asked 2 soldiers to stay on the truck, while she took Li Lu, Hansen, and 2 other guards to drive their warframes down the truck, going toward the entrance. Maintain the order. Transferring scan data. Communications good. All sorts of information kept flashing on the warframes, some sent from the truck, some from Daphne. Their warframes were also transmitting data back. Although everyone had been highly vigilant, nothing really happened. They reached the entrance the professors found with no trouble. It was a black crystal gate more than 100 feet tall, decorated with lots of complicated patterns. There were dots and circles and lines, as well as some triangular shapes. There were no obvious rules to how they were put together. It looked sort of like the guts of a mechanical clock, quite mysterious. At this point, the black crystal gate was already prized open. A one-man warframe could easily pass, but larger mechanics could not enter. Captain, shall we go inside to take a look? Li Lu asked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran did not answer Li Lu and felt astonished at the black gate. She quickly said to Hansen using a private channel, Hansen, I will take people down and have a look. You stay here. Why? Hansen knew she must have noticed something. Otherwise, she would not have said that. This is the ruin of some crystallizer royalties, and it's still running. It is too dangerous down there. Since you know nothing about crystallizers, you might trigger some dangerous traps. Just stay here, Ji Yanran said. I will follow you, Hansen said. This is an order, Ji Yanran said seriously. Your order is not valid on me, Hansen said softly. Ji Yanran was trying to say something else when she suddenly heard screams from the field truck. All of them quickly looked to the truck and saw the two soldiers stationing in the truck had gone out, rushing to them in warframes. What has happened? What has happened? Please report. Please report. Li Lu tried to ask what had happened through the comlink, but found all he could hear was noise of current. Hansen quickly checked his comlink and found his warframe had lost all communications to Daphne. The system was down. Ji Yanran had noticed that as well and told the rest of her team, maintain the order. We will. Go have a look. The team quickly approached the warframes of the two soldiers. Before Ji Yanran asked what had happened, they already knew the answer. Behind the two soldiers, lots of fist-sized red crystal were floating in the air like red light bulbs. With a glance, one could not tell how many there were, but there were at least hundreds or 1,000 of them. Simulating crystal. How come there are so many? Everyone was shocked. No wonder the two soldiers started to run. Whoever saw so many simulating crystals would do the same. Previously, Hansen had already witnessed how powerful a simulating crystal was. As long as it scanned something, it could turn into the exact same thing. If hundreds or thousands of simulating crystals scanned the warframes or field trucks, they would be killed instantaneously facing all those vehicles. In addition, more simulating crystals were coming this way, growing in numbers. There was no telling how many there were. Retreat into the ruin. Ji Yanran had understood where the expert panel had gone, and she had to repeat their option. The closest simulating crystals had already caught up with the two soldiers. With a flash of red light, the crystals flashed at their warframes like a camera and quickly turned into red crystal warframes of the same style. They landed quickly and continued to chase the two soldiers. More and more simulating crystals became warframes and joined them. Li Lu could not help drawing laser guns to attack the red crystal warframes to save his two comrades. No! It was too late for Ji Yanran to stop him. Li Lu's shot made a huge hole in one of the red crystal warframes. However, instantaneously, all the red crystal warframes drew their laser guns and shot in their direction. Boom boom. The warframes of the two soldiers closest to the crystals exploded immediately, turning into burning crap iron, while the red crystal warframes were still shooting this way. Retreat into the ruin. Hansen operated his warframe to go into the black crystal gate. Retreat to the ruin. Immediately, Ji Yanran followed Hansen and commanded in a clear voice. Li Lu, whose eyes were bloodshot, gritted his teeth and ordered the other two soldiers to retreat into the ruin while covering them by going last. As Ji Yanran and Hansen just entered the black crystal gate, they heard a loud noise. The warframe of Li Lu had already exploded. Chapter 466. Parasite Crystal. Li. Seeing the warframe of Li Lu was shot down, the two soldiers shot at the red crystal warframes madly using laser guns. Come inside. Quickly, Ji Yanran exclaimed at the two soldiers, but it was too late. Although the two soldiers shot down a few red crystal warframes, they were taken out by more simulating crystals. Go! Hansen exclaimed and used his warframe arm to push Ji Yanran's. Although those people were not his friends yet, Hansen felt upset seeing fellow humans die. However, now is not the time to be sad. He could not watch Ji Yanran die like those soldiers. Ji Yanran came back to herself, gritted her teeth, and operated the warframe to go inside the ruin. They had to get rid of the simulating crystals as soon as possible. Otherwise, she and Hansen would die as well. Behind the black crystal gate, there was a crystal path. Ji Yanran led Hansen to go forward, but did not dare to go too fast. Very soon, the red crystal warframes started to catch up with them. Don't worry so much. Run quickly. Hansen knew that Ji Yanran was worried about the traps in the ruin, but if they did not go quickly, they would soon lose their lives. The expert panel should have already entered the ruin. If there were any traps, they should have triggered those already. Being yelled at Hansen, Ji Yanran suddenly understood that and operated her warframe at full speed to go forward. After they ran for several miles, they entered a huge architecture like a shelter. Many paths were interconnected. Where are we going? Ji Yanran took a look, but paths looked identical to each other. She had no idea where they were supposed to go. In addition, the paths were so narrow that the warframes could not pass. Follow me. Hansen gritted his teeth, came out of the warframe, and turned it into a briefcase. He ran ahead with the warframe in his hand. Ji Yanran copied Hansen's moves and followed him. As Hansen just entered the path, he quickly summoned the snow-toothed wolf. A snow wolf suddenly appeared in front of Hans Senator. It was a beast soul mount, but Hansen did not mean to ride on it, only commanding it to go forward. Hansen planned to use the snow-toothed wolf as a scout. He knew very little about crystallizer ruins. However, since Ji Yanran did not have any idea, he must make a decision, even if he did not know whether his decision was right or not. Hesitation would only bring them into bigger crisis. The snow-toothed wolf was running forward, and Hansen and Ji Yanran were following with warframe cases in their hands. However, the paths were so complicated that they lost the direction, although there were no dangers. It sounds quiet now. Let's stop. When reaching something like a bridge, Hansen looked down and stopped, looking at the weird crystal statues. Ji Yanran listened carefully and indeed heard no sound. She felt relieved and looked to the crystal statues about 50 feet tall each. The statues were made of crystals of different colors. The shapes of them looked rather odd. They were nothing like humans or animals. Those are the deities that crystallizers worshipped. Most crystallizer ruins had statues like these, explained Ji Yanran as she looked around. Hansen did not seem to be listening but fixed his eyes on one statue. Come out, otherwise I would not be polite. Hansen squeezed the warframe case in his hand and yelled coldly at the statue. Ji Yanran looked to the statue, feeling puzzled. She did not see anything, but very soon, someone walked from behind the statue. Tang Xian? How are you here? Where's everyone else? Ji Yanran saw who it was and asked with her brows knitted. I don't know. We scattered. Why are you here as well? Tang Xian walked to the two of them as he said. Stop. Otherwise I will shoot. Hansen quickly drew his mini laser gun from his waist, pointed it at Tang Xian and said coldly, Why should I stop? Tang Xian did not pay Hansen any mind and continued to approach them. Without any hesitation, Hansen shot at Tang Xian's head, taking half of his skull away. Hansen, what did you do? Ji Yanran was startled, not sure why Hansen did it. However, Ji Yanran knew Hansen must have a reason. Although Tang Xian had offended Hansen before, Ji Yanran knew he was not someone who would commit murder because of a small grudge. Without Hansen explaining, she saw what was wrong. With half of his goal grown, Tang Xian did not fall immediately but turned around. On Tang Xian's back, a pink crystal the size of a duck egg was set in his muscles. Red crystal hair was growing from the crystal, driven into his entire back like veins, blinking red light as if he got new heart. It looked both weird and sickening. Parasite crystal. Ji Yanran was astonished, quickly drew her gun and aimed at the crystal like Hansen, ready to shot. Before Ji Yanran shot Tang Xian, a slim hair grew from the crystal and wrapped Tang Xian up entirely like a mummy. Ji Yanran and Hansen shot at the mummy like Tang Xian repeatedly, but to no avail. The laser guns only broke a part of the crystal hair, which quickly grew again. Laser weapons are useless. Use beast souls. They suddenly heard a voice say. Hansen and Ji Yanran turned back and saw Professor Li Mingtang and several young researchers coming from a path nearby. It was Li Mingtang who said that. Before Hansen summoned his beast souls, someone came from behind Li Mingtang. He held a beast soul sword and slashed at Tang Xian and the crystal repeatedly, breaking the crystal. A cookhouse soldier does not belong here. Wang Ho took back his beast soul sword, stared at Hansen coldly and said, A cookhouse soldier is also soldier, Hansen said calmly. If you want to throw your life away, suit yourself, Wang Ho said contemptuously and ignored Han Senator. He walked to Ji Yanran and said, Captain, why are you down here? You should not be here. Chapter 467, Dia Galaxy. Professor, what did you find? Ji Yanran ignored Wang Ho and asked Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang said, We found the entrance to the ruin and discovered that this is the ruin of crystallizer royalties. However, there were suddenly a huge number of stimulating crystals. Having lost the connection to Daphne, we had to retreat into the ruin. Later on, we were attacked by parasite crystals. Many people were affected. We wandered off in the mess. Where are Chen Shoshan and Lin Haifeng? Ji Yanran asked. Edition. Li Mingtang shook his head and said, There were so many soldiers and researchers affected by parasite crystals. It was all a huge mess and I did not notice them. Ji Yanran frowned slightly. What Li Mingting said was similar to what she had expected to happen. People scattered in the ruin, so it would be hard for her to find everybody. Professor, do you know the way out? Ji Yanran looked at the surroundings and no longer knew the directions. This architecture of crystallizers looked like a metropolitan built with crystal. It was not easy to find a way out at all. In addition, because of the special characteristics of these crystals, they could not even blast away the architecture using bombs, which will only lead to their death. The researchers looked at each other, obviously having no idea how to go out. In fact, we don't need to be worried at all. Our mission was to find new things. All we need to do is to continue forward. Maybe we will find the treasure very soon, said Wang Ho. Li Mingting also said, Captain, since you are already here and there are a lot of stimulating crystals outside, we could not leave anytime soon. It makes sense for us to take Wang Ho's advice and look around first. If we could locate the treasure, we would be able to finish the task and have some clues as to how we should leave this place. Having studied the crystallizer civilization diligently, Ji Yanran knew what Li Mingting said was correct. However, it was the ruin of a crystallizer royalty. They were only several people without even a surpasser among them, so it was still quite dangerous for them to walk around. However, she did not have other options than to agree to their suggestions and go deeper. Of course, the researchers did not march blindly. Based on their understanding of crystallizer civilization, they could make judgments about which architecture was designed for what. Based on general rules of crystallizer civilization, they could calculate where the treasure was. Although the result was not exactly precise, they had the rough direction correct. Hansen, stay close to me. Do not go far, Ji Yanran told Hansen in a low voice. Hansen nodded. Of course he would stay close to his girlfriend, otherwise he would not be able to save her if she was in danger. Wang Ho heard Ji Yanran and said to Hansen sarcastically, Captain, you took a cookhouse soldier down here. Are you trying to protect him, or should he protect you? Wang, please focus on your own job. This is not your concern, Ji Yanran said to Wang Ho coldly. Wang Ho snorted and said nothing. Li Mingting quickly tried to mediate, we are in danger now, so we should all work together to find the treasure. The more people we have, the more powerful we are. In addition, Hansen was also a graduate of a famous military academy. The other researchers also said something to relieve the tension. The group of people continued to go forward. Shortly, Ano. Their black crystal gate was standing in front of them, also decorated with those complicated patterns. Seeing the black crystal gate and the patterns, Li Mingting was overjoyed. He quickly walked to the gate and examined the patterns inch by inch. Fantastic. This place is indeed the ruin of a crystallizer king. Li Mingting watched for a while and turned back excitedly. Professor, what do the patterns mean? Although Ji Yanran had done her study, it was impossible for her to understand those patterns. Li Mingting explained in excitement, I could only figure out a small part of it. This crystallizer king came from Dia Galaxy. Dia Galaxy? The mother galaxy where crystallizers originated. Ji Yanran looked surprised. Indeed. It is the birthplace of crystallizer civilization, the Lost Galaxy. Li Mingting looked exhilarated. Hansen felt quite confused. He did not understand most part of it. All he knew was that the crystallizer king seemed to be of high rank and possess lots of treasure. Other researchers also looked hyped, as if they had found a gold mine. Hansen did not understand anything about crystallizer civilization and Dia Galaxy. However, the 9-life cat dependent on his neck was getting hotter and hotter. It seemed that he was approaching something that was affecting it. Under Li Mingtong's command, the researchers took out their tools and started to prise the black crystal gate. They were very skilled at it. It took them less than half an hour to prise it open. Light suddenly penetrated the gap. Ouch! A researcher that was shown upon by the light screamed and rolled around on the floor. The places on his body exposed to the light became scorched, from his face to his waist. The black mark went deep inside his flesh. Everyone became astonished. They quickly pulled the guy away from the light. Hansen was also dumbstruck. It only took a little while for the injured places on the researcher to be infected. Someone quickly took out the first aid kit to treat the wound, but it was useless. The researcher passed away very soon. However, Li Mingting stared at the light and said excitedly, this is the wandering light of crystals because there were a large number of crystals inside. This might be a historic discovery in the history of crystallizer research. Prepare fast, whoever had succeeded in practicing microcrystal should follow me inside to look for the treasure. Other people stay here. Professor, you could not go inside. Ji Yanran stopped Li Mingting. Why not? Li Mingting was dazed. It is too dangerous inside. In addition, a huge discovery like this had to be made under the surveillance of AI according to alliance laws, said Ji Yanran. Li Mingting quickly said, as long as one has succeeded in practicing microcrystal, one could resist the wandering light of crystal. The risk is minimum. As for the surveillance of AI, this is a special situation, so when we go back, I will write a full report and shoulder the responsibility. Wang and Liu, you two quickly prepare yourselves. We will go inside immediately. Sorry, Professor. We must stick to the rules. The ruin is right here and will not go anywhere. When we go out and gain connections to Daphne, we will come back for it. Ji Yanran still stood in front of Li Mingtang, not letting him pass. Captain, this is a special situation. Why do you have to be like this? Li Mingtang frowned slightly, his face grim. Professor, I told you long ago that if we didn't get rid of this woman, she would ruin it all for us. Wang Ho and other researchers stood around Han Sen and Ji Yanran with a murderous look on their faces. Chapter 468, Core Area. Wang Ho, you are also a soldier of the Alliance. Aren't you afraid of the sanction by military laws? Ji Yanran exclaimed at Wang Ho. Military laws? Wang Ho smiled contemptuously, summoned a golden beast soul sword, and slashed at Han Sen who was next to Ji Yanran. He snorted and said, there is no laws here. Han Sen stayed calm and pulled Ji Yanran back. However, the two other researchers also summoned beast soul weapons and attacked them fiercely. A beast soul dagger appeared in Ji Yanran's hand, blocking the weapon of one researcher. Han Sen turned his body sideways and dodged a blow from the other researcher. At the same time, he approached the researcher and put Cursed Wolf dagger on his neck. Do not move, unless you want to see him killed. Before Han Sen finished his sentence, Wang Ho threw himself at the researcher in front of Han Sen and cut him in half. Without a stop, the golden sword continued to approach Han Sr. Han Sen's eyes became cold. He raised the Cursed Wolf dagger at the golden sword and quickly stepped back. He did not realize that Wang Ho was so cruel that he did not even care about life and death of one of his own, so Han Sen was a bit slow. Unexpectedly, the Cursed Wolf dagger was cut off by the golden sword. A cut was made on Han Sen's forehead. Although the cut was not that deep, blood started to flow. You're dead, Wang Ho said coldly. His body generated incredible strength and caught up with Han Sen like a shadow. Making another slash at Han Sen, Wang Ho moved fast and fierce. Han Sen was not affected by the situation. With anger in his eyes, he lamented the loss of the Cursed Wolf dagger. He had not suffered such a loss in a long time. But it is not that easy for you kill me. Han Sen snorted, his heart thumping like thunder. Moving his legs, Han Sen fiercely dodged the sword of Wang Ho and threw a punch at his face. Seeing Han Sen fought Wang Ho with no disadvantage, everyone else was shocked. Wang Ho was an evolver whose fitness was over 100. For Han Sen, a cookhouse soldier, to be his match, it was absolutely astonishing. You indeed have some secrets, Wang Ho snorted and said. Why are you standing there and watch? Kill Ji Yanran right away. The researchers then came back to themselves and attacked Ji Yanran. Although they did not dare to kill her as Wang Ho said, Ji Yanran was in danger and was about to be caught. Han Sen obviously understood what Wang Ho was thinking. With Ji Yanran taken hostage, Wang Ho did not even need to fight Han Sen anymore to beat him. You're a good fighter. However, you are too naive. Han Sen summoned the Spirit Stone. Shortly, an elegant beauty in ice armor appeared next to Ji Yanran, wielding her ice spear and fending off the researchers, saving Ji Yanran from the crisis. Spirit. Is that an aristocrat spirit? The researchers looked surprised. Judging by the ability of the spirit, she was a top aristocrat spirit, which was so rare. With Snow Charmer helping Ji Yanran, the researchers could not approach them anytime soon. Snow Charmer, take Yanran away. Han Sen thought and transferred the Golden Growler and Desert Bird to Snow Charmer. Snow Charmer was a good rider to begin with. On the back of the Golden Growler, she wielded her ice spear and cleared a path among the researchers with the help of Desert Bird. However, before Snow Charmer pulled Ji Yanran on the Golden Growler, a figure suddenly appeared next to Ji Yanran with no warning. A mini laser gun was pointed to Ji Yanran's head. Professor Li Mingtang? Ji Yanran looked to that person, shocked. Unexpectedly, it was Li Mingtang. Judging by his speed, Li was even faster than Wang Ho. It was so hard to imagine that Li Mingtang, who was the weak and polite scholar, would have such fitness, even stronger than Wang Ho. Wang Ho, stop, Li Mingtang said calmly. Wang Ho stared at Han Sen coldly and went back to the side of Li Mingtang. Han Sen did not chase him, staring at Li Mingtang without speaking. Captain, I do not mean to kill you or become the enemy of the JIS. So, I will have to ask you to cooperate for a little while. When we find the treasure, I will let you go, said Li Mingtang. Then he looked to Han Sen and said, the same applies to you. Be our hostage and I will not kill you. When everything is over, you can leave together with her. Han Sen did not reply but moved fast and dashed to the Black Crystal Gate. Not expecting Han Sen to act this way, Li Mingtang and Wang Ho were slow in their reaction. Han Sen had disappeared in the Black Crystal Gate. Damn it. That bastard had practiced microcrystal. Seeing Han Sen was not hurt by the light when the expression changed. Doesn't matter. There is only one way going into the core area. He could not go away. Li Mingtang did not mind it, looked at Ji Yanran, and asked other researchers to lock her up. Zhang and Liu, you two have been rather successful in practicing microcrystal, so you should not fear the wandering light. Follow Wang Ho and me inside. The rest shall wait here. Shouldn't we kill her? Wang Ho glanced at Ji Yanran. It is troublesome to piss off the JIS. In addition, we don't know what is happening inside, so we should make the decision later. If we could not catch Han Sen, with her as our hostage, we will have some leverage, Li Mingtang said calmly, taking his men to enter the Black Crystal Gate. Wang Ho and the other two researchers followed Li Mingtang, while the rest were watching Ji Yanran. After entering the Black Crystal Gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling. Although there was no sun, the light was so strong that it felt like there were a million magnesium lights. As the light hit his body, Han Sen, who was already using microcrystal, still felt heat on his skin. He saw a square crystal tunnel, around which the walls were decorated with strange patterns similar to the ones on the Black Crystal Gates. Han Sen had no idea what they meant. The light is so strong here that I don't believe they could see anything clearly. Han Sen thought and took out a small mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he summoned the Beetle Knight, which walked into the mirror and walked out as Han Sen. Han Sen hid behind the Black Crystal Gate, controlling his doppelganger to run toward the other end of the tunnel. Shortly, Li Mingtang and Wang Ho caught up with him. Seeing the doppelganger, they ran after it with no hesitation. Chapter 469, Image on the Crystal Card. You are all official researchers in the Alliance. Haven't you thought about the consequences? Ji Yanran frowned at the researchers and said, Consequences? Captain, you are indeed so naive. Do you think we will stay in the Alliance after we succeed? A researcher sneered with contempt. For something inside the crystallizer ruin, you are willing to give up everything in the Alliance without knowing what it is? Ji Yanran asked. At the same time, Ji Yanran understood that these people had a plan since long ago. This was no improvised rebellion. Without a strong support, these people would not dare to do things like this. Haha, do you know what is in the ruin? The researchers smiled at each other, feeling amused. Just some crystals, right? What else could be in a crystallizer ruin? Ji Yanran asked, seemingly puzzled. Haha, something wilder than your wildest dream, a researcher said with a smile. Ji Yanran wanted to ask again, but the researchers stopped talking. One of them slapped some tape on her mouth. You used to be the almighty captain, well now you should tread carefully. Otherwise, we would not be polite with you. After he said it, he saw how helpless and beautiful Ji Yanran was, being locked up. Feeling tempted, he wanted to touch her face. Ji Yanran quickly became pale, whined through the tape and moved backward. However, she was locked, so there was no way to go. The hand of the researcher was about to reach her face. Momentarily, a figure flashed by, and the entire hand of the researcher was cut off and sent into the air. The researcher held his broken arm and screamed shrilly. It's you. The other researcher saw who it was and became astonished. Who else could it be? Han Sen reached out to cut off the chains on Ji Yanran's body. The researchers quickly took out laser guns, ready to shoot the two of them. However, before they pulled the trigger, an elegant woman appeared behind them. Sweeping her spear, she knocked them all over. Han Sen dashed forward like a wild beast, throwing one punch at each researcher, sending them into a coma without a chance to fight back. How come you are here? Where are Li Mingtang and the rest? Ji Yanran was overjoyed and surprised, throwing herself into Han Sen's arms. Since you're here, how could I be somewhere else? Han Sen stroked her hair lovingly and continued, they have entered the core area. I don't believe they will come out anytime soon. After feeling thrilled, Ji Yanran walked over to those researchers and woke one of them up. She pointed her laser gun at his head and commanded, answer my questions. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Haha. The researcher only gave her a strange smile. The next moment, blood came out from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The guy died instantaneously. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were both shocked. All people feared death and would strive for survival if there was the slightest chance. However, this researcher was so resolute that he poisoned himself immediately, which was abnormal. They woke the other researchers up, but the result was all the same. They hid their poison somewhere and ended their lives immediately after they woke up. Strange, it is really strange. These people would not even face death sentence after they returned to the Alliance. They would end up in jail most likely. Since they would have a chance to regain freedom anyway, why would they commit suicide like this? Something must be off. Ji Yanran was shocked, watching the dead bodies of the researchers. Even the coldest assassin could not be as resolute as this. The reaction of these researchers did not belong to any normal human beings. Li Mingtang and these people all looked pretty strange. I wonder what they're after. Han Sen reached out and took out everything in the researchers' clothes. Nothing was suspicious. They did not even have many private items. There were basically all tools necessary for the excavation work. However, one thing caught Han Sen's attention. Each of these researchers had a card holder full of different types of crystal cards. Some were memory chips, some were credit cards, some were access cards and work permits. and there were many membership cards of different corporations and shops. However, among all the cards, one seemingly ordinary crystal card caught Han Sen's attention. It looked like an access card, which most people had a few in their life. Access cards like that opened doors to homes or working space. However, each of the researchers carried such a card. Although they were of different color and design, Han Sen still could tell it as the same access card. Because on the back of the access cards there was a hidden image of a red beast with its head and tail connected. It had a look between a cat and a fox. Han Sen was more than familiar with this image of Nine-Life Cat. Although the patterns on the back of the crystal cards were complicated, the image of the Nine-Life Cat could be spotted on different corners on all of them. If not examined closely, it was hard to discern. However, because Han Sen was very sensitive about the image of Nine-Life Cat, he immediately spotted it. Han Sen was surprised by this finding and felt quite puzzled. Did you find anything? Seeing Han Sen was dazed, Ji Yanran squatted next to him and asked. Nothing. Han Sen shook his head and placed the card back. These cards could easily have smart chips installed, so it would be easy for someone else to track him down if he took it. In addition, they were just access cards and Han Sen had no idea where they led. Each of these people had a card, so it was obviously not an advanced card. There would probably be no use to take it anyway. What do we do now? Ji Yanran suddenly became confused. I want to have a look in the core area again, Han Sen said hesitantly. If he went inside alone, it would be dangerous for Ji Yanran to stay put. Then I will go with you, Ji Yanran said decisively. Did you practice microcrystal? Han Sen looked at Ji Yanran, surprised. He was lucky to have succeeded in practicing microcrystal and become immune to the wandering light. At such a young age, if Ji Yanran also succeeded in practicing microcrystal, then it would be truly impressive. I have not practiced microcrystal. However, bone energy of my family makes me immune to the wandering light as well. Ji Yanran was quite proud. Are you sure? Han Sen had no idea what kind of hyper-geno-art bone energy was, so he confirmed it with Ji Yanran. Otherwise, do you think my family would let me come here? Ji Yanran spit out her tongue and smiled prettily. Then we will sneak inside and find out what Li Mingtang and the rest are after. Han Sen was quite curious as to why the Nine-Life Cat dependent would react to this place, and why the researchers would be carrying access cards with the image of Nine-Life Cat. All these unanswered questions puzzled Han Sen very much. Chapter 470, Golden Rubik's Cube. Entering the Black Crystal Gate, Han Sen felt his eyes were prickling from the blinding light. Ji Yanran gave Han Sen a pair of glasses, which made it much easier for him after putting it on. Inspecting the patterns carved on the tunnel, he still did not understand what they meant. After going through the tunnel, the two reached a corridor with many rooms on the sides. Han Sen took a look and found several rooms had been opened. He winked at Ji Yanran, and the couple sneaked into the first room that had been opened. Looking inside, they found the room was quite small, only about 100 square feet. It was empty as well. They carefully looked into several other rooms and found they were all empty. Li Mingtang must have taken what was inside, Ji Yanran said after a while. How do you know there used to be something? Han Sen asked, puzzled. I have studied a lot of materials on crystallizer civilization. Based on the design of these rooms, they should be crystallizer storage units. Although they did not contain as many crystals as the treasure, items used less often and trophies would be placed here. Ji Yanran pointed to the round holes on the floor of the room and continued, these holes are actually transport tunnels. However, only crystallizers could open them to transport items directly to the storage. Han Sen did not quite understand. After he listened to Ji Yanran carefully, he pointed to the rooms that were still closed and asked, why didn't they open these doors then? Ji Yanran walked up to a closed storage room, observed the patterns on the door and said, I still haven't learned enough about crystallizer culture, so I do not understand well what these patterns mean. But I think they did not open the stores because these patterns symbolize something like danger or warning. Makes sense. Han Sen nodded and followed Ji Yanran. Because Han Sen used the doppelganger of Beetle Knight to lead the group of people inside, he did not have much to worry since it was just a doppelganger. He controlled it to run fast and only stopped when the doppelganger had got rid of those people completely. The doppelganger had already reached something like an underground plaza full of those statues of strange crystallizer deities. At this point, there were many forks on the path. Han Sen decided to stop the doppelganger and commanded it to climb up a huge statue and hide in the ears of the statue. Very soon, Han Sen saw Li Mingtang, Wang Ho, and others enter the underground plaza. It seemed that they were carrying some things with them. Han Sen wondered where they got the stuff. Han Sen runs pretty fast. It seems that he's not afraid of dying here. Researcher Zheng snorted after failing to find Han Sen by looking around. He gets to live because he ran fast. If we caught up with him, he would be doomed. If it were me, I would run as well, Wang Ho said quietly. With so many forks, who knows where he went? If we follow a path now, he could return to the entrance without us knowing. That would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Zhang said. After examining the different paths, Li Mingtang shook his head and said, "These paths are no joke. If he enters the wrong one, he would not be able to return alive." Professor, where do these paths lead? Wang Ho frowned and asked. These paths should all lead to the nurseries of crystallizers. At the end of each path, there should be a nursery. Crystallizers pay a lot of attention to their nurseries, so there must be some significant traps. Even Serpa. Sirs could not guarantee coming back alive, Li Mingtang explained. Are there really crystallizers inside? Wang Ho asked again. Dead ones, maybe. We have not found any living crystallizers so far, replied Li Mingtang casually. Which path is the one that leads to the treasure? Hearing there was no living crystallizers, Wang Ho lost his interest and examined the paths. The real access is not one of those paths, Li Mingtang said and walked to the statues. After observing for a while, he pointed to a pyramid-shaped statue carved with circles and said, "The access should be under this statue. Come and push it aside." The two researchers quickly turned their warframes on and drove over to push aside the 15-foot-tall statue. Indeed, when the statue was moved aside, an entrance was exposed underneath. However, before they had time to look at it, they heard a crackling noise inside the entrance. Li Mingtang suddenly gasped, "Come back immediately." However, the two researchers did not have time to react when a golden shadow rushed out from the entrance. It was a golden crystal shaped like a 12 by 12 Rubik's Cube, spinning continuously. For some unknown technology, it was floating in the air. After the golden Rubik's Cube emerged, as the pieces turned, golden lightsabers of a dozen feet long were shot from its core. The golden lightsabers flashed as the Rubik's Cube moved around, cutting the warframe of a researcher into pieces instantly. The other researcher became pale and drew his laser gun to shoot at the Rubik's Cube. However, as the pieces were turning, the Rubik's Cube quickly dodged his attack and approached his warframe swiftly. The Rubik's Cube clattered as it turned, the golden lightsabers flashing and cutting the remaining warframe into pieces. Naturally, the person sitting inside had no way to survive. After destroying the warframes, the Rubik's Cube clattered again and flew toward Li Mingtang. Li Mingtang fished something like a grenade from his clothes and threw it far away. With a distant noise, the golden Rubik's Cube surprisingly left Li Mingtang alone and rushed toward the noise. Now, Li Mingtang quickly went down the entrance, and Wang Ho followed hastily. After circling around the spot where the grenade exploded, the Rubik's Cube seemed to know it had been tricked, turned around, went down the entrance, and disappeared from Han Sen's sight. Fortunately, I chose to hide here, otherwise when my real body and Yan Ran arrived here, we might die without even knowing what has happened. As Han Sen was deep in his thoughts, he saw something climbing out from the spot of the explosion of the specially made grenade. Han Sen glanced at it and was covered in cold sweat. From the gaps of crystal climbed out a little thing green and transparent, looking like a unicorn beetle. Chapter 471, Unicorn Beetle. Han Sen remained still, watching the unicorn beetle made of green crystal climbing out of the GPS made by Li Mingtang's grenade. The unicorn beetle was the size of a fist. It did not climb fast, and the gap was not wide. It took the beetle some effort to climb to the ground. Compared with the golden Rubik's Cube and simulating crystals, this unicorn beetle was obviously quite clumsy. It was climbing slowly, and it seemed it could not fly either. After climbing for a short distance, the horn of the beetle clashed with a statue. The little thing was so dumb that it did not even know how to turn. Struggling with its feet, it tried to move forward. However, its strength was obviously minimal so that it could not move the statue at all. The beetle looked like a toy car going around in circles. After some observation, Han Sen found that this guy was both dumb and weak. It could not be compared to the golden Rubik's Cube at all and did not seem that dangerous. Han Sen thought about it and climbed out of the ear of the statue, throwing a crystal near the unicorn beetle. Startled by the sound, the unicorn beetle forgot about the statue it was trying to move, turned around and climbed toward the crystal that had fallen. Shortly, it touched the crystal, which was only slightly bigger than a fist. Using its horn to leverage the crystal, the unicorn beetle only managed to shake the crystal slightly and failed to move it away. Among the stuff manufactured by crystallizers, there is something so useless? Han Sen was surprised. He walked over to the unicorn beetle, grabbed its shell and lifted it up. Like a turtle that was lying on its back, the unicorn beetle moved its feet around yet failed to touch anything. It was indeed very weak and could not get out of Han Sen's hand. This must be a pet made by crystallizers? Han Sen examined the beetle carefully. This pet was carved with the mysterious patterns of crystallizers, similar to the ones on the black crystal gate, looking like the guts of a mechanical watch. Han Sen touched the feet of the unicorn beetle with his finger, which was grabbed by the beetle immediately. However, it did not have much force. Grabbing Han Sen's finger, the unicorn beetle came to the back of his hand. Holding Han Sen's wrist, the beetle chirped at Han Sen twice. Han Sen saw that the beetle was completely useless, so he left it alone and walked to the gaps made by the grenade explosion. Li Mingtong's grenade must be specially made. It's broke the crystal floor and made a foot-long crack. Hansen looked down the crack and was pleasantly surprised. It was an oval chamber down the crack with a dozen purple crystals inside it. Hansen had seen this type of crystals before, which was the one that Ji Yanran had used on him, the crystal that could enhance brain development. Hansen wanted to go down for those crystals, but he had no tools on him. This was, after all, just a doppelganger. Afraid that the doppelganger would be destroyed by the researchers, Hansen did not leave any beast souls with it in the first place. With the strength of the Beetle Knight, it was not realistic for him to widen the crack. Hansen had to stay put and wait for his own body and Ji Yanran to come over. At that time, he would think of some ways to take the crystals out from the chamber underneath. His own body and Ji Yanran were still a bit far away from his doppelganger, so Hansen the doppelganger sat down and started to play with the unicorn beetle on his hand. This guy looked quite pretty yet incredibly clumsy. It was quite fun to play with it. Hansen and Ji Yanran followed the doppelganger's route. Hansen told Ji Yanran about what had happened and took her over. He also described the looks of the unicorn beetle to Ji Yanran, but she did not know what it was either. Her guess was also that it can be a crystallizer's toy or something like that. After seeing his doppelganger, Hansen seized the unicorn beetle and took the Beetle Knight back to his mind. Products of crystallizers generally have some unique functions. The golden Rubik's Cube you just described was in fact a guard crystal. It could shoot lightsabers that easily slice warframes apart, let alone human bodies. Unless someone was fast enough to escape before it started to use lightsabers, there was no other way to go past it. Seemingly useless stuff like this is indeed quite rare in crystallizer ruins. Ji Yanran observed the unicorn beetle and did not see anything special about it. It is a crystallizer product after all. Even if it is a toy, it is quite unique. I believe I can make some money if I take it back. Looking at the unicorn beetle, all Hansen could see was dollars. Many collectors are very into crystallizer products. If you find the right person, it could be worth a lot, Ji Yanran nodded and said. Then I will keep it first. Hansen put the unicorn beetle into a pocket and walked over to the gap. He then turned on his super biological warframe to widen the gap. After 20+ minutes, the gap was wide enough for a person to go down, so Hansen put away the warframe and crawled inside. There was no other things in the room than the purple crystals. Hansen picked them up one by one and counted 16 in excitement. Ji Yanran told him before that although the crystals called brain crystals by human could be spotted in a lot of crystallizer ruins, the number was not huge. In smaller ruins, it would be lucky to find 1 or 2 brain crystals. Sometimes there was none. Even in larger ruins, it would be impressive to find 7 to 8 brain crystals. Human history, the most brain crystals they ever found in a ruin were 100+, which shocked the entire alliance. The fact that there were 16 brain crystals in this place was definitely something huge. If you want to take these brain crystals for yourself, you will have to use them right here. Otherwise, they would be spotted in the scanning process before you board Daphne, Ji Yanran told Hansen, seeing how excited her boyfriend W. Then let's use them. We will each use half. For better, for worse. Hansen said and split the brain crystals into 2 portions, taking 8 for himself and giving 8 to Ji Yanran. Initially, Ji Yanran did not plan to take the crystals. Listening to Hansen, she was happy to take the 8 crystals and said, "We could only use 1 in 12 hours, otherwise the extra stimulation to the brains would cause a small problem." Hansen nodded and put a brain crystal on his forehead. Suddenly, he felt an electric current flowing into his brain and the brain crystal broke. Chapter 472, The Treasure. Feeling the numbness in his brain, Hansen was alerted by the coolness from his pituitary, making his brain clearer than ever. Brain crystals are indeed fantastic stuff. Unfortunately, its effect will fade gradually. In the end, the brain will only be developed slightly. Hansen put away the rest of the brain crystals and looked to the triangular exit in the center of the room. The space inside the room was spherical. Other than the gap where they came from, the only exit was the triangular tunnel leading downward in the center of the room. Hansen walked to the tunnel and looked down, finding the 6-foot-long tunnel was connected to another spherical room. Ji Yanran, do you know what these spherical rooms are used for? Hansen knew so little about crystallizers that he had to look to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran shook her head and said, "In all the materials that I've studied, there is no mentioning of such places. However, there are many unsolved mysteries in crystallizer civilization, so this is normal. Shall we go down and have a look? Maybe there are more brain crystals." Hansen thought about it and said. Li Mingtang and Wang Ho had entered the core area. However, the guard crystal had followed them inside. Hansen had no idea what was happening in the core area, so they might encounter the guard crystal if they followed Li Mingtang and Wang Ho, which was not ideal. I wonder if it's too risky, Ji Yanran hesitated. It's not risky. Hansen summoned Snow Charmer and sent her down the triangular tunnel to find out what was inside the other room. Very soon, Hansen made sure that it was an empty room. Snow Charmer also found triangular tunnels leading to other places. Hansen hesitated and summoned the Beetle Knight again, making his doppelganger hide inside the statue's ear, watching the entrance from which Li Mingtang and the rest entered the core area, while he and Ji Yanran entered the other room through the triangular tunnel. Like Snow Charmer said, it was an empty room. On the side of the room there was a triangular tunnel of the same size leading horizontally to another spherical room. Hansen asked Snow Charmer to climb into the tunnel first to make sure there was no danger before he and Ji Yanran went inside one by one. It turned out that all the spherical rooms were empty, all connected by triangular tunnels. After traveling past a dozen spherical rooms, Ji Yanran and Hansen ended up in a normal room. Walls of the room there were lined with black crystal cabinets that had at least hundreds of lockers. There was no telling what was inside. This is the treasure. Ji Yanran saw the black crystal cabinets and became surprised. You're saying this is the treasure? So, the simulating crystals, parasite crystals, and guard crystals are all stored here. Hansen was overjoyed. He did not expect to come to the treasure by accident. These black crystal cabinets are similar to the ones used to store crystals that we had discovered before. However, this room is different from the previous treasure. Also, I'm not sure why the room is connected with those spherical rooms. Therefore, I could not make sure whether this is the real treasure. Ji Yanran was not confident. Let's open one up to find out. Hansen asked Ji Yanran to go back into the previous spherical room and commanded Snow Charmer to open up a square black crystal coker. Nothing strange happened. The black crystal locker was empty. There was nothing stored inside. Ji Yanran came back to examine the inner structure of the cabinet and said assertively, "Now I am sure that this is the cabinet that holds the crystals. This should be a treasure, but it seems too small for a royalty ruin. These cabinets could not even be compared to those in some smaller ruins. It does not look like it is designed for a royalty. It's good as long as it is a treasure. Maybe it is the private collection of the royalty." Hansen was excited and asked Snow Charmer to open up other cabinets. However, dozens of cabinets all turned out to be empty, which disappointed Hansen a bit. However, Hansen did not want to accept zero gains, so he commanded Snow Charmer to open up all the cabinets. After she had opened 80+ cabinets, she finally saw a twinkling light inside. Hansen was excited and quickly walked up to the cabinet. There was a golden crystal inside the size of a snail. It was over with a complicated cut, which made it look like a brilliant golden diamond. It is a crystal? Hansen did not dare to move and asked Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran nodded and said, "This is an inactive crystal. Judging from the look of it, it should be the Rubik's Cube that you had seen. It will not turn itself on, right?" Hansen was startled. Ji Yanran shook her head and smiled. "Definitely not. All the crystals stored in the treasure are dormant until they are activated by crystallizers. However, it is impossible to find a living crystallizer to initiate these crystals. The guard crystals are commonly seen, but normal ruins only have 2x2 or 3x3 Rubik's Cubes. Even in larger ruins, the Rubik's Cubes are mostly 6x6. The 12x12 Rubik's Cube you saw is very rare and of high value for collection and research. If this is also a 12x12 Rubik's Cube, then it is priceless." Hearing Ji Yanran say that, Hansen was overjoyed, took out the golden crystal and stuffed it in his pocket. He said with a smile, "Then I will put it away first." Ji Yanran knew what he was thinking, but did not say anything, just rolling her eyes at him. With the finding of the guard crystal, Hansen was even more motivated. He told Snow Charmer to open up all the remaining cabinets and soon discovered another crystal. It was a white crystal. Hansen looked to his girlfriend, puzzled. This is the memory crystal, containing all the data left by the crystallizers. If one has enough mental power, one could directly sense the content of the crystal. However, humans nowadays could hardly reach that level. They could only get part of the fragmented information in the crystal relying on machines. Since this crystal is left behind by a crystallizer royalty, it might contain important information. If we are all able to translate part of it, maybe our science and technology could have another leap, Ji Yanran explained. "Then I will put it away first." Hansen unapologetically took this memory crystal as well. "Did you hear something?" Hansen suddenly noticed something and looked to Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran shook her head and said, "What did you hear?" As Hansen was about to say something, he suddenly heard something falling. Pink crystals as big as duck eggs started to fall from the triangular tunnel from which they came down. Momentarily, there were 100+ pink crystals present. Parasite crystals. Both Ji Yanran and Hansen exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 473. Dead End. Oval parasite crystals threw themselves at Ji Yanran and Hansen like bouncing balls in increasing numbers, making the couple cringe. "Run!" Without any hesitation, Hansen took Ji Yanran's hand to run toward the exit of the treasure. Although parasite crystals could be crushed, there were so many of them that even Hansen could not fend them all off since they would grow on human body as long as they touched the skin. The The couple rushed out of the treasure and ran for their life in the tunnel that was slightly taller than a person. Countless parasite crystals followed them like ocean waves and filled their sight. The pink crystals were incredibly fast as well. Damn it. Where did these parasite crystals come from? How come we did not see them when we entered the place? Hansen was slightly upset. They were right inside the core area of the Crystallizer Royalty Ruin, running recklessly. If they died here, they would not even know what killed them. However, looking at the endless parasite crystals following them, Hansen knew they would die definitely if they did not run, so he did not dare to stop. Luckily, the snow-toothed wolf mounts was running ahead of them as their scout, which was more or less a comfort to Hansen. The snow-toothed wolf which was running in front was suddenly cut in half by a beam of light. It fell heavily on the floor and then disappeared. Rubik's Cube. H. Ensign saw the 12 by 12 Rubik's Cube in the next intersection and became pale. This way. Ji Yanran ran into a side path first and Hansen followed her. However, neither the parasite crystals nor the Rubik's Cube was retreating. Both of them followed the couple. Ji Yanran and Hansen ran around several corners and suddenly found themselves in a dead end. There was no way to go. Whatever. Hansen knew it was time to fight for his life. He drew his laser gun and shot at the incoming parasite crystals like crazy. Ji Yanran did exactly the same, shooting at the parasite crystals with her laser gun nonstop. However, the guns were not that useful. After breaking several parasite crystals, more started to go at them. There was simply no end to the crystals. Very soon, a large number of parasite crystals had come close to them and tried to attach to their bodies. Hansen gritted his teeth and threw a grenade before he covered Ji Yanran to hide in the corner. The grenade exploded in the tunnel, smashing lots of parasite crystals. However, Hansen was only using an ordinary grenade. The crystal wall and floor quickly expanded under the impact like foam, filling up the entire tunnel and almost drowning Hansen and Ji Yanran. Are you okay? Hansen tried to move his body, but he was trapped in crystals that were still expanding because of the explosion, which made it hard for him to even turn around. The couple were trapped in a narrow space, so they had to stand hugging each other. There was no additional space at all. I'm fine. Ji Yanran answered in a soft voice, her cheek on Hansen's chest and her body pressed to his body. Although Hansen enjoyed making out with Ji Yanran, it was obviously more important to run for their lives. The entire tunnel was filled up by the expanding crystals, so there was no way to go out from the way they came from. The only possible exit would be the space behind the dead end, if there were any. As long as they could break this crystal wall, they would still have hope. However, Hansen no longer had any beast soul weapon he could use. He had to run Jade Skin and turn his hands into jade, throwing punches at the crystal wall behind Ji Yanran's back. Bang! Under Hansen's fist, the wall only had a hairline crack. I have a sacred blood dagger from Second God Sanctuary. Let me try. Ji Yanran said and summoned her dagger, stabbing at the wall behind her backward. However, Ji Yanran could hardly move her arm, so it was hard for her to put much force into the move. In addition, she had just become an evolver before long, so she did not have great fitness. After stabbing with her dagger a few times, she was only able to leave several shallow white marks on the crystal wall. I'll do it. Hansen stopped Ji Yanran and punched at the crystal wall again. Hansen had achieved initial success in Yin Yang Blast. Using the technique of Yin Force, it was not hard for him to make a powerful punch in a short distance. With slight vibration, Hansen's fist punched at the crystal wall with loud bangs. After dozens of punches, the crystal finally cracked. Pieces of crystal started to fall from the crystal wall. Hansen followed up by punching hundreds of times, expanding the cracks. Eventually, the crystal wall was pierced by his fist. I know that God will not let me die here. Hansen was overjoyed. The crystal wall was only less than an inch thick. He accelerated in punching the wall and quickly expanded the opening to the size that one person could cross through. Turn around slowly and crawl into the hole. Hansen glanced into the hole and saw Hall. There did not seem to be much stuff inside. In addition, if there was anything inside, it must have been alerted by the loud noises he was making. Ji Yanran turned around slowly. However, looking at the hole, her eyes suddenly became red. She cried, Hansen. She sounded like she was crying. Tears filled up her eyes and she grabbed Hansen's hands. The crystal next to the hole was colored red by blood, which was astonishing to look at. And the back of Hansen's hands was completely broken. Breaking the crystal wall with bare hands was something difficult for him even though he had practiced Jade Skin. In the end, her bones were almost broken. However, Hansen gritted his teeth and pulled through without making a sound, which was why Ji Yanran only noticed his wound until this point. Holding Hansen's hand, Ji Yanran could not make a complete sentence. Her tears fell like rain. No worries, it's a small injury. My bones are good. Let's go up first. Hansen smiled and urged Ji Yanran to crawl into the hole. Hansen followed her inside and was astonished by what he saw. The hall was the size of a factory workshop. It was empty inside, but on the ceiling of the hall, red crystals were floating like red stars, blinking with red light. Hansen recognized this type of crystal immediately, which was the simulating crystal. When the couple just stood up, all the simulating crystals started to flash red lights at them, as if there was a press conference in the hall. Shortly, red crystal humans that looked exactly like Hansen or Ji Yanran fell from the ceiling and ran toward them. Chapter 474, Efficiency. Simulating crystals were an impressive creation, which many human scholars called a miracle. It was impossible for a human to become a rock, let alone a gun. However, simulating crystals were beyond their limitations. As crystals, simulating crystals could mimic the characteristics of different matters, which was miraculous and amazing. When turning into mechanics, the simulating crystals were like machines. However, when turning into creatures, they had the features of creatures. In addition, simulating crystals' abilities were similar to the simulated items. As miraculous as it was, the simulating crystal had a fatal flaw, which was that the stronger its target was, the stronger it would be. That meant if the target was not strong enough, the crystals would be weak. Of course, because of the material itself, the simulating crystals would not be too weak. If it was simulating an ant, because of the toughness of the crystal, it was still 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary ant. Currently, the simulating crystals became Hansen and Ji Yanran. In fact, they acquired the data of their bodies by scanning them. Data could be imitated, but there were certain things that simulating crystals could not imitate, such as the martial arts they practiced and their understanding of those martial arts. Therefore, when Hansen saw a large number of simulating crystals turning into Ji Yanran and him, he was not too appalled, but became more relaxed. If the simulating crystals became warframes or weapons, even if they could dodge the attack, the crystals around them would expand under the impact of explosion and bury Ji Yanran and him alive. At this point, simulating crystals turned to Ji Yanran and Hansen knew absolutely everything about his own body. Ji Yanran was a weak evolver. That was why Hansen thought it was the best consequence. Ji Yanran, on the other hand, was scared and became pale. Just out of a trap, they were trapped in a bigger crisis. It would not work if they blew up the tunnel again. If they blew up another tunnel, they might be trapped here for good without any possibilities to escape. Protect yourself. Hansen pulled Ji Yanran behind his back and rushed out. Shortly, Ji Yanran stared her eyes wide, and her jaw dropped. Hansen threw himself at the group of red crystal humans and beheaded one of them with bare hands. He threw the crystal head on the face of the next red crystal human and smashed its chest with his knee. The entire process was so smooth and unexpected that it was wonderful to watch. As many as the simulating crystals were, all of them were broken up by Hansen. The red crystal humans did not have any power to fight back, as if they were dogs in front of Hansen. Ji Yanran did not believe that the rest crystal humans were too weak. After all, the simulating crystals imitated Hansen and herself. Those looking like her notwithstanding, the ones that looked like Hansen should theoretically have the same physical abilities as him. The only explanation for such a huge gap in strength was that Hansen used his own force very effectively. Having the same force, different people would have different applications. It was the same as playing chess. Although all the players had the same number of pieces, an advanced player would play very differently from a beginner. Without a doubt, the percentage of force Hansen could tap into made him a supermaster, which was why the red crystal humans looked like him but could not fight back at all. With Ji Yanran's background, she had seen a lot of talents, including quite a few surpassers. And demigods were nothing rare in her eyes. However, in terms of the effectiveness of using the force, Hansen was definitely among the top 5 in evolvers. In addition, those evolvers were all celebrities and progenies in the Alliance, with great background and reputation. Ji Yanran had only seen one person with a humble background who could achieve this level, which was Hansen. Ji Yanran was completely impressed by Hansen's moves and became very proud of both Hansen and her choice. With her family and status, it was easy for her to choose any talented young man, but she chose Hansen and did not second-guess herself even during the period of time when Hansen was missing. Although her choice was mostly out of sentimental reasons, she was very happy with Hansen's performance. There was no lady in the world who did not wish her man was the best, and Ji Yanran was no exception. Broken red crystals fell all over the floor, turned into red liquid and evaporated. Hansen made a solid punch each time and blew up hundreds of red crystal humans. He used 7 kill to turn his leg into axes, kicking the head of a red crystal man into its guts, blowing up its entire body. Pieces of crystal fell on the floor. Han Sr., Ji Yanran blushed out of excitement and hugged her man, not knowing what to say. She felt as long as she was around Hansen, she had nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. Hansen thought Ji Yanran was worried about him, patted her on her bouncy butts and smiled. Just a few red crystal men. It's going to take way more than that to hurt your husband. No worries. Ji Yanran hugged him tight without speaking or letting go, burying her head in his chest. Ahem, this is not the right time. Even if you're in the mood, we must find somewhere safe first. Seeing how charming and tempting Ji Yanran was, Hansen was burning up with passion. I'm in no mood. Ji Yanran blushed and hit Hansen with her small fist, rolling her eyes at him. Isn't it nice to be young? You have the mood to flirt in such a place. A voice sounded with the worst timing, surprising Hansen and Ji Yanran. They quickly turned to look. The crystal door on the side of the hall was pushed open. Li Mingtang entered from outside, looking at the couple with a grin. Hansen looked behind him and did not see Wang Ho. Li Mingtang was injured in multiple places and did not seem to be in good shape. Hansen, you surprise me. I have only seen 3 people at your age who could use their own strength so effectively. Li Mingtang looked at Hansen with approval and continued to say, however, this is in a crystallizer royalty ruin. So, from now on, you have to follow my lead. And why is that? Hansen stared at Li Mingtang coldly and said, Chapter 475, Crystallizer Key. For this, what do you think? Li Mingtang said casually, and his skin suddenly turned into gold. Instantaneously, he had a gold body, looking like the Buddha himself. Super Diamond Body. You obtained Super Diamond Body. Hansen was shocked, watching Li Mingtang with a golden body. I started when I was 3 years old and had spent more than 6 decades practicing it. All I have achieved is initial success. Li Mingtang said quietly, without any intention to brag. What is Super Diamond Body? Hansen asked, puzzled. The name sounds like some cheeky cartoon he used to watch on the Skynet. Ji Yanran explained, there are numerous hyper-geno arts adapted from ancient martial arts, so there are all kinds of rankings. However, no matter which ranking you see, Super Diamond Body is always in the top 10. Super Diamond Body was adapted from the ancient martial art Indestructible Diamond Body. If you could practice it to the extreme, even plasma cannons could not hurt you. However, it is so hard to practice that 100 years might be just a start. Therefore, not a lot of people dare to try this hyper-geno art. However, once achieving something, one's body would be absolutely peerless among people with the same status. It is not that impressive as the captain said. I have only achieved initial success. If someone has a fitness level above 120, it would be easy for him to break up my body. Li Mingtang paused and said, in fact, you do not need to be my enemies. I did not mean to take your lives anyway, otherwise, Captain, you will not be able to live until this moment. In this Crystallizer King ruin full of crises, an extra person means extra force. We should all cooperate in order to have a bigger chance at survival. What do you think? Cooperation, yes. However, you must at least tell us about your goal to enter this Crystallizer royalty ruin. We do not want to die without knowing why, after consulting his girlfriend, Hansen said to Li Mingtang. In fact, it will do you no good knowing about these. You'd be better off not know. Li Mingtang sighed. Since you want to cooperate with us, you must have something you need us for. If we follow you without asking, we would probably die without knowing the reason, Hansen said coldly. You are indeed smart people. Li Mingtang paused and continued, actually, I could tell you and it's fine. Captain, you should know that this crystallizer ruin was discovered decades ago. I heard that an interstellar exploration ship found this place. Ji Yanran thought about it and said. Li Mingtang nodded slightly and said, indeed. The exploration ship found this crystallizer royalty ruin and sent a team to explore it. However, none of them came back. After that, the Alliance sent a warship similar to Daphne here and none of the people came back alive either. Did you know what had happened? Ji Yanran said. No, Li Mingtang shook his head and said with his eyes glistening, however, my late father was the captain of the exploration ship that discovered the ruin in the first place. After he came here, he never went back. All I want to find is his remains. Professor, you must think we are 3-year-olds? It is so obvious that you and Wang Ho both want something here. Don't tell me that Wang Ho is also looking for his dad's remains, Hansen said quietly. Li Mingtang smiled and said, of course, the reason we entered the ruin was also for something the captain of the Alliance warship brought to the ruin. What is it? Hansen asked. A crystallizer key. Legend has it that as long as you have that key, you could initiate the core of crystallizer ruins and control all the crystals. Li Mingtang was full of excitement. Can you imagine what would happen if humans could control those magnificent crystallizer technologies? It will make human technology jump ahead 300 years. I'm afraid that the reason you're looking for that crystallizer key is not to enhance human technologies, Hansen said coldly. Hansen knew that the so-called exploration ship was actually pirate ships which grabbed the fortunes in the universe that had been overlooked. For Li Mingtang's father, the captain of an exploration ship was a euphemism of interstellar pirate. I've told you everything you want to know. Choose whether or not you want to cooperate with me. Li Mingtang did not answer Han Sen's question, but said to the couple, "One last question. What do you need us for?" Han Sen asked. "There's an area ahead of us that neither Wang Ho nor I managed to go through. We also lost each other. Unexpectedly, I ran into you guys. I now have an idea. The three of us work together to pass that area to reach the core of the crystallizer ruin. When we arrive there, you could take the crystals and the treasure, which are what the Alliance wants anyways. And I could take the crystallizer key. What do you think?" Li Mingtang said. "Deal." Han Sen had decided on the reply with Ji Yanran minutes ago, so he agreed without hesitation. "Okay, let's go then. When we are in the area, I will then tell you in details what to do. We should not mess around with this, otherwise all three of us will be in danger," Li Mingtang said and walked out of the hall. Han Sen followed Li Mingtang, holding Ji Yanran's hand. Looking around, he couldn't help praising the greatness of crystallizer civilization. Even now, the Alliance could hardly build such an integrated architecture covering the entire planet without affecting the planet's self-regulating system, which was simply magnificent. Li Mingtang carefully led the way ahead of them, telling them what to watch out for, so that they would not trigger the self-defense mechanism in the ruin. Shortly, the three of them reached an abyss, which looked bottomless and was about several miles wide. It almost looked like the gates to hell. From afar, he could see a fairy tale-like castle that looked like it was designed for the giants. The castle was connected to their side by a foot-long crystal bridge. It looked like the two sides of the abscess were connected by a thread. Passing this crystal bridge, we could then arrive at the core of the crystallizer royalty ruin, Li Mingtang said, pointing at the castle far away. "Can we fly over?" Han Sen said, puzzled. "Look above," Li Mingtang pointed to the ceiling and said. The couple looked above and saw gigantic green crystals were hanging from the ceiling like chandeliers, each over 10 feet wide and very delicate. As gorgeous as they were, Ji Yanran became pale after she saw them. Chapter 476, Red Crystal. After seeing those green crystals, Ji Yanran started to whisper. "There are nest crystals here. How can we possibly walk over there?" Ji Yanran asked Li Mingtang. "That is why we need to work together," Li Mingtang said. Han Sen did not know what the green crystals were for, so he did not speak but listened. After a while, he finally understood why Li Mingtang and Wang Ho failed to go through. The green crystals that looked like chandeliers were named nest crystals, nurturing lots of mini crystals inside of them. The nest crystals were very sensitive to air circulation. Once air circulated around them, the mini crystals inside would jet out like hail. However, those mini crystals were 1,000 times scarier than hail. Full of spikes, they would start to absorb blood once they touched human skin. Even with super diamond body, Li Mingtang could not block the mini crystals, so it was definitely not easy to go through. Using flying beast souls to fly across would definitely trigger the nest crystals. The only possible way was to walk slowly over the crystal bridge to reduce the air circulation so that the nests would not be triggered. The trouble was that, even though they could walk on the bridge, that would still generate movements and air circulation, which would still trigger nests. If the nest crystals were triggered, the three persons must work together to avoid being touched by the mini crystals. Li Mingtang told Ji Yanran and Han Sen how to cope with the mini crystals, and the three of them slowly walked onto the crystal bridge with some distance apart. None of them dared to go too fast. They moved on the bridge like slow motion for fear that they might alert the nest crystals. Initially, Li Mingtang thought that it was basically impossible to walk through without triggering the crystals. However, the three of them passed the bridge slowly. The nest crystals hanging above were not triggered at all. Strange. Even Li Mingtang frowned, not knowing why the nest crystals were so calm. Last time when Li Mingtang came to this place with Wang Ho, they triggered a nest crystal without walking far. In the end, the two of them had to run for their lives separately. Even so, Li Mingtang still got injured. "It is the best if we could refrain from triggering them. Let's go inside," Li Mingtang said and walked into the castle. Ji Yanran and Han Sen followed up, maintaining some distance from Li Mingtang. Previously, Li Mingtang needed them to go over the bridge. However, now that the nest crystals were not triggered, Li Mingtang might not need them anymore. Han Sen vigilantly followed Li Mingtang into the castle. The gate was already open. After they entered the castle, they became dumbstruck. In the huge castle lay many corpses in a messy way. All the corpses looked alive without any hint of drying up. They almost looked like living persons. However, taking a closer look at them, the three could easily tell that they were dead. When seeing those dead people, Li Mingtang suddenly became excited. Quickly glancing at the dead bodies, his eyes fell on the body of a middle-aged man and he became thrilled. Although Li Mingtang was overjoyed, he did not dare to go over, observing vigilantly. Those people would not die here for no reason. There were no injuries on any of their bodies. Standing or sitting, they simply died, without any traces of fighting or struggling. However, Li Mingdang still did not understand how those people died and why their bodies looked exactly like how they were when alive, without any signs of corruption, which was why he did not dare to go over. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were even less tempted to go up. When they were about to ask Li Mingdang the expert, they suddenly saw someone coming out from a structure inside the castle. With a closer look, Li Mingdang saw it was Wang Ho and suddenly changed his looks. He asked Wang Ho, "When did you come? Did you find anything?" Wang Ho smiled, reached out his hand, and showed Li Mingdang a red crystal the size of a pigeon egg. "After separating with you, I walked around before I came over, and I have also found the thing." "Fantastic. Give me the thing, quickly." Seeing the red crystal, Li Mingdang looked overjoyed and watched the red crystal zealously. "Okay." Wang Ho walked to Li Mingdang slowly, quickly handing the crystal to Li Mingdang. Li Mingdang was so excited that he reached out to grab the crystal. Unexpectedly, Wang Ho flipped his hand and grabbed the crystal, punching Li Mingdang in the chest with his other hand. Li Mingdang was prepared as well. The moment when they made the move, Li Mingtang's body turned into gold. When Wang Ho hit his chest, the sound was metal hitting metal. "Wang Ho, you should know that you could never hurt my super diamond body," Li Mingtang exclaimed coldly. "Is that right?" Wang Ho snorted and suddenly threw a grenade. However, Wang Ho did not throw the grenade at Li Mingdang or the couple, but outside the castle. Hearing the strong explosion and airflow, Han Sen suddenly became pale. The nests on the ceiling almost exploded at the exact same time. All the green mini crystals hidden inside fell out like a dust storm. Very soon, the mini crystals came to them like locusts, not giving them any time to react. "Rot in hell." Wang Ho regarded the three of them coldly, while the mini crystals bypassed his body as if he was not a target at all. Li Mingtang was shocked, but it was too late to run. All the green mini crystals stuck to his body, from which even his super diamond body could not defend him. Waving his hands like crazy, he did not manage to break many before he was covered in green mini crystals like a beekeeper covered in bees. After sticking to his body, the green mini crystals quickly turned into a red color. Obviously, they sucked out a large amount of blood from Li Mingtang's body. Li Mingtang issued a shrill scream, hitting the mini crystals on his own body like crazy, but to no avail. More and more mini crystals started to stick to him. Han Sen and Ji Yanran were both pale, thinking that it was probably the end of their lives. Since even Li Mingtang's super diamond body was not effective, it was less likely for them to survive. However, after the mini crystals came over, they also bypassed the couple and did not touch them at all, which made them both surprised and happy. "What?" Seeing the situation, Wang Ho regarded the couple, surprised. "All right then. Let me send you to hell myself." Wang Ho summoned his golden beast soul sword and walked directly to Han Sr. Chapter 477, Sprocket Sword. Han Sen was staring at the red crystal held in Wang Ho's left hand, not because he could tell something special about the crystal, but because the 9-life cat dependent was reacting to the red crystal. The red crystal looked very similar to the material of the 9-life cat pendant. Without more time for Han Sen to examine the crystal, Wang Ho had already walked up to him. Han Sen stood in front of Ji Yanran and shape-shifted into the Fairy Queen, running Heresy Mantra and Overload at the same time to achieve his best. "I did not kill you because I did not want Li Mingtang to find out about my real strength. You think you could beat me with your miserable abilities?" Wang Ho snorted with contempt, stabbing his sword at Han Sr. Wang Ho's move was incredibly fast, and his sword reached Han Sen's throat in an instant. His heart thumping, Han Sen fixed his eyes on Wang Ho. Stepping forward instead of going back, he approached Wang Ho like a ghost. Even if Han Sen did everything he could, his fitness was still lacking compared to Wang Ho, who had already passed 100 in fitness. In addition, Wang Ho had a sacred blood sword from Second God's Sanctuary in his hand, while Han Sen had no proper weapon to use, which made it even harder for him to compete with Wang Ho. Han Sen's only chance to win was a close combat. Seeing Han Sen approaching himself, Wang Ho turned his sword around, changing from stabbing to cutting without so much as a pause. There was almost no way for Han Sen to defend himself. Swish! Han Sen was a bit slow at dodging the sword, and his neck was immediately marked with a cut. Blood started to flow. Although the injury was not fatal, it looked very scary. "Watch out, Han Sen! It is Sprocket Sword. Do not let him strike." Again, seeing Wang Ho's sword skills, Ji Yanran alarmed Han Sen, appalled. "You are indeed someone from the JIS. So knowledgeable that you recognize Sprocket Sword. However, you know that too late." Wang Ho moved his left hand and summoned another beast soul sword. With one sword in each hand, he attacked Han Sen continuously. Han Sen had no way to block the incoming attacks. Wang Ho's sword skills were so incredible that the two swords looked like they were designed to be used together. One sword after another, Wang Ho did not leave any chance for Han Sen to even breathe. The strikes were so tight that they were like two sprockets moving forward with their teeth intertwined with no gaps at all. Just in a moment, Han Sen had been cut in several places already, bleeding heavily. Since Han Sen evolved to Second God Sanctuary, he had never met such a strong enemy. There was no way for Han Sen to fight someone with a fitness over 100 and using Sprocket Sword. Summoning her dagger, Ji Yanran wanted to join the fight. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she could not stand there and watch Han Sen getting killed. Don't come over. I got it, Han Sen exclaimed to stop Ji Yanran from coming, staring at the double swords of Wang Ho. No rush. You will both die anyways. Wang Ho's swords were getting faster and faster, his face cold. The kiting skills that Han Sen had put a lot of effort into eventually became handy. With excellent calculation, Han Sen managed to stall Wang Ho. Although he did not have the ability to fight back, Wang Ho's swords were never deadly to him either. Wang Ho couldn't help frowning slightly. Sprocket Sword was one of the best sword skills in making attacks. Once started, it could hardly be stopped by anyone. Since Wang Ho succeeded in practicing Sprocket Sword, even an evolver stronger than himself could hardly survive his double swords. It would be impressive for someone to block 100 or 200 strikes. However, Han Sen's fitness was obviously weaker than Wang Ho, but he had already blocked 300 strikes before Wang Ho could launch a fatal attack. In addition, Wang Ho was starting to feel that it was harder and harder for his blades to hurt Han Senator. Although Han Sen was covered in injuries and blood all over, Wang Ho knew very well that those injuries were not deadly. What was even weirder was that Han Sen's injuries only bled a bit when he just got hurt, but the bleeding stopped very soon, and the injuries started to shrink. Han Sen's eyes were emotionless like a well, reflecting all his enemies' moves. Sprocket Sword was indeed very impressive. There was hardly any pause between two strikes. Each strike was carefully designed that once the first strike was made, every strike that followed was unstoppable. Each strike was targeted at a vital part, not leaving the enemy any chance to fight back before killed. However, humans were not machines with sprockets. And the D-Sig N of Sprocket Sword even gave Han Sen some extra opportunities. When it came to the design in martial arts, Han Sen had never met anyone stronger than Queen, who was a real master. Different from Queen, Wang Ho's sword skills were half fixed and half calculated, which made it more rigid than Queen's kiting skills. If Queen was a real master, then Wang Ho was simply someone with a good set of sword skills. No matter how good a set of sword skills was, it must be rigid with errors. When Han Sen was using kiting skills to dodge the attacks from Wang Ho, he was also continuously leading Wang Ho to make mistakes. Gradually, Han Sen came to understand the Sprocket Sword better, so it was harder and harder for Wang Ho to injure him. Wang Ho became upset. It was the first time that he had encountered an opponent like this one. It seemed that Han Sen's footwork was quite ordinary. However, no matter how fierce Wang Ho's sword skills were, it was hard for him to kill Han Sen. Han Sen's fitness was much worse than Wang Ho's, but Wang Ho started to feel that he was about to lose control. The figure of Han Sen became more and more unpredictable in Wang Ho's eyes, which consumed his confidence and made him feel that it was hard for him to kill Han. Senator Wang Ho was even worried that Han Sen might strike back. Impossible! Wang Ho roared, hitting Han Sen even harder with his swords. However, there was hardly effective. To the contrary, it made it even easier for Han Sen to cope with him. Anger will only cause more mistakes in Wang Ho's sword skills. All of a sudden, the situation seemed to be reversed. Wang Ho's sword skills were still as fierce as ever, but for some reason, it felt he was at a disadvantage. Ji Yanran was both surprised and happy. Wang Ho, who had practiced Sprocket Sword, which was one of the strongest attacking sword skills, failed to kill Han Sen after the first strike, and Han Sen even turned the situation around, which was something Ji Yanran had never heard of before. A fitness level over 100 and the well-known Sprocket Sword seemed to be completely useless in front of Han. Senator Han Sen became more and more flexible, while Wang Ho became more and more suppressed. With a strong fitness and sharp sacred blood sword, Wang Ho could not put Han Sen down at all. With a punch from Han Sen, Wang Ho had to turn from offense to defense. The renowned Sprocket Sword was forced to be put on hold. Chapter 478, Absorbing Red Crystal. Wang Ho's mind was almost shattered. He could not imagine that he would be forced to defend himself when using Sprocket Sword. Shocked and mad, he stepped back all of a sudden with the red crystal in his hand and said gloomily, "I will let you die ugly." As he spoke, Wang Ho put the red crystal on his forehead. Then, the red crystal suddenly lit up and shot a beam of red light. As if they were led by the red light, the green mini crystals floating in the air all turned toward Han Sen as if they were commanded by some kind of invisible force. Han Sen was shocked. He had no idea that Wang Ho could actually use the red crystal to control other crystals. Even Han Sen himself did not know why the mini crystals did not approach Ji Yanran and him previously, so he could not think of any way to block the mini crystals. A sea of green mini crystals were already in front of Han Sen's face. Squeak! Suddenly, a low chirp came from Han Sen's pocket. The green mini crystals coming toward Hansen suddenly froze as if time had stopped. After just a moment, the green mini crystals moved again. However, this time, their target was no longer Hansen, but Wang Ho with the red crystal in his hand. Wang Ho suddenly became pale, urging the red crystal hastily, but to no avail. The green mini crystals were completely out of control and covered his body instantaneously. Ouch! Wang Ho screamed painfully and rolled around on the floor. However, he soon stopped moving. All of his blood was gone in a second, and his body was dried up. Wang Ho stared his eyes wide, full of despair. Squeak! Hansen's pocket sounded again. The green mini crystals flew up and returned to their nests in a spiral, fabulous but spooky. Both Hansen and Ji Yanran were stunned. Hansen quickly opened his pocket and took out the green crystal unicorn beetle he put there. The unicorn beetle was the same way, lying on Hansen's hand languidly. It looked as useless as ever, but both Hansen and Ji Yanran were amazed by it at this point. Without a doubt, the reason that the green mini crystals got rid of Wang Ho's control and sucked him dry was completely this unicorn beetle. Hansen was quite certain that he and Ji Yanran also needed to thank the unicorn beetle for keeping the green mini crystals away from them earlier. What is this? Hansen looked at the unicorn beetle in his hand, shocked. Ji Yanran only shook her head. She had never heard of such a thing. It seemed that only crystallizers could control crystals, while crystallizers did not appear in the form of any creatures, let alone a unicorn beetle. However, if this unicorn beetle was not a crystallizer, how could it have controlled all those crystals? Hansen put the unicorn beetle back to his pocket carefully. No matter what, Hansen felt he had got himself a treasure. With the unicorn beetle near him, it would be much safer for him to enter any crystallizer ruin. After putting away the unicorn beetle, Hansen walked to the body of Wang Ho and picked up the red crystal. Taking the red crystal in his hand, the 9-life cat pendant reacted even stronger. However, after Hansen put the red crystal next to the 9-life cat pendant, nothing strange happened. There is no doubt that this piece of crystal is making the 9-life cat pendant react, but why is that? Hansen gave it some thought and then put the red crystal on his forehead like Wang Ho did. All of a sudden, Hansen felt a warm stream flowed into his brain. It felt somewhat like when he used the brain crystal, but it was different in that he did not feel the electric shock, just the warmth. This is strange. How did Wang Ho use this piece of crystal to control other crystals? Hansen did not find a method to use the red crystal. When Hansen was in doubt, he suddenly felt the crystal was melting in his hand. Shocked, Hansen wanted to remove the crystal from his forehead, but the crystal had already turned into liquid, which he could no longer catch. Instantly, the red liquid infiltrated Hansen's brain, making it hotter and hotter. White vapor started to rise from Hansen's hair. However, heat like that did not make Hansen feel uncomfortable. To the contrary, Hansen felt his brain was never so clear. The effect was even better than when he just used a brain crystal. Very soon, the heat in his brain gradually disappeared. Hansen did not feel anything special other than a clearer brain. After the crystal was absorbed, the 9-life cat pendant was no longer hot and became an ordinary stone again. Are you okay? Ji Yanran touched Hansen's forehead, worried. I'm fine. This thing is similar to the brain crystals. How on earth did Wang Ho use it to control the other crystals? Hansen asked, puzzled. Both Li Mingtang and Wang Ho are dead, so I'm afraid no one knows the truth anymore. Ji Yanran looked at the bodies of Li Mingtang and Wang Ho again. The two persons who were elite of the alliance died in this ruin of crystallizer royalty for a strange reason. Hansen nodded but did not think so himself. Going through the stuff left behind by Li Mingtang and Wang Ho, Hansen saw the access card with the 9-life cat image in Wang Ho's card holder as well. To his surprise, Hansen did not find a similar access card in Li Mingtang's belongings. Hansen went through other stuff without finding anything else of value. Hansen returned everything to its original place, looked inside the castle, but did not go deeper. With this unicorn beetle, we should be able to exit the ruin safely and look for other people trapped here still. Hansen took Ji Yanran's hand and went back, not wanting to raid the treasure at all. It was mainly because everything would be taken by the alliance once Hansen returned to Daphne. There was no way he could cheat the scan. What worried Hansen the most was whether the unicorn beetle would be found. Carrying the unicorn beetle, Hansen found the other crystals did not dare to approach them at all. The Rubik's Cube, simulating crystals, and parasite crystals would all freeze whenever the unicorn beetle approached. Nothing would attack them proactively. Although Ji Yanran and Hansen did not recognize the paths, they would not run into any danger with the unicorn beetle. After more than half a day, the two of them eventually met other people who had entered the ruin, including Qin Shoshan. After reuniting, the group of people found the entrance where they came from, thanks to the judgment of a professor. After they came out, they did not run into the simulating crystals again and returned to Daphne smoothly. The two crystals that Hansen took back did not escape the scan, but to Hansen's joy, the unicorn beetle was not discovered. Chapter 479, Moving Stuff with My Mind. Because of the huge accident during the exploration of this crystallizer ruin, Daphne was asked to go back immediately. It was yet to be determined whether they would be punished. Fortunately, the two advanced crystals that Hansen brought back were submitted to the Alliance by Ji Yanran, which excused her from potential sanction. Being a cookhouse soldier, Hansen was too unimportant to be liable, so he was fine as well. Korn, come over here. Sitting in his bed, Hansen was reading a book when he found the uniform beetle was fighting it out with a table leg, trying to knock it over with its horn. Unfortunately, it was so weak that it could not shake the table at all. Hansen exclaimed at it, but the unicorn beetle did not understand him, still working hard to fight the table. Come back. Although Hansen knew the unicorn beetle could not understand him, he was too lazy to get out of bed, so he shouted at the beetle again. The unicorn beetle did not mind him. However, its body was suddenly captured by something and started to float toward Hansen. Ah! Hansen looked at the unicorn beetle in surprise. As he changed his thoughts, the unicorn beetle suddenly lost the support and fell from the air. Hansen was completely shocked. He tried to focus his mind again on the unicorn beetle, and very soon, it floated again, flying wobbly toward him. Hansen caught the unicorn beetle with his hand and felt overjoyed. Then he tried to focus his attention on other smaller objects like cups. Indeed, it turned out he could move some smaller objects with his mind. He could make a cup within a range of about 6 feet float. If the object was more far away, it would be beyond his power. Also, he could not lift anything heavy with his mind. Initially, Hansen was very excited. Later, however, he discovered that this ability was almost useless. The distance requirement was stringent, and the actual force he could use was too weak. It was almost impossible to be used in a fight. The red crystal seemed to have given my brain some revolutionary development. Now I could even use my mind to move things. However, it is still so weak that it is not very useful. Hansen soon lost interest in his newly gained ability. However, another benefit that the red crystal brought him made Hansen jump with joy. When Hansen started to learn the ancient language again after he came back, he found his memory and understanding much better and his progress much faster. Because of the accident in the last mission, everyone on Daphne was forbidden to enter God's sanctuary or use the Skynet. Hansen had to learn the ancient language all the time. Because his brain had been enhanced, he had made tremendous progress in understanding the ancient language. Although he was still unable to understand the majority of Dongshen Sutra, Hansen now understood a part that was easier to read. This part was a technique that represented a kind of footwork. Simply by going forward, backward, left, right, and sideways, one could produce endless interesting combinations. It showed how the Tao produced one produced two produced three, and three produced all things. In addition, from Hansen's perspective, this technique written in Dongshen Sutra was somewhat similar to the kiting skills of Queen. Hansen only learned some superficial techniques from Queen and did not learn it systematically. However, after reading this part in Dongshen Sutra, Hansen was thrilled because he had some epiphanies that he had never imagined before. The more he read, the more fascinating he found Dongshen Sutra. Only such a small technique represented plenty knowledge, which made Hansen look forward to reading the main part of the Dongshen Sutra even more. Hansen had more and more notes as he read. However, it was a bit boring for him to practice alone. Hansen decided to fight someone else to test whether what he was thinking was correct. However, because of the ban on Daphne, there was no way he could use the Skynet. Naturally, he could not log into the Gladiator platform. There was, however, another way. Hansen used the holographic trainer to connect to the virtual camp of the military, which allowed him to spar with other soldiers. Hansen did not bother to think of other names and still used the ID name A Soldier on Warship in the virtual camp. Although Hansen's rank was major, he was still a newbie in the virtual camp and had to gain experience from fighting to upgrade. Hansen chose a random match and was soon matched with a captain. Hansen checked his opponent out and found it was a tall woman who had used the face blur function. Her ID was Ms. Perfume. In the same time, in the teleport station of Planet Roca, Qin Xian was also using the holographic trainer to log into the virtual camp, and her ID name was Ms. Perfume. Checking the ID name of her opponent, Qin Xian was surprised because the name became quite famous among soldiers after the video of 7 Kill was released. However, she looked at the record of her opponent and found he was a newbie with no win and no loss, so she thought the name should just be a coincidence. Hansen did not imagine that he would be matched with Qin Xian, and Qin Xian would never expect to be paired with Han Senator. The two old friends went into the contest without knowing anything. Qin Xian had great luck, at least much better than Han Senator. After she evolved to Second God Sanctuary, she was randomly assigned to a large shelter that had already been occupied by humans. There were millions of humans in the shelter, among which many were strong evolvers. There were also lots of people working for the special squad, with many talents as well. After Qin Xian arrived, she gained a large supply of meat and had already filled her ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points. With some sacred Geno points gained, she had managed to break 100 in fitness after 2 years, definitely one of the top evolvers. Seeing that her opponent was just a newbie, Qin Xian did not pay much attention to him. She thought she should be able to finish up pretty fast. However, after the fight began, it was completely unexpected for her. She turned from calm to angry to sullen, almost crying in the end. Qin Xian was someone who had seen great talents of various types. However, it was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. A soldier on warship did not attack at all, dodging her attacks all the time. However, when she had used all she got, she still failed to hit her opponent. In addition, to her dismay, she was forced into a dead end by her opponent without her noticing. Obviously, her opponent could have ended the fight with one move, but he did not choose to do that. His toying with her was simply an insult to Qin Xian. You will regret this. Qin Xian bit her lips, upset. She then used atomic fission and the hyper-Geno art called Thunder Knife that she had newly learned as an evolver. Chapter 480, Military Mogul. Although its name was Thunder Knife, it was not a knife skill, but a hyper-Geno art that could change the body cells on one's hands, especially the edge of one's hands, making it as sharp as a blade, crushing everything in its way. Of course, in the virtual camp, this feature could not be embodied fully. However, Thunder Knife could also enhance one's speed greatly, which was rather useful. Her hands slashing like thunder, Qin Xian was incredibly fast, putting great pressure on Hansen. Hansen did not dodge in time and was hit on his shoulder. His health value suddenly went down by 64%, which showed how powerful Qin Xian's strike was. Although it was not a vital part that was injured, Hansen still lost more than half of his health in one strike. Feeling slightly excited, Hansen knew it was only in front of a powerful opponent that he could truly test whether what he had learned was useful. Therefore, the stronger his opponent, the happier he would be. However, his health could no longer pull him through a second strike. Hansen became more careful and started to integrate what he had learned from Dongshin Sutra to his footwork and movements. In the beginning, he was somewhat green. When Qin Xian launched fast attacks using Thunder Knife at him, he was trapped in risky situations multiple times. However, as Hansen gradually put what he had learned into use, he was surprised to know all the possibilities there were. It was as if he had pushed open the gates to the new world, seeing lots of things that he had never imagined before. Hansen was more and more immersed in his new discovery. In the beginning, he felt his opponent Ms. Perfume brought him a lot of pressure. But gradually, Hansen could no longer feel the pressure and became fully committed to mastering the technique mentioned in Dongshin Sutra. His opponent was not in his eyes. From that moment on, Hansen's opponent was no longer Ms. Perfume, but his yearning for the new world. In the beginning, Qin Xian was very mad, wanting to use whatever she got to beat this damned opponent. However, gradually her anger became surprise and then respect and astonishment. Qin Xian found about one fact. Judging from the speed of her opponent, his fitness should be lower than hers. Or, he must have lowered his fitness on purpose to fight her. Even so, her opponent's incredible footwork still left no hope for Qin Xian to beat him because of the large gap between the two of them. Qin Xian had once had this feeling before against some true masters, so she naturally thought that her opponent was not an ordinary newbie, but some military mogul in disguise. Therefore, Qin Xian no longer had the anger, but wanted to learn something from her opponent, observing the footwork and skills of her opponent closely. As she observed, Hansen became more and more surprised. I wonder who this mogul is. His footwork is almost comparable to Heavenly Go, but it is also somewhat different. This is so amazing. When is this footwork developed? Is it a new one or some ancient legacy? Hansen had no idea that Qin Xian thought he was some military mogul playing with her. Continuing to figure out the Dongshin Sutra, Hansen was very inspired. With his new knowledge, his footwork was now elevated from the level of imitating Queen, and he was getting better and better at it. As Hansen was excited, he found his opponent had stopped attacking. Hansen looked at her, puzzled, not understanding why she would pause. May I ask who you are, Chief? Qin Xian saluted to him and asked respectfully. Hansen's footwork was overwhelming to Qin Xian, so she thought he must be a military mogul. I am no chief, just a soldier, Hansen replied directly. There was no way Qin Xian would believe him, because a soldier could never have such footwork. She had only seen the ability to put incredible pressure on the opponent just using footwork in a couple of masters. It was not a state that one could achieve with just some hyper-Geno arts. One must have enough cultivation in martial arts to be so impressive. Hansen was not that cultivated in martial arts. However, given how amazing Dongshen's sutra was, he was able to put such pressure on Qin Xian just by integrating some of the techniques into his footwork, leading her to believe that he was a military mogul in disguise. Since her opponent did not want to admit it, Qin Xian did not want to force it either. However, she was still fully convinced that Han Sen was a military mogul. Watching Han Sen, she asked, calmer, "Ade, what is the name of your footwork? Could you teach it to others? You want to learn?" Han Sen was surprised by the request of this female soldier named Ms. Perfume. "Yes," Qin Xian nodded. "Obviously, I could teach you that. But it is not a hyper-geno art that belongs to the military, so I could not teach for free." Han Sen thought about it and said. He had only learned a part of it himself so far. Practicing alone, he might not be able to tell his own flaws, just like a chess player could not be as objective as an observer. If this Ms. Perfume was willing to pay the price, Han Sen did not mind teaching her something. It would be nice to experiment on her anyway. Of course, Han Sen would not tell her the complete techniques. "Name your price, comrade." "I will pay as long as I can afford it," Qin Xian said hastily. She knew that money could not buy the footwork of her opponent. "Let's make an agreement first. I can only teach you some parts of the skill. It is up to you how much you could master." Since his opponent was sincere, Han Sen did not want to lie to her and put the truth forward. "Of course. I understand that." Because of the way Han Sen said it, Qin Xian was even more convinced that he was a military mogul. It was okay for him to instruct her once in a while, but he definitely had no time to be her personal tutor. "All right. If you want to learn, one class is half an hour. I will teach and you shall listen. No question asked. The interval between classes is up to me. As for the fee," Han Sen hesitated. Money was out of the question. His accounts and identity would easily be exposed. Staying on Daphne right now, he could not make any face-to-face transactions either. "Let's trade martial art with martial art. For the first class, you could give me the tutorial of the hand skills you just used. We will talk about future classes later. What do you think?" Han Sen suggested to Qin Xian, feeling he was asking a lot. Her hand skills were not anything ordinary. By teaching her half an hour, he was asking for a hyper-geno art that was probably an S-class art designed for evolvers. This price was obviously very high. "Okay," Qin Xian agreed with no hesitation. Chapter 481, Coach. Qin Xian sent the tutorial of Thunder Knife to Han Sen, and Han Sen started to teach her. Half an hour was a short amount of time. After explaining some techniques and demonstrating, Han Sen asked Qin Xian to imitate him twice. And then half an hour was gone. "How should I call you?" After the class, Qin Xian felt even more respectful toward Han Senator. Even what he said casually made her feel very inspired. She was more and more convinced that her opponent must be a master. However, she could not guess which military mogul he was. "Call me soldier," Han Sen said casually. He did not want to expose his identity to anyone, and he was not interested in knowing who she was either. In Han Sen's eyes, this wasn't no more than a transaction. "Then I will call you coach in the future?" Qin Xian firmly believed that he was a master, so she understood that he would like to keep his identity confidential. "That'll do as well." Han Sen added Qin Xian as a friend and left the virtual campus. He had many new understandings after the fight and would practice more on his own. After Han Sen left, Qin Xian recalled every single detail that Han Sen had taught her and started to practice repeatedly. The more she practiced, the more respect she had for Han Senator. Just a simple technique could have so many variations. Using Thunder Knife to trade for a class like that, Qin Xian felt it was such a good deal. In addition, Qin Xian even felt this person was cultivating her on purpose, otherwise how would she be able to get the class from such a master using just Thunder Knife? There was no way that Qin Xian could imagine that the master in her eyes was Han Sen, who she had bullied a million times before. In addition, the incredible skills were just a small technique in the basics of Dongshen Sutra. Han Sen himself had only scratched the surface, and what he had taught her was even less than that. "Han Sen, you have been training and studying quite hard," the fat squad leader said with a smile to Han Sen, who had just come back from the training hall. "It doesn't hurt to learn more when I am young," Han Sen said, licking his lips. "Han Sen, what is the use of reading those ancient words? If you have time, you should train more." Vice squad leader Lu Mingliang pointed to the pile of ancient language textbooks on Han Sen's desk. Han Sen had purchased these books for a grand price before he came to Daphne. Many of the books he could not find in ordinary libraries. Many hyper-geno arts are adapted from ancient martial arts, so it doesn't hurt to learn the ancient language, replied Han Sr. Lu Mingliang did not continue the topic but said, "Han Sen, since you graduated with the rank of major, you should be a sacred blood aristocrat?" "Yes, didn't I tell you that before?" Han Sen looked at Lu Mingliang, not sure why he would bring this up. "This might be your opportunity then." Lu Mingliang said with a sigh. Many comrades died on Daphne this time, including guards, the squad leaders of the Warframe department and the demolition team. When we return, many grassroots officers will be promoted for sure. Although you were not in the army for a long time, you graduated from a renowned academy and have the title of Sacred Blood Aristocrat. Therefore, you will definitely have your chance. Although veterans like us are majors like you, we do not have the title or background to be promoted. Han Sen was enlightened. Lu Mingliang did make a good point. This time, Daphne did lose a lot of crew members. Even if the upper level would like to recruit more people, they would not be able to make such a large recruitment immediately. After all, a careful background check must be conducted before one could enter Daphne, so not many soldiers could be recruited here. It was almost inevitable that some original crew members would be promoted, which was Han Sen's opportunity. If he could become a squad leader of a less busy department such as the Warframe team, he would be able to have more time to study or go to God's sanctuary. In a quiet corner, Han Sen called Ji Yanran to ask about this matter. I was just about to tell you this. The upper level will promote some grassroots officers among the original crew members of Daphne. However, I don't want you to become the squad leader of other teams, but prefer if you could be my guard, said Ji Yanran. Guard? So I will be able to follow you anywhere. I love it. Han Sen was overjoyed. Being Ji Yanran's guard, he would have more time to spend with her alone. In addition, as long as she agreed, he would have infinite free time, which was much better than a squad leader. Ji Yanran blushed and said, "You are full of dirty thoughts." How's that? Han Sen glanced at her fair skin underneath her sleepwear and felt an urge to go to her bed right away. Ji Yanran rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "Although I would like you to be my guard, there are things that I could not choose. I have recommended you as much as I could, but all I earned was an opportunity for you. Whether or not you could end up as my guard is totally up to you. I do not feel we have a great chance, but it is worth a try. If it doesn't work, I will then try to recommend you as the squad leader of the Warframe department." What opportunity? Han Sen asked. I am given 2 guards. One of them is already decided and could not be changed. For the other guard, there are 4 candidates including you. I am not allowed to decide which one of you is to become the guard, so you must fight it out, said Ji Yanran. Will my opponents be surpassers? Han Sen blinked and asked. Not really, they are all evolvers, but one of them is very impressive, Ji Yanran said with a wry smile. How impressive? Han Sen frowned and asked. Same as you, he is a major. However, he is a 40-year-old veteran who has spent about 2 decades in the military. Ji Yanran paused and continued, You have seen Li Mingtang using that hyper-geno art, which cost him 60 years to practice. I will not say anything more than the fact that your opponent had already succeeded in practicing Super Diamond Body. He was serving in Blue Blood Special Force previously and was called the Tiger of Blue Blood. Of course, his strength was more than just Super Diamond Body. He is almost always among the top 3 evolvers of the military contest, while Wang Ho was not even top 100. Ji Yanran looked quite troubled. Chapter 482, Purple Ferret. This is somewhat troublesome, but it does not mean there is no chance to beat him. Han Sen thought about it and asked, When is the fight? It is not a fight. The 4 of you why? LL all attend the military contest. Whoever with the highest rank will become my guard. Unfortunately, there is no way to fake it in the military contest. You have to rely on your own strength, Ji Yanran lamented. If she was able to do something, Ji Yanran would definitely let Han Sen win. That's good. I will have a lot of time until then, Han Sen smiled and said. Hanging up, Han Sen started to think how he could win. Li Mingtang had once said that one needed to have at least 120 in fitness to break his Super Diamond Body. However, even Han Sen used all he got, he would only be able to approach 100, which was still far from the threshold. In addition, Han Sen did not have any strong beast soul weapons, so he could not depend on a weapon either. In addition, he was forbidden to enter God's sanctuary, so there was no way he could increase his Geno points. Han Sen gave it a lot of thought, and the only possible way was to break the Super Diamond Body from within. Han Sen did not believe that someone who had just succeeded in practicing Super Diamond Body could strengthen their inner organs as much as their bones and muscles. As long as he could send his force into their inner organs, he would be able to break their bodies. Han Sen was especially good at this kind of force. The Yin Force and Yin Yang Blast could achieve that. To be more confident, Han Sen decided to spend more time to practice Yin Yang Blast, especially the Yin Force which could penetrate one's body. Currently, when Han Sen used the Yin Force, he could penetrate a steel plate 3 inches thick and send 60% of his force to the object behind it. This meant he would be able to send enough force to one's inner organs through one's skin and muscles. However, the conversion rate of 60% was still a bit low. Han Sen wished that he could increase that rates to more than 90% and preferably 95% before the contest. Otherwise, with Han Sen's fitness of a little less than 100, even if he could use the Yin Force effectively, he might not be able to hurt his opponent. After all, his opponent would be someone with a fitness level over 100. It was actually harder to practice the Yin Force than the Yang Force. Also, there was almost no convenient way to practice it. Hansen had to spend a lot of time and used all his brain power. Although Hansen did not spend all his time on it, he had been practicing the Yin Force for several years. And even after that, his conversion rate was just about 60%, which showed how difficult it was to practice the Yin Force. During the amount of time that Daphne traveled back to the Alliance, Hansen was practicing the Yin Force every chance he got. He did not log into the virtual camp again. Qin Shen was frequently in the camp, wishing to meet Hansen again and learn some things from him. Unfortunately, she never did and was disappointed every time. Before Daphne reached the human space harbor, a warship sent from the Alliance came to it and investigated everybody separately. This time, Daphne had suffered a great loss, including two of the most renowned professors studying crystallizer civilization. Many researchers also died on the planet. The accident was quite severe. Fortunately, the two advanced crystals that Hansen brought back was submitted by Ji Yanran, which was credited by the Alliance. Coupled with the great influence of her family, Ji Yanran was not punished. After all, she was not responsible for the excavation work. After returning to the Alliance, the soldiers on Daphne eventually gained some freedom. Although Daphne would not be on a mission in a short amount of time, the soldiers were not excused. The good news was that they could enter God's sanctuary as they wished. It was more than a month until the military contest started. Hansen planned to use this amount of time to increase his Geno points as much as possible so that he would have a bigger chance at the contest. Returning to Goddess Shelter again, Hansen found that Yang Monli had done a good job managing the shelter. Many people had already resided in the shelter, which brought Hansen more money than he thought. Each month, he had an income of more than 10 million. The region was not quite populated, so he would earn even more if there were more people. Zhu Ting had got his hands on Treading Cloud a long time ago. Because Hansen was absent from God's sanctuary for a long time, it was the first chance Zhu Ting could have given the Hyper-Geno art to him. After receiving Treading Cloud, Hansen went to hunt. He still asked Zero to stay in Goddess Shelter. Since she could not gain Geno points from eating meat and could not use beast souls either, there was no point for her to go hunting. She could stay in the shelter and defend it when there were creatures attacking the shelter. Hansen went deep into the glaciers and snow mountains alone. On his way, Hansen was almost traveling at full speed and bypassed all the creatures he saw. He wanted to kill creatures that were so small that they could be finished in 1 to 2 days in order to increase his Geno points rapidly. However, few creatures were of a small size in this area. Having traveled 2 to 3 days in the glaciers and snow mountains, Hansen eventually saw a smaller creature that he had never eaten before. It was a creature the size of a cat. It looked like a ferret covered in shiny purple fur, eating red fruits growing on a bush at the foot of a snow mountain. Having never seen this kind of creature, Hansen did not dare to be careless. Making sure there was no other creatures around him, he sneaked to the purple ferret quietly. However, when he was still 100 feet from the purple ferret, it suddenly noticed him. Glancing at him with its purple eyes, it was not scared away, but threw itself at Hansen fiercely. Hansen's heart leapt. The speed of the ferret was incredibly fast. It came to Hansen's face in just a moment. A sacred blood creature. Hansen was both surprised and overjoyed. The creature's speed was even faster than himself, so there was no doubt that it was a sacred blood creature of Second God's Sanctuary. Using both Heresy Mantra and Overload, Hansen stepped out to dodge the purple ferret's attack by a hair. At the same time, he punched at the tiny body of the purple ferret. In the air, the purple ferret twisted its body in an incredible angle and dodged Hansen's punch, continuing to strike at Hansen. Having no time to move around, Hansen was scratched by the ferret. The armor coming with the Fairy Queen was not effective at all. If Hansen did not avoid the attack, that scratch would gut him. An injury like this was not enough to make Hansen cringe. He was still very calm, using his footwork to fight the ferret. The strength of the creature was completely beyond Hansen's imagination. What was worse was that his skin scratch started to bleed purple blood. Obviously, he was poisoned. Chapter 483, Ghost Pod Ferret. Since he had practiced Jade Skin, Hansen was immune to most poisons. After he made the first breakthrough, normal poisons were completely useless on him. The fact that the toxins of this purple ferret were effective on him showed how strong the creature was. Luckily, Jade Skin was still effective. After the purple blood flowed for a while, his blood turned red and the injury started to heal. This purple ferret was incredibly fast and nimble. It was even able to shift its directions in the air. Punching a dozen times, Hansen missed every single time. Luckily, Hansen's effort in practicing his footwork was not a waste. Relying on incredible kiting skills, he managed to dodge the lightning snap of the purple ferret each and every time. A man and a ferret were fighting in the snow. The tiny body of the ferret was at an absolute advantage. The animal attacked Hansen continuously in a fierce way. Unfortunately, most creatures were not that smart like humans. The sacred blood purple ferret had amazing fitness and talent in fighting, but all it was relying on was its instinct. Hansen used his footwork to its limits. It seemed that he was at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had already had everything under control. Tempting and intimidating, he had forced the purple ferret into a spot that he desired. Dongshen Sutra was not only effective in footwork, but also in fistfight. It was somewhat similar to Sprocket Sword that Wang Ho used. However, Sprocket Sword was applied to the collaboration between two swords, while the application of Dongshen Sutra was wider and cleverer. Each and every part of one's body could be used to play a part in attacks. However, the more methods there were, the harder it was to calculate the moves in a comprehensive way. Hansen had just started to practice, so he was naturally unable to reach a profound level. Calculating his punches alone proved hard to him. When other people fought, physical energy was consumed. However, when Hansen fought, his brain power was consumed more. With one punch, he needed to consider how to make the next dozen or several dozen punches, how to place himself, how his opponent would react and cope, and how to react to his opponent's reaction, etc. With one punch made, Hansen had in fact seen the results following a dozen punches instead of this one punch alone. Of course, he couldn't achieve 100% accuracy. After all, as he was calculating, his opponent was as well. And his opponent might not necessarily follow his calculation. This was only the way to go when the two parties were balanced in strength. If one was able to beat the other based on strength alone, there was no need to consume so much brain power. The more ideal way was still to overpower the opponent. Hansen had no other way at present. After all, most of the enemies he encountered were stronger than him, so there was no way to beat his enemies with power. The poor sacred blood purple ferret was not intelligent enough to tell Hansen's hidden calculation. Although it was much faster than him, it was gradually forced into a hopeless state. Very soon, Hansen threw his fist, which was the color of jade, at the purple ferret, which was between its two moves, and lost its ability to dodge. Naturally, it was hit by Hansen's fist. The Yin force penetrated the sacred blood purple ferret's body. Its tiny body flew 50 feet away and fell after crushing a large chunk of glacier. When Hansen was about to chase after it, it suddenly rolled around on the ground and ran away in the opposite direction. Obviously, this sacred blood purple ferret was severely injured, coughing blood from time to time and slowing down. There was no way Hansen would let it go. He quickly ran toward the purple ferret. As he was slower than the ferret, he could not catch it momentarily. Because it was injured, the purple ferrets could not get rid of Hansen either, coughing blood from time to time. If they kept going, even if Hansen could not catch it, it would die from the injury. Hansen initially thought he would be able to kill the sacred blood purple ferret in a short amount of time, but he did not realize how strong his fitness was. After chasing for 4 days and 4 nights without any shut-eye, the purple ferrets eventually stopped when Hansen was about to give up himself. Dragging his tired body next to the purple ferret, Hansen found it was about to stop breathing. Sacred blood creature ghost pod ferret killed. The soul of sacred blood ghost pod ferret gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Hansen had heard the voice that hadn't sounded in a long time. At the same time, the beast soul of a ghost pod ferret was added to his mind. Hansen was in no mood to check the beast soul of the ghost pod ferret, sitting on the snow immediately and then lying down. Having chased after the ghost pod ferret's 4 days and nights without any rest, Hansen was tired out himself. All he was relying on was his resolution and jade skin. Because he was afraid to attract the attention of other creatures, Hansen did not dare to use the golden growler mount either. After all, the golden growler was only a super mount from First God's Sanctuary. At its biggest state, it might be able to catch up with the ghost pod ferret. However, when it was smaller, its speed would be much worse, so it would not really serve purpose. That was why Hansen had to chase the ferret on foot. At this point, he did not even want to lift a finger. Having lied on the snow for 2 to 3 hours, Hansen still felt sore all over, not wanting to stand up. Hey friend, are you okay? You could not sleep here. You will die like this. Seeing him from afar, a tall woman pushed Hansen, who was lying on the snow, and said. Hansen was indeed too tired. Seeing she was not trying to steal the body of the ferret on the ground, he knew she did not mean him harm, so he did not stand up and just said in a laid-back manner, "Don't mind me. I will not die." Since he had made the first breakthrough in jade skin, Hansen would not die even when buried in snow, let alone sleeping on snow. You will die like this. The woman frowned, pulled Hansen up from the snow, and put him on her back. She lifted the body of the ghost pod ferret with her other hand, and said as she walked, "So tired after killing such a small thing. Men are such useless creatures. Let me down. I can walk on my own." Hansen felt both surprised and amused. This lady probably had nerves as thick as her figure. Relaxed. "I will carry you back to the shelter for free," the woman said thoughtlessly. Chapter 484, Royal Spirit. Hansen was too lazy to move in the first place. After hearing from the woman that there was a human shelter nearby, he decided to rest on her back, letting her carry him to the other side of the snow mountain. The lady was quite tall, almost like a man. It was hard to tell how old she was. Hansen felt she should not be too old. Her fitness seemed quite ordinary as well. He thought her fitness index was probably less than 30. She should be a mutant evolver who had entered God's sanctuary not long ago, which explained her low fitness level. According to the statistics of the Alliance, 100 ordinary Geno points from Second God's Sanctuary could increase one's fitness by 8 to 10 points. 100 primitive Geno points could increase one's fitness by 15 to 20. 100 mutant Geno points could increase one's fitness by 25 to 30, and 100 sacred Geno points could increase one's fitness by 40 to 50. Although it was just a rough estimate and the actual statistics depended on personal situation, it almost always fell in this range. As long as Hansen maxed out on ordinary Geno points and primitive Geno points, he would be able to increase his fitness index by 30, with his original fitness index of 7. And why? He could break 100 in fitness. For ordinary people, it was not so easy to hit 100 in fitness. Even a sacred evolver started with a fitness level around 30. Even with ordinary, primitive, and mutant Geno points maxed out, a sacred evolver would not be able to reach 100 in fitness index, but must gain some sacred Geno points as well. It was even harder for the mutant evolvers. As for primitive evolvers, they were basically cannon fodder in Second God's Sanctuary. It was hard for them to kill even just an ordinary creature. Obviously, this woman did not have a prominent background. Relying on herself, she probably had as hard a time like Hansen did when he was first in Steel Armor Shelter. Many people could not even reach 100 in their fitness index for their entire life, which was why they did not dare to go to Third God's Sanctuary and died of old age in the second. Even there were some people who would risk their life by going to Third God's Sanctuary without hitting 100 in fitness level. Most of them died from accidents. Only less than 1/1000 would survive. The reason that Hansen worked hard to lay his foundation in First God's Sanctuary was not just to have a good time in Second God's Sanctuary. In Third and Fourth God's Sanctuary, he would need even stronger fitness in order to just survive. To go far, he must first establish a profound foundation. With a shaky beginning, his road would only become more and more difficult. The woman was obviously a talker. She was very outgoing, chatting with Hansen while carrying him. By replying to her from time to time, Hansen soon learned a lot. The woman was named Guantong, 29 years of age. She came to Second God's Sanctuary 3 or 4 years ago. Fortunately, she had the good luck to end up in a middle-sized shelter which had about 10,000 people without encountering any risks. However, the family of Guantong was quite ordinary, so it was quite hard for herself to evolve with mutant Geno points maxed out. In Second God's Sanctuary, her life was even more difficult. Until now, she still had not reached 30 in her fitness index. The shelter she was staying at was named Star Will Shelter, the owner of which was Li Xingluan. When hearing the admiring tone in Guantong's voice when talking about Li Xingluan, Hansen felt rather curious about Li Xingluan. After Guantong carried Hansen and traveled past 2 mountains, Hansen eventually saw Star Will Shelter. What he saw surprised him completely. It was not because the shelter was marvelous. In fact, Star Will Shelter was about the same as Hansen's Goddess Shelter, so it should also be the shelter of an aristocrat spirit originally. The reason Hansen was surprised was that surrounding area of Star Will Shelter was filled with creatures. Giant eagles were snapping at the shelter from the sky. Floods of beasts came toward the walls of the shelter. Dead bodies and blood turned the ground near the shelter into a graveyard. A creature taller than the walls of the shelter was hitting on the crumbling wall with its hammer like fists, trying to make a huge gap on the wall. The beast roars and human cries and the clashing between blood and fire were the symphony of life and death. Broken body parts could be seen everywhere, from both humans and creatures. On the main battlefield in front of the gate of the shelter, a man wearing snow armor was wielding a long bronze sword, fighting a black ape, a silver 2-headed bird, a unicorn beast, and a red serpentine. Fighting 4 creatures alone, he was not at any disadvantage, which made Hansen quite surprised. The 4 creatures were obviously all sacred blood creatures. The man was able to fight all of them alone, blocking the main attacks of the creatures, which was why the shelter was still standing at this point. However, the current situation was not promising. There were so many creatures that they hit the Star Will Shelter like waves of the ocean. Among them, 2 other sacred blood creatures were blocked by 2 strong evolvers in the shelter. However, other creatures still caused a great damage to humans were defending the shelter. Everyone knew that if they teleported back to the Alliance at this point, they could never come back here after the creatures occupied the shelter. At that time, they would never be able to teleport back to God's Sanctuary again. That was the reason why everyone was still guarding the shelter with their lives. However, they still fell short compared to the fearless and endless creatures. There was no telling until when they could hold their posts. Behind the creatures, a young lady with silver hair and eyes and a silver staff in her hand was standing on top of the head of a creature that looked like either a snake or dragon, watching everything happen coldly. Beside the young lady, groups of various creatures launched continuous and fierce attacks at the shelter as she wielded her staff. Either the death of creatures or humans could not change the looks of the young lady. Royal spirit. Seeing the young lady's look, Han Sen exclaimed inwardly. He did not know whether his luck was good or bad. After all this time, he eventually ended up in a human shelter, which, however, was under the attack of a royal spirit who was controlling more than 7 sacred blood creatures. Obviously, she was not someone easy to deal with. Guan Tong threw Han Sen and the body of the ferret on the snow, running toward the shelter down the hill. What are you doing? You are committing suicide by going there now, Han Sen exclaimed at the tall figure of Guan Tong. We could not lose the shelter. There is no other teleport device nearby. We will all be doomed if we lose the shelter, so I have to go help, Guan Tong replied without turning her head, rushing into the shelter. Han Sen frowned slightly and cast his glance at the royal spirit. The only way to save the shelter was to kill the royal spirit. Otherwise, groups of creatures would flood in endlessly, and humans would lose the shelter sooner or later. Chapter 485, Hope and Despair. It was almost impossible to see such bloody battles in First God's Sanctuary, so it would be hard for someone who had never experienced this to imagine the scary scenario of creatures attacking a shelter. Even Han Sen, who had witnessed lots of deaths, could not help shivering. All he needed right now was a set of strong bow and arrow. If he had them, he could shoot the royal spirit dead right away, which will lead to the collapse of the creatures. However, he did not have any weapon he could use, not to mention bow and arrow. Thinking of weapons, Han Sen immediately took a look at his mind, which was his Sea of Soul. His newly gained Ghost Pod Ferret Beast Soul was lying there. Han Sen took a look at the Ghost Pod Ferret and became excited. Type of Beast Soul of Sacred Blood Ghost Pod Ferret. Weapon. With his thought changing, the weapon of the Beast Soul immediately appeared on his hand. 3 purple claws of a foot long suddenly appeared on Han Sen's right hand, gleaming with poison. It looked somewhat like the adamantium claws of Wolverine in X-Men. With these claws, Han Sen suddenly felt he had an opportunity. Approaching the battlefield, he observed the situation quietly. Lots of creatures were guarding the royal spirit, so he probably only had one opportunity if he wanted to launch a sneak attack on the royal spirit. Any tiny mistake would render his efforts in vain. No matter how fast Han Sen wanted to kill her, he had to examine the battlefield carefully first with patience and calculate all the possibilities. Guan Tong rushed back to the shelter. However, as she stood on top of the walls, she felt helpless watching the creatures attacking the shelter like floods. In addition, everyone guarding the shelter was feeling hopeless. The creature was endless, as if they could never be wiped out. Many people were already sore from the killing, but more creatures threw themselves at humans nonstop. The creature taller than even the wall eventually managed to break the wall open, and a large number of creatures started to enter. People guarding the shelter became desperate and pale. Without the structure protecting them, it would be even harder for them to defend themselves from the creatures. It was almost certain that Starwell Shelter would fall. Retreat. Everyone teleport out of God's sanctuary immediately, commended Li Xingluan loudly as he fought for sacred blood creatures. He then wielded his long sword fiercely and killed dozens of creatures ahead of him. Although no one was willing to give up on the shelter, they did not have any choice. Although it might be hard for them to teleport back to God's sanctuary in the future, survival was the first priority. People started to retreat from the shelter in an organized manner. These people were not a mob, which showed the good job their leader did. However, in front of absolute strength, no one had any solutions. The army of the royal spirit was so much stronger than them that no matter how strong Li Xingluan was, fighting for sacred blood creatures and killing endless mutant and primitive creatures, he could not save the day. All sorts of negative emotions like helplessness, reluctance, anger, and depression weighed heavy on the heart of every single person in Starwell Shelter. People did not even want to speak. They slowly retreated to the teleport device inside the shelter, speechless. Even the evolvers who were in charge of protecting others from behind could not make a sound in the fight, as if their throats were stuffed with something better. Speechless retreat. It was an ending that no one was willing to take. Retreat meant failure, and even losing the shelter forever. After the shelter was occupied, unless someone else came to wipe out all the creatures in Starwell Shelter, they would be committing suicide if they teleported back. Kill. Li Xingluan was gleaming like a piece of jade. His longsword danced like wind, protecting half of the wall from the creatures, buying others more time to retreat. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the foot of the mountain nearby to the silver-haired spirit hiding behind the army of the creatures quickly, giving rise to roars among the creatures. Someone is there? Someone noticed the strange turbulence among the creatures and glanced that way. They suddenly saw a man throwing himself at the royal spirit in the back. Ah, there is really a person there. How come he went there? That place is filled with creatures led by the spirit. Is he trying to get himself killed? Idiot, he is trying to kill the royal spirit. How is that even possible? She is the royal spirit with the sacred blood snake and thousands of other creatures guarding her. It would be impossible to approach her. Possible or not, he has balls for going there. I admire him. People who had been feeling depressed couldn't help crying out loud, wishing they were right there with him. Momentarily, that person had already rushed into the thousands of creatures surrounding the spirit, going toward her. Everyone's heart leapt. Even those people who were retreating couldn't help slowing down. Although they did not believe there would be a miracle, they could not help wishing there were one. It is him. Guantong saw who it was and explained. The man throwing himself at the royal spirit was the man who he saved from snow. Watching Hansen entering the group of creatures, people had complex feelings. The moment when Hansen threw himself at the royal spirit, the silver-haired spirit had a strange look in her eyes. She waved the staff, and all of a sudden, the sacred blood creatures attacking the shelter turned to attack Hansen. Stop them. We cannot let them go back. Looking at Hansen, who was risking his life, Li Xingluan was determined. He stopped the two-headed bird with his sword, and then stood in the way of the other sacred blood creatures that were going back as if he was crazy. At Li Xingluan's command, the evolvers who were giving up on the shelter immediately joined the fight without even thinking. The other two strong evolvers went back to fight the two sacred blood creatures that were about to turn back. Li Xingluan took a hit from the unicorn beast with his bronze sword and fell, leaving a long furrow on the ground. However, he was still holding his sword tight with the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was fine for him to battle for sacred blood creatures when he was able to move around. At this point, he had to stand in their way and take all their attacks head-on, and he could not bear it no matter how strong he was. No matter who you are, kill the spirit for me, please. Spitting blood, Li Xingluan slashed his sword to stop the red serpentine that was trying to go back. On the other side, Hansen was already deep in the siege of creatures. Chapter 486, Butterfly Dancing Solo. After absorbing the red crystal, Hansen had gained stronger brain power, although the ability to move things was not that useful. The countless details of the entire battlefield were clearly projected in Hansen's mind, making it easier for him to make a precise judgment. When he made the first step, Hansen had calculated his route to go forward and all the possibilities on the way, including the reactions of different creatures. Although it could not be 100% accurate, Hansen knew it was the best route he could have chosen. The evolvers fighting were all paying attention to the figure deep into the creature army, wishing for the impossible to happen. At this point, Hansen's performance had just begun. The moment he sent himself into the group of creatures, the entire battlefield had become a huge chessboard for Hansen. Every single creature, including the royal spirit herself, was pieces on the chessboard for Han's senator, and his end goal was to take out the piece represented by the royal spirit. Those fierce creatures were attacking Hansen, but his eyes were extremely calm. Moving his legs rapidly, he was going forward according to the route he had designed. Tempting, misleading, or killing directly, Hansen could not be stopped by the group of creatures. In the impossible situation, Hansen made a possible route which led to the royal spirit. The scenario was incredible in other people's eyes. Thousands of creatures were simply a sea of heads without even a gap. In others' eyes, unless all the creatures were wiped out, it was impossible to approach the royal spirit. However, after Hansen went there, he moved left and right at an incredible speed. Flashing his right hand, one creature after another were bleeding heavily and many were beheaded, which was not even the best part. The best part was that initially many creatures were Act 2. Ally in Hansen's way, but for some reason, they suddenly moved their bodies to let him pass. In the crazy group of beasts, Hansen was like a butterfly dancing solo. Although he was in a terrible situation, the elegance and beauty of his figure were not affected. In the most incredible way, thousands of gruesome creatures failed to stop Han's senator through a huge army. Hansen managed to go up to the royal spirit's mount, the dragon snake. Many people were completely dumbstruck. It was like a thrilling magic show. The blood and the strange rhythm made one's heart leapt with the beat. The moment Hansen was in front of the dragon snake, the silver-haired young lady had a cold smile on her face. The rock underneath Hansen suddenly split. A black gargoyle looking like a ghost emerged from underground, its cold hands grabbing at Hansen's legs which were right in front of its face. Almost at the same time, the giant dragon snake opened its mouth to swallow Hansen. Damn it, the spirit is so wicked that she hid a sacred blood gargoyle underneath. That is the end of it. People who had seen some hope suddenly lost faith. Attacked by the sacred blood gargoyle, snapped by the dragon snake, and surrounded by fierce creatures, the person had nowhere to go. Cold light flashed in Hansen's eyes. He suddenly jumped up, disregarding the gargoyle and throwing himself into the mouth of the giant dragon snake. Evolvers who were watching this scene couldn't help feeling sad. Their hope was almost all gone. This was a desperate move. However, the dragon snake was so big that it could simply swallow the man. The claws were so small that they were not enough to threaten this giant creature. Even if he could hit the creature, the cut would only be a scratch to its gigantic body. Maybe he would not even be able to break the snakeskin. As Hansen was about to be swallowed by the dragon snake, his body suddenly paused in the air and rose a couple of feet. Stepping on the snake's nose with his right foot, he rose higher at an incredible speed to the same height as the royal spirit standing on the head of the snake. The royal spirit blinked and moved her staff slightly. Silver light covered her whole body, turning her into a warrior covered in silver armor and her staff into a slim silver sword. Without any expression, her delicate fingers moved, and the slim silver sword was stabbed to Hansen's forehead like a lightning bolt. Fast, incredibly fast. There was no time for him to react. Behind Hansen, the sacred blood gargoyle appeared like a phantom, its hands grabbing at Hansen's legs from behind. The snake also spit out its tongue looking like a trident to hit Hansen's waist. In other people's eyes, Hansen was faced with a death trap. However, from Hansen's perspective, this was his opportunity. All the planning, the careful design, and the performance were for this moment. His heart thumping like thunder, Hansen used heresy mantra to its full. Overload made his bones squeak. Reed armor appeared on Hansen's body as the ruby crown appeared on his head. His black short hair became blonde and long, dancing in the air like crazy. His eyes, which were now golden, were completely emotionless. As he shapeshifted into the fairy queen, everything became slower in Hansen's eyes. The sneak attack of the sacred blood gargoyle, the tongue blade of the snake, the slim silver sword of the royal spirit, and the countless creatures throwing themselves at him, all became a holographic image in Hansen's brain, even the slightest details of which could be learned by him. Without moving away, Hansen, who was now at his best, thrust his chest to the slim sword of the silver-haired spirit girl without hesitation, letting the sword pierce his chest and approaching the spirit at the same time. They were so close to each other that Hansen's face was about to touch hers. Hansen smiled, waving his right hand and cutting the 3 purple claws into the pretty head of the spirit girl. With her incredulous look, her head was cut into 4 parts. The figure of the spirit girl became twinkles of lights and disappeared. Suddenly, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Both humans and creatures stopped a beat. All eyes were on the gorgeous figure. The red armor and ruby crown were shining in the sun so bright that people could hardly look at them. Chapter 487, Berserk Gargoyle. The injury on Hansen's chest had stopped bleeding. Although it was a decision he made at the moment he saw the spirit girl shifting into a warrior, Hansen executed it perfectly with his peerless control of his body and timing. Although the slim silver sword pierced his body, Hansen managed to avoid all his inner organs. It stabbed him in the gap between his heart and lung. In addition, his heart was the toughest among all inner organs because of the heresy mantra. It was probably even tougher than his muscles, which was why Hansen dared to take such a great risk. It looked very scary, but the danger was not so great and the result was great. If it was a normal fight, the spirit might be guarded. Hansen could not even be her match. Without any special tactics, it would be impossible for him to kill her so fast. Sneak attacks were focused on plots. Without any sacrifice, it would be impossible for someone weaker to beat someone stronger. After Hansen killed the royal spirit, the army of creatures lost their leadership and became a mess. The evolvers of Star Will Shelter roared in excitement, attacking proactively instead of defending themselves. Momentarily, the situation was completely reversed. The army of creatures was defeated, scattering around, while the evolvers started to chase the creatures falling behind. Disregarding his injury in the chest, Hansen launched the strike at the sacred blood gargoyle closest to him. The spirit could resurrect in Spirit Stone, so there was nothing left for Senator if he could not take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 sacred blood creatures. He would be risking his life for no reason. Being attacked by Hansen, the sacred blood gargoyle did not manage to run away and had to fight him. Its stone-like hands continued to hit the ghost pod claws, while the claws were only able to leave shallow marks on the gargoyle's skin. However, the blood flowing from those marks gradually turned purple and black. Ghost pod claws were extremely toxic, which almost defeated Jadeskin. Obviously, this gargoyle did not have any ability to cure toxins. Hansen became overjoyed. The toxins of the ferret stayed on its beast's soul weapon, which would be extremely helpful for him to hunt sacred blood creatures in the future. Poison was something very useful, but there were not that many beast souls with this feature. When Hansen was feeling excited, the gargoyle raised its head and roared. Its stone-like skin suddenly contracted and turned into the color of steel, looking much tougher. Unexpectedly, it became a berserk creature. Clank, clank, clank. Hansen made 3 strikes in a row and failed to cut Gargoyle's skin. The gargoyle did not linger and ran away immediately. It was not easy for Hansen to have an opportunity to kill a sacred blood creature, so there was no way he would let it go. Hansen started to chase the gargoyle as fast as his legs would carry him. Without running too far, he saw the skin of the gargoyle showing a color of purple. Feeling excited, Hansen knew that the gargoyle was not cured from the toxins earlier, although it became berserk. Now Hansen were even more driven to chase after the creature. This gargoyle was most likely doomed. Now the only thing Hansen worried was that if it died of poison, its meat might not be edible anymore. However, Hansen was not afraid of it either. As long as it did not affect the increase of Geno points, he was fine with it. When the evolvers from the shelter came over, Hansen had already run far, chasing the gargoyle. Except for Guantong, no one knew who Hansen was. Does everyone know who the friend killing the spirit was? The creatures either run away or got killed. After everything was settled, Li Xingluan raised his voice and asked. Everyone in the crowd looked to each other, feeling confused. They also would like to know who that person was, saving Starwell Shelter by killing the spirit alone. His bravery and power to behead the queen among thousands of creatures deeply impressed everyone. Do we have such a strong man in Starwell Shelter? I don't think I have ever seen him. He seems so young. I want to bear his baby. Guantong flushed, failing to make a sound. She wanted to say that she knew Hansen, but then she found that she did not even know what his name was or where he came from. Although she opened her mouth, she could not say a word. Seeing that no one knew the person, Li Xingluan did not hesitate to summon his mount, running in the DR. Action where Hansen went. I must meet such a great character, even just to learn his name. Li Xingluan urged the horse to run fast. Fortunately, the footprints of the gargoyle were clearly imprinted on the way, pointing the right direction for him. After Hansen chased the berserk gargoyle on the vast ice field for more than 300 miles, the berserk creature eventually lost its energy because of the poison. Hansen went up and wielded his claws at it, beheading the creature after more than 100 strikes. He only succeeded because the creature was too weak after being poisoned. Otherwise, even a sacred blood weapon could not cut its skin, which had turned so tough after it became berserk. Berserk sacred blood creature, evil gargoyle killed. Beast soul of berserk evil gargoyle gained. Meat inedible. The voice he heard almost made Hansen laugh out of happiness. Lady Luck was still on his side. After coming to Second God's Sanctuary, he gained a beast soul from each of the 3 sacred blood creatures he had killed. His luck was simply peerless. Evil gargoyle, I wish it is armor. With a weapon and armor, I would not need to worry about anything. Hansen quickly looked to his sea of soul and saw the evil gargoyle squatting quietly. Type of beast soul of berserk sacred blood evil gargoyle, glyph. Another glyph. After Hansen saw it, he was dazed for a while. He still hadn't figured out what was the use of the evil-blooded condor beast soul he gained last time. Unexpectedly, this sacred blood evil gargoyle was also a glyph. Hansen summoned the evil gargoyle, and a tattoo in the color of tungsten and shape of a ghost suddenly appeared on his body, looking gruesome. After the tattoo emerged, Hansen saw that the skin all over his body gleamed like tungsten. Hansen summoned the ghost pod claws to cut at his own arm and heard clanks of metal on metal. His metal-like arm was only left with some white marks, not even broken. Haha, this is great. Fantastic. After cutting a few times, Hansen saw the result was the same, which made him feel overjoyed. This berserk evil gargoyle glyph was much better than the evil-blooded condor glyph, the use of which was still unclear. This glyph was the equivalence of a terrific defense hyper Geno art. Using this glyph, he could still use beast soul armor, which was quite amazing. Although Hansen did not gain beast soul armor as he expected, he was even more pleased with the result. He took shelter from the wind and took out the ghost pod ferret in his backpack. He carefully boned and skinned ferret, cleaned it with snow, sliced the tender meat, dipped it in sauce, and put it into his mouth. He was on a vast ice field where not even grass could be spotted, so naturally there was no way to make a fire. Chapter 488, Official Platform. Luckily, the meat of the ghost pod ferret was very sweet and tasty, without any foul smell or taste. In fact, it was extremely good with sauces, comparable to sashimi. Meat of ghost pod ferret eaten. 1 sacred Geno point gained. Hearing the voice ringing over and over, Hansen was very pleased. Roughly speaking, 2 sacred Geno points could increase his fitness index by 1 point. If this ferret could give him 10 sacred Geno points, his fitness index would be increased by 5. After eating a small part of the ferret, Hansen suddenly saw a ride coming over on the ice field. To his surprise, it was the man fighting 4 sacred blood creatures in Starwell Shelter earlier. Hansen did not know why the man would be here. As he was puzzled, he saw the man examining the spot where Hansen killed the evil gargoyle and tracing the footsteps to him. Hansen suddenly became alerted, watching the man running his way and approaching him. Friend, do not get the wrong idea. I did not mean you harm by tracking you down, but only wanted to make a friend. Seeing Han Sen, Li Xingluan became happy and told Han Sen why he was here. If you just want to thank me, then it's not necessary, said Han Sr. If I will only want to thank you, I did not need to chase you for more than 300 miles, Li Xingluan said in a clear voice. What are you trying to do then? Han Sen looked at Li Xingluan, feeling curious. It is hard to see someone I like, and I do not want to miss a friend, Li Xingluan said seriously. You could not make someone your friend by talking, said Han Sen after eating another piece of meat. But I first need to know you. If I don't know you, strangers can never become friends. That is true. Li Xingluan sat down opposite Han Sen, and the two started chatting. After a while, Han Sen felt this person was quite interesting. He was gallant, intelligent, and humorous, the kind of person that easily lets others put their guard down. Although Han Sen was vigilant, he could not help feeling impressed by his knowledge and manner. This person was definitely from a prominent family. Thanks to Li Xingluan, Han Sen had a general grasp of the situation at this place. On this ice field, there were as many human shelters as 20 to 30. However, most of them were shelters taken from squire spirits and knight spirits. There were only 3 shelters that were taken from aristocrat spirits, and each of the 3 shelters was managed by a different person. The 3 persons represented the 3 largest forces on the ice field. Other smaller shelters were almost all under the control of the 3 forces, and Star Will Shelter managed by Li Xingluan was one of the 3 largest shelter on the ice field. In addition, there was that shelter of the royal spirit, blocking the way between the ice field and outside. Although the situation in this place was much better than Han Sen's goddess shelter, it was still an area relatively desolate, not connected to the vast population of humans. Li Xingluan had always been wanting to take down the royal spirit shelter and expand the hunting area. Otherwise, the resources were limited in this area, which made it hard for him to max out on sacred Geno points. However, depending on the ability of Star Will Shelter alone, there was no way they could take down the royal spirit shelter. In addition, human shelters on this ice field had been competing against each other for years, so there were lots of grudges between them, making it hard for them to work together to conquer the royal spirit shelter. Although Li Xingluan had been trying to urge all the shelters to unite since he took over the Star Will Shelter, the grudge and hatred that had accumulated for centuries were not that easy to be resolved. Han Sen admired Li Xingluan's strategy and way of thinking quite a lot, so he agreed that he would help if Li Xingluan could persuade the other 2 shelters to conquer the royal spirit shelter together. Han Sen knew his own strength very well. Although he had killed the royal spirit once, it was a sneak attack, which would only work for the first time. Next time, the royal spirit would be guarded. If he fought the royal spirit one-on-one, face-to-face, he might not be her match. In addition, there were a lot of sacred blood creatures in the royal spirit. Han Sen could cope with 1 or 2 of them. If there were more, he had to run for his life. Therefore, there was no way he could conquer the royal spirit shelter on his own. If Li Xingluan could unite the 3 forces to conquer the royal spirit shelter, Han Sen would not miss the opportunity to take part in it. Moreover, as long as he could get the Spirit Stone, he would be able to gain the allegiance from the royal spirit for sure, which was the most valuable thing in the royal spirit. Han Sen had also learned that the creatures in this area were almost all split up by the 3 large forces. In addition, there were not many creatures in the area to begin with. Therefore, it would be hard for him to hunt other sacred blood creatures. To increase his Geno points in a short amount of time was out of the question. Han Sen thought about it and stopped hunting. He followed Li Xingluan back to the Star Will Shelter and teleported back to the Alliance using the teleport device inside the shelter. The Ghost Pod Ferret gave him 10 sacred Geno points as he expected. With the 2 sacred Geno points he already had, Han Sen now had 12 sacred Geno points. With such gains, Han Sen was very satisfied with this trip. Initially, he did not have much hope for hunting an edible sacred blood creature, which was completely a surprise. Since he could not increase his Geno points in a short amount of time, Han Sen decided not to hunt anymore. Before the military contest began, he would like to focus on practicing the techniques written in Dongshen Sutra. After the fight against the royal spirit, Han Sen had some new understandings of the techniques in Dongshen Sutra, which he hoped to reinforce through lots of sparring and practice. Han Sen thought about it and logged into the official Skynet platform of the Alliance. Before he became an Evolver, he could not enter the Evolver section on the official platform, which was why he chose to go to Gladiator. Now with the official identity as Evolver, he could register at the official platform to fight Evolvers from all over the Alliance. In addition, the official platform had a benefit. Although the account information on the official platform was private and was protected by law, the marks of aristocracy would show when someone entered the platform. Aristocrats with different titles were most likely matched with opponents with the same title. Han Sen was a sacred blood aristocrat, which would be marked next to his account on the official platform. This way, the majority of his opponents would be sacred blood aristocrats, same as him. And a small part of his opponents would be other people with good record. That meant it was easy for Hansen to meet Oster players on this platform, which was why Hansen gave up the Gladiator and chose the official platform instead. When registering, Hansen thought about it and used the name of Dollar. However, after he entered the ID name, he saw it had already existed. Hansen then added some words and changed it into I am Dollar, which still could not be used. Chapter 489, Kill Dollar. Hansen tried a couple of times, but even $95.27 was registered as well. Feeling quite upset, Hansen wrote Kill Dollar in his ID name, which was eventually usable. After entering the virtual platform, in front of Hansen's chest there was a shiny purple badge in the shape of a shield, which represented the identity of sacred blood aristocrats. Anyone could tell he was a sacred blood aristocrat at first sight, so there were a lot of envious glances cast his way. Although at this day and age, there were much more sacred blood evolvers than there were before, the percentage of sacred blood evolvers was still low. Hansen chose to be randomly matched and was soon matched with someone. Seeing there was a sacred blood badge on the chest of his opponent as well, Hansen felt quite pleased. Wang Dongyun checked out his opponent and found the ID name was Kill Dollar. Wang Dongyun curled his lips and felt even more amused when seeing his record was 0 win and 0 loss. Kill Dollar? A newbie like you does not even deserve to be killed by Dollar. Wang Dongyun licked his lips, wondering how he could teach this newbie a lesson to show him he should be more careful with the ID name he used. Dollar was a celebrity, so you could fashion your name after him. But don't take yourself so seriously. Kill Dollar my ass. Wang Dongyun became a sacred blood evolver in recent years as well, so he knew the name of Dollar, who was so famous that it was hard for him not to know. Wang Dongyun was quite a fan of Dollar's, so he was even more upset when seeing this ID. After the fight began, Wang Dongyun did not hesitate to use the explosive punch that he was best at, ready to kill this arrogant newbie that dared to insult Dollar. However, when he threw half a punch, he suddenly saw his opponent throwing a fist at him as well. Although the strike was not that fast, Wang Dongyun had to retreat. Otherwise, before he could hit his opponent, he would be punished first. Taking back his fist sullenly, Wang Dongyun stepped back at the same time, preparing to kick the newbie's ass later. However, after this punch, Wang Dongyun was shocked to find that he never had another opportunity to make an attack. The strikes from his opponent never stopped, making him feel suffocated. It felt he had to dodge or block every punch from his opponent, and there was no opportunity for him to fight back. As he blocked and dodged, Wang Dongyun ended up on the edge of the battlefield without even noticing it. With nowhere to go, he was finished off. Wang Dongyun could not believe that he was not able to make a single punch facing a newbie. Unable to accept this kind of result, he challenged his opponent again quickly. His opponent clicked yes. Although Wang Dongyun was trying to take the initiative this time around, he quickly ended up in the same situation as the last time, unable to fight back at all. Wang Dongyun sent an invite again, while his opponent chose to reject him this time. Wang Dongyun insisted, but his opponent had already entered another fight, obviously with a new match. Wang Dongyun searched for the room of his opponent and chose to watch. He would like to see why that person was able to beat him and why in such a strange way. Neither the person's speed nor strength was that great. However, he was beaten completely, which made him feel reluctant to accept. Wang Dongyun checked Kill Dollar's opponent, who was named I Am Swordmaster, with more than 1,000 wins and 800 losses. That was way record. Since this person was a veteran on the platform, he was definitely not bad. The moment I Am Swordmaster moved, Wang Dongyun knew he was right. This person's sword skills were fierce and fast. Judging by his moves, Wang Dongyun could tell that this person had put a lot of effort into practicing his sword skills. If Wang Dongyun was against this person, he could probably only choose to back off and defend himself under such sword skills. However, the choice of Kill Dollar made Wang Dongyun stare his eyes wide open. Kill Dollar did not go back at all, but went forward, punching at I Am Swordmaster. The punch was neither fast nor fierce. In Wang Dongyun's eyes, I Am Swordmaster could definitely cut Hansen with his sword, but I Am Swordmaster chose to retreat, dodging the punch from his opponent. Later on, Wang Dongyun felt like he was watching a playback of his own match. I Am Swordmaster made the exact same choices as himself, suppressed by Kill Dollar until the last minute, unable to fight back. No way. No way in hell. Wang Dongyun almost jumped up and yelled. He could not understand why I Am Swordmaster would choose to retreat in the beginning. Nor did he understand how I Am Swordmaster lost in the end. From his perspective, there were so many opportunities to fight back. In addition, the punches of Kill Dollar were far from perfect. In fact, they were even quite flawed. If I Am Swordmaster was able to take advantage of any of the flaws, he could have turned the situation around, which he failed to do. Maybe I Am Swordmaster is too weak? Yes, it is definitely so. Wang Dongyun thought it must be the swordman's problem that he could not utilize any of the flaws. Although his sword skills were impressive, he must not be that intelligent. However, Wang Dongyun completely forgot that he acted exactly the same way. He did not feel he was too weak and did not take his loss too well. I Am Swordmaster did not take his loss well either, sending another invite to kill Dollar. He had the exact same thought as Wang Dongyun. However, Han Sen did not agree to fight him again. He was practicing the techniques in Dongshan Sutra, so it would make little sense for him to fight someone he had defeated already. What he needed was endless new challenges against opponents using various skills. After launching the sneak attack on the royal spirit, Han Sen had a deeper understanding of the techniques in Dongshan Sutra. The techniques did not need to be perfect, and there was no victory against overwhelming odds in its true sense. If one beat someone much stronger than oneself, one was merely using one's strength to tackle the stronger person's weakness. How to hit his opponent's weakness with his own strength was Han Sen's main focus at the point. It would be the best if he could be stronger than his opponent. If not, he had to show his strength against his opponent's weakness, making himself the stronger one, which was the correct way to go. What Han Sen was practicing currently was to use calculation to match his strength with his opponent's weakness. Even if his opponent was stronger than him overall, he could be partially stronger and consume his opponent's strength in order to win in the end. Wang Dongyun insisted on watching Han Sen's fights one after another. Soon, he discovered that the reason that I Am Swordmaster lost was not because he was weak, but that Kill Dollar was too strong. In a dozen fights, Kill Dollar crushed his opponents in the exact same way, which was so strange that he was about to question destiny. Is he Dollar himself? Wang Dongyun suddenly thought of a question. Chapter 490. The King is Back. After Wang Dongyun had thought of it, he could no longer hold it back. Wang Dongyun then recorded all the following fights by Kill Dollar. After Wang Dongyun watched several rounds, Kill Dollar suddenly left the virtual platform. Wang Dongyun then watched what he recorded repeatedly. The more Wang Dongyun watched, the more incredulous he felt. In every fight, Kill Dollar was winning overwhelmingly, leaving his opponent no chance to fight back. This guy is very likely Dollar himself. Wang Dongyun felt more and more excited. Although there were a lot of master fighters and evolvers, he could not think of anyone else other than Dollar who would name himself that. However, Wang Dongyun was not sure whether that was true. He hesitated and uploaded his recordings to the official forum with the title Dollar is Back, crushing it all. Because there had not been any news about Dollar in a long time, the video did not attract too much attention in the beginning. However, one person had always been paying attention to the news of Dollar, which was the host Fong Mingguan. Currently, Fong Mingguan was already the top host of Huaxing Station. Almost all the shows he hosted had great ratings. One of his recent programs had a rating over 100 million in the entire alliance for his first episode, which was definitely among the top shows. Compared to his old days, Fong Mingguan was having a great time, enjoying the life as a celebrity. However, Fong Mingguan had never forgotten about Dollar, who made his career, constantly looking for news of Dollar. Unfortunately, Han Sen had not used the identity of Dollar recent years. Even if Fong Mingguan wanted to do something, he could not since he had no news of Dollar at all. This day, Fong Mingguan searched for Dollar on the Skynet as usual, looking for the latest news. As he was searching, Fong Mingguan thought, Dollar, you should have been in the second God Sanctuary for 2 or 3 years. With what you got, you should have gained a lot of Geno points already. Come on, it's your time. Fong Mingguan suddenly saw the video named Dollar is Back, crushing it all, and clicked to watch. In recent years, he had seen lots of articles and videos with titles like this. Many of the titles were even more dramatic, such as The Truth About Dollar's Fall, The Mysterious Woman in His Bed, The Mystery of Dollar's Disappearance, A 4-Day-Long Sin, etc. However, none of them had any substantial content. After watching the video, Fong Mingchuan's face suddenly became grim. He was so excited that he was shivering. Although the person in the video used the face blur function and all he could see was his ID name, he had a feeling that this person was Dollar. After watching the video seriously, Fong Mingguan was quite surprised. Indeed, it is Dollar. Even among revolvers, he is the absolute top. I have never seen anything like this. Without any hesitation, Fong Mingguan edited the video into a more solid version, ready to show it during his showtime. Lu, make some arrangements to move the topic today to next episode. Fong Mingguan called his assistant. Lu felt puzzled about why Fong Mingguan would suddenly change the topic, which was something he had prepared for nearly a month. However, Fong Mingguan was so popular these days that even the station master was calling Fong Mingguan brother with a huge grin every time he saw Fong Mingguan. Fong Mingguan was totally authorized to change the topic without asking for approval. Mr. Fong Mingguan, what topic should we focus on in this episode? After making the arrangements, Lu asked Fong Mingguan. Dollar. Fong Mingguan only said one word. Fong Mingguan played the video in his show and announced the return of Dollar with thrilling words, which was a bomb among the evolvers in the alliance. Many people started to discuss about it, given the hundreds of millions of audience Fong Mingguan had. Is it true? Is he really Dollar? His name is Kill Dollar, that is more like Dollar's enemy. These punches are so amazing. How did he do it? Dollar is so handsome, crushing it all. My king, you're eventually back. Please accept my allegiance. I've been waiting for so long. What king? He was not necessarily able to beat Lin Feng when he was unevolved. Not to mention he is now in Second God Sanctuary. He has not been there for many years. How strong can he be? There are so many revolvers who could kill him. Fuck off. My Dollar is invincible anywhere he goes. What the heck do you know? Do not be so excited. It is obvious whether Dollar is strong or not. You can tell from the video that all his opponents were sacred blood aristocrats, but they were all defeated by Dollar. Exactly, the strength of my king is beyond doubt. Heck, I wish to see him fight again. After waiting for so long, I see my king again. Dollar, I want to have your baby. Oh, you must be a man. We are not even sure whether he is Dollar. No rush. It is the official platform, so we can all go check it out. It seems that he has fought a lot. Just like this, a large number of people flooded into the official platform, and many among them tried to send Dollar friend requests. When Hansen logged into the platform again, he heard the notification sounds of friend requests, ringing like a fire engine. Hansen took a look and saw tens of millions of friend requests, which shocked him completely. He had no idea what had happened. However, there was no way for him to check all these requests, so he had to change his privacy setting to reject every friend request. Also, he chose not to accept any new friend request. And his world suddenly became quiet. What on earth happened? Hansen looked at the news on the Skynet and found out what had happened. He felt both surprised and amused. In the same time, he felt Fong Mingguan must have some mysterious connection to him, being able to tell he was Dollar under such circumstances. Hansen did not mean to explain and chose a random match. The moment he entered the fight, the observers in his room maxed out. There were so many people waiting to watch his fight, and they all clicked at the same time. Some had entered the room, while some were told the room was full. Chapter 49. 1. Moonblade. The evolver matched with Hansen was completely dazed after he entered the battlefield, seeing how packed the stands were. Wang Sun had no idea what had happened. Although he was a sacred blood evolver and was quite well known for that, he had never had such a treatment. The limit of the audience was several million, which was surprisingly filled up momentarily. What on earth has happened? Did someone find out about my porn collection and report me? No way, even so, there would not be so many bored people. As Wang Sun was puzzled, the countdown had stopped. After entering the battlefield, Wang Sun saw his opponent and thought, is my opponent some celebrity? Is that why there are so many people watching? Thinking of that, Wang Sun quickly checked his opponent's record, which was only more than 20 fights, 100% wins. He must be a celebrity. This is my opportunity. If I beat him, won't I be famous as well? Wang Sun felt very excited. Without any hesitation, he seized his two broadswords and hit his opponent with all his strength. The broadswords were shaped like crescents, and his broadsword skills had a strong spinning force. It turned out to be the famous Moonblade, an evolver broadsword skill that was very hard to practice. Moonblade required the person who practiced the skills to have a special talent called ambidexterity, which sounded a bit odd. An ordinary person was either left-handed or right-handed. Even with training, one would naturally prefer one hand over the other. Very few people had no preference as a baby, maybe 0.000. Therefore, the rudimentary requirement to practice Moonblade was very high, and only a few people could practice it. However, Moonblade was very powerful. One person using two blades would be as powerful as two persons using blades at the same time. One could even fight two persons at the same time. In one-on-one fights, the person who practiced Moonblade would have the absolute advantage. With the same fitness and martial arts skills, almost no one could beat someone who had practiced Moonblade. Even the opponent was also using double blades, Moonblade would still be much better. Those who came to see Dollar did not expect Dollar to be randomly matched with someone who had practiced Moonblade. However, they soon understood. Dollar himself was a sacred blood aristocrat, so it was impossible for him to be matched with someone weak. Although Dollar was strong, all his opponents were aristocrats among evolvers with great skills. Do you think Dollar will win? There's no need to guess. Dollar will win. I don't think so. Moonblade is not that easy to cope with. In addition, Dollar had only entered Second God Sanctuary for 2 to 3 years. I don't believe his Geno point count is too high. There were a lot of discussions among the audience, while Wang Sun had already attacked Hansen with Moonblade. However, his opponent's reaction made Wang Sun pause. He had never met someone trying to attack him first when he was using Moonblade. In addition, his opponent was not using any weapon, attacking at him with bare hands. Heck, don't you dare to look down on me. Your brother will teach you how impressive Moonblade is. Wang Sun added force to the broadswords, trying to kill his opponent in one strike, which would make him really famous. However, before his broadsword fell on Han Sen's body, Han Sen moved sideways, although Han Sen's hands were going forward. Han Sen's position was so strange that Wang Sun did not know how to react for the time being. This guy is weird. I will take it slow. Wang Sun thought, then took back his weapon and stepped back, trying to figure out what was happening. But he never had a second opportunity. Han Sen's fists flew at him non-stop in a manner similar to Sprocket Sword. The attacks were so tightly arranged that Wang Sun had to protect himself first, without any chance or time to fight back. Wang Sun failed to make a single strike until the end when he was finished off by Han Sen. Feeling regretted and upset, Wang Sun presented himself for not insisting during his first attack. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like that. Haha. Dollar indeed. Incredible skills. That looked exactly like the video. This is a random match, so there was no way to cheat. My king is so strong. Such incredible fight. Only Dollar could achieve that. The king is after all a king. Who dares to say that he has fallen? Dollar did not pay any attention to the audience and chose to be randomly matched again. As he moved, all the audience chose to be randomly matched as well, wishing to be his opponent. When Han Sen started the fight again, those who were not matched with him became the audience. Momentarily, the room was filled up. This time, Fong Mingquan, who had received the message, also came into the room, broadcasting the fight as he watched. It was just an ordinary fight on the official platform, instead of a match. The two players were even randomly matched. However, the number of the viewers were still rising at an incredible speed. The online viewers had hit 10 million in just a few seconds and was growing still. It seemed that it would take no time for the number to hit 100 million. Eventually, I see Dollar. You did not get into the room either? Yes, there are too many people trying. Haha, when we were in First God Sanctuary, Dollar was our faith. Now we are all evolvers. D-God is still peerless. I really enjoy watching him beating others. Kill Dollar, what an ironic name. Dollar is probably the only person who could kill himself. Look at Dollar's opponent. Well, what a bimbo. She must have had the surgery. Oh my, they're huge. Damn it, those globes. Opposite Han Sen, a tall woman came out. Besides her long legs, her ample breasts were almost out of this world. At first glance, anyone would be attracted to look at her girls. It would take people a while to notice that her other features were pretty as well. Han Sen looked at his opponent and was also immediately attracted by her nice racks. Being a man of cast iron will, he only took a glance before he looked at her profile. Her ID name was Wish I Did Not Understand. Chapter 492, Sullen. Same as Wang Sun, Wish I Did Not Understand was startled. She had no idea about the news of Dollar, so she was not prepared for such a large audience at all. However, none of those chosen to be matched with Han Sen was weak. After slight surprise, Wish I Did Not Understand became calm and positioned to defend herself, waiting for attacks from her opponent. It seemed that she was not nervous at all. Audience of the fight and viewers of Fong Mingquan's show were all surprised by the performance of the large-breasted beauty. Faced with such a situation, it was not easy to stay calm and be herself. Enclosed like a box, this is iron wall boxing of Taisho Wang. Fong Mingquan recognized the woman's skills and explained in excitement. I believe we are all familiar with Taisho Wang, who is a senator and demigod. Iron wall boxing is known as the best self-defense boxing skills in the world. We will have a great show today. When the best attacking skills meet the best defense skills, what would happen? Let's wait and see the fight between the sword and shield. Wow! It turns out that the beauty is one of the Taishas. Look at her boobs. I would surrender the moment I see them. Iron wall boxing is also good. I would kneel before I surrender. I'm afraid Dollar is in trouble this time. Iron wall boxing is very impressive indeed. I have seen it before. An evolver besieged by 6 persons walked out easily with this skill. So good. This is going to be a great show. Seeing the defense skills of the beauty, Han Sen's eyes lit up. After fighting 36 opponents, he had never encountered someone who was good at defense, which intrigued him very much. Without hesitation, Han Sen threw a punch at her. There was no such thing as perfect defense in the world. Similarly, Han Sen's attack could not be flawless. If 2 persons with equal strength were fighting, one would have to beat the other when there was a mistake. Without moving, there was no mistake, which was why whoever threw the first punch could more easily make mistakes, and thus lose the fight. Iron wall boxing was more than defense. It was also about fighting back. The beauty understood the logic profoundly, so when she saw Han Sen making the first move abruptly, she felt a bit contempt toward her opponent. Even so, the big-breasted beauty was still quite careful. Since the biggest mistake in defense was carelessness, she would not make such stupid mistakes. The beauty used iron wall boxing skills to block Hansen's attack. When the two fists touched, both of them felt a shock. Hansen did not earn any advantage, and the strength of the beauty was no weaker than Hai's. Hansen did not plan to beat her with strength anyways. Her goal was to practice the techniques written in Dongshen's Sutra. To overpower his opponent would do him no good, not to mention the fact that his strength was not better than hers. After one strike, Hansen's fists were thrown at the beauty endlessly. She uses her fists to block his, only to find the punch a fake one. If one put all one's force into a punch, then it would be difficult for one to take the punch back in the middle or change direction. However, if one was reserving some force in the beginning to control one's arm and fist, one could always easily change the direction of one's attack. This was the application of black and white boxing in an actual fight. Using defense, the beauty thought she had blocked Hansen's fist, but suddenly found it was a fake move. When their fists touched, Hansen's fist had already changed direction, hitting her in another place. If it were a different person, the person would not be able to put up defense under such a swift change. However, the beauty stepped out and turned her waist around abruptly to put her arm in front of Hansen's fist. It turned out that Hansen's second strike was still a fake move. Without even touching the girl's arm, Hansen's arm twisted like a snake, hitting her stomach. Iron wall boxing deserved to be called the best skills for defense. The beauty elbowed Hansen harshly on the fist. However, Hansen's punch was still a fake move, after which he quickly changed direction again. The ever-changing situation was dazzling to watch. Damn it. Dollar is so good at making fake moves. I could never tell that he was not putting any force into it. I thought he used all his force in the 3 punches. If I were her, I would have died a long time ago. Great offense and great defense. Dollar is in trouble. Excellent, iron wall boxing of Taisho. The defense is simply flawless. Great to watch. However, the fact was not as simple as people saw. The beauty was extremely pissed off at this point, feeling her opponent was looking down on her. Her opponent obviously knew that she was good at defense, so he used several fake moves in a row to toy with her, believing that she only knew how to defend herself without fighting back. If just now, the beauty did not pay any mind to his attacks and punched him, he would probably have died by now. However, Hansen made fake moves consecutively, which fooled her indeed, making her very mad. My family's iron wall boxing is more than just defense. The beauty felt angry, staring at Hansen's fist closely, ready to finish him off with one punch when he made another fake move. However, what happened next was so insulting that she was about to cry. Hansen made 18 fake moves consecutively, while the beauty was never sure whether it was actually a fake move, which was why she never fought back. Like this, the beauty was fooled by Hansen 18 times before she eventually decided to make a move. When Hansen hit her again, she fought back without any hesitation. Her face was suddenly full of helplessness, anger, and, most of all, frustration. Her eyes were full of tears, which were about to fall. She held back 18 times and was fooled 18 times. When she finally decided to fight back, it turned out that her opponent's strike was a real move. His strike with all his force was naturally faster and fiercer than her reaction. Before her arm was out, she was hit by Hansen already. Even the audience couldn't help blaming Hansen for being so cruel. How could you bully a beauty with boobs like these? However, Hansen did not think of all that. All he wanted to do was to break the defense of iron wall boxing. The defense was so perfect that it was impossible to be tackled head-on. He had to trick his opponent into fighting back using the skills of black and white boxing in order to break her defense. If she was tough enough, staying on the defense side always, then Hansen would make mistakes sooner or later as the proactive party. After all, making moves was riskier than making no move. When making a move in a prolonged fight, one would always risk making mistakes. If she kept her original strategy, she would have a bigger chance at winning. Once she made a mistake, it was almost impossible for her to maintain the perfect defense. Very soon, the beauty was finished off by Hansen. In a room, a pretty girl came out of a holographic device, her eyes red with tears. In the end, she couldn't hold it back, and her tears fell on her fair cheeks. Chapter 493. Dollar is trending. Hansen won every fight he was in for a dozen times. Because many fans were trying to match with him, the better half of his opponents were his fans, among whom a girl even asked for his signature, blushing. This is a virtual platform. There is no way I am able to do that. Hansen had to log out of the official platform. If he kept going like this, it would not help him at all. The news about Dollar appearing again was spread very fast. Many people were debating whether Kill Dollar was really Dollar himself. And more people were waiting for Dollar on the official platform. Hansen did not use the platform again. People were checking to see whether he was online 24/7. There was no way to fight normally. Currently, what he needed was tough fight instead of fanfare. Lying on the bed and resting, Hansen decided to use the military virtual camp the next day instead of the official platform. He could not fall asleep right away, so he dialed Ji Yanran's number. After a while, Ji Yanran picked up. Are you still busy with work so late? Han Sen asked. No, I was on the official platform, said Ji Yanran excitedly. Dollar appeared again with 40+ wings and no loss. So impressive. I was just watching him fighting so good. You also want to see Dollar? Are you his fan as well? Han Sen was dazed, not knowing. Ji Yanran was so interested in Dollar. Yes, I am his fan. Who wouldn't like such a hero? He used to save those kids and fight the Golden Horned Shura, so manly. Ji Yanran's face was filled with worship. There were almost hearts in her eyes. Hey, your boyfriend is still here. This is inappropriate, Han Sen curled his lips and said. Why are you jealous? Idol is different from boyfriend. I only need to worship my idol from afar. If I got too close to him, I would definitely be disappointed. However, my boyfriend is my dearest person in the world, for whom I would give up everything, she said with a smile. I'm not that happy to hear this. Can't you worship your boyfriend? Your boyfriend is also awesome, Han Sen said reluctantly. That is different. In my mind, you're the best. However, Dollar is a national hero. I just can't compare the two of you, Ji Yanran said. Then, I'll let you watch your national hero. This ordinary good guy, will go to sleep. Han Sen pretended to be hanging up. My dear, don't be like this. If you don't like it, I will not watch him anymore. What do you got? He's definitely a loser compared to my genius. $100 can't even compare to your big toe. Forgive me my genius, Ji Yanran said flirtatiously. Tempted by her looks, Han Sen was enamored. He was not really mad anyways. He was not so bored that he would be jealous of himself. Lying on the bed and chatting with his girlfriend, Han Sen gradually fell asleep after a long time. When he woke up, the comm link was still on. Ji Yanran was the same way, falling asleep during the call, and she was not up yet. Not wanting to bother her, Han Sen turned his comm link off. After brushing his teeth, he went to eat something and got ready for his virtual camp fight. However, his comm link suddenly started to ring. Han Sen thought it was Ji Yanran and answered it casually. However, in the holographic image that popped out, Huangfu Pingqing appeared. Huangfu Pingqing, how come you have the time today? Han Sen said casually. They were quite familiar with each other, so he did not bother to go through the greetings. Do you know that Dollar has appeared again? Huangfu Pingqing said directly. I believe every evolver knows that, Han Sen said helplessly, spreading his hands. He did not expect the attention he attracted by using an ID name related to Dollar. You really think that person is Dollar? Huangfu Pingqing said. I think so, replied Han Sr. Why? Huangfu Pingqing asked, puzzled. Instinct, Han Sen said casually, thinking, that person is me, so of course I know. Huangfu Pingqing thought about it and said, I also feel it is probably true. However, Dollar is making such a huge progress. I wonder which shelter he's at. If you don't know, I would know even less. Right? Why do you look for him? Does Son of Heaven still want to go after him? Han Sen asked, pretending to be casual. Although my cousin hates Dollar, he is not so bored. The reason I want to look for him is because the footwork he was using in the fights looked like Heavenly Go. Huangfu Pingqing said grimly. Even if he is using Heavenly Go, what does that have to do with you? Han Sen asked, puzzled. Currently, in the Alliance there should be only 2 persons who practice Heavenly Go. One is my grandmother, and the other is the student of my grandmother. Even I did not manage to learn Heavenly Go. If he was really using that, Ares Martial Hall must investigate into that. Hearing Huangfu Pingqing out, Han Sen felt puzzled. And then he looked at her and asked, is the student of your grandmother that queen from Queen Restaurant? How do you know that? Huangfu Pingqing looked at Han Sen, surprised, her breasts moving up and down dramatically. Huangfu Pingqing's are the best. Although that girl has huge breasts, their shape was not as perky and perfect as Huangfu Pingqing's. Han Sen couldn't help thinking. I've met Queen on Gladiator before and learned some kiting skills from her. It helped me a lot, but I don't know if that's the Heavenly Go you mentioned, Han Sen said. Is that true? Huangfu Pingqing was shocked, asking Han Sen to show her the skills he learned hastily. Han Sen only demonstrated what he learned from Queen and did not expose any part of the technique in Dongshan Sutra. Huangfu Pingqing was even more surprised. After she watched Han Sen's demonstration, she looked at Han Sen with a strange look and said, Queen is a very proud person. Except for my grandparents, she did not care for anybody. Even I was ignored by her constantly. She would not even look at ordinary people. The fact that she would teach you Heavenly Go is simply incredulous, although she did not teach you a lot. Tell me, why is that? Chapter 494, The Use of Black Crystal. Han Sen told Queen the story in details. The reason he was explaining was to let people know that he learned the footwork from Queen in case anyone recognized the footwork. Huangfu Pingqing was surprised hearing the story. So that's what has happened. You are indeed a genius for making her treat you differently. Unfortunately, I have only learned a little bit. Hansen licked his lips and said. A little bit is quite nice already. Without the talent, one could not learn anything. Heavenly Go is definitely one of the top 10 Hyper Geno arts, even better than Super Diamond Body. Not everyone has the chance to learn, Huangfu Pingqing said admiringly. Why didn't your grandmother teach you? Hansen asked her. My grandmother said that my character and talents were not right for Heavenly Go. If I force it, I would probably get myself killed, which is why she did not teach me. In fact, I'm not the only one. No one in my family was taught Heavenly Go. Queen is her only student, Huangfu Pingqing said helplessly. So, I really envy you for having such talent. That's right. If one does not earn the kiting skills well, one would get oneself killed even faster, Hansen agreed with her. The kiting skills that focused on calculation could easily be manipulated by the opponent if the user had poor abilities, which would cause the user to be killed. For example, when Hansen was against Queen, if he were to use the kiting skills, he would lose even faster, which was because Queen had better skills in calculation and designing. She was even able to turn Hansen's calculation against himself. Before he gained better abilities at calculation, Hansen would rather stand still than use kiting skills in front of Queen if they were fighting for their lives. Maybe you could. Oh, I have to go. Talk to you later. It seemed that Huangfu Pingqing suddenly thought of something. She muttered some words out of order before she hung up. Hansen shrugged helplessly, not knowing what had happened to Huangfu Pingqing. He had never seen her so disorganized before. Ready to go to the military camp, Hansen suddenly heard a crack in his sea of soul. The blood snail, which had gone through transformation of several months, eventually broke out of the cocoon. Hansen was suddenly overjoyed. Initially, he thought all the beast souls would finish the upgrade within 1 month. However, all beast souls had different paces. It took several months for the blood snail to finish its upgrade. The upgraded blood snail had different looks from before. It used to have a jade shell and red meat, looking like a snail shell floating on a red cloud. Currently, the entire blood snail had turned red, its shell looking like red crystal. The beast soul seemed to be on fire from afar. Type of beast soul of Berserk Super Blood Snail, Pet Armor. The introduction to the blood snail did not change much. There was only an extra word, Berserk. Hansen thought about it and went into a training field. He then summoned the Golden Rock Worm King and equipped it with the Super Pet Armor. The red armor turned the Golden Rock Worm King into a red tank with a ferocious and fierce look. Hansen used 30% of his force to hit the pet. Although the Golden Rock Worm King backed off a little bit, the pet armor was still intact. Hansen almost jumped with joy, hitting the Golden Rock Worm King again with 60% of his force, and the pet was still fine. Hansen increased his force gradually, but the Golden Rock Worm King equipped with super pet armor was never injured, like a cockroach that could never be killed. In the end, Hansen hit the Golden Rock Worm King with all his strength, while he was only able to blow the pet away. With the protection of the super pet armor, the pet was not hurt severely. And the super pet armor only had a dent on it and was not broken. The result made Hansen feel both surprised and disappointed. The blood snail did not turn into a beast soul of second god sanctuary like the Holy Angel. It seemed that not all the beast souls could evolve like that. The black crystal only turned the blood snail into a berserk beast soul. However, a berserk super beast soul from first god's sanctuary was comparable to a sacred blood beast soul from second god's sanctuary. This was great news to Han. Senator Hansen suddenly had a thought. If I upgrade a beast soul from second god's sanctuary, I wonder if it could be turned into a berserk beast soul directly. If that is possible, I will be able to make a huge fortune. For the same beast soul, the value of a berserk one would be several times or several dozen times that of a normal beast soul. If he could turn a beast soul berserk, the profit was unimaginable. In addition, if he could turn the sacred blood beast souls from second god's sanctuary into berserk ones, it would be a great help for Hansen to hunt super creatures in the future. Of course, what Hansen was worried about the most was the time it took for the upgrade to take place. The Holy Angel only used a month, while it took several months for the blood snail to become berserk. Hansen had not yet figured out the rules. Hansen had no mood to go to the military camp anymore. He immediately went to the teleport device and entered Star Will Shelter. On the plaza of the Star Will Shelter, Hansen bought an ordinary beast soul, which was the weakest of all, and made it swallow the black crystal. It was a snow kitty, the weakest creature on the ice field. The chance of getting a beast soul from this kind of creature is relatively high. Its beast soul was a cape, which worked well to protect people from cold. After the snow kitty swallowed the black crystal, light suddenly turned into a cocoon, wrapping the snow kitty up. Hansen left the shelter, hunting while observing the progress of the snow kitty. After only 1 or 2 hours, the light cocoon had already cracked. The snow kitty that used to be white had turned into a silver color. Type of beast soul of berserk snow kitty, cape. Hansen was thrilled. It was about the same as he thought. The black crystal could turn other beast souls into berserk beast souls. And it did not take much time for the ordinary creature. However, just upgrading ordinary beast souls would not be that helpful. He had to at least be able to upgrade mutant and sacred blood beast souls. Hansen gritted his teeth and gave the black crystal to the ghost pod ferret, trying to test how long it would take for the crystal to turn a sacred blood beast soul into a berserk one. It turned out to be incredibly fast, which Hansen did not expect. It only took less than 3 days for the ghost pod ferret beast soul to break out of the cocoon and turn into a berserk sacred blood beast soul. The ghost pod claws became darker and sharper. It was as if a piece of iron was made into stainless steel. Hansen knew it was much more advanced than it was before just by its look. Amazing, such good luck. Hansen was excited because he knew how much it was worth. Chapter 495. Royal Shelter. Unfortunately, Hansen did not have a mutant beast soul from Second God's Sanctuary, so he could not test the upgrade time of a mutant beast soul. However, he had a rough estimate. Hansen guessed that the reason the upgrade of the blood snail took so long was that it was a beast soul from First God's Sanctuary. Beast souls from First God's Sanctuary did not have the feature of berserk, but the black crystal added the berserk feature to the blood snail, which probably called for a bigger change to the beast soul itself. Hansen thought that was why it took so long. The reason that the upgrade of the Holy Angel was faster was probably that she had the feature of to be involved to begin with. Of course, this was only Hansen's own guess. He would have to make further experiments to test if that was true. Hansen hesitated and then fed the black crystal to the sacred blood beast soul evil-blooded condor. The berserk gargoyle did not show any desire toward the black crystal, similar to the Holy Angel and blood snail, which had already used the black crystal. Hansen was looking for suitable prey on the ice field, but to no avail. In recent days, he had not even run into a mutant creature and had only gained some primitive geno points. Li Xingluan was right. The resources on the ice field were not enough to support so many humans to cultivate. In comparison, the mountains around Goddess Shelter had quite a lot of advanced creatures that acted alone. However, the terrain of the mountainous region was not suitable for large-scale hunting because of the potential dangers. If they did not want to risk their lives in the mountains, they had to take down the royal shelter in order to communicate with outside. Otherwise, they had to stay at the spot and rely on the limited resources. Hansen decided to check out the royal shelter, getting ready for conquering it in the future. After marching for 2 days toward the royal shelter, the evil-blooded condor had already become a berserk beast soul. However, Hansen still did not know what the glyph should be used for. It was not that easy to tell like the glyph of the gargoyle. Because Hansen had no other beast souls, he fed the black crystal to the golden growler. He did not have time to make money using the black crystal recently anyways. Running on the ice field, Hansen was using Treading Cloud on his way. Without 7 twists, he had to settle with Treading Cloud. Luckily, the effect of Treading Cloud was much better than Hansen had thought. It enhanced his speed and was also quite easy to learn. Hansen was pleased that it was much better than Sparticle he used. Indeed, the Chens are great at footwork. I wish I could get my hands on 7 twists someday, Hansen said to himself. A few hundred miles from the royal shelter, Hansen saw the silver-haired spirit riding the dragon snake on the ice field, followed by groups of creatures. Hansen had no idea where she was going. Seeing the sacred blood creatures among the groups, Hansen immediately decided against a sneak attack. Last time, there was Starwheel Shelter as his backup, which he now did not have. If he went there alone, he would most definitely get himself killed. However, on a different note, since the silver-haired spirit had left the shelter, could he take the opportunity to steal her spirit stone from her shelter? Although there were definitely sacred blood creatures guarding the shelter, this was an opportunity nonetheless. Even if the chance was slim, it would not hurt to check it out. After Hansen arrived at the royal shelter, he was surprised by what he saw. Although he had read about the description of royal shelters, it was simply overwhelming seeing it with his own eyes. It was not even like a castle. It was a huge metropolitan. At first glance, he could not even see the borders. In the sky, huge creatures were flying, and groups of strange birds were hovering. A large number of creatures were going across the shelter, many of which were sacred blood creatures. Even on the lawn in front of the royal shelter, humongous creatures were feeding. Initially, Hansen imagined that he might be able to sneak into the royal shelter, but with a glance, he knew that he could never sneak inside, and he would have no idea where the spirit stone was even if he did. A stone the size of a fist in a large metropolitan was harder to find than anything else. Unless he had the power to take down the spirit shelter the hard way, it was almost impossible for him to touch the spirit stone. If I could take down such a huge shelter, I would be so rich just by collecting taxes. It would be no worse than a large city. I would not even be able to count the money I could earn. Hansen became more and more excited. If he could conquer the royal shelter, he would be dominating this region. In addition, he would also have a royal spirit servant. This place was such a treasure. The only thing bothering him was that he did not have the power to take down the place alone. This is not okay. I have to think of a way to urge the other 3 shelters to unite together. It would be good if I earn the allegiance of the royal spirit first. As for this royal shelter, the humans will have to give it to me when I am strong enough. Hansen thought to himself. He did not dare to hunt in this area. Once noticed by the creatures of the shelter, it would be hard for him even to run away. Hansen had to go back following the way where he came from. Luckily, Hansen had hunted a lot of small creatures these days, which gave him quite a few primitive Geno points. Now he had 63 primitive Geno points and 100 ordinary Geno points already. Currently, Hansen's fitness was around 100. After he used Heresy Mantra and Overload, his strength and speed could easily break 100. Such fitness and Yin Yang Blast would be enough to beat that Tiger of Blue Blood. Right. Hansen estimated that it was time for the military contest and return to the Alliance. This military contest was not the one of the entire Alliance soldiers, but just the contest in the Southwest Galaxy where Daphne belonged to. All units in Southwest Galaxy would send contestants. Initially, Blue Blood Special Force was not a part of Southwest Galaxy. Because Ji Yanran was selecting guards, Tiger of Blue Blood chose to give up the contest of the Central Galaxy and came down to Southwest. This made the soldiers ready to take part in the contest in the Southwest Galaxy clench their fists, ready to teach this person a lesson. Blue Blood Special Force was always the best of the best, which got on the nerves of the soldiers of other forces naturally. Now that they had a chance to compare themselves against the best soldier from the Blue Blood Special Force, they definitely wanted to prove how good they were. Chapter 496, Strength Test. Brother, which department are you from? In the warm-up area of the military contest, a young soldier asked Hansen, who was sitting next to him, will stop. I am from a warship, a cookhouse soldier. Hansen replied. When the young soldier heard Hansen say that he was from a warship, he thought Hansen was an elite. Who knows that Hansen then said he was a cookhouse soldier, which made the young soldier change his looks. It was not to say that cookhouse soldiers were definitely weak, but normally speaking, in the military, the cookhouse soldiers were trained less than others. Therefore, it was understandable that they were relatively weak. Haha, your warship must be so good, sending cookhouse soldiers to take part in the contest, the young soldier joked casually, meaning nothing malicious. All other departments are quite busy, and we are the only one who have time. That's why they sent me, Hansen said with a smile. Actually, we are only here to be onlookers. We are all counting on Zheng Yuza here. I hope that he could beat Tiger of Blue Blood Special Force and make Southwest Galaxy proud, said the young soldier. Zheng Yuza. Hansen thought about it, and it seemed he had heard of this name. Zheng Yuza appeared to be one of the other 2 candidates competing for the position of one of Ji Yanran's guards. After chatting with the young soldier for a while, the warm-up zone suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked in the same direction, and so did Han. Senator A. Hunk walked over in large steps, giving everyone present strong pressure. When looking at him, one would even want to run away. Tiger of Blue Blood, Tai E, whispered the soldiers from Southwest Galaxy. Glancing at the soldiers in the warm-up zone with his black eyes, Tai E eventually gazed at a 40-year-old veteran and asked seriously, "You are Zheng Yuza?" "I am," Zheng Yuza said and nodded. "Great," replied Tai E and then sat down without saying anything else. Will stop. After all, he was not from this galaxy, and had no friends here, so he was simply resting. Seeing how Tai E acted, Hansen knew that he thought nothing of Hansen and the other competitor and believed that Zheng Yuza was the only one worthy of his attention. Hansen did not care much. After all, everything was about strength in the end. It would not benefit him even if Zheng Yuza gave him more credit. Very soon, the contest began. The contestants walked in an array into the venue, seeing a sea of soldiers and officers who were the audience. It was quite magnificent to watch. Southwest Galaxy included 2 main galaxies, Zhijili Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy, and 16 smaller galaxies. Only Zhijili Galaxy and Nansangshuan Galaxy had a large number of habitable planets. Only 1 or 2 of the 16 smaller galaxies had military bases. Other planets were either inhabitable or used for mining only. Among all the military zones, Southwest Galaxy was a smaller one. Even so, it had hundreds of millions of troops. Those who were able to come to the contest were just a small part of the representatives, but it was already quite astonishing to watch. The reason for humans to dominate the universe was their number in addition to their intelligence. After all, this was not a fight in private. So the contest included many items in addition to duels. The first item was to test what strength. A strength tester was placed on the venue, looking like a giant drum. The contestants could hit the drum using whatever method they chose. And then the screen on the drum would show the score of the last hit. The higher the score, the better. Although no one would be eliminated because of a bad score, one's final score was the sum of the scores of all items. If in the end, One's final score was not among the top 4, one would not be able to enter the combats for the title of Soldier King. Shortly, in the thunder-like cheers of the soldiers, the first round of the strength test began. The soldier who was called his name came up to the stage to make his hit on the drum. Since all the contestants were elites from their respective unit, they were all evolvers with fitness over 100. After watching for a while, Hansen noticed that the score was ordinarily between 100 and 105, and there was not any outstanding performance. Although it was a galaxy-wide contest, there was an age limit on the contestants, and some special forces were not allowed in the contest. Very soon, it was Taiyi's turn. All the eyes of the contestants were focused on him. Even the audience stopped cheering, waiting to see Taiyi's performance quietly. Under all the attention, Taiyi was not nervous at all. He simply walked up to the drum and hit it without any additional moves. A loud sound made people's ears hurt. The number on the screen of the drum changed quickly and ended up on the number 113.7584. Everyone couldn't help gasping. This kind of strength was nerve-wracking among evolvers. A Sacker. Ed Blood Evolver only had a fitness index around 30 to begin with in Second God Sanctuary. With ordinary, primitive, and mutant geno points maxed out, a Sacred Blood Evolver could only reach around 90. In order to have a fitness index of 110, one would have to gain at least 40 to 50 Sacred Geno points. All the contestants changed their expression. Zhang Yuze looked grim. This kind of strength was a huge pressure on all of them. From Hansen's perspective, this should not be the best Taiyi could do. If he used all he got, he should be able to make the score a bit higher. It seems that Taiyi is even stronger than I thought. I hope that I could break his defense effectively, otherwise it would be trouble. Hansen thought to himself. If the two opponents were more than 30 apart in their fitness indexes, there would be the effect of overpowering. For example, when Hansen first tried, he could not even break the eyes of the baby golden growler, which was because they were too different in fitness index. However, Hansen's fitness had reached 100. With Heresy Mantra and Overload, he could do the same to the drum as Taiyi. There was no overpowering. Hansen's main concern was still Super Diamond Body of Taiyi. It was after all a Hyper Geno art in the top 10. Later on, it was Zhang Yuze's turn. Zhang Yuze walked up to the drum, took a deep breath, gave a loud roar, and then hit the drum fiercely. The screen showed the number 114.2584, giving rise to loud applause from the audience. This number was even better than Taiyi's, which boosted the morale of the soldiers in Southwest Galaxy. Chapter 497, Fierce Tiger from Blue Blood. Zhang Yuze did well. On the stands, the chief of the Southwest Galaxy troops nodded and complimented. Chief, I don't think he is the match of Taiyi. Zhang Yuze had the all he got in his strike, while Taiyi was still conserving his strength, said the secretary. The chief did not mind it. How much resource did Blue Blood Special Force put into their tiger? And how much resource did Zhang Yuze have? The fact that he has such performance is enough to prove his excellence. However, we would have no chance to get in touch with the JIS, whispered the secretary. We did not have a big chance to begin with. The chief thought about it and then asked, how are the other two persons? Major Wang Gang was also an elite from his department, but he is not as good as Zhang Yuze. As for the person recommended by Ji Yanran herself, I have looked him up as well. The secretary looked through his files on his comlink and said, Ji Yanran and Hansen are schoolmates and a couple. Hansen does not have much of a background. Ji Yanran must have pulled some strings for him to go to Daphne. He had been in Second God's Sanctuary less than a year. Being a Sacred Blood Evolver, he had a great foundation. However, according to his registration, he is currently located in a remote small shelter. There are only 2,000 to 3,000 people there, so it should be impossible for him to gain Geno points sufficiently. I think that Ji Yanran originally wanted for Hansen to be her guard, and only failed because of the pressure from the upper level. So, among the candidates, Hansen should be the least competent, the secretary summarized. The chief nodded. Unfortunately, he does not have much to offer. If he does, would be a good option for him to stay around one of the JIS. As they were speaking, it was Hansen's turn. Brother, no need to be nervous. Just do your best, the young soldier that had a conversation with Hansen encouraged him. Okay, Hansen replied and marched toward the stank tester. In front of the drum, Hansen took a deep breath, his heart thumping and his bones squeaking. His punch traveled through the air and hit on the drum. With a loud noise that hurts people's ears, the number on the screen quickly changed and froze at 111.1111. This number was so neat that it looked like it was faked. Everyone was dazed. Of course, it was not just because the number was needed, but mainly because it was such a good score. Up until this moment, it was the third best. The soldiers started to applaud for Hansen because he was one of the Southwest Galaxy. Damn it, what's wrong with the score? It must mean I am going to be single all my life. Hansen felt quite depressed. He uses his best to see how much he could get and did not expect such a number. Despite the unlucky number, he was quite satisfied with his score. With the score, he could be counted as an elite him on the evolvers, not to mention the fact that he had great space. Well done, brother. Are all the cooks on your warship so good? When Han Sen returned to his seat, the young soldier gave him a thumbs up. That's true. But we're not cooks, we are cookhouse soldiers. Han Sen smiled and said. Because of his punch, lots of contestants were impressed by Han Sen, but Tai Yi did not even look at Han Sen. Naturally, Tai Yi could tell that Han Sen had given all he got with his punch and even tapped into his potentials using Hyper Geno Arts. Although his score was good, Tai Yi did not think much of him. This Han Sen is not bad. He does know something, the chief said, slightly surprised. The secretary wiped some cold sweat off his forehead. The discrepancy between Han Sen's performance and his investigation was a negligence on his side. Although the chief did not say much, the secretary understood very well that he should not have made such a mistake, and the chief would not tolerate such mistakes every time. I'm so sorry, chief. I will reinvestigate right away, the secretary said hastily. No need. This is the best test. Let's wait and see, the chief said quietly. Yes, sir. Although the secretary continued to watch the game, he still quickly looked at the information he found on Han Sen again. The chief could be merciful, Bu. He had to be committed to his duty. Otherwise, there was no need for him to stay on his position, which was utterly dangerous. After the strength test, Tai Yi, Zheng Yuze, and Han Sen became top 3. Wang Gang's number was less than 110, posing no threat to any of them. The second item was Sprint, to Han Sen's surprise. However, this device was tuned to level 10 with a gravity of 100. Without a fitness level of over 100, it would be impossible for someone to run inside, let alone pass all the metal walls. After the game began, soldiers entered the device. However, the result was not great. 8 soldiers had failed at Sprint. None of them finished even 1/3 of it. The gravity of 100 was simply too difficult. Even with the fitness index of 100, one could easily get tired, so it was hard for them to maintain the speed and reflex. Han Sen frowned. This gravity setup was clearly too high. With the fitness level around 100, it would be more sensible to set it at 80 or 90. Even Han Sen himself could not help frowning seeing such a hard test. One soldier tried after another, but they all failed. After the better half of the contestants had failed, it was eventually Tai Yi's turn. Although many soldiers from Southwest Galaxy wished Tai Yi to lose, they were soon disappointed. Tai Yi's muscular body jumped across the metal walls like a robot that was never tired. It looked like he was not bound by gravity at all. Without a single mistake, he kept the same speed and rushed through wall after wall, which made Han Sen gasp with admiration. Tai Yi was indeed an impressive figure. Great fitness, sensitive senses, and a perfect judgment of the bigger picture. He seemed that this incredibly difficult sprint could not trap him at all. He really is tough, Han Sen said to himself. In the end, Tai Yi finished Sprint perfectly. As if he had done something trivial, he returned to his seat quietly and sat down. The soldiers of Southwest Galaxy all placed their hope on Zheng Yuze, who followed. Unfortunately, although Zheng Yuze did everything he could, he fell after going through 70%, which made many soldiers sigh in sadness. Chapter 498, The Charm of a Soldier. Seeing that even Zheng Yuze failed at the test, the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy felt disappointed. Damn it, even Zheng Yuze failed. The Tiger of Blue Blood must be so content, said the young soldier sitting next to Han Sen disappointedly. After he said that, he looked at Han Sen and said, Brother, how about you? Do you think you can do it? We can only count on you right now. Hearing the young soldier, the other contestants were also paying attention to Han Sen's reply. Most soldiers had already failed and there were only a few people left. Han Sen was definitely the biggest hope among the remaining soldiers, so people had naturally placed their hope on him. No problem, Han Sen replied concisely. Between soldiers, there was no need to be humble on the battlefield. You must trust your comrades and make them trust you. Although this was not a battlefield, it was about the honor of Southwest Galaxy. Therefore, Han Sen could not show any cowardice or lack of confidence. Hearing the conversation between Han Sen and the young soldier, Tai Yi curled his lips with contempt and did not say much. From Tai Yi's perspective, ordinary soldiers were not even comparable to him. Blue Blood Special Force was the best of the best, so he was naturally much better than any ordinary soldier. Before he came, Tai Yi had investigated a lot into his 3 competitors. Han Sen, who entered Daphne using nepotism, was not even an opponent he acknowledged. Even if Han Sen's fitness was higher than his expectation, Tai Yi still did not think that Han Sen had what it takes to be his opponent. A strong fitness only meant that Han Sen had been offered lots of meat in God's sanctuary. It was still hard to say whether Han Sen had done all the hunting himself. As for Sprint, Tai Yi did not think Han Sen could finish the task. In level 10, with a gravity of 100, it would be hard for him to go through the test with a fitness around 100. Zhang Yuze failed because of his insufficient vigor. In the strength test, Hansen had to tap into his potentials to get a score of 110, which meant his fitness should be around 100, which was even worse than Zhang Yuze. How is it possible that Hansen could go through? Therefore, in Taiyi's eyes, Hansen was totally bluffing when he said no problem. The fact that Hansen promised something that he could not accomplish to his comrades made Taiyi look down on him. It was soon Hansen's turn. Hansen ran into the sprint and did not rush to start. He first made some adjustments to his body. His fitness was around 100. With the gravity of 100, he could only walk inside. In order to reach the necessary speed, he must run under the state of overload. In order to go through the entire device, Hansen must allocate his strength reasonably. Otherwise, he might fall because of lack of energy. It would not even matter how well he mastered the system. After Hansen made the adjustments, he took a deep breath slowly and made his first step under everyone's watch. When making the first step, Hansen had actually already calculated all the steps he was going to make in the device in order to perfectly spend each ounce of his energy without any waste. Going forward on the metal walls at a high speed, Hansen's heart was thumping like a motor and all his bones were slightly squeaking. Hansen's moves were different from any other person's and also much different from the brutal way that Taiyi passed the device. Hansen's moves were incredibly smooth. It was as smooth as the demonstration video. It felt like Hansen's moves were pre-programmed. Each of his moves and even looks was so reasonable that it was incredulous. Very good. After watching for a while, the chief couldn't help nodding. At Hansen's age, it was incredible that he had such great and accurate control of his body. Many Surpasser officers were watching the game even felt surprised. It was even hard for them to control their bodies like this. It was probably even beyond humans' limit. The level of control was more like it was conducted by AI. Each bone and muscle were moving in the most efficient way possible. The perfection made people feel their scalp was prickling. The secretary felt the same, covered in cold sweat. Mistake, a huge mistake. The investigation and analysis he conducted about Hansen were so far from the truth. It was as if he had investigated into a different person instead of Hansen. Although ordinary soldiers could not understand as much as the officers, they felt very excited and thrilled watching Hansen's smooth moves. Taiyi frowned slightly. Even he was surprised by Hansen's performance. The ability to control the body so delicately was something even he could not achieve. However, Taiyi did not think that Hansen could go through the task by using incredible control. After all, Hansen did not have enough strength to begin with, and techniques were not everything. For example, if someone only had $1, no matter how he saved and allocate the money, he could not buy food for a month using $1. Reasonable allocation could maximize the use of strength, but he first needed to have enough strength to be allocated. After going through half, Hansen was covered in sweat as if he jumped out of water. Even his hair was stuck to his scalp. With abnormal flush on his skin, rising body temperature, and squeaking bones, he felt like he was going to collapse any second. All the soldiers and officers watching Hansen couldn't help cheering for him. Under the state of overload, he still had half of the device to go through. They were afraid he could not last that long. Naturally, Hansen did not think the same. Although the consumption of his energy under the gravity of 100 was even higher than he thought, as long as he wanted to do it, he could still finish. In terms of enhancing one's stamina, there were not many hyper-geno arts that could be compared to Jade Skin in the world. In the past, when Yang Monli was trying to test his stamina, she was shocked by him. Sweating like a pig, Hansen's eyes were calm and focused. Still following his pace, Hansen used Jade Skin quietly, and the coolness filled his body, making his heated body feel better. However, he was still incredibly sore all over. Although Hansen looked like he was about to use up all his strength, for some reason, people felt reassured looking at his expression. People couldn't help but think he was trustworthy and he could last until the end as long as he wished to. It was the special charisma of a soldier. And it could not be described with words. It was nothing but trust. Chapter 499. Fighting to be Soldier King. Only someone with charisma could be a general. A soldier that could not make his comrades trust him could only be a good soldier at best, instead of a general. Obviously, Hansen was equipped with this charisma. It was just he had not got a chance to use it properly. Sweating heavily and burning his muscles, Hansen felt he was a beast on fire, squandering his wild nature and rushing toward the end. Many soldiers clenched their fists at some point and stared at Hansen as if they were in the device with him. When Hansen finally reached the end, everyone felt relieved and incredibly good. Applause sounded like thunder. Chief, Cookhouse Soldier Hansen has finished the test, waiting for your instruction. Hansen saluted to the officer judging the test. As he moved his arm, sweat fell, reflecting sunlight and the vital energy of youth. At ease. Well done, you could go back to your seat, the officer said with a smile. Seeing Hansen going back, the chief said, "Very good. Very good indeed. This is more like a soldier from Southwest Galaxy." The secretary, who understood the chief very well, had very different understanding of this short comment. According to what the secretary knew about the chief, if he said good, then it was a great compliment already. If he said very good, it meant the chief appreciated the person a lot. Now that the chief said very good twice, with a strong tone, he must feel so excited inwardly. The secretary rarely heard the chief say something twice, and yet he did. "Brother, well done. You really made it." When Hansen returned to his seat, the young soldier patted Hansen excitedly. "Piece of cake." Hansen licked his lips and sat down on his seat. Currently, Hansen was sore all over. Although it did not take long, he consumed a great deal of his energy. Also, he was exhausted from using overload. Luckily, he had jade skin, otherwise his body might collapse. Hansen was so fatigued that he wished he could simply lie on the floor and sleep. However, there were other items that he needed to finish, so he could not gain enough rest. Luckily, all the remaining items did not have much to do with body strength. Shooting, warframe operation, disassembling and reassembling the combat machines were the main parts of the military contest. In interstellar wars, science and technology were still the priority. Unless someone could reach the level of Surpasser, a soldier could not beat a warframe, let alone large weapons. What Hansen had learned from school was put into use here. He ended up with a high score on each item, definitely a well-rounded soldier. Although Tai was great, Hansen was not worse than him. In many items, they were each either the first or the second. The two were on quite the same level. All the soldiers felt it was great to watch. As a cookhouse soldier from Southwest Galaxy, Hansen was able to perform as a close match to the Tiger of Blue Blood SP. Eagle Force, which earned a great honor for the Southwest Galaxy and left a great impression on the soldiers. Although Zhang Yuza did well in the following items as well, he could not be compared with Hansen or Tai. When the total score was calculated, Hansen was the first place, beating Tai by 0.2, making all the soldiers of Southwest Galaxy cheer. Tai did not ignore Hansen like before, but he still did not think Hansen was a worthy opponent. Although Hansen did well, his advantage was mainly in the technical items. It did not mean that Hansen had better fighting skills than Tai. However, the final combat was a one-on-one combat which would call for real strength, of which Tai was very confident. Hansen did not say anything but tried to recover as much as possible, waiting for the combat for the title of Soldier King. Only the top 4 contestants with the highest scores could participate in the combat. In addition to Hansen and Tai, Zhang Yuza and some soldier from an army came to the combat. Wang Gang did not make it to the top floor. The 4 of them were split into 2 groups. The winners of the groups would enter the finals to compete for the championship, while the losers would compete for the 3rd place. The grouping was decided by a draw. Luckily, Hansen and Tai were in the same group, which meant the finals came earlier. It was a great news to Han Senator. He had not fully recovered yet. If he consumed some of his energy in another fight before he met Tai, it would be even harder. If I could finish the 3rd phase longevity and heresy mantra, I should be able to resolve the issue of the lack of energy. However, the 3rd phase is so hard that I am still unable to complete it after so long. Hansen thought to himself helplessly. However, it was useless to think too much. He had to think of a way to beat Tai. Southwest Soldier King. Although Hansen was not that interested in the title, he must beat Tai. The position of the guard could not be given to anyone but himself. Zhang Yuza's fight began first, which gave Hansen more time to rest. After fighting another soldier for more than half an hour, Zhang Yuza won. If Hansen could beat Tai, he would battle Zhang Yuza for the title of Southwest Soldier King. It was Hansen's turn. Hansen moved around and felt the sore was relieved a lot. He had been using jade skin for the past half an hour, relieving his fatigue. It seemed that the effect was quite good. Tai walked up, standing opposite Han Senator. Hansen was tall himself, while Tai was a foot taller than him, bringing lots of pressure. However, Hansen did not feel much. He had seen creatures as tall as skyscrapers, and he was never scared, not to mention Tai was only a foot taller. When the whistle was blown, Hansen stepped out and punched at Tai's chest. However, Tai stood still, looking at Hansen with contempt. His body turned gold like the Buddha. It was as if he had become a statue. It turned out that Tai was trying to use Super Diamond Body to take Hansen's punch and did not mean to block it at all, which made many soldiers of Southwest Galaxy hiss, pissed by the arrogance of Tai. Chapter 500. You have lost already. However, Tai was not just being arrogant. The reason he was showing such confidence was not because he looked down on his opponent. For Tai, it was less important to beat Han Senator. His main goal was to earn the approval of Ji Yanran and the JIS. Otherwise, even if he had become a guard of Ji Yanran's, he would not receive too much attention. Therefore, Tai needed to show his strongest side. Even if he could not make Ji Yanran satisfy, he would need to get the approval from the JIS at least. Seeing Tai was trying to block his punch with Super Diamond Body, Han Sen was not mad at all, but happy instead. If there was an idiot standing still taking your punch, what was there to be mad about? Han Sen added more force into his punch and hit Tai's chest. The horrendous punches ripped off Tai's combat suit, exposing his significant muscles gleaming like metal. The clash between the fist and muscle made muffled sounds like metal, making the audience feel shocked. After a series of attacks, Han Sen took back his fists and stepped back. His jade-like fists were already swollen and red, blood even flowed from some spots. However, Tai did not even move. His muscles were not even red. Standing on the stage like an ancient god, he looked invincible. So scary. How come he was not affected by the punches at all? Of course he was not affected. It was Super Diamond Body that ranks top 10 among all Hyper Geno arts. I heard that even if someone had just gained initial success, he could not be hurt by anyone with a fitness level under 120. Damn it. That's awesome. If I knew it, I would have practiced it as well. Haha, forget it. The difficulty to get that Hyper Geno art notwithstanding, even if you have it, it would be impossible for you to gain initial success without 5 or 6 decades of practice unless you are especially talented. Would you take that bet? How old is Tai? He must only be 30-something? How come he have practiced for so long? That's why we call him an elite and genius. Ordinary people could not be compared against him. Only someone with a fitness level above 120 could hurt him, so doesn't it mean that Han Sen had no chance at all? His strongest punch was just 110 plus. Yes, didn't you see that Tai did not even pay attention to Han Sen's attack? The gap between them is so big that there is no way around it. Sigh, Han Sen could not beat Tai after all. You can't put it that way. How old is Han Sen? At Tai's age, he must be much stronger than Tai. Unfortunately, he's too young now. Don't talk about age. Losing is losing. We soldiers from Southwest Galaxy are not sore losers and we do not need excuses. A lot of soldiers watching were discussing. Most of them were impressed by the strength of Super Diamond Body and felt sorry for Han Sen. Seeing Tai's performance, the secretary was secretly relieved. This time, he made a huge mistake, but luckily, the result was not too different from his prediction. Tai would still beat Han Sen, which made the secretary felt much better. If Tai was defeated by Han Sen, then his investigation would become a huge joke. Even if the chief did not scold him, the secretary would feel bad himself. What was more important was that this might cost him the trust of the chief. If he could not even do a brief analysis right, would the chief trust him with more important matters in the future? For a secretary, it was dangerous to lose the trust of his supervisor. You seem to be relieved? The chief suddenly turned back and looked at the secretary. No. The secretary was surprised and answered hurriedly. Do you think Han Sen will lose? The chief asked again. Aye. The secretary muttered, not sure how to answer. It is not your fault to be mistaken in the investigation. After all, you did not see Han Sen in person. However, if you still failed to make the correct judgments after he saw him, then it could only mean that you still have much to learn, the chief said casually. Chief, you're saying that Han Sen will win? The secretary suddenly became pale, but the chief did not say much more, gazing at the two soldiers on the stage deeply. Did you finish? Seeing Han Sen stepping back, Tai said coldly. Yes. Han Sen swung his arms to relieve the prickling of his bones. Having hit Tai's a dozen times, his bones were about to be cracked. Super Diamond Body was indeed quite frightening. Do you want to go alone? Tai asked. No, I'm good. Han Sen shook his head and said. Then it is my turn, Tai said and raised his fist, ready to hit Han Sr. I don't think you should make that move, Han Sen said sullenly. Why? Tai frowned slightly, not understanding what Han Sen meant. Because you have already lost, Han Sen said seriously to Tai. Huh, nonsense. Tai snorted and did not deign to speak to Han Sen again, raising his fist at Han Sr. Same as Tai, Han Sen stood still against Tai's fist. So, Han Sen has also practiced Super Diamond Body? That's unlikely. How old is he? Even if he's talented, it is impossible for him to succeed in practicing Super Diamond Body. Why is he staying still then? Is he waiting to be punched? Who knows? He just said Tai has already lost. So, there must be some reason. The soldiers looked at Han Sen, who was motionless, puzzled. Tai's fist was about to hit Han Sen's face, but Han Sen was still standing calmly, as if Tai were not trying to attack him. When Tai's fist was less than 5 inches from Han Sen's face, everyone's heart was in their throats. And Tai sudden. Ly froze. Although Tai's fist was only inches away from Han Sen, Tai suddenly stopped moving and looked terrified. Very pale and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. If observed closely, his body was also shivering. I just suggested you not to make that move, but you didn't listen. Now I'm afraid you have to suffer a bit, Hansen sighed and said. You. Tai was about to say something, but when he just said a word, blood filled his mouth, and his metal body suddenly became pale. The places where Hansen had hit became red. Tai tried hard to punch Hansen's face, which was right next to his fist, but he only moved an inch before he started to vomit blood. His magnificent body found next to Hansen's feet, and he failed to stand up again after struggling. Blood came out of his mouth continuously. Strange silence fell on the venue. Everyone looked at this incredulous seeing, feeling shocked.